Chapter 1. All roads lead to Rome. Some individuals are born in Rome, while others are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Lu Cheng, born in the countryside, is evidently not one of the fortunate souls born in Rome, and thus must commence his arduous journey from the depths of hardship. Before graduating from university, he harbored numerous idealistic fantasies about society, always believing he was destined to be the exceptional one, with a bright future ahead. However, as dreams burgeoned, reality became increasingly stark. After 3 or 4 years in the workforce, Lu Cheng gradually came to recognize the true nature of society, as well as his own. Beginning to accept his ordinariness, he started to strive for the meager silver coins and the dream of owning a car and a house. The truth is, if one is willing to endure hardship, there is no shortage of suffering to be had. At 4:30 in the morning, Lu Cheng saved the documents he had just organized and let out a sigh of relief after 2 sleepless nights. He could finally rest, uncertain whether the revised plan would receive approval. He shut down his computer, rubbed his face, stood up, and stretched just as he prepared to turn around. Darkness enveloped him. It felt as though all his strength had been abruptly siphoned away, and a heavy weight pressed upon his chest. He found himself uncontrollably collapsing back into his office chair, consciousness slipping into an endless void. In that instant, everything around him seemed to freeze. The clock on the wall ceased its ticking. The branches outside no longer swayed, and all sound came to a complete halt. Lu Cheng felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, desperate to struggle, but utterly devoid of strength. Beep, beep. Suitable host on the brink of death detected. System binding automatically initiated. System binding complete. Cycles of reincarnation. Wish to alter fate. Traversing the multiverse. And a chance at rebirth. The multiverse wish system is now officially activated. Host's current physical body is on the verge of death. Consciousness in a state of coma. Initiating the first cycle of reincarnation. Automatically searching for and accepting the first wish task. Search complete. First world for traversal selected. A mundane world, main task accepted. Father's last wish Yaozong. Hopes his second daughter, Xiao Lian, can endure less hardship, live a life of peace and joy, and enjoy good health and longevity. Task accepted. Initiating first traversal, identity information being implanted, initial data being integrated. In the spring of 1975, on the Lus Plateau, the protracted winter was finally drawing to a close, and the warmth of spring was on the horizon. Huanyuan City, Yu County, Shaijai Commune, Shuangshui Village. When Lu Cheng opened his eyes again, he was greeted not by the familiar ceiling of his rented apartment, nor the office where he toiled like a beast, but by an arched, earthen yellow roof. Sitting up, he gazed at the surrounding earthen walls and the earthen Kong beneath him, the room's furnishings so rudimentary that he felt a momentary disorientation. Just a moment ago, he was a corporate drone in the provincial capital of Hunan, laboring endlessly for meager wages. Now, he had been transported back several decades to the unfamiliar landscape of the Lus Plateau. Fortunately, prior to his traversal, the system had prepared an appropriate identity for Lu Cheng, implanting relevant memories that clarified his circumstances before and after the transition. In his previous life, Lu Cheng's relentless overtime and irregular diet, coupled with a lack of exercise, had led to a deteriorating physical condition, ultimately resulting in a sudden death from overwork. Yet, Lu Cheng was somewhat fortunate. He had been favored by the system, selected as a host, and granted the opportunity to start anew. With this thought, Lu Cheng focused, and a faint blue system panel materialized before him, detailing the system's functionalities. The multiverse wish system. Within the myriad of worlds, there are countless unfulfilled wishes and regrets. As the system's host, Lu Cheng can traverse these realms, accepting task after task, altering the fates of individuals across the multiverse. The process of traversing these worlds not only allows him to change destinies, but also enables Lu Cheng to continuously learn and grow, acquiring various skills and knowledge. Once Lu Cheng completes 100 cycles, fulfilling numerous main tasks, he will be granted the chance to return to his original world, thereby earning a rebirth opportunity. Moreover, this chance for rebirth can be freely chosen at any time point. For instance, If Lu Qing wishes, he could directly opt to be reborn at the age of 18, embarking on a distinctly different life journey. With a thought, he closed the system introduction page and opened his attributes panel. Lu Qing, Physique, 11. Spirit, 14. Charm, 15. Skills, medical knowledge, level 198,200. Talent, none. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. The attributes of physique, spirit, and charm, where the average values for a normal adult male are 10, show that Lu Qing's attributes are quite commendable. The physique attribute determines an individual's strength, speed, endurance, and resilience. Serving as a comprehensive evaluation, adults sharing the same physique value may differ in their strengths, whether in speed or power. With a physique score of 11, slightly above average, Lu Qing's condition is significantly improved compared to his previous life. Additionally, upon arriving in this world, Lu Qing's age has reverted to 22, allowing for further growth and development. If he maintains a balanced diet and engages in moderate exercise, there is potential for even greater enhancement of his physique. As for the spirit attribute, it dictates one's mental agility, comprehension ability, and learning capacity. Typically, a person's spirit score falls between 9 and 11, sufficient for general occupations. Scores between 11 and 14 indicate that, through learning, one can master various specialized skills and engage in complex intellectual tasks. Scores above 14 suggest a prodigious talent in the context of college entrance exams. Such a score would secure a place among the top 10 universities or even higher. In his previous life, Lu Qing graduated from a 211 university with a spirit score of 14, which is considered normal. The charm attribute reflects an individual's appearance, physique, demeanor, and leadership qualities. With a charm score of 15, Lu Qing is regarded as an exceptionally rare individual. Although he may not rival the likes of Yan Zhu or Yu Yin, he is certainly not far off. Lu Qing feels a sense of satisfaction with his foundational attributes. In terms of appearance alone, he has regained his peak condition, a stark contrast to the toll taken by years of overtime and sleepless nights. In fact, he has become renowned as a handsome young man in the nearby villages of Shuangshui. What pleasantly surprised Lu Qing was the initial medical skill bestowed by the system, along with the legendary storage space. The purpose of the storage space needs no elaboration. Although 1 cubic meter may seem modest, it could be immensely useful. Having read numerous web novels in his previous life, Lu Qing was well aware of the advantages of this storage space. He immediately attempted to store various valuable items within it. This storage space is quite unique, functioning as an elastic space that can change shape at will, accommodating any items as long as their total volume does not exceed 1 cubic meter. Even a formidable weapon like the Green Dragon Crescent Blade would fit without strain. As for the medical skill granted by the system, it is intrinsically linked to Lu Qing's newly assigned identity in this world. Lu Qing, now 21 years old, hails from Hunan province. His parents fled to northern Shanxi during their early years, establishing a home on the Lus Plateau. His father had studied traditional Chinese medicine for 3 years under an experienced mentor and later underwent 4 months of training in the county, becoming a barefoot doctor in Shuangshui village. Years ago, Lu Qing's parents perished in an accident, leaving him as the sole survivor. A high school sophomore, he dropped out of school to return home and eventually took over his father's position as the village's barefoot doctor. Though this information was fabricated by the system, it bears tangible evidence. Even the graves of Lu Qing's parents exist outside the village. Having familiarized himself with the system and understood his current identity and implanted memories, Lu Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having arrived, he resolved to accept his circumstances. Now, he must contemplate how to fulfill his first main task and navigate life in this new world. Opening the task interface, he examined the target of his current mission. He Xiao Yin, wasn't she the cherished wife of the renowned Northwest Hammer King? Once in a decade, there is Tian Runi. Once in a century, there is Tian Xiaoxia, and once in a millennium, there is He Xiao Yin. Every viewer of a mundane world is inevitably captivated by He Xiao Yin. This woman, devoid of a love for books and lacking formal education, epitomizes the virtues of diligence, kindness, and practicality that characterize Chinese women. She demands no bridal price, is unfazed by poverty, industrious, capable, and deeply devoted. Generous, resilient, and resourceful, she can alleviate burdens and enhance the fortunes of her partner. Sun Shaoan, the Northwest Hammer King, faced significant obstacles in his romance with the daughter of village Secretary Tian Futong. Resolved to let go, he sought a woman of similar circumstances, one unbothered by his poverty, only to unexpectedly find a treasure in He Xiaolian amidst the landscapes of Shangxi upon their first encounter. Sun Shaoan found himself irresistibly drawn to He Xiaolian's unpretentious nature, unable to bear the thought of such a virtuous young woman enduring hardship. Alongside him, he candidly revealed the plight of his family, even mentioning the fortune teller's ominous prediction of his short lifespan. Yet, He Xiaolian, with unwavering resolve, bit her finger to draw blood, pledging to extend his life with her own vitality. This ordinary, yet extraordinary maiden possessed a heart so pure in the years that followed. She indeed devoted her life to assisting her husband, enduring poverty, residing in a livestock shed, and striving together to improve their circumstances. In the face of her husband's past affections, He Xiaolian exhibited remarkable grace and tolerance, preserving his dignity. When Sun Shaoan aspired to start a business, He Xiaolian tirelessly sought funds despite his entrepreneurial setbacks and mounting debts. She quietly supported him, borrowing from her family to help him rise again. Regrettably, just as Sun Shaoan began to attain success and their living conditions improved, He Xiaolian, having exhausted her very essence, succumbed to cancer at the tender age of 30 as the youngest production team leader in the region. Sun Shaoan fulfilled his obligations to the collective, his friends, and his family, yet he failed his beloved wife. Sun Shaoan cared deeply for everyone, showing understanding and compassion, yet he neglected to extend that same kindness to He Xiaolian, persistently dismissing her various pleas. Her dedication, sacrifices, and resilience ultimately resulted in a lifetime of suffering. While marrying He Xiaolian would have been a commendable choice, which father could bear to see his daughter become a He Xiaolian? It was the spring of 1975, and the narrative was just beginning in the Northwest. The industrious Sun Shaoan was still engrossed in a fervent romance with his childhood companion, Tian Runi, completely unaware of He Xiaolian's existence. Lu Cheng pondered the situation to ensure He Xiaolian's safety, happiness, and longevity. He knew she could not marry the formidable Sun Shaoan, given Shaoan's family circumstances and character. Any woman marrying him was destined for a life of toil. As for the prospect of He Xiaolian marrying another, that too carried risks. Who could guarantee she would find a worthy partner? Thus, Lu Cheng resolved to take matters into his own hands. In his previous life, Lu Cheng hailed from a rural background, facing financial hardships. Although he had experienced romance during university, reality ultimately prevailed after graduation. He focused solely on work, leaving little time for his own lifelong pursuits. Now, granted a second chance, he contemplated the prospect of spending his life with a woman as virtuous as He Xiaolian. Love may be a luxury, yet emotions can be nurtured over time in this regard. Lu Cheng maintained a pragmatic outlook. With these thoughts in mind, a clear direction began to form in his heart. However, the immediate priority remained to navigate life in this new world. Emerging from his warm bed, he donned a cotton coat and trousers, layered with a patched gray-blue jacket, and slipped into a pair of well-worn Liberation shoes. Only then did Lu Cheng step out of his bedroom, surveying his current abode. This was an ordinary farmhouse nestled in the Lusk Plateau, featuring a trio of cave dwellings oriented south. The central dwelling, slightly larger, served as the living room, while the two flanking rooms functioned as bedrooms. Each bedroom was equipped with a clay kong, with one room connected to the stove, serving as the cooking area. The furnishings in all three rooms were rather sparse. Apart from essential household items and basic furniture, there was little else to be found. In the eastern part of the yard stands a jujube tree, beneath which lies a stone mill. In the southwest corner of the courtyard is a modest toilet. Close to the eaves rests an old-fashioned bicycle, a primary means of transportation for Lu Cheng. After a brief stroll around, he became familiar with his surroundings. Although the place is simple, it is a space that belongs solely to him, and Lu Cheng harbors no disdain for it. Moreover, since traversing into this world, he no longer faces the incessant pressure from his boss to revise plans, nor does he receive late-night phone calls. He is liberated from the need to sacrifice his health and well-being for meager earnings. However, the present era is hardly prosperous. Poverty abounds, with many unable to afford sufficient food or warm clothing, living in dire material scarcity. In some exceedingly impoverished households, several children share a single set of clothing, wearing it in turn. This is still the period of rural communes, where land is collectively owned. The village is divided into production teams, and each day, the team leader organizes communal labor, calculating work points to distribute food supplies accordingly. An adult laborer can earn approximately 8 or 9 work points daily. Depending on the region and the harvest of the year, the value of these points varies. Generally, 1 work point is worth 3 to 5 cents. And in fertile lands with good yields, it may be worth even more. On sunny days, if one can work the entire month, earning 7 or 8 yuan is already considered commendable. At the end of the year, when food is allocated based on work points, households with a higher ratio of able-bodied laborers and fewer elderly or children naturally receive a larger share of provisions, leading to a somewhat better life. For instance, the family of Sun Shaoan, burdened with both the elderly and children, struggles significantly, while Lu Cheng, a solitary individual, finds that one full stomach suffices for himself. And being a robust laborer, his living conditions are relatively favorable. Additionally, Lu Cheng is the sole barefoot doctor in Shanshui village, which allows him to engage in less labor while still earning the equivalent of a laborer's work points. After accounting for his own rations, he manages to save around 50 to 60 yuan each year. Though this is modest compared to urban workers, it is considered quite good in Shanshui village. Only slightly inferior to the village secretary, Tian Futong. Upon returning to the main room, Lu Cheng opened the wooden medicine chest resting on the table. Inside, the medical equipment and supplies were exceedingly rudimentary: an old stethoscope, a thermometer, an aluminum needle box, glass syringes, anti-inflammatory medications, painkillers, alcohol swabs, gauze, and some homemade herbal remedies. Beside the table stood a heavy oilcloth umbrella and an antiquated tin flashlight. Despite the simplicity of his equipment, the responsibility he bore was immense. Lu Cheng single-handedly managed the healthcare needs of the entire Shanshui village, tending to ailments ranging from minor headaches and colds to disease prevention and health management. During influenza outbreaks, he would carry his medical kit from house to house, dispensing medications and educating villagers on disease prevention. Sometimes, late at night, when someone had a fever or cold, he would rise at any hour to provide care. He treated what he could on the spot, and, for cases beyond his expertise, he would escort patients to the health clinic in Shaijai commune. With a hoe in one hand and a syringe in the other, he would alternate between farming and providing medical care. A silver needle could cure myriad ailments, and a warm heart could comfort countless families. Such is the essence of a barefoot doctor. Though the medical skills of barefoot doctors may not be deemed exceptional, they offer essential medical services to the masses, ensuring that countless individuals can afford to seek treatment. Villagers contribute 1 yuan each year, while the production team deducts an average of 50 cents from the collective welfare fund to form a village healthcare fund. Aside from those with chronic conditions requiring ongoing medication, ordinary villagers pay only 5 cents for a registration fee, with all medical consultations and medications provided free of charge. In this land, there are countless barefoot doctors like Lu Cheng, serving the most marginalized citizens. As he brushed his hand over the equipment on the table, Lu Cheng, who once knew nothing of medicine, now felt as if he had amassed 3 or 4 years of clinical experience and knowledge. Approaching a nearby desk, he picked up the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, a book revered in later years as one of the 3 sacred texts for time travelers. He felt a profound sense of familiarity, able to recite many sections from memory, along with related treatment experiences. The power of this system is undeniable, transforming an individual with no medical knowledge into a barefoot doctor with practical experience. The manual itself has nurtured countless grassroots healthcare workers. While some in later years criticized that the manual produced only mediocre doctors, for this era of scarcity in medical resources, providing villagers with access to healthcare represents a significant advancement. As he flipped through the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, he found guidance on everything from treating snoring during sleep to assisting pregnant women in childbirth. It detailed surgical procedures, herbal medicine collection, and even basic steps for synthesizing Western medications. Additionally, it contained numerous practical folk remedies, such as how to create a temporary shadowless lamp using 12 flashlights and methods for preventing diseases and eradicating pests. Though Lu Cheng was already well-versed in much of the content, he could not help but admire the compilers of this book, as well as the leaders who commissioned its creation. After reading for a while, feeling somewhat parched, he picked up a thermos and poured some cool water into an enamel mug. After a few sips, he realized it was time for a meal. He rose and went to the stove, retrieving the remaining half of a cabbage and chopping it up. After cleaning the iron pot, he gathered some corn stalks and started a fire. Once the pot was heated, he scooped a spoonful of lard from a jar nearby and added it to the pot. Moments later, the cabbage sizzled as he tossed it in, seasoning it with salt, and a delightful aroma filled the air. He added the partially cooked corn stalks to the pot and placed 4 cornmeal buns on top of the cabbage, covering it with a solid wooden lid to steam. This simple meal was quickly prepared, and living alone, Lu Cheng had developed decent cooking skills, enough to find his own food quite enjoyable. The cornmeal buns, made from corn ground using the family stone mill, were somewhat coarse compared to the more refined versions from later machinery, but having grown up in the countryside, Lu Cheng was accustomed to it. Compared to those who had to eat coarse black bread, his cornmeal buns were a considerable improvement, especially since they filled him up. Lu Cheng's robust physique was partly due to the marginally adequate nutrition he managed to maintain. After finishing 4 cornmeal buns and polishing off a bowl of cabbage stir-fried in lard, he cleaned the pot and bowl. Preparing to step outside when he heard a knock at the door. "Lu Cheng, are you home?" "Open the door," he called. "I'm coming." Lu Cheng opened the courtyard gate and saw a tall, lean young man dressed in a gray cotton coat and a white turban standing at the entrance. The visitor was none other than Sun Shaoan, famously known as the King of Northwest Hammers. "Shaoan, it's you. Come in quickly. From the sound of your voice, it seems you've caught a chill and are feeling unwell." "Indeed, Lu Cheng, your observational skills are becoming increasingly impressive. I hadn't even mentioned my condition. Yet you discern the issue. Come, let us talk inside. What caused this chill?" "Just the other day, the cattle in our production team fell ill. I took them to the veterinary in Myriad town yesterday. By the time I returned, it was already late, and I didn't dare to stay at an inn. It was far too expensive. I thought I could manage a night in the cattle shed. Little did I expect that the streets of Myriad town are so exposed to the north wind, making it unbearably cold. Fortunately, a blacksmith from Hunan took me in, or I would have suffered even more. Now, I feel weak and have a runny nose. Could you please give me some cold medicine? First, have a seat and let me check your temperature. I'll get you a glass of water. There's no need for such trouble. I'm not running a fever. Just give me 2 pills of cold medicine, and that will suffice. Since you're here, please sit for a moment while I take a look." "All right then. I appreciate your efforts." Lu Cheng donned his stethoscope and listened to Sun Shaoan's chest. After waiting for him to take his temperature, he glanced at the thermometer and nodded. "It's nothing serious, just a common cold with a bit of bronchitis. I'll get you some cold and anti-inflammatory medicine. Take them for a couple of days. If you're not feeling better in a few days, come back to see me. Thank you so much. What do I owe you? Just take care of yourself and rest for a couple of days." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Sun Shaoan, Lu Cheng secured the door and prepared to stroll through the village. It was early spring, and the weather had not yet warmed up. There was little work in the village, making it rather tranquil. Shui village was situated on the Lus Plateau, characterized by its undulating terrain with the Kuangyin River and the Donghua River converging nearby. Not far from the village stood 2 small hills known as Miaoping Mountain and Xian Mountain. Lu Cheng, having been born in the Central Plains, was unaccustomed to the mountainous landscape, as his hometown was flat and featureless. The Lus Plateau before him was indeed a stark contrast to his previous home. As Lu Cheng walked through the village, he greeted the villagers, who reciprocated warmly. The barefoot doctor held a respectable position within the community, on par with the village officials. When guests visited a household, it was customary for the barefoot doctor to be present, elevating the status of the host family. Moreover, Lu Cheng had completed high school, making him one of the few educated individuals in the village. In this era, even completing elementary school was a rarity. Schools were divided into 2 stages, primary and advanced primary, with grades below for classified as primary and grades 4 and above as advanced primary. Many children worked after finishing primary school, and only those from better-off families continued to junior high. As for high school students, they were even scarcer. Sun Shaoan's family struggled, partly due to the burden of supporting 2 students, particularly his brother Sun Xiaoping, who was currently attending high school in the county. This not only consumed a significant amount of food, but also deprived the Sun family of a strong laborer, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. While lost in thought, Lu Cheng found himself near a dilapidated courtyard. Looking up, he realized it belonged to Sun Yuding, Sun Shaoan's uncle and a well-known figure in Shui village, who served as the director of the Poverty Alleviation Committee. His wife, He Fengying, was the village's women's director. Unlike Sun Shaoan's hardworking family, Sun Yuding and his wife were known for their overzealous meddling in various affairs, often idling around and avoiding labor, leading to a rather frugal lifestyle. However, Lu Cheng needed to approach He Fengying to connect with his target, He Shilian. After all, He Shilian was not a local but hailed from Shaanxi province, being a distant relative of He Fengying. In the future, it would be He Fengying who would facilitate the union between Sun Shaoan and He Shilian. Just then, He Fengying emerged from her home, spotted Lu Cheng, and greeted him with a smile. "Isn't this Lu Cheng? What brings you out and about today?" "Aunt Fengying, I merely have some free time and decided to take a stroll." "Oh, how fortuitous. Our eldest daughter, Wei Hong, has been having a bit of an upset stomach lately. Could you take a look at her?" "Of course, that's no trouble at all. Let us go." Sun Yuding had 3 daughters, with Sun Wei Hong being the eldest at 13 years old. However, due to prolonged malnutrition, she appeared fragile and underdeveloped, resembling a child of merely 10. Seeing such a child filled Lu Cheng with a sense of sorrow. Yet, in this era, many children were in similar situations. After a brief examination, he checked her pulse and asked a few questions before concluding. "The child is fine, no medication is required. Just avoid cold foods." As he spoke, Lu Cheng pulled out a few inexpensive fruit-flavored hard candies from his pocket and handed them to the 3 little girls. "Lu Cheng, thank you. You even brought candy for the children." Allow me to pour you a glass of water. There's no need for that. I'm not thirsty. The three little girls were overjoyed with the candies, repeatedly calling him brother. Though these candies could be bought for a mere penny, it had been a long time since they had tasted anything sweet. Lu Cheng, you are handsome and kind-hearted, and you can even practice medicine. Truly impressive. Any girl who marries you will have struck it rich. I suppose many have tried to play matchmaker for you, yet you remain unmarried. Why not share with your aunt what sort of girl you prefer? I can keep an eye out. Despite being just the village women's director, I know quite a few eligible girls from neighboring villages. Lu Cheng was pleasantly surprised by her words, as it spared him from having to elaborate. Aunt, I'm simply looking for a diligent girl with big eyes. I have no other specific requirements. However, I've already met all the girls in this area, and haven't found anyone suitable. That's understandable. The girls around here surely know you well. How about this? If you don't mind traveling, there's a lovely girl from my hometown in Shanxi province. Would you like me to speak to her? That would be wonderful. If it works out, I'll prepare a generous red envelope for you. At this, Feng became even more enthusiastic. What began as a casual suggestion now transformed into a determined plan as she resolved to return to her hometown. I have a distant relative there with a daughter named Xilian. She has big eyes, double eyelids, and is not only beautiful but exceptionally capable, managing the family farm meticulously. If you're genuinely interested, I'll inquire about her when I return in a couple of days. Don't worry, Aunt, you're running this errand for me, so there's no need for any expenses on your part. In truth, Feng's mention of Xilian was not merely to facilitate a potential introduction for Lu Cheng. Even if she had not encountered Lu Cheng today, she intended to visit her parental home soon. Sun Yuding and her husband were not the type to lead a frugal life. They typically spent most of their savings during the new year. With spring just beginning and finances tight, Feng resolved to return home to borrow some money. As the women's director, she possessed a few shrewd calculations. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she wondered if there might be an opportunity for personal gain. Although Lu Cheng was unaware of the specifics, he was unconcerned. As long as he could make contact with the distant Xilian in Jin province, spending a small sum was insignificant. At that moment, Lu Cheng's storage space held all his possessions, 288.76 yuan, an additional benefit bestowed by the system. In an ordinary rural household, sustaining an entire family with just a couple of able-bodied workers meant little savings could be accrued over the course of a year. For a family to have a few dozen yuan saved up, ensuring they did not face starvation, was already commendable. While Lu Cheng was somewhat better off than the average person, he had no extra income. Often, treating impoverished patients required him to cover some costs himself. Coupled with his own living expenses, which included occasional eggs and meat for nutritional supplementation, his expenditures were considerable. Thus, if Lu Cheng were to save money on his own, accumulating 200 or 300 yuan would indeed prove challenging. After departing from Sun Yuding's home, Lu Cheng wandered around the village, familiarizing himself with its general conditions before returning home. The weather remained quite cold, with little agricultural work to attend to, allowing him rare leisure time. Naturally, Lu Cheng seized the opportunity to read and study diligently, striving to enhance his medical skills. As a barefoot doctor, he felt a profound responsibility towards his patients. He could not content himself with being a mediocre physician. Moreover, as he was currently supported by the collective, Lu Cheng did not have to worry about his sustenance. However, in a few years, with the implementation of the household responsibility system, barefoot doctors would lose the subsidies provided by the collective. They would have to balance both healing and manual labor, leading to a significant decrease in income. As rural medical conditions gradually improved, barefoot doctors would need to transition into village doctors, and many with lower education and medical skills would be eliminated. As for Lu Cheng's future as a lifelong physician, he had yet to reach a decision. Nevertheless, the skill of medicine held paramount importance in any realm. Thus, he was determined to improve his abilities. With the system at his disposal, elevating his medical expertise would be far easier than for the average person. Through self-study, healing patients, consulting esteemed mentors, and observing others, he could amass valuable medical experience. Once his experience bar was full, he could directly upgrade his skills. At the first level, his medical skills would only qualify him as a common barefoot doctor. Upon reaching the second level, he would be akin to an exceptional doctor in a township health center. The third level would enable him to serve as an attending physician in a county hospital, while the fourth level would allow him to become a chief physician in a municipal hospital. As for the fifth and sixth levels, they would require unique contributions in specific fields, qualifying him as a provincial-level expert or renowned specialist. The seventh and eighth levels would denote a nationally recognized expert, potentially even a national treasure in the medical field. Progressing to the ninth level would establish him as an indisputable authority in a specific domain, ensuring his legacy in history. The 10th level of medical skill would be legendary, a rarity to encounter even across millennia. At this moment, Lu Cheng's medical proficiency was merely at the introductory stage, with a long journey ahead. Besides a manual for barefoot doctors, he possessed 3 additional medical texts, a concise guide to traditional Chinese medicine, hygiene, and first aid. Learning medicine differed vastly from other subjects. It demanded utmost diligence and precision. Lu Cheng approached his self-study with seriousness, thoroughly mastering the most common rural ailments without omission, before progressing to more critical topics. Engrossed in learning, reflecting, and taking notes, he unwittingly spent half a day absorbed in his studies. In an era devoid of computers, television, mobile phones, and the internet, entertainment options were severely limited. Aside from reading books and newspapers, the rural populace rarely had the opportunity to access external information. Shanshui village had yet to achieve widespread electrification. Only the village committee and the secretary's home had electricity, while most villagers relied on kerosene lamps for illumination, with candles being a rare luxury. Lu Cheng's household was no exception. Their sole electrical device was an old metal flashlight, primarily used for nighttime consultations. After a simple dinner, Lu Cheng initially intended to continue his studies. However, the dim light of the kerosene lamp strained his eyes, prompting him to set aside his book. He decided to stretch his limbs in the courtyard before preparing for rest. The nights on the Lus Plateau were particularly bright with stars, enveloping the land in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional barking of dogs and the sound of the northern wind rustling through the tree branches on the hillside. Ordinary villagers rarely ventured out at night, save for the militia, who patrolled in groups. Militia members of that era were anything but trivial. They had undergone training from retired soldiers, mastering certain combat skills and equipped with real firearms. Shooting, grenade throwing, trench digging, and firearm disassembly and maintenance constituted merely the basics. In some regions, militias were even armed with heavy machine guns, submachine guns, and recoilless rifles, training in the use of light weapons for aerial defense. At the peak of militia presence, the nation boasted around 30 million militia members. It was said that a certain county in Lu province once housed 11 militia divisions, over 100 battalions, and 160,000 militia personnel. The concept of a nation armed was not merely a platitude. It embodied a true combat-ready populace, not limited to a single identity. Lu Cheng's only encounter with real firearms occurred during military training in university. Moreover, the only firearm he encountered was the 56-style semi-automatic rifle, devoid of ammunition, with the bayonet wrapped in newspaper to prevent any harm to his classmates. At that time, Lu Cheng harbored hopes of experiencing live ammunition shooting. In the end, he merely marched with a somewhat rusted rifle. Nonetheless, this experience filled him with exhilaration. Presently, the militia of Xuanshui village was organized such that every 3 individuals shared a 56 rifle, while the militia captain wielded a 63-style automatic rifle. Lu Cheng began to devise a plan to approach the militia captain with a pack of cigarettes, hoping to secure an opportunity to fire a few live rounds. With no clock or watch at home, Lu Cheng estimated that he had retired for the night around 8 or 9 o'clock. The following morning, before dawn, he arose to exercise in the yard. Having previously experienced a sudden death, Lu Cheng was determined not to relive such a fate. In the next few days, the weather remained unfavorable, and several elderly individuals and children in the village caught colds. Lu Cheng visited each of them to provide treatment and dispense medication. After 3 days of self-study, he had only gained a slight increase in medical knowledge. However, treating each patient contributed to his experience. In addition to patients from Xuanshui village, a villager from the neighboring Guanzi village sought Lu Cheng's medical assistance. Guanzi village lacked its own barefoot doctor, and since they were closer to the Shijai commune, villagers tended to endure their ailments until they became unbearable, at which point they would visit the commune. Only a handful of villagers would come to Xuanshui village for treatment, partly due to Lu Cheng's youth and the limited recognition of his medical skills. Additionally, the 2 villages often clashed over water resource issues, resulting in strained relations. Furthermore, Lu Cheng relied on the Xuanshui village brigade for his livelihood, using their funds to purchase various medications. Consequently, Guanzi villagers were expected to pay for their treatment, which further deterred them from seeking care in Xuanshui village. After 3 days, Lu Cheng's medical experience had increased by 4 points, with 2 or 3 patients still not fully recovered, which meant their experiences had not yet been counted. This was mainly due to the recent poor weather, leading to a higher incidence of illness. Under normal circumstances, the village would not have had so many patients. Simultaneously, Lu Cheng provided He Fengying with round-trip fare back to Shaanxi province, along with an additional 2 yuan. He Fengying was taken aback by Lu Cheng's generosity, assuring him, "Rest assured, Lu Cheng, once I meet my relative, I will speak with them earnestly. You can await my good news. If all goes well, I will write to you directly. That would be a great help." And, regardless of the circumstances, having money facilitated matters. The 2 yuan Lu Cheng provided could purchase over 10 to 20 jin of wheat, with pork costing only 7 to 8 mao per jin. On this day, the sun shone brightly, the temperature warmed, and it seemed that the harsh winter had finally given way to the warmth of spring. After completing his morning exercises and having breakfast, Lu Cheng organized his stock of medicines, discovering that his supply of anti-inflammatory and cold medications was dwindling. He decided to visit the brigade headquarters to withdraw some funds for purchasing more supplies. Additionally, Lu Cheng intended to travel to the former county town of Xixian to see if the Cultural Bureau had any other medical texts available for borrowing. With a military green shoulder bag slung across his back, Lu Cheng boarded a tractor heading towards the Shijai commune, engaging in casual conversation with Tian Fugao. Shuangshui village was divided into two brigades. Brigade 1, primarily consisting of the Sun, Tian, and Lu families, was led by Sun Shaoan, while Brigade 2 was mainly comprised of the Jin family and a few other surnames, led by Jin Junwu. Despite being from the same village, the two brigades often had minor conflicts. As the youngest brigade leader renowned within 10 miles, Sun Shaoan enjoyed a high level of respect and support from the villagers of Brigade 1. In contrast, the Jin family had a larger population, and their relationships with Sun Shaoan, particularly with Jin Junwu and Jin Junshan, were often fraught with tension. Ultimately, their disputes stemmed from conflicts of interest and struggles for power. The village secretary, Tian Futong, was aging, and the only individuals capable of competing for the leadership position in the village were Sun Shaoan and Jin Junwu. Naturally, the villagers from each brigade supported their respective leaders, viewing the opposite side with disdain. However, Lu Cheng was an exception. Although he belonged to Brigade 1, Brigade 2 did not ostracize him, the sole barefoot doctor, as they would inevitably seek his help should conflicts arise. As the tractor navigated the uneven dirt roads of the Lus Plateau, Lu Cheng experienced an inexplicable sense of desolation. At that moment, Tian Fugao turned to Uncle Tian Wenwu of the Tian family and said, "Uncle, since we have some downtime, why not sing us a verse?" "Ah, sure." Began a lively rendition of the Xintianyu. In the blue sky, white mist rises. Without money, we are left in distress. Facing the Lus with our backs to the sky. The hardships of farmers are known to heaven and earth. Through the seasons, sweat flows. The resonant song echoed across the Lus Plateau, adding a touch of vibrancy to the desolate expanse. The farmers of this land had long grown accustomed to toil, finding joy amid their struggles. They dug for sustenance from the earth, beseeching the heavens for sustenance, laboring for a year yet still unable to sate their hunger or warmth. Each generation bore its own hardships. Upon reaching the fork in the road east of the Shijai commune, Lu Cheng disembarked, opting not to proceed to the commune. The bus between Xixian County and Huanyuan City would pass through this junction, allowing Lu Cheng to wait at the roadside for a bus to Xixian County, where he could catch one heading directly to Huanyuan City. The system had thoughtfully implanted substantial memories within Lu Cheng, making it feel as though he had lived in this world for over 20 years, alleviating any feelings of strangeness. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a small bus with a red top and white body approached the junction. Upon seeing Lu Cheng with his bag, the driver came to a halt. Lu Cheng boarded the bus and approached the female ticket seller seated in the middle, producing a dime. "Comrade, 1 ticket to Xixian County, please." The ticket seller tore off a small ticket and returned 3 fun to Lu Cheng. Upon noticing Lu Cheng's appearance, the previously indifferent ticket seller bestowed a warm smile. "Comrade, you must be from Shuangshui village, right? Which village are you from?" "From Shuangshui village, thank you. How come I haven't seen you before? Don't you ride the bus often?" The driver glanced back and smiled slightly. "Xiao Wang, this is Lu Cheng, the doctor from Shuangshui village. He even attended high school in Xixian County. You've only recently started working, so you might not recognize him." Lu Cheng smiled and greeted the driver before making his way to the back of the bus to find a seat. His charm, certified by the system with a score of 15, was predominantly based on his appearance, making him a rare handsome figure in the entire Yuanshu County. Naturally, the young female ticket seller couldn't help but steal a few glances, wishing to get to know him better. The desire for beauty is a universal trait. Regardless of the era, being handsome is undoubtedly an advantage. However, Lu Cheng remained indifferent, pulling out a concise book on traditional Chinese medicine from his bag and beginning to read. The dirt roads of the Lus Plateau were far from smooth, and the minibus's suspension was rather mediocre, only slightly better than that of a tractor. Amidst the swirling dust, the minibus finally arrived at the city of Yuanshu County. Although Lu Cheng possessed some implanted memories of the county, witnessing it in reality was an entirely different experience. While Yuanshu County is a city, most of its roads still consisted of packed dirt, resembling those bumpy paths found in rural areas. Following the route in his memory, Lu Cheng first arrived at the county's Cultural Bureau library, intending to borrow a couple of medical books. "Hello, comrade. Could you tell me where the medical books are located?" he inquired. "You can find them on the 3rd row of shelves over there," came the reply. "Thank you." As Lu Cheng entered the library, he quickly located the shelves housing various medical texts. Scanning through the collection, he found an impressive array of foundational medical books, including topics on commonly seen rural diseases and techniques for pulse diagnosis. Many of these books were highly suitable for barefoot doctors to learn independently, with their content explained in simple terms and accompanied by illustrations. Even those completely unfamiliar with medicine could glean a wealth of useful knowledge from them. In addition, there were also some newly published medical texts from the Ming and Qing dynasties, such as the differentiation of warm diseases from the Qing era. Not one to aim too high, Lu Cheng selected 2 or 3 books appropriate for his current level of study and prepared to check them out. As he passed by another shelf, His gaze fell upon a complete set of self-study books on mathematics and physics, prompting him to stop. This particular set of books, comprising 17 volumes, included subjects like algebra, physics, chemistry, solid geometry, and plane geometry, first published in 1963, when the college entrance examination was resumed a few years later. Many sit-down youth had self-studied using this very set of books, successfully passing the exam and achieving their dreams. Though Lu Qing had not completed high school, the first reinstatement of the entrance examination would allow workers, farmers, and soldiers to apply, without restriction to just high school graduates. In other words, when the examination was reinstated, Lu Qing would also be eligible to participate. If he could secure admission to a prestigious university in the first examination, he would have the opportunity to transcend social classes and alter his life trajectory. The entrance examination would resume in 1977, with the first exam taking place at the end of that year. Currently, it was the spring of 1975. Thus, if Lu Qing began self-studying now, he would possess an advantage of over 2 years compared to his peers. Coupled with his already commendable mental acuity, the prospect of attending Tsinghua or Peking University was not a mere dream. After all, who wouldn't he be tempted by the chance to attend such esteemed institutions? Moreover, if Lu Qing aspired to elevate his medical skills to a higher level in the future, he would require guidance from a distinguished mentor. With this thought in mind, Lu Qing approached the librarian and inquired, "Hello, comrade. How much would it cost to purchase this complete set of self-study books on mathematics and physics?" "We don't sell books here. You can find them for sale at the Xinhua bookstore diagonally across the street. A complete set should cost less than 20 yuan. After registering the medical books he intended to borrow, Lu Qing was about to leave for the Xinhua bookstore when he suddenly heard a voice call out. "Are you Lu Qing?" He looked up to see a girl in a red floral cotton jacket, carrying a military green backpack and sporting 2 braided pigtails, smiling at him. This girl was none other than Tian Runi, the daughter of the village party secretary, Tian Futong, and the childhood sweetheart of Sun Shaoan, known as the King of the Northwest. "Runi, are you here to borrow books as well?" Lu Qing asked. "Yes, I didn't expect to run into you here today. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Xiaoxia." "Xiaoxia, this is Lu Qing, the doctor from our Shuangshui village," Tian Runi said, stepping aside to introduce the girl behind her. Xiaoxia, also wearing 2 braids, donned a military green jacket over a blue striped sweater with a white shirt collar peeking out, looking rather boyish. "Hello, I'm Tian Xiaoxia, also from Shuangshui village. Although I've grown to 17, I haven't spent much time back home, so I don't know you yet. But now, I suppose we are acquainted. I've heard my sister mention your name," she said. Tian Xiaoxia's father, Tian Fujuan, was the brother of Tian Futong. Having passed the entrance exam to Renmin University, he truly achieved the leap from a commoner to a leader and is now a prominent figure in Yuanshe County. Furthermore, Tian Fujuan is known as a dedicated public servant, who would later rise to a vice-provincial position. "Hello, I'm Lu Qing," he replied. Tian Runi glanced at the books in Lu Qing's hands and smiled. "Have you finished with your work? It's almost noon. Why don't you come home with us for lunch? I'd like to ask you about things in the village." Xiaoxia chimed in. "Yes, it's the first time I've met a fellow villager. You must come to our home." "Oh, there is no need to trouble yourselves. I still need to visit the Xinhua bookstore to buy some books and procure some medical supplies," Lu Qing replied. "It's not urgent. You've come all the way to the county, so you can go later this afternoon. Xiaoxia, go ahead and choose the books you want to borrow." "I'll chat with Lu Qing for a bit," Tian Runi suggested. Xiaoxia agreed, glanced back at Lu Qing, then entered the library. Outside the bookstore, Tian Runi turned to Lu Qing and asked, "Lu Qing, how is everything in our village? Has anything happened recently?" "Everything is fine. Nothing significant has occurred. Have you seen my father these past few days?" she asked. "I saw Uncle Futong and Aunt Lu yesterday. They are well, so you needn't worry. And how is Shaoan?" Lu Qing anticipated that Tian Runi had stopped him to inquire about Sun Shaoan's situation. "Shaoan is doing well. He caught a slight cold a couple of days ago, but he has recovered now." "He caught a cold? What happened? Can you tell me more?" Lu Qing, aware of her interest, willingly shared a few details. Once she heard everything, Tian Runi finally felt relieved. "I see. By the way, when you go back, could you bring something for Shaoan?" "No problem." Just as the two were conversing, Tian Xiaoxia emerged, cradling 2 books. Tian Runi propped up a nearby bicycle and called out, "Lu Qing, you go ahead with us. I'll return home to fetch the items you need me to carry." "All right then, lead the way." When Lu Qing traversed into this world, he retained his original body. However, the system had restored him to the pinnacle of his 22-year-old self and fabricated a verifiable identity for him in this realm. While implanting relevant memories into Lu Qing, it simultaneously bestowed memories of him upon those around him. For instance, Tian Runi, who was the same age as Lu Qing, possessed memories of growing up together in the village. Naturally, these implanted memories would not alter the experiences and emotions of others. For example, Tian Runi remained steadfast in her love for Sun Shaoan, her heart wholly devoted to him, albeit with additional memories concerning Lu Qing. Tian Runi was a demure girl, while Tian Xiaoxia exuded vivacity and cheerfulness. Despite meeting Lu Qing for the first time, Tian Xiaoxia was unreserved, initiating a conversation. Brother Lu Cheng, do you enjoy reading? What books do you usually prefer? I primarily read medical texts, as we don't have many books at home. There's farm work to attend to, and I also need to tend to the villagers' health, so I have little time for reading. I can only delve deeper into medical studies to enhance my skills and avoid mistakes when treating the villagers in the future. It's evident that Brother Lu Cheng must be a good doctor. My mother is also a physician at our county hospital. During their conversation, they passed by the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, where Tian Rini paused. Please wait for me a moment. I need to buy a few things. Lu Cheng nodded slightly. Perfect, I'll browse inside as well. Observing this, Tian Xiaoxia followed him in. Lu Cheng glanced around the various counters and quickly focused on the one selling stationery. Approaching it, he purchased 2 blue plastic-covered notebooks, a Yongsheng brand fountain pen, and a bottle of blue ink, placing them into his shoulder bag. Upon finishing his purchases, he stepped out just in time to see Tian Rini carrying several bags of snacks. Noticing Lu Cheng's gaze on the snacks, Tian Rini felt a bit shy. Xiaoan's grandmother enjoys these snacks, so I'll need to trouble you to bring them back. It was undeniable that Tian Rini was utterly devoted to son Xiaoan, extending her kindness to his family without regard for their modest means. However, Lu Cheng harbored reservations about the relationship between Tian Rini and son Xiaoan. Recognizing the formidable obstacles that lay ahead, far beyond what the youthful couple could surmount, son Xiaoan hailed from a poor farming family, while Tian Rini was a formal teacher in the county. Tian Futong would never permit his daughter to marry son Xiaoan and revert to a life of farming. Moreover, Tian Rini's stepmother, Su Aiyun, had already chosen a suitable match for her, Li Xiangqian, the son of another county leader. Presently, Tian Fujuan, though formerly the second-in-command of West County, was being sidelined due to political disagreements with the first-in-command, Feng Shiquan. Su Aiyun was intent on arranging a political marriage between her niece Tian Rini and Li Xiangqian, hoping to secure support from Li Dingyan for Tian Fujuan to stand against Feng Shiquan. For son Xiaoan to be with Tian Rini, he would have to overcome the formidable barriers posed by Tian Futong and Su Aiyun, a daunting challenge indeed. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng refrained from expressing his thoughts or intervening. He was merely a humble barefoot doctor, devoid of power or influence, and had no right to meddle in the lives of others. Upon entering the county committee's family compound, they made their way to Tian Fujuan's residence. The rural courtyard was constructed of brick and tile, forming a row of separate courtyards, with clotheslines strung up to dry garments. Once home, Tian Rini parked her bicycle, removed her jacket, and turned to instruct Xiaoxia. Please entertain Brother Lu Cheng while I prepare dinner. Sister, don't worry. Brother Lu Cheng, please make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you some soda. As she spoke, Tian Xiaoxia disappeared into the inner room, returning shortly with 2 bottles of soda in hand. To alleviate any potential awkwardness for Lu Cheng, she opened both bottles with a bottle opener, handing one to him while taking a sip from the other. The orange glass soda bore the label Bingfeng. Lu Cheng took a sip and found the taste quite agreeable. Brother Lu Cheng, is this your first visit to our home? Now that you've familiarized yourself, don't forget to stop by whenever you're in the county. Thank you. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. While Lu Cheng did not claim to have met them numerous times, he was not as reserved as most. Instead, he seated himself with ease. Xiaoxia, won't your parents be home for lunch? They're quite busy. My father usually eats at the unit's cafeteria, and my mother has to work at the hospital during lunchtime. So, it's just the 3 of us siblings dining together. Speaking of which, Runxing should be back soon. Just then, a voice called from outside, Sister, is lunch ready? I'm starving. Not yet. Go inside and wait. Since Lu Cheng is here, you should greet him. A tall, slender young man with a hint of swagger entered, greeting Lu Cheng. Brother Lu Cheng, it's really you. You're quite the rare guest. This is your first visit, right? Please come by often. With that, Tian Runxing approached the table, casually opening a bottle of soda and taking a couple of gulps before continuing. Brother Lu Cheng, how's everything in the village? All is well. You'll be on break in a few days, right? Soon. In 3 days, we can return to the village. Tian Runxing was 4 or 5 years younger than Lu Cheng, his personality more carefree, and they hadn't interacted much in the village. After exchanging a few words, he turned and went to help in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoxia remained enthusiastic, engaging Lu Cheng in conversation and inquiring about various matters in the village. Although she was a cadre's daughter raised in the city, Tian Xiaoxia exhibited none of the entitlement often associated with such backgrounds. Instead, she was straightforward, brave, and kind-hearted. By the way, Brother Lu Cheng, if you enjoy reading, we have quite a collection at our home. You can borrow a couple of books and return them whenever you finish. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng did not decline, as reading was one of the few available pastimes in these times. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Xiaoxia, your family must have a considerable number of newspapers. May I borrow some to read? Of course. Just wait a moment, I'll fetch them for you. Unlike the information-rich digital age that followed, in this era of limited communication, newspapers served as the most effective means to access information about the outside world. Soon, Tian Xiaoxia produced a thick stack of newspapers and selected a few to show to Lu Cheng. Brother Lu Cheng, I recommend you take a look at this reference news. It contains a wealth of international information, and the news is quite authoritative, allowing us to gain a clearer understanding of the world. I am aware of it. It is said that the characters for reference news were penned by Mr. Lu Sun himself. Tian Xiaoxia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Brother Lu Cheng, you know about this too? I must tell you, this newspaper is my favorite. It is through this publication that I learned how splendid the outside world can be. One day, I shall definitely explore the vast landscapes of our motherland and witness every facet of this world. That is a splendid aspiration. Perhaps you could become a traveler, akin to Marco Polo. I share this sentiment, but alas, I have yet to find the opportunity. Just then, Tian Runyi entered, carrying 2 dishes, followed closely by Tian Runxing, who held a basket of freshly steamed buns. What are you two discussing that brings such joy? We were just talking about newspapers. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Having arrived at the house, Lu Cheng did not hesitate to wash his hands and accepted a towel from Tian Xiaoxia to dry them. Lu Cheng, come and taste my cooking. I hope it suits your palate. Though there were only 2 dishes on the table, they were plentiful. One was radish and vermicelli, the other, cabbage and pork. In a time when families in rural areas could only enjoy meat during festivals, this was undoubtedly a delightful meal. Lu Cheng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Though it was merely a home-cooked dish, it surpassed his own cooking significantly. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "The flavor rivals that of any restaurant. I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills, Runyi. I must admit, I envy Shaoan." Upon hearing this, Tian Runyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she humbly replied, "It is not as good as you claim." Her affection for Sun Shaoan was no secret. Both Tian Xiaoxia and Tian Runxing were well aware and fully supportive. Otherwise, Lu Cheng would not have dared to jest in such a manner. As they enjoyed their meal, the camaraderie among the 4 deepened. The memories implanted by the system were mere echoes. The genuine experiences shared in person were what truly mattered. By the end of the meal, they felt as if they had reacquainted themselves. After dining, Tian Xiaoxia and Tian Runxing prepared to return to school. Tian Runyi handed Lu Cheng a package she had prepared. "This is a snack for Shaoan's grandmother, along with some eye drops. And this is for Shaoan." Lu Cheng's satchel was filled with 3 borrowed medical books, 2 notebooks, and a stack of newspapers, nearly bursting at the seams. The few boxes of snacks entrusted to him by Tian Runyi had to be carried by hand. After parting ways with Tian Runyi, Lu Cheng made his way to the Xinhua bookstore. While passing through a secluded street, he took advantage of the solitude to discreetly transfer many of his items into his storage space, alleviating the burden of carrying them. Afterward, he visited the Xinhua bookstore, where he spent 17 yuan and 60 cents to purchase an entire set of self-study books on mathematics and chemistry. He then proceeded to the pharmacy to procure some necessary medications before boarding the bus home. This trip to the county cost Lu Cheng just over 20 yuan, a significant sum, as some families in Shuisui village might not save that much in an entire year. His savings of under 300 yuan dwindled by nearly 110 in an instant. By the time he returned home, it was nearing dusk. Lu Cheng placed his books and medications away before taking the gifts for Sun Shaoan and heading to his home. The conditions at Sun Shaoan's house were not favorable. The entire family was crammed into 2 dilapidated cave dwellings, leaving them with little more than bare walls. Initially, the Sun family had pursued a path similar to the Tian family, with the eldest son focusing on farming to support his younger siblings' education in hopes of altering their destinies. However, while Tian Fujuan succeeded in gaining admission to Renmin University, thus achieving a leap in social status and subsequently supporting his entire family, the Sun family situation was more precarious. They had devoted nearly all their resources to ensure Sun Yuding could study. After finally securing a job for Sun Yuding, he was dismissed from the factory due to an unclear relationship with a female worker. Later, in order to finance Sun Yuding's marriage, Sun Tianho borrowed money, only managing to settle the debts 2 years prior. Now, the Sun family still needed to support Sun Xiaoping and Sun Lanxiang in their studies, leaving them unable to afford a bride price for Sun Shaoan's future marriage. Similar paths taken by different individuals could lead to vastly different outcomes. Some found themselves on the broad road to success, while others strayed onto narrow, winding paths. Is Shaoan home? Yes, it's Lu Cheng. Why have you brought all these things? I visited the county today and happened to run into Runyi. She asked me to bring you some items. Sun Shaoan's face brightened at the news, urging Lu Cheng into the house. How is Runyi doing? Quite well. By the way, she also asked me to tell you to visit her in the city in the coming days. Thank you very much. Why don't you stay for dinner? Not this time. I have something cooking at home. While it was fine to share a meal at the Tian family's house, as he had helped them out, the Sun family was in a different situation, struggling to make ends meet. Lu Cheng, no matter how shameless, would not impose on them for a meal. After a brief conversation, Lu Cheng returned home. He prepared a simple meal to satisfy his hunger and engaged in some exercise before resting. In the following days, Lu Cheng meticulously organized his schedule, dedicating time each day not only to farming and treating villagers, but also to self-studying medicine and the sciences. His days were remarkably fulfilling. Having previously navigated the challenges of a highly competitive college entrance examination, he found self-studying these subjects relatively manageable. One day, upon returning from a long day in the fields, he encountered the village accountant, Tian Haimin, at his door. Lu Cheng, I have a letter for you. It seems to be from Shaanxi province. Thank you. Calculating the time, he realized that Feng must have returned to Shaanxi 4 or 5 days ago. It was plausible that she had visited relatives and taken the opportunity to discuss matters on his behalf before sending a letter back. After bidding farewell to Tian Haimin, Lu Cheng opened the envelope, and indeed, it was a letter from Feng, inviting him to go to Hejiabao in Lulin Town, Shaanxi province, for a matchmaking meeting. Lu Cheng tucked the letter away with a slight smile, taking another step forward. The next morning, he requested a leave of absence from the village and prepared to travel to Lulin Town for the matchmaking event. Both the village secretary, Tian Futong, and team leader Sun Shaoan granted him leave immediately upon hearing of his intentions. Sun Shaoan even teased, Lu Cheng, there are plenty of lovely girls in our vicinity. Why have you not considered any of them? Having traveled a considerable distance to Jin province, I must surely return with a bride. Thank you for your kind words. Lu Cheng smiled on the surface, but internally mused, Chui Wang, I shall seize your delicate little wife. In this era, transportation was far from advanced. There were no airplanes or high-speed trains, and even the highways and provincial roads were yet to be constructed. Early in the morning, Lu Cheng departed from Shuangshui village, taking a vehicle from Shijai commune to Huanyuan city, and then from Huanyuan city to the county town of Lulin Town, finally reaching Lulin Town itself. After enduring this arduous journey, coupled with the waiting time for vehicles, he arrived at the county town of Lulin by evening. Regardless of whether it was a blind date or a family visit, it was uncommon to call upon others at such a late hour. Therefore, Lu Cheng was left with no choice but to find a guest house in the county town to spend the night. After a day filled with transfers and the jolting of vehicles, he felt quite fatigued and, foregoing the opportunity to read, hastily washed up and fell asleep. The following morning, Lu Cheng rose early, grabbed a few bites for breakfast, and inquired about the bus to Lulin Town. After another bumpy hour's ride, he finally arrived at Lulin Town around 8 or 9 o'clock. Upon disembarking, he stretched his weary limbs and was about to ask for directions when a middle-aged man, clad in a gray-blue cotton jacket and somewhat gaunt, approached him. Young man, are you Lu Cheng from Shuangshui village, Yuanqi County? Yes, that would be me. And you are? Ah, it truly is you. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I am Chang Yulin, Shilian's brother-in-law. You've come to meet our Shilian for a date, right? Come. Let us go. Yes, I apologize for the trouble of having you come and fetch me. Not at all. The roads here are quite challenging, especially for someone visiting for the first time. Without a guide, it would be difficult to find your way. You arrived yesterday, correct? It must have been quite a journey. Here, allow me to carry your luggage. With that, Chang Yulin warmly took Lu Cheng's belongings and secured them to a bicycle, inviting Lu Cheng to sit on the back as he pedaled towards their home. Considering the timing, I assume you arrived recently. I came to Lulin Town yesterday morning to await your arrival. You must have had a long trip. Indeed, I spent the entire day traveling to finally reach Lulin Town. It's no small feat to come here. You must allow me to stay a few days. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Shall I take you to town for a bite? No need. I've already eaten in the county. Although it was Lu Cheng's first visit to Jin province and his first encounter with its people, he immediately felt the warmth of their hospitality. He soon learned that Hejiawan was not far from Lulin Town, merely 5 or 6 li away. As they chatted, they entered a quaint mountain village. Upon entering the village, local villagers greeted them warmly. Yulin has returned. Is this the young man who has come to court your Shilian? He looks quite handsome. Lu Cheng, feeling no embarrassment, responded graciously, offering cigarettes to anyone who greeted him. Despite not being a smoker, he had purchased 5 packs of unfiltered Hongta Mountain cigarettes for this trip, each costing 33 cents. Shilian's home was situated on a small slope. As they dismounted the bicycle, they were still 20 to 30 meters from the courtyard when Chang Yulin called out, Dad, Shouying. Lu Cheng from Yuanqi County has arrived. Ah, coming. Soon. A man in his 50s, wearing a gray cotton jacket and sporting a scruffy beard, emerged with a warm smile. Welcome, young man. I am Shilian's father, He Yaozong. Come in. Lu Cheng promptly greeted him. Hello, Uncle He. Upon entering the courtyard, a woman dressed in a checkered cotton jacket and with her hair neatly tied up approached with a smile. He Yaozong introduced her, saying, This is our eldest daughter, Shouying, Shilian's sister. Hello, elder sister. He Shouying scrutinized Lu Cheng closely, expressing her satisfaction with 3 enthusiastic good remarks regarding the young man who was courting her sister. He Yaozong, brimming with warmth, shared details about their family. We used to live in an old kiln, but our circumstances have improved in recent years, and we built a new kiln with 3 openings. Chang Yulin chimed in. Look at the window decorations. Shilian cut them all herself. She is quite skilled. Seeing them standing, He Shouying urged, Dad, Yulin, why don't you invite him to sit down and talk? A small square table with 4 stools had already been set up in the courtyard, adorned with 2 old-fashioned enamel tea trays featuring festive double happiness symbols in red and yellow peony flowers. One tray held peanuts, while the other contained sunflower seeds. As soon as Lu Cheng sat down, He Yaozong pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Lu Cheng, would you like a smoke? Uncle, I don't smoke. Not smoking is better. It saves you from coughing when you're older. He Xiaoying promptly offered a handful of peanuts, saying, Lu Cheng, have some peanuts. Thank you. Elder sister, but I'm not hungry. I am a bit thirsty. He Yaozong set down his cigarette box. Thirsty? Xiaoying, quickly fetch a bowl of vinegar. I'll just have a glass of water. He Xiaoying stood up, saying, Here, we drink vinegar when we're thirsty. Come, I'll show you our vinegar room. Our family has mastered the art of vinegar brewing for generations. People from far and wide love the vinegar my father makes. This is my first time hearing of drinking vinegar when thirsty. Not to worry, I'll get you a bowl of fresh vinegar. It's not sour at all. With that, He Xiaoying lifted the red cloth covering a large jar and fetched a bamboo basket, filling a bowl with vinegar to hand to Lu Cheng. Upon tasting it, Lu Cheng was met with a sharp tang that nearly brought tears to his eyes. How is it? Not sour, right? Well, it is a bit sour. Perhaps you could fetch me a glass of water instead? He Xiaoying, hearing this, took the bowl back and, after sniffing it, felt a bit embarrassed. Oh dear. I was so engrossed in conversation that I accidentally fetched you old vinegar. Let me get you a fresh bowl. She hurriedly filled another bowl with new vinegar for Lu Cheng, who found it still slightly sour, but more tolerable. Just then, a girl dressed in a bright red polka dot cotton jacket, with 2 braided pigtails, entered the courtyard carrying 2 iron water buckets. Lu Cheng looked up and met her gaze. The girl had large eyes, double eyelids, and a round, rosy face. Her pigtails, tied with red ribbons, hung down to her chest as she balanced a shoulder pole, one hand in front and the other behind, staring at Lu Cheng in surprise. While not necessarily a stunning beauty, her appearance was certainly charming. However, she is undoubtedly a beautiful and exceptional young lady. Upon noticing this, He Xiaoying introduced the two. Lu Cheng, this is Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, this is Lu Cheng from Yuanqi County. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and turned to carry 2 water buckets into the house. He Yaozong immediately inquired, Lu Cheng, what do you think? Lu Cheng, watching Xiaoyan enter the house, replied, much better than before. It's not so sour anymore. He Yaozong laughed heartily. Come, sit down. He Xiaoying quickly offered Lu Cheng some sunflower seeds, saying, have some seeds to tide you over. Lu Cheng accepted the seeds without further refusal. With a smile, He Yaozong remarked, Xiaoyan is quite busy. She leaves for work in the fields before dawn. I hardly have time to brew vinegar at home. All the farm work falls on Xiaoyan. Don't let her gender fool you. She can do as much as any man. Chang Yulin chimed in. Xiaoyan is indeed a wonderful girl. Sitting nearby, He Xiaoying smiled and added, if you marry our Xiaoyan, just wait to enjoy a life of comfort. Indeed, He Yaozong continued. How is everything in your village? Is there much work in the fields? This season is not too busy, Lu Cheng replied. I heard you are the village doctor and even attended high school. You must be quite the scholar. Not quite. I didn't finish high school, Lu Cheng modestly replied. That's still impressive. We have few high school graduates in our village. Do you find it tiring to treat patients? Not really. The village isn't large, and illnesses aren't frequent. I also have to work in the fields. Chang Yulin then asked, I heard you're 22 and the only one left in your family. It's about time you find a wife to help manage the household. He Xiaoying nudged her husband, saying, look, Lu Cheng is already here. Why the hurry? As they chatted and laughed, He Xiaoyan emerged from the house carrying a large red basin, along with a towel, placing them on a nearby shelf. She glanced at Lu Cheng and quickly turned back into the house. He Xiaoying, noticing this, stood up and pulled Lu Cheng along, saying, Lu Cheng, look, Xiaoyan has prepared some water for you to wash your face. Faced with the warmth of this family, Lu Cheng's initial shyness vanished instantly. After washing his face and drying it with the freshly laundered towel, which still carried a hint of soap's fragrance, he sat back down. While munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with the 3 of them. This family was genuine. Without waiting for Lu Cheng to say much, they had already clearly shared their own circumstances. Xiaoyan's mother passed away early, and I raised her and her sister on my own. Since Xiaoying married, it's just been Xiaoyan and me at home. Xiaoyan is very sensible. She can handle all the farm work just as well as any man. Many young men from nearby villages want to marry her, but she has gone through them all and hasn't found anyone she likes. Right? Xiaoyan has made it clear that if she doesn't like someone, no amount of bride price will convince her to marry. If she does like someone, she wouldn't ask for a single cent. Moreover, she doesn't care where he comes from. She is willing to go wherever love leads her. Indeed, there was a time when Xiaoyan's brother-in-law suggested finding her a match from outside the village, but she seemed to have taken that to heart. Waiting for her ideal partner to appear, the family expressed their satisfaction with Lu Cheng, who was quite impressive himself, standing at 180 centimeters. With well-defined features and an air of both masculinity and scholarly charm, his appearance was validated by all. Furthermore, Lu Cheng had completed high school and worked as a doctor. Although he lacked parental support, his own attributes were more than sufficient. After a lengthy conversation, He Xiaoyan had finished preparing the meal. He Yaozong and Chang Yulin ushered Lu Cheng into the house, where they sat cross-legged on the kong around a low square table. The table was already set with 2 dishes, a bowl of soup, and a plate of steamed white buns, along with a large bowl of boiled eggs. The 2 dishes, a scallion omelet and stir-fried greens, though lacking in meat, were generous portions, a rare treat for guests. In Shuangshui village, few families could afford such hospitality. Chang Yulin handed Lu Cheng a steamed bun, asking, "How many buns can you eat in one meal?" "I can manage 4 or 5. But any more would be too much. Usually, I only eat 3 or 4, Lu Cheng replied. He Yaozong chuckled, "Good appetite. Being able to eat well is a sign of good health and hard work." He Xiaoying added, "Lu Cheng, this is our traditional meal." Xiaoyan worried you might not be accustomed to it, so she specially prepared these white buns for you. "Make sure to eat plenty." "Dad, Xiaoyan and I will eat in his small room. I want to tell her how many buns Lu Cheng can eat." Chang Yulin asked, "Where did Xiaoyan go?" He Xiaoying replied, "Oh, you don't understand. She's just shy." Chang Yulin laughed. "Indeed, Lu Cheng, when Xiaoyan glanced at you, she quickly hid away. The more she avoids looking at you, the more she likes you. She must be thinking of you countless times now." While they spoke, Chang Yulin had already peeled a boiled egg and placed it in Lu Cheng's bowl. Holding his bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, Lu Cheng quickly replied, "It's normal for girls to be shy." He Yaozong continued, "Xiaoyan has had a hard life. She lost her mother when she was just a teenager. I've tried to be both father and mother to her, but I haven't taken good care of her." Lu Cheng nodded in understanding. "I can relate. When I was 17 and in my second year of high school, my parents had an accident, and I've been on my own since. Thankfully, the villagers took care of me." He Yaozong added, "Fortunately, I brew vinegar well. In our area, grain production is limited, but my vinegar sells well. And my business hasn't faltered. Our lives are better than ordinary families." Lu Cheng nodded. "So you can trade freely here?" "Yes, our policies changed long ago." "What about your area?" "Not yet," Lu Cheng replied. "But it should be coming soon." As they continued their conversation, Lu Cheng noticed his bowl had unexpectedly filled with 4 or 5 boiled eggs, and he quickly declined. "Please, no more eggs. I can't eat anymore." Although eggs were cheaper than meat these days, common families couldn't afford to eat them frequently, and this family was genuinely hospitable. Seizing the moment while Lu Cheng was focused on his meal, He Yaozong exchanged glances with Chang Yulin and asked, "Lu Cheng, our Shilian may not be the prettiest. I hope we didn't embarrass you. You must tell us what you really think." "I think Shilian is quite lovely," Lu Cheng replied. "What do you find lovely about her?" They eagerly pressed. "She has a beautiful face, large eyes, and double eyelids. She looks healthy, and her character is wonderful. She is hardworking, skilled, and capable of making intricate paper cuttings. She also cooks very well." Their laughter filled the room at his words. Continued to inquire, "Can Shilian capture your heart?" "Of course she can capture my heart, but I wonder if I can capture hers," replied He Yaozong, smiling even more joyfully. "Then how can Shilian capture your heart? Please, enlighten us." Seeing that Lu Cheng was quite taken with He Shilian, both He Yaozong and Chang Yulin felt elated. Neglecting their meals, "Lu Cheng, you must be exhausted from your long journey yesterday. Please eat first, and once you're satisfied, you can take a nap on the Kong. After you wake up, you must share your thoughts with me." "What should I share?" "Tell me how wonderful our Shilian is." Upon hearing this, He Yaozong and Chang Yulin simultaneously descended from the Kong, leaving the food on the table for Lu Cheng. After Lu Cheng had his fill, he indeed felt drowsy and leaned against the wall, drifting into slumber. Before long, He Shilian tiptoed into the room, carefully tidying up the leftover food on the table. She then returned, standing quietly as she gazed at Lu Cheng, her fondness for him growing with each glance. In this era, unlike the future with its advanced transportation and communication, many ordinary people live their entire lives without venturing beyond their towns, seldom even visiting the county seat, resulting in limited social interactions and acquaintances. Although He Shilian had met many suitors from neighboring villages, she had never encountered someone as handsome as Lu Cheng. While He Shilian was lost in her thoughts, Lu Cheng shifted slightly in his sleep, causing her to startle and hurriedly exit the room. Outside, she found her elder sister, brother-in-law, and father in the courtyard. He Yaozong promptly asked, "Shilian, how is it? Does Lu Cheng capture your heart?" Shyly lowering her head, He Shilian nodded vigorously. He Yaozong's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. Your brother-in-law and I have already inquired, and it seems Lu Cheng is quite pleased with you as well." He Shilian stepped forward to grasp He Shilian's hand. "Shilian, it seems you've finally found a match that pleases you. We are all delighted for you." With her cheeks flushed, He Shilian couldn't hide her smile. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she dashed to a pile of firewood to gather some for kindling. He Shilian quickly approached, asking, "Shilian, why are you starting a fire?" "He is sleeping without a blanket, and I fear he might catch a chill," she replied. He Yaozong and Chang Yulin exchanged amused glances. It was evident that He Shilian was genuinely fond of Lu Cheng. Is there any need to say more? This young man is quite remarkable. Lu Cheng, in a daze, had lost track of time during his nap and awoke to find himself drenched in sweat, the room warm and cozy. Feeling uncomfortable leaning against the wall, he stood, put on his shoes, and stepped outside, where he saw the sisters, He Xiaoying and He Shilian, engaged in conversation. Noticing Lu Cheng's sweaty appearance, He Shulian hurried back inside, filled a basin with water, prepared a towel, and stood behind her sister, stealing glances at Lu Cheng. He Shulian smiled gently. Lu Cheng, Shulian wants you to wash your face. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded at the sisters. Thank you. He Shulian turned to her sister. Look, he asked thanking you. He Shulian blushed slightly, feeling bashful. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of travel or a restless night, Lu Cheng had slept soundly, and by now, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of twilight. Elder sister, I've eaten and slept too long. Is there any work I can help with around the house? You are our guest. How can we make you work? If you find yourself with nothing to do, why not take a stroll with Shulian? Dinner will be ready soon. Despite her usual lively demeanor, He Shulian felt shy in the presence of the man she admired. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered. How about I take you to see our fields? Lu Cheng readily agreed. All right. He Shulian waved her hand. Go on, go on. He Shulian and Lu Cheng stepped out of the courtyard, walking towards the edge of the village. Not far along their path, they encountered two village women who, upon seeing them, playfully teased, Oh, Shulian, is this your suitor? The young man is quite dashing. After having met so many young men, Shulian finally seemed to have found someone to her liking. Auntie, please don't say that, she replied, flustered. Lu Cheng smiled and greeted them. Hello, Annie. Once the two women walked away, Shulian quickened her pace, eager to avoid any further encounters with acquaintances. However, sometimes, what one fears comes to pass. At this hour, villagers returning from the fields frequently crossed their path, exchanging cheerful greetings. Before long, the entire He family village was abuzz with news of the handsome young man visiting Shulian's home. As they exited the village, a few young girls and children ran out, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Cheng, the outsider. Seeing the children, Lu Cheng smiled and waved, pulling out some hard candies from his pocket to share with them. Initially hesitant, the children accepted the sweets when they saw Shulian nearby, and they scattered joyfully. On the hillside to the west of Hejiawan, He Shulian walked ahead, the evening glow casting a warm hue upon her delicate features, rendering her even more radiant. Witnessing this scene stirred something within Lu Cheng, who longed for a camera to capture this beautiful moment forever. Prior to meeting He Shulian, Lu Cheng's impression of her was merely confined to words and images on a screen, somewhat abstract. He had come here to fulfill a system task, uncertain about the prospect of spending a lifetime with her. Yet, after encountering her in person, Lu Cheng's feelings began to shift gradually. Compared to Tian Runi, He Shulian might lack a touch of gentility and refinement. In contrast to Tian Xiaoxia, she may have fallen short in intellectual charm and youthful exuberance. However, He Shulian possessed a unique allure, akin to the vast and fertile Lust Plateau beneath their feet, where warmth thrives amidst the earth's richness. Like the distant sunset illuminating the horizon, it had unknowingly cast its glow upon Lu Cheng's heart. In his previous life, Lu Cheng had also experienced a love that ended without flourish during his university years, ultimately succumbing to the harsh realities of life. The couple parted amicably, wishing each other well, thus marking a period in their youthful journey. After graduation, Lu Cheng immersed himself in work, no longer preoccupied with matters of the heart. His sole ambition was to earn enough to purchase a home in the city and settle down with a woman who could share a mundane life with him. Even upon entering this new era, Lu Cheng remained engrossed in books, contemplating self-improvement, the completion of tasks, and the endless cycles of the future. Yet, at this moment, on the gentle slope beneath the setting sun, his dormant heart stirred to life. It was akin to the wild grass that had just begun to sprout on the hillside, akin to the tender buds unfurling on the branches. Faced with such a sincere, kind-hearted, and tenderly devoted young woman, how could Lu Cheng only focus on his tasks? Perhaps, there lay a more promising destiny awaiting him, a warmer future. As he pondered this, Lu Cheng gazed at the sunset, and then at the girl beside him. His eyes sparkling with newfound light, admiration, a flutter of emotion, the awakening of youth, and the blossoming of love. Shulian, Lu Cheng, they spoke almost in unison, an unspoken connection blossoming between them. The sunset, too, seemed reluctant to dip below the horizon, wishing to linger a moment longer upon this pair of young souls. The most beautiful sight at dusk was that fleeting glance, the gentle breeze lifting strands of hair, and the tender affection reflected in their eyes. Often, it is an unguarded heartbeat that etches itself into memory for a lifetime, never to be forgotten. In this moment, Lu Cheng, even without a task, yearned to embark on a lifelong romance with the girl before him. Shulian, you must be aware of our family's circumstances. We are the only household in Shuangshui village, with no other relatives or friends. If you choose to be with me, it will only be the two of us. Brother Lu Cheng, I do not mind. I am here to live with you. What else matters? I only need your word. As long as you do not disdain me, I will follow you. At this moment, He Shulian exhibited remarkable courage. Upon hearing her words, Lu Cheng hesitated not for a moment. Comrade He Shulian, if you are willing to marry me, I promise to treat you well for a lifetime. We shall share our remaining years together. I do. As Lu Cheng opened his arms, He Xiuyan unhesitatingly leapt into his embrace, a tad too forcefully, nearly causing him to stumble. Feeling the warmth in his arms and the delicate curves concealed beneath layers of clothing, Lu Cheng's heart brimmed with the thought that he had found a treasure. After the embrace, He Xiuyan shyly turned away, settling beneath a large tree on the hillside, her hands entwined in her braided hair, a vision of innocence. Lu Cheng joined her, sitting closely as they watched the fading twilight, savoring the gentle breeze caressing their faces, wishing time would linger in this perfect moment. Just then, a voice called from the foot of the hill, "Xiuyan, it's time to eat." They startled awake, exchanging glances that involuntarily broke into smiles. "Let us go? And taste my sister's culinary skills." "Yes, I must see if it compares with your cooking." Upon hearing Lu Cheng refer to my sister, Xiuyan felt a sweetness in her heart. However, upon hearing the next remark, she quickly countered, "My sister's cooking is far superior to mine. But do not worry. I will learn diligently, striving to surpass her. Whatever you wish to eat, I will prepare it, ensuring you are never unsatisfied. Then I shall eagerly await it. What do you enjoy? I'm easy to please. That once he do, I want you to cook what I like, and I will learn to make your favorites too." As they chatted and laughed their way down the slope, they spotted Xiuyan's brother-in-law, Chang Yulin, waving at them. Upon returning home, the table was adorned with several dishes. Both meat and vegetables, accompanied by plates and bowls, and 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor sat nearby. He Yaozong promptly invited Lu Cheng to sit. Come, sit. You arrived in such haste at noon that we could not prepare a proper feast. Tonight, we must drink to our heart's content." Chang Yulin also poured a glass for Lu Cheng. "How well can you hold your liquor? My tolerance is rather poor. I seldom drink. I find that hard to believe. Young men usually have a decent capacity for drink. Come, let us have a toast." Faced with the enthusiasm of his future father-in-law and brother-in-law, Lu Cheng could only raise his glass and drink. After several rounds, their conversation grew increasingly animated, covering topics from farming and vinegar brewing to policy changes and local developments. Lu Cheng, unbeknownst to himself, consumed more than he intended, his awareness slowly fading. "Lu Cheng, come, let us drink another." Clinging to the last vestiges of his senses, Lu Cheng waved his hand in refusal. "Uncle, I cannot. One more drink and I might not withstand it." Noticing Lu Cheng's state of slight inebriation, He Xiuyan could not help but enter the room. "Dad, Lu Cheng can't drink. You all should take it easy." Chang Yulin chuckled. "Look at our Xiuyan. She hasn't even married into the family yet, and she's already defending him. Lu Cheng, you are fortunate." Seeing this, He Yaozong placed his glass down. "All right. No more drinking. Let us enjoy the food." Finally, after finishing the meal, Lu Cheng, feeling the effects of the alcohol, leaned against the wall, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. But he fought to stay awake. Soon, the remnants of the meal were cleared away, and the others left him to rest alone. Lu Cheng had indeed overindulged. Although his physical condition had been restored to peak performance after arriving in this world, his innate alcohol tolerance remained unchanged. After a brief slumber of an hour or two, Lu Cheng dreamily sensed his coat being removed, but did not awaken. When he finally stirred, it was past 9 in the evening, the night deepening. Yet the kerosene lamp in the room remained lit. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he felt a pang of thirst. Just as he rose to put on his shoes, He Yaozong and He Xiuyan entered. He Xiuyan carried a bowl. Here, knowing you drank too much. Have a bowl of vinegar to counteract the effects." Lu Cheng, feeling parched, accepted the bowl and drank a few sips, feeling somewhat better. "What are my clothes?" "Xiuyan has washed them for you. The weather has been fine. Washing them at night means they'll be dry by morning, ready for you to wear. By the way, I inquired, and Xiuyan said you are the one she has been waiting for, the one who holds her heart. She is willing to follow you, even if it means begging on the streets in the future." He Yaozong chimed in. "Look at my 2 daughters. They are utterly smitten with you. Indeed, you have only been here a day, and Xiuyan has already given her heart to you. Father, Lu Cheng, you two continue your conversation. I shall excuse myself for a while." Once He Fengying departed, He Yaozong settled onto the Kong and retrieved a bottle of Shifeng liquor from his pocket. Lu Cheng was taken aback. "Are we still drinking?" "Uncle, I dare not indulge further. Another drink could spell trouble." "Very well, if you choose not to drink. So be it. I had hoped to have you intoxicated enough to share your innermost thoughts. Yet, even without alcohol, we can certainly converse." "Agreed, I shall speak candidly. That girl Xiuyan is wonderful in every regard, save for her limited education. She hasn't even completed junior high. In truth, given our family's circumstances, we could have ensured she finished middle school, perhaps even attended high school. Yet, she simply despises studying. After a few years of elementary school, she learned to read, and then lost all desire for further education. She insists she prefers working in the fields, cherishing her freedom. I find myself at a loss." Lu Cheng, as a high school student and a village doctor, a man of culture, do you find her lack of education bothersome? Not at all. Xiuyan is industrious, kind-hearted, and exceptionally skilled, qualities far more valuable than mere academic knowledge. Your words bring me comfort. How about this, since you have no other elders at home? Let us finalize this matter directly. Tomorrow, once you have regained your faculties, we shall discuss the union between you two. Let us strive to reach a decision swiftly. Very well, I will heed your counsel. Excellent. I await your response. Make sure to rest well tonight. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Such was the efficiency of marriages in this era. Often, a mere nudge from a matchmaker could seal a lifetime commitment. When two individuals found mutual affection, it became a matter of lifelong significance. Rural women of this time were particularly earnest and steadfast. Once they had chosen a partner, they remained devoted through thick and thin, unwavering in their loyalty. The following morning, Lu Cheng rose early, eager to stretch his muscles, only to find He Xiulian already bustling in the yard, preparing to kindle a fire for breakfast. I'll help you with the fire, Lu Cheng offered eagerly. Why would I let you assist? You should rest. I can manage alone. Nonsense. Let me help. 2 hands are better than 1. Haven't you heard the saying? A man and a woman working together makes labor lighter. At this, He Xiulian smiled. Very well then. You tend to the fire, and I shall fetch a stool for you. Before long, He Yaozong and Chang Yuan joined them, exchanging knowing smiles as they observed Lu Cheng and Xiulian preparing the meal together. The He family was indeed well off. In Shuangshui village, only the village chief Tian Futong could rival their prosperity. Earning through small trade, they made far more than from mere farming. Even as a barefoot doctor, Lu Cheng's income was akin to that of a laborer, making it impossible to compare with those engaged in trade. Each meal was plentiful, featuring eggs, steamed buns, and millet porridge, certainly nutritious. In contemporary rural households, a full meal was a rarity, let alone one that met nutritional needs. This lack of sustenance contributed to the generally lean physiques of rural inhabitants, leading to a dearth of attractive women. In Shuangshui village, Tian Rini was the undisputed village beauty. Today, He Xiulian and her sister, when placed in any village, would surely be deemed beauties themselves, a testament to their family's favorable living conditions. After breakfast, Lu Cheng willingly shouldered a hoe, ready to join Xiulian in the fields. He Yaozong encouraged their companionship, allowing Lu Cheng and Xiulian to bond. Lu Cheng was no stranger to agricultural work, having come from a rural background and having toiled in the field since arriving in this world. However, as they began weeding, he soon realized he could not match the prowess of He Xiulian, a mere woman. Weeding required a rhythm, bending the front leg, pushing with the back, maintaining steady footing, and even pressure. Despite being shorter than Lu Cheng, Xiulian moved with grace and speed, her actions imbued with a natural rhythm that suggested years of experience. At 22, He Xiulian appeared as if she possessed decades of expertise in tilling the earth. Lu Cheng initially considered competing with her, but soon abandoned the thought, opting instead to maintain his own pace. Lu Cheng, if you tire, feel free to rest. There isn't much work left, and I will finish soon, ensuring we can return for lunch. Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. I'm not fatigued, though I may not be as swift as you. If I exert myself a bit more, you can take it easy. Do not worry about me. I am not exhausted. I have always worked alone, and my stamina is ample. What more could Lu Cheng say? He silently admired her fortitude. The agricultural tasks were indeed minimal. The rocky terrain yielded less work than that in Shuangshui village. After over an hour of labor, they managed to cultivate the land, hoisting their tools as they walked home side by side. Lu Cheng found a certain joy in this simple life, working together, strolling in companionship, sharing laughter, free from the pressures of deadlines, client demands, and hours spent before a computer screen. Life felt blissfully relaxed. Upon returning home, He Yaozong called out, Xiulian, Lu Cheng, wash your faces quickly. We shan't cook today. There's a banquet in the village, and we shall attend. Lu Cheng set down his hoe and replied, Uncle, I think I shall pass. After all, I am not a villager. Nonsense. You are family. It is only right you join us. Rest assured, this is how we do things here. We shall sit together as one family, and you need not feel out of place. Indeed, Lu Cheng, you should accompany us. Perhaps due to relaxed policies allowing citizens to engage in small businesses, the entire Hejiuan community was notably more prosperous than Shuangshui village. With ample feasts spread across tables, more than 10 dishes, both meat and vegetarian, along with soup. Aside from Lu Cheng and the 4 members of the He family, 3 villagers from Hejiuan joined the lively gathering. Lu Cheng felt as though he had returned to a familial banquet from his past life. In modern times, even at such gatherings, people often found themselves absorbed in their phones. Yet, in this era, the atmosphere of the banquet was far more vibrant and welcoming. As everyone mingled, toasting and sharing drinks, Lu Cheng was treated as one of their own. After a time of revelry, 2 villagers seated across from Lu Cheng, clearly intoxicated, turned to him and inquired, You young lad, why do you seem somewhat unfamiliar to me? What is your surname? Whose child are you? Before Lu Cheng could respond, He Yaozong interjected, This is Chang Yulin's sworn brother, visiting from northern Shanxi. His name is Lu Cheng. As Lu Cheng had not yet formally engaged to Xiulian, He Yaozong referred to him as the sworn brother of his future son-in-law. The man nodded, swaying slightly, and continued, Lu Cheng, what is your surname? He Yaozong chuckled. Old Lu, have you had too much to drink today? Clearly, he is surnamed Lu. The other villager joined in the laughter. Indeed, old Lu is quite tipsy. Do not mind the two of you. Now that you are married, it is time to hasten the arrival of a child. Chang Yulin chuckled. Uncle Wu, you speak of others while you yourself are quite tipsy. Today is not their wedding. He Xiaoying could not help but laugh. Indeed, it has all become a muddle. You should continue drinking. A villager raised his cup towards Lu Chang, saying, regardless of where you hail from, the fact that we gather here today to drink is fate. Come, let us drink. As the elders toasted, Lu Chang, despite his limited tolerance for alcohol, had no choice but to lift his cup once more. Just as he was about to drink, He Xiaoyan snatched the cup from him, declaring, he cannot drink. I will do so in his stead. Without further ado, she downed the drink in one go. Lu Chang was taken aback as he watched He Xiaoyan continue to drink, marveling at her remarkable capacity for alcohol. Just as he contemplated this, after another drink, He Xiaoyan leaned her head against his shoulder. Fortunately, the gathering was winding down, and most had already had their fill. He Yaozong and Chang Yulin were evidently intoxicated as well. He Xiaoying supported Xiaoyan and turned to Lu Chang, saying, Lu Chang, Xiaoyan has had too much to drink. I must trouble you to carry her back. Without hesitation, Lu Chang stood up and hoisted Xiaoyan onto his back, making his way toward her home. However, Lu Chang had also indulged that day, and upon standing, he felt a bit dizzy, though he managed to walk with He Xiaoying's assistance. At that moment, Lu Chang was unaware that He Xiaoyan, resting on his back, turned to her sister and smiled. Navigating the path back home with a stagger, Lu Chang, with He Xiaoying's help, assisted Xiaoyan into the house before retreating to his quarters to rest. Naturally, events unfolded seamlessly, leading to Lu Chang and He Xiaoyan's engagement, with plans set for a summer wedding in 3 months. Although the engagement was established, the He family warmly insisted that Lu Chang stay for several more days before his departure. As tradition dictated, since the engagement was finalized, He Xiaoyan was to accompany Lu Chang to Shuangshui village for a visit. Thus, on their return journey, Lu Chang brought He Xiaoyan along, who packed a change of clothes, intending to stay in Shuangshui village for a few days. After spending 6 or 7 days at He Family Bay, coupled with the time spent traveling, they returned to Shuangshui village nearly 10 days later. In the evening, as they arrived back in Shuangshui village, they encountered villagers returning from the fields. Upon seeing the young lady accompanying Lu Chang, they quickly understood the situation and playfully teased, Lu Chang, you have been away for over 10 days, and we see you have returned with a beautiful bride. Why not introduce her to us? Lu Chang, with a generous spirit, introduced, this is He Xiaoyan from Jin province. Related to our villages, He Fengying. We are aware, the villagers replied. He Fengying has mentioned her. She is indeed lovely, quite unlike the typical He family. Lu Chang, you are indeed fortunate. He Xiaoyan was unperturbed, warmly greeting those around her, responding to whatever Lu Chang prompted her to say. A young man dashed back to the village to announce the latest news. Lu Chang had brought back a beautiful bride. Before long, as they approached the village, the entire Shuangshui village was abuzz with this revelation. Many gathered near Lu Chang's home, eager to catch a glimpse of the new bride. In those days, with scant entertainment, any novelty drew the attention of the villagers, especially the young women and single men, who were particularly enthusiastic. Fortunately, they dared not approach too closely, fearing they might frighten the new bride away. Once Lu Chang and He Xiaoyan entered the courtyard, the onlookers reluctantly dispersed, as they could not intrude upon the home. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaowei, the wife of the village secretary Tian Futong, arrived at Lu Chang's home, carrying a basket filled with vegetables. Is Lu Chang at home? You've just returned, and I imagine your pantry is bare. Here, I brought you some vegetables. If you do not wish to cook, you are welcome to dine at our home. As she spoke, Lu Xiaowei gazed at He Xiaoyan. Young lady, you must be Lu Chang's betrothed. You are truly beautiful. Lu Chang recognized that Lu Xiaowei's visit was a pretense to meet He Xiaoyan, for she was a key figure in the village's gossip network, deeply curious about others' affairs. Aunt Lu, this is He Xiaoyan, from Jin province, a relative of He Fengying. Xiaoyan, this is Aunt Lu from the village secretary's family. Hello, I am Xiaoyan, Lu Chang's fiancée. Ah, splendid. Once Lu Chang accepted the basket and set it down, Lu Xiaowei hurriedly left, undoubtedly to share the news of Lu Chang's engagement with others. After Lu Xiaowei's departure, Lu Chang explained the household situation to Xiaoyan. Our 3 cave dwellings were constructed over a decade ago. The courtyard is quite plain. Come, let us take a look inside. He opened the door to reveal the 3 rooms. The main room contained an octagonal table, several chairs, and a tea cabinet, adorned with old newspapers and traditional New Year paintings. Both bedrooms featured earthen Kong beds, with Lu Chang residing in the eastern room, while the western room's Kong was adjacent to the stove for cooking. The furnishings were simple, but there was a medicine cabinet and a plethora of books, distinguishing it from typical households. As He Xiaoyan surveyed their future home, her satisfaction grew. It is spacious and bright, though it could use some decoration. Tomorrow, let us visit the commune to buy some red paper, and I will cut out some window flowers to adorn the place. Lu Chang had seen the exquisite window flowers Xiaoyan crafted, featuring flowers, fish, and small dogs, all vividly brought to life by her skilled hands. Certainly, I shall take you to the commune tomorrow. However, you must stay at Yifengying's home tonight. Though engaged, it was still inappropriate for Xilian to spend the night at Lu Cheng's house, as it might tarnish her reputation. Thankfully, Yifengying was a distant relative with whom she could stay. Speak of the devil. As they conversed, Yifengying arrived at Lu Cheng's courtyard. Lu Cheng, you have finally returned. Now that you've brought Xilian back, it seems your affair is settled. I have found you a wonderful bride. You ought to express your gratitude to me. Absolutely. I shall prepare a thank you gift for the matchmaker tomorrow. I shall await that eagerly. Also, since Xilian is at our home, I should treat her to a good meal. However, you are already aware of our family's circumstances. Lu Cheng did not utter a word. He simply turned and returned indoors, retrieving several kilograms of flour from the pantry and handing it to Yifengying. Yifengying's face instantly lit up with joy. Well, I shall not be polite then. When we distribute the grain later, I will bring some back for you. There's no need to mention gifts. It is only right. You introduced me to such a wonderful girl, Xilian, and I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. In truth, Yifengying originally hailed from a wealthy family. Before marrying Sun Yuding, she wore a full steel watch valued at 120 yuan, a considerable sum over a decade ago, indicating the affluence of her family. Strangely enough, Yifengying developed an affection for the indolent Sun Yuding, choosing to marry him without demanding a single penny as a bride price. Even after their marriage, despite often going hungry and lacking warm clothing, Yifengying bore no complaints and gave birth to 3 daughters. It must be said that although Yifengying exhibited a degree of laziness and enjoyed adopting a bureaucratic demeanor, she was undeniably a devoted wife to Sun Yuding. Xilian, however, was reluctant to leave. Sister Fengying, how about I prepare a meal for brother Lu Cheng before heading to your house? Yifengying pulled Xilian along, insisting, why the hurry? Once you are married, you can cook for your Lu Cheng every day without issue. Ultimately, Xilian had no choice but to follow Yifengying, albeit reluctantly. Upon returning home, Lu Cheng tidied up the place a bit and was preparing to cook when he heard footsteps outside the courtyard. Lu Cheng, are you home? As he stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of Jin Cheng and Jin Fu, 2 young men from the second team. What brings you here, Jin Cheng, Jin Fu? Lu Cheng asked. I've been having some diarrhea lately. Could you spare me 2 pills for it? Right. I have a bit of a cold as well. Please give me 2 cold medicine pills. Though they claimed to seek medicine, their eyes kept darting toward the house, seemingly searching for someone else within. Seeing their demeanor, Lu Cheng discerned that their ailments were a ruse. There's no one inside. My girlfriend has gone to Yifengying's house, he informed them. No one? Then never mind. With that, they turned and dashed away, abandoning the pretense of needing medicine. Lu Cheng shook his head and secured the courtyard door, finally returning to his cooking. The next morning, as Lu Cheng opened the courtyard door, he was surprised to find Xilian already waiting at the entrance. Xilian, after a long day of travel yesterday, what brings you up so early? I wanted to see if there were any chores I could assist with, such as laundry or cooking. I can also accompany you to work in the fields. Well then, let us prepare breakfast first. I haven't been home for over 10 days. It's likely that some villagers will come by for consultations and medicine. After 10 o'clock, I'll take you to the Shijai commune, and we can have lunch in town. All right, I will follow your lead. As they spoke, Xilian pulled out 2 sleeves from her pocket and donned them. Ready to cook. Lu Cheng, not wishing to be impolite, kindled the fire. Their collaboration indeed made the task easier. The small courtyard seemed to come alive with the presence of a female figure. After breakfast, Xilian insisted on helping Lu Cheng with the laundry. As she washed, she engaged in conversation with Lu Cheng, who was busy drying herbs. Brother Lu Cheng, our courtyard is quite spacious. In the future, we could fence it in and raise a few chickens. Then you would have fresh eggs every day. We could also plant something in the corner to the north. Anything you wish. If you fancy flowers, we can plant those as well as some bamboo. Or in the summer, we could grow cucumbers and beans. We could even plant some pumpkins outside the courtyard. It is undeniable that having a woman in the household makes a difference. Initially, Lu Cheng hadn't noticed much, but after discussing it with Xilian, he felt the absence of many things in both the courtyard and the house. As they planned their beautiful future, visitors began to arrive seeking medical attention. This time, it was not specifically for Xilian, but rather from someone genuinely in need of care. The visitor was Tian Wanyu from the first team, who had caught a chill a few days prior and, coupled with exhaustion from work, had developed a fever. Lu Cheng took his temperature, listened to his lungs with a stethoscope, and checked his pulse. After diagnosing, he said, Uncle Wanyu, your fever has reached 38 degrees. If you wish to recover swiftly, you'll need an injection. Then let us proceed with the injection. The work in the fields awaits. Lu Cheng retrieved a glass syringe and stainless steel needle, sterilizing them with alcohol before preparing the medication. Once sterilization was complete, he assembled the syringe, shook the prepared medication in the vial, drew it into the syringe with the needle facing upwards, expelled any air, and disinfected the injection site with iodine. He then skillfully administered the injection to Tian Wanyu. At first, Xilian watched intently from a distance, her expression serious. However, upon seeing the stainless steel needle, a flicker of fear crossed her face. Lu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It was amusing to see the fearless He Shilian apprehensive about injections. Nevertheless, this reaction was understandable. In those times, needles were often blunt due to industrial limitations and repeated use, making injections more painful. Who among adults or children had not experienced the terror of needles? As Lu Cheng prepared to inject, He Shilian hurriedly stepped away. Not only out of fear, but also because it felt inappropriate for her to watch a man receive an injection. After administering the injection, Lu Cheng prescribed several doses of medicine. Uncle Wanyu, please rest well at home and refrain from heavy labor for the next few days. Avoid spicy foods. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. After Tian Wanyu left, Lu Cheng disassembled the syringe for sterilization. His home boasted 4 or 5 sets of syringes, which he meticulously maintained and sterilized. In addition to alcohol disinfection, he regularly boiled them to ensure cleanliness. Were conditions better, he would have preferred to employ high-pressure steaming and ultraviolet sterilization. After all, these instruments would be used for a long time, serving the entire village's men, women, and children, necessitating careful consideration. After bidding farewell to Tian Wanyu, several more villagers arrived seeking medical attention. Apart from the 2 women who came to see He Shilian, the rest were merely suffering from minor ailments such as colds and diarrhea. When Lu Cheng was absent from the village, the villagers were reluctant to travel to the health station at Shijai Commune, preferring to endure their discomfort rather than spend money unnecessarily. Most of these minor ailments could resolve themselves with a few days of patience. After attending to all the patients, Lu Cheng estimated that it was nearly 10 o'clock. So he hopped on his bicycle, taking He Shilian with him, and headed toward Shijai Commune. The bicycle at Lu Cheng's home was obtained 6 years ago through a village initiative, purchased from the commune to facilitate medical care for the villagers of Shuangshui. In total, the village had only 4 bicycles, 1 at Lu Cheng's home, 2 belonging to the village secretary, and 1 assigned to the village team. The village secretary, Tian Futong, managed to acquire 2 bicycles because his brother, Tian Fujuan, held a leadership position in the county, one for himself and the other for Tian Runxing to use for school. As for Lu Cheng's bicycle, the village contributed a significant portion of the cost, declaring half of it as public property. Since Lu Cheng frequently traveled to the commune to procure medicine and tended to the villagers' needs, it became his designated vehicle. After a leisurely ride and conversation lasting over half an hour, they finally arrived at Shijai Commune. Shilian, are you hungry? Shall we grab something to eat first? Lu Cheng asked. I'm not hungry. The food here is quite expensive. You can eat, brother Lu Cheng, she replied. That won't do. Since we are here, we should dine together, he insisted, leading her into a seemingly clean and hygienic noodle shop. During those times, while incomes were low, prices were indeed reasonable. A sesame pancake cost merely 3 cents, a fried dough stick 4 cents, a bowl of scallion noodles 8 cents, and a bowl of meat sauce noodles 12 cents. Of course, these items required not just money but also grain coupons. A fried dough stick accounted for half a tael of grain coupons, a bowl of scallion noodles 2 taels, and a bowl of meat sauce noodles 3 taels. Lu Cheng ordered 2 bowls of meat sauce noodles and, fearing that He Shilian might not be full, added 4 fried dough sticks, totaling 40 cents and 8 taels of grain coupons. Although this sum seemed modest, it equated to more than half a day's wage for a robust laborer in the countryside. Brother Lu Cheng, we don't need to eat so lavishly. 1 bowl of scallion noodles is sufficient, she suggested. Trust me, I want you to enjoy something good. I intend to marry you one day, and it is not my wish for you to endure hardships alongside me, but I wish to share in your struggles, she replied. That is not acceptable. You must listen to me. He Shilian fell silent, bowing her head to slurp a mouthful of noodles, followed by a bite of fried dough stick, relishing the delightful flavors. After their meal, Lu Cheng took He Shilian to purchase some red paper, flour, 2 pounds of meat, a large carp, and various candies as gifts. He was quite generous with the thank you gifts for He Fengying, not holding back at all. Moreover, Lu Cheng prepared a large red envelope containing 5 yuan for He Fengying. Upon receiving these gifts, He Fengying could not stop praising Lu Cheng for his generosity and openness. Typically, a thank you gift might consist of a few snacks or a pair of shoes, but Lu Cheng's offerings were undoubtedly substantial, enough to warrant introductions to several young women. Although he spent a significant amount, Lu Cheng did so willingly. Without He Fengying's matchmaking, how could he have met such a wonderful girl as Shilian? How could he have smoothly accomplished his main task? On the 3rd day after Shilian arrived in Shuangshui village, with few patients around, Lu Cheng needed to engage in agricultural labor to earn work points. The recent lack of rain had caused some drought. During that time, there were no pumps or wells in the fields, and the villagers could only carry water buckets from the Donghua River and Koyan River for irrigation. With the vast expanse of land in the village, it was no easy task to irrigate all the fields, even with the combined efforts of all the villagers. Early in the morning, the team leader, Sun Shaoan, blew the whistle to signal the start of work, calling upon the villagers of Team 1 to labor in the fields. Before long, after breakfast, the villagers emerged from their homes in small groups, greeting one another as they made their way to the fields. At Lu Cheng's home, He Shilian snatched the shoulder pole from Lu Cheng's hands, saying, Brother Lu Cheng, let me carry it. Your hands are meant for healing. not for laboring every day. Come on, let's work together. I used to do this work too, and these are just 2 empty buckets. They aren't heavy. Allow me to carry them, he insisted. You've already been busy washing clothes and cooking for me this morning. Wouldn't it be better for you to rest at home? That's not right. It would be dull at home. I want to accompany you. Working together is enjoyable, she replied, already lifting the pole and stepping out of the courtyard, forcing Lu Cheng to hurry after her. Once outside, He Xiuyan adeptly greeted the women from the village. Although she had only just arrived in Xuanshui village, she had seamlessly integrated into the local social fabric, mingling with the young women without a hint of feeling like an outsider. The villagers had already accepted He Xiuyan as Lu Cheng's fiancée. In those days, once engaged, it was rare for couples to back out, as both sides feared losing face. Unless something significant arose or one party discovered a discrepancy in the other's character, leading to severe deception, withdrawal was uncommon. With her water buckets in hand, He Xiuyan walked ahead, chatting and laughing with the other women, while Lu Cheng found himself encircled by several unmarried young men from the team. Brother Lu Cheng, the lady you brought back from Jin province is truly beautiful. Do you think you could have her introduce me to someone as well? One of them exclaimed. Yes. I heard this lady doesn't even ask for a penny in bride price. Another added. Is that true? How did you get so lucky? Lu Cheng chuckled heartily. That is indeed our good fortune. As for the bride price, since she doesn't ask for it, how could we not offer something? For such a wonderful girl, I would gladly pay any amount. Exactly. If only I could find such a remarkable partner, I would sell everything to pay the bride price. One of the young men proclaimed. But, Fu Gao, even if you are willing, your father must agree as well, another reminded him. A group of individuals, filled with laughter and joviality, made their way to work. Amidst their mirth, someone playfully urged Tian Wanyu, known for his singing prowess in Xuanshui village, to perform a lively tune to uplift the spirits of the gathering. Tian Wanyu, with his improvisational flair, could compose songs on the spot, contributing to the festive atmosphere. As they approached the fields, Sun Shaoan commenced the allocation of tasks. In this era, the role of a production team leader was not an easy one. It required managing the labor of the entire team, motivating everyone, distributing tasks judiciously, calculating work points, and considering the needs of the elderly and weak. The agricultural tasks varied widely, including weeding, fertilizing, irrigation, and composting, each with differing intensities and workloads, thus necessitating distinct standards for calculating work points. If the team leader failed to distribute tasks fairly, it would significantly dampen the team's enthusiasm for labor. Additionally, in a communal work environment, there was always the risk of individuals slacking off, as the final distribution of work points would be collective, leading to a decline in overall productivity over time. Fortunately, the situation in Sun Shaoan's team was relatively better. He was a leader who dared to think and act, distributing tasks equitably while also being the most industrious worker, earning great respect among his peers. With the assistance of Tian Haimin, the team accountant, discrepancies were rare. Under effective leadership, the busy labor appeared orderly and efficient. Given Sun Shaoan's managerial capabilities, it seemed inevitable that he would one day achieve entrepreneurial success and prosperity. The 2 rivers flowing through Xuanshui village meander through low-lying terrain, while the land itself is characterized by both high and low elevations, typical of the Lus Plateau's rugged landscape. This uneven terrain made the task of carrying water for irrigation particularly arduous. During work, He Xiuyan was always eager to take on her share, and after completing her tasks, she would remind the accountant, Tian Haimin, not to forget to record her earned work points accurately. Rest assured, nothing will be overlooked. What are you staring at, Fu Gao? A big man like you letting a girl catch up with your work points, and you still have the nerve to slack off? Feeling embarrassed, Tian Fu Gao quickly lowered his head and resumed his labor. Lu Cheng, amused by the lively atmosphere, found joy in the camaraderie despite the exertion. As noon approached, the women returned home early to prepare meals for the men, who took a brief respite before continuing their work. Occasionally, they would skip returning home altogether, waiting for their wives to bring them food and water. During their breaks, they would gather to chat, and sometimes coax Lu Cheng into sharing tales. Having come from a more advanced era filled with information, Lu Cheng possessed a treasure trove of stories, ranging from humorous anecdotes to classic tales like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, which provided delightful entertainment for the group. After Pang Tong proposed his intricate plan, as he was preparing to return to Jiangdong, he was suddenly called out on the road. Oh, the audacious Pang Xuan. Huang Gai employs a strategy of feigned injury, while Kanzai sends a false surrender letter. You dare to present yet another plan? Do you not fear the 830,000 troops of Cao Cao, who could never be defeated or extinguished? Who do you think stopped the clever Pang Tong and saw through his scheme? The crowd erupted in playful banter, demanding to know the identity of the one who interrupted the tale. I bet it's Chengyu. I wager it's Guijia. But wasn't Guijia already deceased? Suddenly, there was a commotion as Lu Cheng's wife arrived with lunch, and laughter echoed across the Lus Plateau. Indeed, spring had arrived. Ever since He Xiuyan came to Xuanshui village, Lu Cheng's life had become significantly easier. She assisted with the fieldwork and eagerly took on household chores. When Lu Cheng was weary from studying, she would massage his shoulders. And when he perspired from labor, she would wipe his brow. During moments of leisure, she would share various village tales with him. Though these stories seemed trivial, Lu Cheng found them captivating when recounted by He Xiuyan. For the first time in his life, he experienced the joy embedded in the simplicity of daily existence. Initially planning to stay for only 4 or 5 days, He Xiuyan lingered for 7 or 8, reluctant to depart. He Xiuyan, you really should return home. If you stay any longer, your father and sister will start to worry. Lu Cheng, please don't urge me to leave. I wish to stay here with you. But if you don't go back, people will start to talk, and it may tarnish your reputation. I don't care about my reputation. Yet I do care. You are a wonderful girl, the best girl, and I cannot allow others to speak ill of you. I want you to have a good name when you come to me. All right, let us go to Shijai Commune. According to our customs, I must make you 2 new outfits and a set of new bedding for your father. Reluctantly, He Xiuyan climbed onto the back of the bicycle, and they headed toward the commune. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Cheng said, He Xiuyan, choose the fabric you like for your new clothes. He Xiuyan ran her fingers over the various fabrics, finally stopping at a piece of black cotton material. I don't want new clothes. I have plenty at home. Let us make you a new outfit instead. As she held the fabric up to Lu Cheng, she asked the sales assistant, Comrade, what color do you think looks good on him? The sales assistant, observing the couple, inquired, would you like a higher quality fabric? Of course. It will be for our wedding attire. The sales assistant chuckled, you two are quite amusing. He Xiuyan looked puzzled. What is so amusing? I've seen many couples come to buy fabric for wedding clothes, and the woman often changes her mind, demanding more fabric than originally agreed upon. If there is no extra fabric, it's seen as a bad omen, implying no marriage certificate will be issued. Lu Cheng smiled, recognizing the similarity to modern customs regarding dowries. Is that really the case? Absolutely. I've seen young men frantically running around to borrow money, and some, unable to secure funds, would hide in the corners of the shop, crying. You, on the other hand, are different. You only want a single outfit, and you don't even need high-quality fabric. You wish to make your man a fine garment. How rare. Truly remarkable, like those progressive characters in movies. Lu Cheng chuckled. Indeed, I feel fortunate to have found such a treasure in you. But don't listen to her, listen to me. Let us get you 2 beautiful outfits, with good fabric, and also prepare a set of bedding. He Xiuyan was suddenly unwilling and snatched the fabric from Lu Cheng's hands. Lu Cheng, what are you doing? I don't need the bedding. It is essential, he insisted. Your father has painstakingly raised you and your sister, and as you prepare to marry so far away, isn't it only right to gift him a new quilt to warm his heart? My father doesn't want it. Yes, he must have it. Comrade He Xiuyan, since you are to marry me, I cannot allow you to suffer any grievances or let the villagers speak ill of you. But there are no buts, Xiuyan. You must remember that you deserve the very best. Their spirited exchange drew the attention of all the customers in the fabric shop. A bystander couldn't help but jest. This feels like a scene from a movie. Nearby, a young couple shopping for wedding attire overheard Lu Cheng's words. The girl nudged her partner, saying, look at them. He's handsome and so considerate. And then there's you. The young man felt unjustly accused. But look at her. She is so sensible. Ultimately, under Lu Cheng's firm insistence, He Xiuyan complied, embracing the fabric he had purchased for her as they left the store, leaving behind a charming anecdote. In those days, common folk procured fabric from the commune to make their own clothes and bedding. After escorting He Xiuyan to the bus station, Lu Cheng waited until the bus arrived. Reluctantly, she boarded, turning to him with heartfelt words. Lu Cheng, I will miss you. Wait for me. I shall return soon. Lu Cheng nodded. I will miss you too. I will write to you once you return home. I will eagerly await your letters. He waved goodbye to the charming girl, his heart heavy with longing. As the bus pulled away, He Xiuyan leaned against the window, waving until she faded from view. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Lu Cheng mounted his bicycle and returned home. The absence of He Xiuyan made his surroundings feel stark and desolate. He was left to carry on with work, cooking, and living alone. He longed for the day he could marry and begin their life together. People often say that marriage is the grave of love. Yet, if 2 individuals genuinely love and support each other, weathering life's storms hand in hand, how could marriage possibly be a grave? With He Xiuyan gone, Lu Cheng resolved to contribute meaningfully to the villagers of Xuanshui. He retrieved his fountain pen, filled it with ink, and opened a pristine notebook, heading towards a household. He aimed to utilize his leisure time to create medical records for each villager, meticulously documenting their health status, medical history, and allergies, truly embodying the responsibilities of a village doctor. Recording each family would undoubtedly be a formidable task. However, having embraced this role, Lu Cheng was determined to fulfill his duties to the best of his abilities. This proactive approach would allow him to identify potential health issues early, advising villagers on preventive measures. There is a saying, the capacity to hold many in one's heart equates to the ability to shoulder significant responsibilities. Lu Cheng was committed to understanding the circumstances of every villager, embracing their well-being as his own. Though arduous, he found profound meaning in this endeavor. Life is about making a difference where one can. On the 7th day after He Xiulian returned home, she received Lu Cheng's first letter. She had eagerly awaited his correspondence, and upon receiving it, her joy nearly propelled her from her seat. Her brother-in-law, Chang Yulin, had returned to their hometown, while her sister, He Xiuying, remained at their father's side brewing vinegar. Seeing He Xiulian's delight, she rushed over. Xiulan, did Lu Cheng write to you? May I see it? Absolutely not. This is a letter from my Lu Cheng. You cannot read it, but I can help you with any unfamiliar words. I've completed middle school. I know more characters than you. Fine, you can look, but don't laugh at me. Rest assured. Now let us see what Lu Cheng has written. As He Xiulian tore open the envelope, both sisters leaned in to read. Given that He Xiulian had not completed her primary education, Lu Cheng had refrained from using overly literary language, starting simply, Xiulan, how have you been lately? However, the subsequent content left He Xiulian astonished. Comrade He Xiulian, I must seriously criticize you. Your heart is too wicked. Confused, she wondered if she had upset Lu Cheng. As she pondered, her sister read on. Since your arrival in Shuangshui village, you have tirelessly washed my clothes, prepared my meals, and cared for me so well that I find it difficult to be without you. Your absence leaves me unsettled, as I see traces of you everywhere. When I eat, I realize that my cooking pales in comparison to yours. Working alone feels terribly dull. I miss your voice and your presence, constantly thinking of you, reminiscing about our conversations, our future together, and the home we will share. He Xiulian's initial anxiety melted away, replaced by sweetness as daydreams of their shared moments flooded her mind. She envisioned their life together, recalling their joyful days working side by side, shopping, and fantasizing about their future children, perhaps one boy and one girl. Lost in thought, she became oblivious to her surroundings. Xiulan, what are you daydreaming about? Startled, He Xiulian's cheeks flushed crimson. Sister, please stop reading. Give it to me. Not a chance. I want to savor it. Seeing how well he writes, it's evident that Lu Cheng truly cares for you. Of course, I must write back to Lu Cheng. Should I assist you? No need. I can manage. He Xiulian picked up paper and pen, her heart racing with excitement. Yet, unsure of how to begin, she decided to write freely. Lu Cheng, I miss you, thinking of you day and night. I think of you while working, while eating, and even while I sleep. My father and sister often remark that while I have returned physically, my spirit remains in Shuangshui village. My heart has long taken flight to that place. You await me in Shuangshui village, and once I have completed my current endeavors, I shall come to see you. The brevity of the paper belies the profound emotions of a young girl, as her sincere feelings traverse the mighty Yellow River, connecting two hearts in anticipation. In Shuangshui village, Lu Cheng dedicated nearly a month to thoroughly investigate the conditions of all the villagers, balancing the demands of agricultural labor, healing the sick, and pursuing his studies left him with scant leisure time. Upon compiling the villagers' situations, Lu Cheng found his desk cluttered with 2 or 3 notebooks filled with details about each household and individual, alongside a record of their most common ailments. Beyond the usual colds, fevers, and minor injuries, the villagers predominantly suffered from malnutrition and various chronic conditions stemming from prolonged labor, such as back pain and rheumatism. In response, Lu Cheng devised a corresponding plan. While he could not address the issue of malnutrition, and treating back pain and rheumatism proved challenging given his limited medical expertise, he specifically sought to learn common rural treatments, such as massage techniques and acupuncture. The practice of acupuncture required caution, yet massage could be directly applied to the villagers, allowing for continuous learning and adjustment. Thus, every couple of days, Lu Cheng would set aside time to sit in the village center, offering massage and manipulation to the villagers. The system seemed to support his efforts. Each time he alleviated the pain of several villagers, he gained a modicum of experience points, thereby establishing a new avenue for growth. Moreover, Lu Cheng's massage techniques improved significantly, earning him the admiration of the entire village. Aside from a few shy young women, the men and elders of the village eagerly sought his assistance. Lu Cheng did not charge for his services. Instead, villagers offered him eggs, vegetables, or steamed buns as tokens of appreciation. This arrangement allowed Lu Cheng to reduce his living expenses considerably. Recently, his finances had dwindled due to various expenditures, including books, a trip for matchmaking in Jin province, and gifts of gratitude to He Fengying, along with new clothing and bedding for He Xiulian, which had substantially depleted his savings. Currently, with no other sources of income and restrictions against small businesses, he relied solely on his agricultural earnings, which left him in a temporary financial bind. Fortunately, he still had enough to cover his expenses, with 200 yuan remaining sufficient for a celebratory feast and the bride price for the He family, allowing him to sustain a modest living. Ultimately, Lu Cheng could only await a future where policies improved, implementing the household responsibility system, and permitting trade to earn his first substantial profit. Although he graduated from a prestigious 211 university with a degree in computer science, the knowledge acquired was largely foundational, and his average memory meant much of it had faded post-graduation. The skills learned in the workplace held little relevance in this era and were insufficient to spearhead technological advancements. If he had traversed to ancient times, He could have easily altered the course of history with innovations like perfume, glass, or gunpowder. However, the present era was merely a few decades apart from his previous life. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng possessed certain advantages as a time traveler. He understood the trajectory of future technology. The rise of computer networks, the obsolescence of non-smartphones, and the missteps in firearm development. Yet, what could this knowledge truly influence? Even if he voiced these insights, few would believe him. Being slightly ahead in understanding might mark one as a genius, but possessing foresight of 10 steps could label one as mad. Therefore, rather than dwelling on impractical thoughts, it was wiser to live earnestly, enhance his medical skills, and aspire to become an esteemed healer, contributing meaningfully in the future. As for the winds of change, Lu Cheng would naturally leverage them to create wealth, seizing suitable opportunities to invest in future leaders and await the rewards. Whether to embark on the path of entrepreneurship to build a commercial empire remained uncertain. The future was expansive, and Lu Cheng could traverse world after world. If each realm merely revolved around amassing wealth, replicating the same life might lose its charm. Instead, he envisioned dedicating himself to a singular pursuit in each world while enjoying life as pleasures. In the present, while gazing at the stars, one must not overlook the ground beneath. Only by maintaining a solid foundation could one stride forward with purpose. The endeavors Lu Cheng undertook for the villagers naturally earned him their respect, greatly enhancing his reputation. In an era devoid of entertainment, villagers from neighboring areas would gather to share tales and sing his praises. Reputation held significant weight in rural communities, where a good name could open many doors. Just as Sun Shaoan enjoyed recognition during his entrepreneurial ventures, earning respect for his early leadership, Lu Cheng now basked in similar esteem. Even the leaders of the Shijai commune had heard of his contributions and expressed intentions to recognize him as an exemplary figure by year-end, a commendation that could aid his aspirations to leave Shuangshui village. Recently, villagers from Guanzi village also sought Lu Cheng's medical expertise and massage services. For his fellow villagers, he charged nothing, as he depended on the village's support, but those from outside were expected to offer some compensation. Unlike common ailments that required treatment only during illness, the nature of massage warranted a different approach. Those who seek massage therapy usually carry lingering ailments or seek relief from pain and fatigue, a common need for everyone. Spending a mere few cents can significantly alleviate discomfort, enhancing one's vigor for work, naturally attracting many to this remedy, particularly among families with better circumstances. It is not uncommon for them to visit Lu Cheng for a massage every now and then. For instance, the village secretary, Tian Futong, who, in his advanced years, suffers from numerous ailments, frequently seeks Lu Cheng's therapeutic touch. Consequently, Lu Cheng manages to earn an additional couple of dimes daily, creating a new source of income. While the earnings may be modest, any income is preferable to none, akin to an unexpected blessing from a casual endeavor. Over the course of a month, Lu Cheng's living expenses have considerably diminished, and he has saved a bit more, steadily increasing his savings. Unbeknownst to many, the weather has warmed, prompting the return of lighter clothing to the wardrobes of those in the Lust Plateau, as villagers don single garments and roll up their sleeves for labor. One morning, after a long day of work in the fields, Sun Shaoan gathered all the men while the women prepared meals at home. Some were puzzled, wondering why he called a meeting when they typically prioritized work over discussions. Tian Fugao was the first to voice his thoughts. Let us not rush. Let us hear what Shaoan has to say. Once everyone had assembled, Sun Shaoan began. Today, there is no pressing matter except to discuss the issue of pig feed. The topic of pigs can be quite vexing. With our own meals barely sufficient, who can afford to raise pigs? However, there are policies in place aimed at supplying quality pork to our workers and soldiers. Only by ensuring that our workers eat well can we effectively contribute to our nation's construction. The soldiers, too, deserve their share for their service in defending our homeland. Presently, each household is allocated 4/10 of an acre for pig feed. Tian Wanjian interjected, Captain, we are aware of this. But how can the feed from 4/10 sustain our pigs? The pigs are our ancestors, and if they aren't well fed, they might consume us. Tian Fugao interrupted, Uncle Wanjian. We all know this. Let us listen to what Shaoan has in mind. Everyone, please be patient. Here is my thought. Apart from our cultivated fields, we have several neglected corners of land lying idle. These areas, if utilized, could be planted with pig feed without encroaching on our arable land. This way, we can produce more grain and alleviate some hunger. What do you think? Tian Wanyu perked up. Shaoan, how much would each person receive? Whatever can be cultivated from the barren land is what you will receive. As long as the pigs are well fed, you can plant whatever you desire afterward, even a money tree, if you wish. Tian Wanyu beamed, but then expressed concern. Shaoan, will this division of land cause issues? What about the village secretary's approval? Accountant Tian Haimin chimed in. Shaoan, if you allocate land to everyone, they will surely support you. Yet there are risks involved. ISNT there is saying that bad actions can turn good, and vice versa? Sun Shaoan chuckled, but there is another saying. He who has grain in hand is not anxious. At that moment, Lu Qing spoke up, Shaoan, I wholeheartedly support your idea of distributing land. Life is indeed tough for everyone, and more land would help. However, implementing this won't be easy. The village secretary won't agree, nor will your uncle, the Poverty Alleviation Committee head. Moreover, the commune won't allow it. We cannot hide such actions. Shuangshui village has no secrets. If we attempt to distribute land, everyone will find out. If someone reports us, we could face grave consequences. Perhaps even disciplinary action without having achieved anything. Tian Fugao immediately supported, exactly, Shaoan. We can't let you take such risks. Tian Hyman echoed, I agree with Lu Cheng. He is a high school graduate who reads the news. He undoubtedly understands more than we do. Doused with cold water, Sun Shaoan felt disheartened. Is it truly impossible? While it may seem hopeless, it's not entirely without prospects. However, we cannot act secretly and leave ourselves vulnerable. Instead, let us draft a joint letter expressing our determination and enthusiasm for fulfilling our pig-rearing duties, while also outlining our challenges and proposing solutions to Director Su Zhigong at the commune. If he agrees, we will have no issues. But what if he disagrees? Then I will accompany you to speak with Director Su. As farmers demonstrating such enthusiasm, he surely wouldn't want to undermine our motivation. This reasoning resonated with Lu Cheng, who found it more feasible. All right, let us have you draft the letter and we'll all sign it. In these tumultuous times, the manner of handling situations can dictate whether they are seen as good or bad. Dividing public land in secret would indeed be problematic, yet with official approval, the circumstances would differ. Regardless, Lu Cheng's approach was undoubtedly more prudent. Even if the commune director ultimately disapproved, there would be no loss and no one would face criticism. The following morning, Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan rode their bicycles to the commune, seeking out Director Su Zhigong to explain their situation and present the joint letter. Upon reading it, Director Su adopted a formal tone. You young people are spirited and driven, which is commendable. However, one must not act solely based on personal preference. Wouldn't you agree? Sun Shaoan nodded vigorously, absolutely. We villagers only aim to cultivate more land and produce more grain to fulfill the tasks assigned to us. Unlike you, Director Su, who understands the policies from above and can guide us better, you are aware of the difficulties faced by our village, and we have never intended to deceive anyone. Our focus is solely on raising healthy, robust pigs to meet our obligations. Yet, the reality is that we lack sufficient land. Even if we toil tirelessly, we cannot yield more pig feed and grain. The wastage of barren land is disheartening. Director Su, if our commune can successfully accomplish this task, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Naturally, this requires your enlightened leadership, does it not? One must admit that Sun Shaoan possesses a commendable emotional intelligence and eloquence. After hearing this, Su Zhigong was indeed somewhat swayed. Over the years, the production enthusiasm among the various teams had severely declined, resulting in diminishing yields year after year, which troubled Su Zhigong. However, such matters inherently carry risks, and he was reluctant to take such a gamble. He could only respond, let us set this matter aside for now. I will discuss it with several leaders in the commune and report to the higher authorities. You may return and await further notice. Lu Cheng, discerning the situation, understood that this was merely political rhetoric. Once they departed, Director Su, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, would likely cast this matter aside. After all, regardless of how much grain the villagers could harvest, it did not affect his own sustenance of white steamed buns. Therefore, Lu Cheng elaborated further, Director Su, this is indeed a good initiative. If executed well, it would bring great honor to our commune. The team members are currently filled with enthusiasm and are contemplating ways to enhance productivity and support the work of the commune's leadership. Lu Cheng further articulated the stakes, attributing all accolades to the commune's leadership, which piqued Su Zhigong's interest somewhat. Nonetheless, he replied, I understand the situation, but this is not a trivial matter. It concerns the entire commune. If you proceed in this manner, other villages will undoubtedly follow suit, leading to chaos. You should return for now. Sun Shaoan wished to voice further arguments, but Lu Cheng restrained him as they exited the commune. Once outside, Sun Shaoan felt a sense of indignation. Lu Cheng, Director Su is clearly just using words to silence us. Can't you tell? How could I not? But can you sway him? Does that mean our trip was in vain? How could it be in vain? Let us go to the county and seek out Director Tian Fujuan. I have prepared 2 copies of the joint letter. Yes, how did I not think of that? Let us find Uncle Fujuan. Without delay, the two set off, leaving their bicycles with an old classmate who worked as a staff member in the commune, and boarded a bus headed for Yuanqi County. After a bumpy ride, they decided not to go directly to the county committee to find Tian Fujuan, but first visited Tian Runi's school, where they found her and asked her to lead them to the county committee's residential compound. Naturally overjoyed to see Sun Shaoan, Tian Runi hurriedly took the two back home, eager to prepare a meal for them. During this period, her stepmother was trying to arrange a political marriage between Tian Runi and Li Xiangqian, a cadre's son. Having lived with Tian Fujuan and his wife for years, even her job as a teacher was facilitated by them. Despite her reluctance to engage with Li Xiangqian, she felt obliged to comply with her stepmother, Su Ayun's wishes. Now, encountering Sun Shaoan again, she was filled with grievances she longed to express. However, at that moment, Sun Shaoan was solely focused on urgent matters. Runi, hold off on the cooking for now. Uncle Fujian will be back for lunch, but if he doesn't return, we have pressing matters to discuss with him. Tian Runi fetched a few bottles of soda for them. Do not worry. I will check the county committee to see if he is back. In truth, Sun Shaoan had already visited twice and met with Tian Fujian. His father, Sun Yuhao, had grown up alongside Tian Fujian, having once saved his life, which solidified their bond. However, since Tian Fujian became a county leader, he rarely returned to Shuangshui village to avoid any appearance of favoritism. Seeing Sun Shaoan's urgency, Lu Cheng reassured him, Shaoan, since we are here, as long as Uncle Fujian is still in the county and has not gone to the countryside, we will surely see him today. As they conversed, Tian Xiaoxia returned from outside, visibly delighted to see Lu Cheng and the others. Isn't this Shaoan and Lu Cheng? What brings you here? We have some matters to discuss with your father. Tian Rini promptly stood up. Xiaoxia, you've returned just in time. Please keep them company while I check the county committee to see if my stepfather is back. Go ahead, her sister replied. Tian Xiaoxia removed her hat and coat, grabbed a bottle of soda from the table, and took a few sips before speaking. Lu Cheng, you came at a perfect time. I'll get you some newspapers later. By the way, have you read those 2 books I linked you? I've read some, but I've been quite busy lately and haven't finished them. Then I must ask you about them. Although they had only met once, Tian Xiaoxia and Lu Cheng found much common ground and engaged in lively conversation. Despite being a cadre's daughter, she had only been to the provincial capital and yearned to explore the world beyond, to see places like Beijing and Shanghai. Lu Cheng had traveled to various locations and could share some insights. As they chatted, Tian Xiaoxia, concerned for Sun Shaoan's amusement, fetched some newspapers for him to peruse. As their conversation flowed, Tian Xiaoxia mentioned her high school studies. We are nearing graduation and are uncertain about what we will do afterward. Honestly, I would love to be a journalist or, as you mentioned, Lu Cheng, perhaps a traveler. Lu Cheng nodded. Opportunities will certainly arise. You are still young. Youth is a capital, endowed with infinite possibilities. I appreciate that sentiment. The future holds endless potential. Lu Cheng, do you wish to see the world beyond as well? Certainly. I believe that day will come. Lu Cheng, I've noticed you don't quite resemble an ordinary farmer. Just then, Tian Runi and Tian Fujian returned from outside. Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan rose to greet him. Uncle Fujian. Shaoan, is that you, Lu Cheng? I hardly know you. I've heard Xiaoxia and Runi mention you before. Xiaoxia speaks highly of you. I, being a woman of discerning taste, am rarely impressed, but you are an exception. By the way, I heard someone say you've established medical records for all the villagers in Shuangshui. Indeed, that is true. I did not expect Uncle Fujian to have heard about it. That is commendable. It is rare to see young people daring to dream and willing to contribute. Now, what brings you here today? Sun Shaoan promptly replied. It concerns the issue of pig feed in the village. Here are the materials written by Lu Cheng for your review, Uncle Fujian. Lu Cheng produced the previously prepared letter and handed it over. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Lu Cheng's mind. Encountering the key figure Tian Fujian triggered the side quest, Father's Wish, Part 2. Tian Fujian expressed a hope that his daughter Xiaoxia would live a long life. Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Tian Fujian was indeed a dedicated official who wholeheartedly served the people, accomplishing numerous tangible deeds for the common folk, ultimately leading to the prosperity of the entire Huanyuan region. However, the sorrow that haunted Tian Fujian throughout his life was the tragic sacrifice of his daughter, Tian Xiaoxia. During the catastrophic floods of '83, Tian Fujian personally directed the flood relief efforts, while Tian Xiaoxia, as a provincial reporter, rushed to the front lines to cover the disaster. In a selfless act, she perished while trying to save a drowning little girl. In the mundane world, perhaps the most lamentable events were the deaths of He Xiuyan and Tian Xiaoxia. Both were remarkable young women, yet fate had dealt them unfortunate hands. Lu Cheng held a deep admiration for Tian Xiaoxia. She possessed a vivacity and passion that seemed out of place in her time, coupled with bravery and kindness. Yet, this admiration remained purely that, admiration. To his surprise, a side quest had now been triggered, an unexpected turn of events for Lu Cheng. However, it was not the moment to delve into the system. He composed himself and pretended that nothing had occurred. After Sun Shaoan explained the situation to Tian Fujian, he nodded in agreement. This is a positive development. It not only improves the living conditions of the farmers, but also fulfills the livestock breeding targets set by higher authorities. It merely involves utilizing some wasteland. It is hardly a transgression. Let me call the leaders of the Shaijai commune to address this. Sun Shaoan was immediately overjoyed. Oh, this is wonderful. Uncle Fujian, I must express the gratitude of the entire village on behalf of the villagers. Tian Fujian shook his head. What is there to thank? Ensuring that the people have enough to eat is our foremost duty as officials. Your commitment to the welfare of the entire village is commendable, and I am pleased for you. After this exchange, Tian Fujian turned to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, you must visit often. By the way, have you made any progress with the villagers' medical records you were compiling? I would love to hear the details. Certainly, Lu Cheng replied. I have gathered data from the 2 teams in Shuangshui village, totaling 273 households and 1,083 individuals. Upon completing the statistics, I discovered a prevalent issue of malnutrition among the elderly and children in the village. The elderly, having labored all their lives, suffer from various ailments, including chronic pain and rheumatism. Lu Cheng recounted his recent undertakings without embellishment, simply stating facts. After listening to the entire account, Tian Fujuan could not help but express his admiration. Lu Cheng, your dedication is remarkable. You possess the heart of a great physician. My wife is also a doctor at the county hospital. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Hearing this, Lu Cheng felt a surge of joy and did not refuse. Indeed, the village lacks medical resources, and I can only implement basic measures to alleviate the villagers' ailments. My medical skills are limited, and many issues remain unresolved. Therefore, I hope to have the opportunity to learn from the doctors at the county hospital to enhance my medical expertise. If there are any unused medical devices at the hospital, I would like to explore the possibility of acquiring them. Tian Fujuan pondered for a moment and nodded. This is manageable. I will discuss it with my wife and see how she can assist you. Please come to the county again in a couple of days. Very well, Lu Cheng replied. The efficiency of his self-study was indeed limited, compounded by the small number of patients in the village. Engaging with the doctors at the county hospital would undoubtedly be a significant improvement. Seizing the opportunity to learn was paramount, even if it meant being somewhat audacious. Personal growth was of utmost importance. After their conversation, Tian Xiaoxia regarded Lu Cheng with a hint of admiration. Brother Lu Cheng, you are truly impressive. Even in the countryside, you have achieved so much. Lu Cheng humbly replied. It is nothing remarkable. The team supports me with work points, allowing me to care for the villagers. It is my duty, after all. As Wang Yangming once said, one must embody the unity of knowledge and action. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoxia's admiration for Lu Cheng deepened. However, this did not translate into romantic feelings. It was merely mutual respect. Tian Xiaoxia was not Lu Cheng's ideal type. They were better suited as friends or perhaps akin to siblings. After leaving Yuanxi County, they took a vehicle back to the Shijai commune and then rode back to Shuangshui village. Upon returning home, Lu Cheng eagerly began to check the system for the side quest. He had long suspected that, since there was a main quest, side quests might also exist. To his surprise, the side quest had indeed manifested. Prompt: the main quest must be completed. Failure to do so will result in no rewards for this cycle. The side quest is optional, allowing the host to choose whether to undertake it. Completing both main and side quests will yield corresponding fate points. The main quest also offers additional rewards, awaiting the host's exploration. At this moment, Lu Cheng had yet to complete any tasks and was unaware of the specifics of the rewards, nor did he know the significance of the fate points. However, he did not dwell on this uncertainty, trusting that answers would reveal themselves in due time. The following morning, the commune sent someone to notify that Shuangshui village was permitted to rationally utilize wasteland for pig feed cultivation. The members of the first team were naturally delighted. Since this achievement was a joint effort between Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan, Lu Cheng further solidified his recognition among the villagers, and his prestige increased accordingly. Though this prestige may seem inconsequential in everyday matters, it could prove invaluable in critical situations. A few days later, Lu Cheng took a leave of absence and traveled again to Yuanxi County to meet Tian Fujuan's wife, Su Aiyun. Little Lu, I am aware of your situation. Your eagerness to learn is commendable. Our hospital is currently organizing training for newly arrived doctors. If you don't mind the inconvenience, I can secure you a spot to audit the sessions. The training occurs every afternoon from 2 to 4. If you are interested, I can take you to the hospital today to familiarize yourself with the environment. I would be delighted. Thank you very much. Although Su Aiyun exhibited a certain elitism and bureaucratic demeanor, Lu Cheng was unconcerned. He was there to learn, not to seek romance. As long as the opportunity for learning was present, that sufficed. The daily commute to the county was undoubtedly arduous, but for the sake of education, what was hardship? Lu Cheng had long prepared for this, having compiled various medical queries encountered during his months of practice. Upon reaching the hospital, he immersed himself in learning, eagerly asking questions and absorbing new knowledge, thereby enriching his medical experience. Though the back and forth was exhausting and incurred travel expenses, witnessing the experience points rise on the system panel brought Lu Cheng immense joy. After 2 hours of diligent study, you have resolved your uncertainties and clarified numerous issues. Medical experience increased by 5. After just 2 or 3 days of study, Lu Cheng's medical experience had already reached its limit. This, of course, was due to the knowledge he had accumulated from treating villagers and performing massages. As it was his first medical upgrade, Lu Cheng was uncertain whether it would manifest in any special way, so he waited until he returned home to initiate the upgrade. The moment he clicked to upgrade, the scene before him suddenly transformed. It was as though he had entered a foreign hospital, wearing a white coat, with a patient seated before him. Doctor, hello. I've been feeling dizzy and weak for the past couple of days. To enhance his medical skills, one must possess not only ample theoretical knowledge, but also rich practical experience. Lu Cheng had initially thought that the skill upgrade would be instantaneous. However, he was astonished to discover that the system had transported him into a virtual space, allowing him to personally experience the process of treating patients. In that moment, Lu Cheng felt no fatigue nor the passage of time, as he attended to one patient after another, fully applying all the knowledge he had learned. Moreover, after each consultation, the system provided thoughtful evaluations. During your treatment of patient number 132, you only diagnosed bronchitis and failed to notice a mild infection. Total score, 78 out of 100. Improvement needed. With each patient he attended to, Lu Cheng made progress, solidifying his previously shaky foundation and clarifying many vague concepts. Even some rare ailments were encountered in this virtual realm. The system ensured that any illness classified as within level 2 that Lu Cheng had the potential to cure would be presented to him. Furthermore, after every 100 patients treated, a seasoned senior doctor would appear to offer guidance. Lu Cheng lost track of time, and when patient number 8586 departed, the system finally notified him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully passed the assessment and are now officially a level 2 doctor. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng awoke, feeling as though he had gained 2 to 3 years of practical experience, transforming into a seasoned physician rather than the barefoot doctor he had once been. When he approached the window and gazed outside, it appeared that nothing had changed. It seemed as if only an instant had passed. Upon opening the system panel, he noticed an alteration. Medical skill, level 2, 3,400. At that moment, Lu Cheng felt the immense power of the system once again. If he continued to progress in this manner, each step he took would be remarkably solid. He even contemplated whether the system had transported him to some hospital in a different world, where he had worked diligently for an extended period, curing numerous patients without charge. Nonetheless, Lu Cheng held no grievances. Rather, he was elated. This knowledge acquired through effort was robust and wholly his own. He could confidently assert that his medical skills were the result of his hard work, with only a modicum of assistance from the system. When Lu Cheng returned to the county hospital to continue his studies, he found that many of the questions he had previously struggled with had been resolved independently, and the inquiries he now posed were of a more advanced nature. Although merely an auditing student, the rapid pace of his progress astonished some of the doctors at the county hospital. This young man is remarkable. He possesses an innate aptitude for medicine, remarked Director Su. Is he your little compatriot? Indeed, he is a talent, Su Aiyun replied, feeling quite proud. He hails from the same village as my husband. His father is the village doctor, so he likely learned from a young age and has a solid foundation. Additionally, this child has completed high school and possesses commendable self-study capabilities. After a round of praise, Su Aiyun brought Lu Cheng into her office for the first time. Little Lu, I initially intended to assist you by providing a learning opportunity, but I didn't expect you to be so diligent and committed to your studies. However, studying medicine requires more than just theoretical knowledge. Practical experience is essential. Henceforth, come here early each day. If any patients arrive, you may observe and gain practical experience. Thank you, Director Su. There's no need for such formality. Since you refer to my husband as Uncle Fu Jun, you may call me Aunt. Then thank you, Aunt. During the following period, Lu Cheng's dedication to his studies intensified. The doctors offered more attentive guidance and specifically addressed the questions he raised. This accelerated the growth of his medical experience. Naturally, Lu Cheng found himself busier, commuting daily between the village and the county, purchasing a monthly bus pass, and unable to tend to farm work. Fortunately, upon hearing that Lu Cheng was studying in the county, everyone was supportive. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would offer free massages to the team members, preventing discontent among them. High-intensity learning necessitated adequate nutrition. During this time, Lu Cheng worked exceptionally hard, often having lunch in the county, leading to increased expenses. Upon learning of this situation, Tian Fujuan expressed his admiration for Lu Cheng and conferred with Su Aiyun, allowing Lu Cheng to pay for meals at the county hospital, resolving his lunchtime issues. Occasionally, he would even be invited to dine at their home. Each morning, Lu Cheng would rush to the county city by 10, arriving at the county hospital by 11, where he would learn alongside Su Aiyun. When patients arrived, Su Aiyun would sit beside him, allowing Lu Cheng to take the lead. Su Aiyun would only intervene if he encountered an issue beyond his capacity. Over time, Lu Cheng surmised that Su Aiyun's medical proficiency was likely approaching level 4. Everyone possesses a multifaceted nature, while Su Aiyun had her personal challenges. She was still willing to assist Lu Cheng, a young man with ambition, as long as it did not compromise her own interests or those of her family. Lu Cheng felt immense gratitude for her support, vowing to alter Tian Xiaoxia's life path in the future to prevent her from making sacrifices. This was both to fulfill a side quest and to reciprocate the assistance he had received from Tian Fujuan and his wife. Amidst this busy study period, time flew by swiftly, and before he realized it, summer had arrived, bringing with it increasing heat, while Lu Cheng and Xiuyan's wedding date drew ever closer. Some rejoiced, while others were troubled. However, the relationship between Sun Shaoan and Tian Runi faced difficulties. Tian Futong had always opposed his daughter marrying a farmer like Sun Shaoan. In his view, having his daughter work as a teacher in the county was not enough. At the very least, she ought to marry someone of equal standing, preferably another teacher from the same county. Su Aiyun made a special trip home to discuss the matter with Tian Futong and his wife, suggesting that Runi should be wed to Li Xianqian. Naturally, Tian Futong welcomed the idea, yet his daughter was quite stubborn, frequently returning to the village to see Sun Shaoan. Ultimately, it was Sun Yuding who proposed a rather dubious scheme to Tian Futong to inform Su Aiyun to enroll Runi in additional courses at school, thereby keeping her too busy to return to the village. Simultaneously, Tian Futong would purchase some wedding sweets and distribute them among the villagers, publicly announcing the engagement between Tian Runi and Li Xianqian, in hopes of disheartening Sun Shaoan. Upon hearing this, Tian Futong found the idea appealing and proceeded accordingly. However, Sun Yuding, playing the role of a cunning strategist, after conferring with his wife, felt that this plan was somewhat unfair to his nephew, and discreetly informed Tian Runi about the distribution of sweets. Consequently, as soon as the village secretary Tian Futong finished distributing the sweets, Tian Runi rushed back to the village to reclaim them. This farce left Tian Futong feeling utterly humiliated. Faced with family pressure, Tian Runi resolved to fight with all her might to safeguard her love for Shaoan. As for Lu Cheng, he chose not to involve himself in the affair. He was currently benefiting from the assistance of Tian Fujuan and Su Aiyun. It would be inappropriate to take sides, so he opted to remain a mere spectator. Of course, this matter was never really his concern. With the summer harvest finally concluded, he could now take a well-deserved respite. Moreover, the date for Lu Cheng and He Xiulian's wedding had finally arrived. This was Lu Cheng's first experience of matrimony. To prepare for the wedding, he had commenced his arrangements well in advance, meticulously tending to every corner of his home and even venturing to the Shijai commune to get a stylish new haircut from Hu Delu. Typically, the villagers of Shuangshui would have their hair trimmed by the team accountant Tian Haimin, as they were reluctant to spend the extra few cents to visit the commune. Besides the haircut, he also procured various beverages, pork, fish, vegetables, and red paper to request assistance from skilled villagers in crafting auspicious red characters. With no elders or relatives to help, the village women came to lend a hand. A temporary kitchen was set up in the courtyard, with a large pot borrowed from the production team for cooking. Dishes, bowls, and benches were all borrowed from neighbors, each marked with a number to avoid mix-ups. Lu Cheng was well liked in the village and held a respectable status, so it was only natural that many would attend his wedding. He spared no expense, ensuring that each table featured at least chicken, pork, and fish as main dishes, alongside ample portions of other dishes and steamed buns. In rural gatherings, only two types of meals are remembered, those that are exceptionally good and those that are dreadfully poor. The latter can linger in the villagers' memories for years, even decades. Fortunately, the villagers were generous, and all who attended contributed handsomely to the gift fund, whether it was a few dimes or a couple of yuan. Even Tian Fujuan from the county generously presented Lu Cheng with 20 yuan as a wedding gift. All in all, while Lu Cheng did not break even, the losses were minimal. He Xiulian and He Yaozong arrived early, with Xiulian even accompanying Lu Cheng to the commune to obtain their marriage certificate and take wedding photos. On this day, the entire Shuangshui village buzzed with excitement, and even the weather cooperated, being pleasantly mild. Early in the morning, Lu Cheng's home was abuzz with activity. Some were arranging tables and chairs, others washing and chopping vegetables, while others prepared to set off firecrackers, filling the air with a festive atmosphere. The courtyard was adorned with red characters of good fortune, and even the large jujube tree was draped in red cloth as the women busily chatted amongst themselves. Adults and children alike awaited the arrival of the beautifully adorned bride. As the firecrackers erupted, the sound of drums and traditional instruments filled the air, and the dishes began to be served. Villagers took their seats, and Lu Cheng and Xiulian emerged, their faces painted with red, to greet their guests. Dressed in vibrant red, Xiulian looked radiant, while Lu Cheng sported a bright red flower pinned to his attire. In this era, traditional customs were not heavily emphasized. The wedding ceremony remained simple, focusing primarily on the merriment of the gathering. Lu Cheng and Xiulian traversed through the crowd, raising their glasses and toasts to each table of guests. Initially, He Xiulian's father intended to wait until the guests had dispersed before joining the celebration, but village secretary Tian Futong interjected, stating, "Here, we do not adhere to such feudal customs. Since the daughter is marrying into our Shuangshui village, she is our esteemed guest." Wang Kai, along with a few other village women, burst into laughter and hurriedly fetched He Yaozong from next door. Though He Yaozong felt a bit shy at first, he could not resist the insistence of the women and found himself entering the courtyard. Just as He Yaozong was seated, Lu Cheng promptly approached with Xiulian, raising a glass to toast his father-in-law. He Yaozong, feeling a surge of emotion, lifted his glass and said, "Lu Cheng, raising Xiulian has not been an easy task. From this day forward, I entrust her to you. She is now your wife. You may treat her as you wish, but please do not mistreat her." Xiulian's eyes glistened with tears as she lowered her head, rubbing her eyes. Lu Cheng quickly reassured him, "Father, rest assured. I will cherish Shilian dearly. I would never raise a hand against her. We will live well together and visit you often. Good, good, good. I believe you. At that moment, the village's simple-minded elder, Tian approached the courtyard's entrance. The villagers were apprehensive of his potential disruption and tried to keep him outside. Yet Lu Cheng, with a hearty laugh, grabbed a bottle of wine and walked over, saying, according to our local customs, having a beggar present at joyous occasions is considered auspicious. Uncle Tian, come and have a drink. Shilian, showing her thoughtfulness, fetched an empty bowl, filled it with food, and handed it to Uncle Tian, along with half a bottle of wine. The simple-minded Tian did not sit at the table but found a spot against the wall, enjoying his meal with a sip of food and a gulp of wine, completely at ease. The singer Tian Wanyu showcased his talent once more, singing amidst the crowd. Today, Lu Cheng and Shilian wed, and the whole village is filled with joy. Raise your glasses in celebration. May they soon have a plump grandson. Many joined in the chorus. May they soon have a plump grandson. As he approached He Yaozong, Tian Wanyu playfully sang, brother, you are quite remarkable, raising a daughter as lovely as Jiao Chan. We hope our hospitality is not lacking, and we ask for your understanding. Well sung. In these joyous times, it was only natural that Lu Cheng, as the groom, was incessantly toasted. After imbibing a considerable amount, Lu Cheng activated his cheat mode, instantly transferring the liquor into his storage space the moment it entered his mouth. Feigning a staggering gait, Lu Cheng managed to navigate through the revelry, having no idea how much he had seemingly consumed. The boisterous atmosphere persisted for quite some time before the guests gradually dispersed, assisting in tidying up the courtyard inside and out. As night descended and tranquility finally prevailed, Lu Cheng and Xiao Lian completed their ablutions and sat facing each other on the con. A beauty under the lamplight is an enchanting sight to behold. Xiao Lian appeared exceptionally radiant today, her eyes sparkling with tenderness and affection. Her mere presence captivated Lu Cheng's heart. Lu Cheng, my dear, she began, from this day forward, I am your wife. Your laughter will be my laughter, and your tears, I will wipe away. Lu Cheng poured 2 cups of wine, handing one to Xiao Lian. Come, let us partake in the nuptial wine. They imbibed the wine of matrimony, embarking on a lifelong journey together. The wine seemed to possess a unique potency, igniting Lu Cheng's soul and illuminating his gaze. Omitted, nights in the Lust Plateau are typically serene, but tonight, a wind had risen, its mournful cries echoing across the undulating hills. Accompanied by the patter of raindrops on the earth, a sudden tempest erupted, causing the window curtains to rattle and stirring a sense of restlessness within. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Imcirc 3D, Barefoot Doctor. The following morning, Xiao Lian stirred from her slumber, intending to prepare breakfast, but Lu Cheng gently pulled her back. There's no rush, he murmured. You didn't sleep well last night. Rest a little longer. But surely, we should change the sheets, she replied. They're soiled. Not in the slightest, he countered. They are pristine. Indeed. What could be more immaculate than those few crimson blossoms? Although Lu Cheng wished for Xiao Lian to linger in slumber, she found herself unable to drift back to sleep. She nestled in his embrace, murmuring, Lu Cheng, my dear, it is a blessing to be your wife. The blessing is mine to have you, he responded. My Xiao Lian is a treasure. Lu Cheng, she whispered, do you desire? I am willing. Not for a moment, he declared. I would never wish to tire you out, my dear Xiao Lian. Since you are unable to sleep, simply rest here. I shall prepare breakfast today. Let me do it. She insisted. Xiao Lian began to rise, but a wave of discomfort washed over her. Lu Cheng gently guided her back down. Listen to me, from now on. In our home, I shall make the important decisions, and you shall decide the minor ones. And what constitutes important and minor? She inquired. That, of course, is my prerogative. What I deem important shall be so. Then I shall heed your judgment. Lu Cheng arose, donned his attire, and after completing his ablutions, cheerfully proceeded to prepare the meal. We common folk are truly joyous today. 2 days prior, Lu Cheng had thoughtfully procured an old hen and an assortment of nourishing Chinese herbs, meticulously preparing them and storing them within his preservation space. Time stood still within this space, ensuring that items remained unchanged from the moment they were placed within. Lu Cheng directly placed the prepared ingredients and the old hen into the pot, simmering a nourishing broth to replenish Xiao Lian's vitality. In this lifetime, Lu Cheng was determined to nurture Xiao Lian's health, ensuring that she remained by his side until their twilight years. As she savored the steamed buns, accompanied by Lu Cheng's personally prepared tomato and egg stir-fry, and the old hen soup, Xiao Lian's heart swelled with contentment. She could sense that her Lu Cheng genuinely cherished, loved, and doted upon her. After their meal, Xiao Lian eagerly took charge of clearing the dishes, laundering the clothes and sheets, and airing the bedding, finding it impossible to remain idle. Despite Lu Cheng's attempts to dissuade her from overexerting herself, her determination prevailed. Lu Cheng, my dear, she argued. You decreed that important matters are your domain, while minor ones are mine. Surely, laundry, cooking, and cleaning cannot be classified as important matters? You should retire to your studies and leave these tasks to me. With his training at the county hospital completed, Lu Cheng was no longer required to travel to the county on a daily basis. Furthermore, following the previous night's rainfall, there was no need to work in the fields today. Lu Cheng could now dedicate himself to his studies. Having been preoccupied with medical studies, his mind consumed by medical texts, case histories, and patient records, he had lacked the time to delve into mathematics, physics, and chemistry. With Xiao Lian's arrival, Lu Cheng found himself with more leisure time, allowing him to focus on reviewing these subjects. Fortunately, having experienced the gauntlet of the college entrance examination in his previous life, much of the knowledge, though forgotten, could be readily retrieved through self-study. Moreover, this set of self-study guides was originally intended for individuals with only a junior high school education, or even those with just an elementary school diploma. The initial content was straightforward and easily accessible, allowing Lu Cheng to quickly immerse himself in his studies. Perhaps the villagers of Shuangshui village were hesitant to intrude upon the newlyweds' privacy, as no one came seeking medical attention that morning. It was not until after lunch that 2 or 3 villagers arrived, hoping to receive massage and acupressure treatments from Lu Cheng. As Lu Cheng administered the treatments, Xiao Lian observed from the sidelines. Once the villagers had departed, Xiao Lian inquired with curiosity, Lu Cheng, can these massage and acupressure treatments truly alleviate fatigue? Certainly, he affirmed. Come, let us go inside, and I shall demonstrate on you. During the massage, Lu Cheng's hands became somewhat unruly, causing Xiao Lian's complexion to flush and her breath to quicken. Lu Cheng, she stammered, you were not like this before. You must not administer such treatments to other young women. Rest assured, he replied, such treatments are reserved solely for you. Given that it was still daytime, and the possibility of visitors arriving was ever present, they were hesitant to close the door and engage in more intimate activities. Once Xiao Lian had regained her composure, she declared, Lu Cheng, I wish to learn this from you. And why would you wish to learn this? He inquired. Because it is indeed very comforting, she replied. When you are weary, I shall administer it to you. Very well, I shall instruct you. To learn this, you must first familiarize yourself with the acupoints. The young couple bantered and teased each other, and the day quickly passed. As night fell and they secured the courtyard gate, they naturally engaged in another round of intimate exchanges. Both were only 22 years of age, brimming with youthful vigor and passion. On the morning of the 3rd day, the weather cleared, and it was time to return to work in the fields. As they stepped out of their courtyard, they were greeted by a large group of team members who could not resist teasing them. Lu Cheng, you two have been married for 2 days and have not left the house. What have you been researching? What else could it be? Someone retorted. They must be researching how to procreate. Lu Cheng, I have yet to marry and have never held a woman's hand. Tell me, what does it feel like? Ha ha. Amidst the jesting, Xiao Lian's face flushed crimson, and she hastily joined the group of women. However, the women proved to be even more audacious. Xiao Lian, how is your Lu Cheng in bed? Is he as capable as he is in the fields? Your Lu Cheng also knows how to administer injections. Has he given you one yet? Oh dear, you people, how can you say such things? The former village flower, Wang Kaier, with her quick tongue, exclaimed, as women, we simply need a good man for our chests to rise and our figures to round. When the village women engage in playful banter, the young men tend to shy away. Couples share laughter as they head to work, busy yet joyful, tired yet content. By evening, they return home, playfully exchanging words. And when the lights go out, they whisper sweet nothings, tossing and turning until dawn. Life after marriage is undoubtedly sweet and blissful. Someone washes clothes, cooks meals, and makes the bed, allowing Lu Cheng to feel more at ease, with ample time to study mathematics and science, as well as peruse various medical texts. After his training at the county hospital, Lu Cheng's medical skills have significantly improved. Although still classified as a secondary doctor, he surpasses those practicing in township health centers. The experience he gained in the simulated system is genuinely invaluable. While other doctors merely treat patients and prescribe medications, caring little about the specifics as long as the patients recover, Lu Cheng meticulously attended to over 8,000 patients in the simulation, each providing detailed evaluations and feedback. This has honed his diagnostic abilities, allowing him to prescribe the most suitable dosages, alleviating patients' suffering and expediting their recovery. Even in some county and municipal hospitals, most doctors lack the solid foundation Lu Cheng possesses. It can be said that his training in the system equates to 5, 10, or even more years of accumulated clinical experience for an ordinary physician. Yet, this excellent foundation remains underutilized, as the village has limited inhabitants, with only 1 or 2 patients daily being a fortunate occurrence. Moreover, due to a scarcity of medications and equipment, Lu Cheng can only prescribe remedies and refer patients to the commune for further treatment, even if he has the means to help them. Initially, villagers preferred to trust the township health center's doctors, but eventually, after a few instances where patients remained unwell despite treatment, they found relief more swiftly by following Lu Cheng's prescriptions. Consequently, those patients became excellent testimonials for him. After all, Lu Cheng has trained at the county hospital. His prescriptions work better than those from the commune's doctors. Indeed, I had a persistent cough that wouldn't resolve, and the health center's medications were ineffective. It was Lu Cheng's prescription that cured me in just 3 days. Once such stories spread, villagers became more inclined to seek Lu Cheng's care. At times, villagers would directly bring Lu Cheng's prescriptions to the commune or county to obtain medications, later returning for injections and treatments. Regardless of where the medications were procured, as long as the patients were cured following Lu Cheng's treatment plans, he would receive experience points from the system. As Lu Cheng's reputation grew, patients from nearby villages occasionally sought him out. After all, Lu Cheng's services were more affordable than those of the commune hospital, yet equally effective, often leading to quicker recoveries. Who wouldn't he prefer that? A good reputation is built gradually. With the first patient comes the second, and with the first success, more will follow. Furthermore, Lu Cheng's friendly demeanor ensures that children receiving treatment are rewarded with candy, while elderly patients are offered warm tea and heartfelt inquiries about their well-being. Xiao Lian is equally enthusiastic, assisting and attending to patients. Thus, Lu Cheng's commendable reputation spread across the region. In the sweltering heat of summer, during an era devoid of air conditioning or fans, one must possess a certain steadfastness to concentrate on studying. However, everything changed when Xiao Lian arrived. Whenever Lu Cheng sat down to read, she would quietly sit beside him, gently fanning him to dispel the summer heat. A basin of cool water was always nearby, and she would occasionally dampen a towel to wipe his neck and back. When Lu Cheng grew weary from studying, she would massage his shoulders and bring him tea at the first opportunity. Xiao Lian, you pamper me like a young master from a wealthy family. I find myself increasingly reliant on you. We agreed that you would take care of me for a lifetime, without fail. All right, a lifetime isn't enough. I would gladly serve you for 3 lifetimes. It is said that women are a man's home, and men are a woman's children. I intend to treat you like my precious child, but a child requires sustenance. Oh dear, in broad daylight, what are you suggesting? The ancient saying of a red sleeve adds fragrance perhaps encapsulates this sentiment. It is only with a woman's presence that one truly feels at home. Lu Cheng's small courtyard has become more vibrant. In the corner, a chicken coop now houses a dozen chicks, while the land along the outer wall has been cultivated with vegetables. Bamboo has been planted in the courtyard's corners, and a trellis for grapevines has been erected. Freshly washed clothes hang on the drying rack, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a splash of color to the tidy, earthen courtyard. Such warm and sweet days pass by, and before one realizes it, the scorching summer gradually gives way to cooler weather. On a particular day, the entire Shuangshui village buzzed with excitement, as villagers of all ages gathered in the jujube grove outside the village. Village Secretary Tian Futong and all members of the village committee stood at the center. And after clearing his throat, Tian Futong proclaimed loudly, "Comrades, the annual Jujube Festival in Shuangshui Village has arrived. On behalf of all committee members, I hereby declare the orchard open for Jujube picking and festivities." A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. As firecrackers exploded, villagers of all ages sprang into action, some wielding sticks to knock down jujubes, others carrying baskets to collect them, while many gathered to clear away dirt and leaves. Numerous adults hoisted their children onto their shoulders, allowing them to reach the jujubes high in the trees. Today, everyone is free to eat as many jujubes as they like, but they are not permitted to take any home. Be careful, watch your step, and don't step on any jujubes. Collect them all. By the way, where are Lu Cheng and Xiao Lian? Uncle Wanyu, sing us a song. All the village girls adore your singing. If you start, perhaps Lu Cheng and Xiao Lian will come running. Yes, something sweet, perhaps a little romantic. As Tian Wanyu was busy picking jujubes, he chuckled. No problem. You want something sweet? Let us make it sweet. Calling out to my sister, Zhang Guilin. Oh yay. Just then, Lu Cheng and Xiao Lian arrived. Look, Lu Cheng is here. We didn't properly celebrate when he got married. Let us make up for it today. What do you all say? Yes. Now that he is married, Lu Cheng's melon isn't worth much. Let us take a look at his melon. Come, let us see the melon. A group of individuals gathered in merriment, surrounding Lu Cheng, while some sought to loosen his belt, prompting Lu Cheng to clutch it tightly in alarm. Xiao Lian too was encircled by the women, who pulled her aside. Though Xiao Lian felt a twinge of concern, the women chimed in reassuringly, "Fear not. They are merely jesting. They would not harm a hair on Lu Cheng's head." Meanwhile, Lu Cheng was lifted by the young man. It was the village secretary's wife who intervened, saying, all right. With so many children and young ladies watching, we must not let it get out of hand." The young men finally set Lu Cheng down, who bore no ill will. Their playful antics were a testament to their camaraderie. However, Lu Cheng was not one to be trifled with. He seized the ringleader of the jesters and joined in the fun, filling the jujube orchard with laughter and joy. This particular grove of jujubes was deemed communal property, and while the harvested fruit belonged to the collective, it was generally accepted that no one would mind if a handful were discreetly pocketed, as long as it was not excessive. Lu Cheng, however, had no need to take any, for his own home boasted a large jujube tree, providing ample fruit for his family. After a day filled with merriment and jujube gathering, The fruits were neatly packed into burlap sacks and transported to the commune by tractor. By the time they returned home, it was already dusk. Xiaolian. Was the Jujube festival in the village lively? Indeed, it was both bustling and enjoyable. As she spoke, Xiaolian wiped the dust from Lu Cheng's body with a damp cloth. Tomorrow, we shall harvest the jujubes in our yard and pack them up. I will take you back to my family home so that our father can also taste our jujubes. All right, I shall follow your lead. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, Lu Cheng reflected on the past when he would celebrate the festival with her father. This year, he would be alone. Tomorrow, we shall visit the commune to purchase some fruits and mooncakes to bring to him. Yes, my father will surely be delighted to see us. In this world, Lu Cheng had no relatives save for his father-in-law, thus it was only natural to foster those familial ties. When they arrived at Hejiawan, having crossed the Yellow River with their gifts, He Yaozong was filled with joy. Coincidentally, He Xiaoying and her husband had also come with their children to visit their elderly father, creating a lively gathering. In the kitchen, the sisters He Xiaoying and He Xiaoyan busied themselves, while the children frolicked in the yard, and He Yaozong and his two sons-in-law engaged in conversation. Lu Cheng, how was the harvest this year in your area? It was satisfactory. We managed to cultivate additional land, utilizing every nook and cranny, allowing each household to reap a greater yield. That is good to hear. Our situation improves year by year as well. The vinegar we brew sells out as soon as it reaches town. Chang Yulin then inquired, I heard you've been earning by treating patients? Well, it's only a modest sum, perhaps 30 to 50 cents a day. It doesn't amount to much, Lu Cheng replied. Yet, it sums up to over 10 yuan a month, which is not insignificant and helps sustain our livelihood. The farmers gathered spoke of land, grain, and national matters. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, He Xiaoying and He Xiaoyan exchanged hushed words. Xiaoyan, is Lu Cheng good to you? He is incredibly kind, assisting with chores and cooking, concerned that I might tire. He has a passion for reading and studying, and I merely watch by his side. You wouldn't believe how skilled he has become. People from miles around no longer seek treatment at the commune, but come to our home instead. Xiaolian's excitement was palpable as she spoke of Lu Cheng. Hearing of her sister's happiness, He Xiaoying felt joy for her as well, noting, no wonder you seem healthier and have put on a bit of weight. It seems someone cares for you. And you have your own husband, too. Indeed, though he may be a bit simple, he treats me well and listens to me. The happiness of both daughters was, without a doubt, the greatest comfort for He Yaozong, who often wore a smile. In the autumn of the 70s, the streets of the city were abuzz with the harvest season. The villagers of Xuanshui were particularly cheerful this year as they maximized the use of previously untended land, cultivating pigweed and corn, which would ensure more bountiful meals. Yet, beneath the same sky, the sorrows of others remained disconnected. While the villagers of Xuanshui reveled in their harvest, Tian Fuyun and Tian Runi, also from the village, found themselves ensnared in hardship. After thorough investigation of the conditions in the former Xixin County, Tian Fuyun discovered that many citizens were enduring extreme difficulties, with some even resorting to eating earth. In his determination to alleviate their plight, all of his proposals were met with rejection by Feng Shiquan, the county head. Their frequent disputes drew lines among the populace. Given Feng Shiquan's position as the county head, and with the backing of Miao Kai, the city leader, he garnered overwhelming support. This left Tian Fuyun feeling powerless to effect change for the people he cared for, and he found himself increasingly sidelined. Noticing her husband's struggles, Su Aiyun sought to support him wholeheartedly, and dedicated herself to fostering the union between Tian Runi and Li Xianqian. If Li Xianqian's father, Li Dengyun, could lend his support to Tian Fuyun, it would significantly improve his situation. Meanwhile, Li Xianqian, smitten since meeting Tian Runi, was relentless in his pursuit to marry her. Despite repeated rejections from Tian Runi, he persisted relentlessly. He even resorted to a suicide attempt, slashing his wrists to coerce his parents into securing Tian Runi's hand in marriage. Li Xianqian frequented Tian Runi's school, currying favor with her colleagues and leveraging connections to obtain a key to her room, where he would clean. These rather extreme actions failed to endear him to Tian Runi. Instead, she grew increasingly repulsed by him. However, Su Aiyun secretly supported Li Xianqian, contriving opportunities for them and inviting him to their home for meals. On one such occasion, Su Aiyun once again attempted to create a romantic atmosphere, encouraging Li Xianqian to drink for courage. Emboldened by the alcohol, Li Xianqian's inhibitions waned, and he made an inappropriate advance toward Runi. Had Tian Fujuan not returned promptly, Tian Runi might have suffered a significant misfortune. Serendipitously, Lu Cheng arrived with gifts to visit Tian Fujuan. As he approached the entrance, he witnessed Li Xianqian fleeing, disheveled and intoxicated. Recalling the original storyline, Lu Cheng surmised what had transpired and sighed inwardly, realizing the inopportune timing of his visit. As Lu Cheng prepared to depart, he observed Tian Fujuan pursuing Su Aiyun, indicating a marital dispute. Tian Fujuan had consistently opposed his wife's excessive meddling in their niece's marriage and disapproved of using such alliances for political gain. However, Su Aiyun remained obstinate, convinced of her righteousness. Lu Qing stood awkwardly outside the gate as Tian Fujian and Su Aiyun emerged, one after the other. Su Aiyun glanced at Lu Cheng, who promptly greeted her. She responded curtly before cycling away. Tian Fujian sighed in resignation before turning to Lu Cheng, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. Lu Cheng explained that he was in the county to purchase medication and decided to stop by. Tian Fujian insisted that he come inside. Inside, Tian Runi, her eyes still reddened, greeted Lu Cheng hastily before retreating to wash her face and fetch him a soft drink. Once inside, Tian Fujian noticed the items Lu Cheng carried and remarked on the unnecessary gifts. Lu Cheng explained that he wanted to express his gratitude for their assistance in securing his opportunity to study at the county hospital. Tian Fujian relented, but forbade future gifts. After settling in, Tian Fujian inquired about the situation in Shuangshui village and the year's harvest. Lu Cheng reported positive progress, attributing it to the allocation of land for individual cultivation, which had motivated the villagers to cultivate even barren plots. He anticipated a significant increase in grain production compared to the previous year, alleviating the hardships of the villagers during the new year. Tian Fujian commended Lu Cheng and Xiaoan for their contributions. Lu Cheng acknowledged Tian Fujian's role in facilitating the changes. He then inquired about Xiaoxia's return. Tian Fujian directed the question to Tian Runi, who anticipated her return. Lu Cheng then revealed his intention to borrow a set of high school textbooks from Xiaoxia. Lu Cheng's visit was not solely for the purpose of seeing Tian Fujian and his wife. It was also related to a side quest. Tian Xiaoxia's death in 1983 while saving someone prompted Lu Cheng to attempt to alter her fate, not by intervening at the moment of the accident, but by influencing her path from the present. Tian Fujian expressed interest in Lu Cheng's request for high school textbooks, questioning his focus on medicine. Lu Cheng explained that his education had been interrupted at the high school level, leaving gaps in his knowledge. He believed that a solid foundation in mathematics, physics, and chemistry would benefit his medical studies. Tian Fujian praised Lu Cheng's initiative and mentioned that Su Aiyun had previously noted his aptitude for medicine, even suggesting his potential recruitment into the county hospital. Lu Cheng was unaware of this, but he recognized the difficulty of gaining entry into the county hospital through their influence. Given their current circumstances, Lu Cheng harbored no such aspirations. With the impending resumption of the National College entrance examination, he planned to prepare diligently, aiming for admission to the most prestigious medical institutions. Lu Cheng then broached a sensitive topic with Tian Fujian, seeking his opinion on the current practice of recommending students for university admission. He criticized the system of worker-peasant-soldier recommendation, citing the weak academic foundation of the students and the lack of fairness in the selection process, which hindered the cultivation of genuine talent. Tian Fujian cautioned Lu Cheng against expressing such views publicly. Lu Cheng reassured him that he would not divulge his opinions outside of their conversation. Lu Cheng emphasized that he was only speaking candidly due to his respect for Tian Fujian and his family, as well as his desire to complete the side quest. Tian Fujian acknowledged the flaws in the current system and the collective farming approach, but expressed the limitations of immediate change. Lu Cheng expressed optimism for future change, likening the situation to the long winter on the Lus Plateau, which would eventually give way to spring. He affirmed his belief that opportunities favor those who are prepared. If the college entrance examination were to resume, he would seize the opportunity to pursue medical studies at the finest institutions. Tian Fujian was taken aback by Lu Cheng's insightful remarks, which seemed beyond his years. As noon approached, Tian Xiaoxia returned from school and was surprised to find Lu Cheng conversing with her father. Tian Fujian encouraged the young people to engage in conversation. Tian Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. I also believe that brother Lu Cheng possesses remarkable ideas, many of which resonate with my own. We certainly have a wealth of common topics to discuss. By the way, brother Lu Cheng, why didn't you bring your sister-in-law this time? I have yet to meet her, and am curious to know what kind of young lady could capture your heart. Xiulian is merely a village girl, lacking formal education. Yet she embodies a genuine kindness that is truly captivating. Hearing you speak, I am even more eager to meet your sister-in-law. I will definitely bring her next time. Lu Cheng replied. Tian Fujian interjected, Xiaoxia, don't you still have those high school textbooks? Lu Cheng wishes to borrow them for a look. Could you please bring them to him later? Sure, no problem. But may I ask, brother Lu Cheng, what do you need the high school textbooks for? Tian Fujian chuckled. Lu Cheng, you young people carry on with your conversation. Please reiterate what you just mentioned to Xiaoxia. I must attend to some work now. With that, Tian Fujian retreated into the inner room to address some paperwork. Lu Cheng repeated his earlier remarks to Tian Xiaoxia, with slight modifications. Upon hearing, Tian Xiaoxia expressed surprise. Brother Lu Cheng, do you truly believe there is hope for the restoration of the college entrance examination in the future? Certainly. However, this is merely my personal opinion. No, I have entertained such thoughts as well. The current system of university recommendations bears no difference from the ancient practice of selecting the virtuous. How can suitable university students be chosen without appropriate candidates? How can we cultivate high-caliber talent? Yet, I wonder when the college entrance exam will be reinstated. Will I even have the opportunity to participate? I didn't expect you to be so optimistic, brother Lu Cheng. One must maintain optimism and be perpetually prepared. Have you heard of the bamboo principle? Initially, bamboo grows at a sluggish pace, taking a considerable time to reach just a few centimeters. However, during this period, it continuously establishes deep roots to strengthen its foundation. When the time is ripe, bamboo can grow at an astonishing rate, soaring to great heights in mere weeks. This is the essence of the bamboo principle. When the moment has yet to arrive, one must learn to deepen their roots, awaiting the spring's warmth when the extensive root system can draw sufficient nourishment from the soil, leading to an exuberant growth that basks in the sunlight. Are you suggesting that I should not neglect my studies and focus on learning? Precisely. You should be graduating from high school next semester, correct? The knowledge acquired in high school should not be overlooked. I recommend you purchase a set of self-study materials on mathematics and science to brush up on the fundamentals. Even if you do not participate in the college entrance examination in the future, there is a saying, mastering mathematics and science will make you fearless wherever you go. Knowledge will always find its utility. Thank you, Brother Lu Cheng. I will remember that and retrieve my textbooks for you. Tian Xiaoxia's academic performance was not particularly outstanding. Otherwise, she would not have ended up at Huanyuan Normal College. Of course, poor grades do not equate to a lack of love for learning. Tian Xiaoxia simply finds her interests aligned with books that broaden her horizons. Moreover, she possesses a unique perspective and insight, able to perceive the issues of her era and boldly articulate them. This vibrant energy and distinct mindset set her apart from the youth of her time, and in many ways, they are far more significant than mere academic achievements. Lu Cheng did not harbor the expectation that his few words could directly influence Tian Xiaoxia. However, this was merely the beginning. It was still the autumn of 1975. The announcement of the college entrance examinations restoration would not occur until the autumn of 1977. With the examination itself taking place at the end of that year, there remained over 2 years to gradually shift Tian Xiaoxia's perspective. Brother Lu Cheng, may I ask you something? Do you know Sun Xiaoping? Of course, he is Sun Xiaoan's younger brother and is studying at the county high school. Could you tell me about Sun Xiaoping's family situation and his character? Why? Are you interested in Sun Xiaoping? Not exactly. I just sense an unusual aura about him. He doesn't quite resemble the typical rural child. Perhaps he reminds me a bit of you, yet also differs. Do you perceive him as possessing a strong sense of self-respect, while simultaneously revealing an underlying insecurity, placing great importance on his dignity? Indeed, that is my impression. That's quite normal. Many children from the countryside share this trait. Due to their family's hardships, they are compelled to mature early and understand their parents' struggles. They harbor aspirations, yet fear to voice them. Lu Cheng himself had experienced this in his previous life, feeling a sense of disparity between himself and his classmates upon transitioning from the village to university. He inevitably experienced feelings of loss. While other students planned vacations and outings during breaks, Lu Cheng hurried home to assist his parents with farm work. Understanding the hardships of earning a living, he never dared to squander money, always opting for the cheapest options. Even later in his career, this mindset continued to restrict him. After all, a child from a poor family cannot withstand the tumult of life. There is no room for trial and error, only a desire for stability. Self-respect often serves merely as a facade to mask insecurity. I initially intended to assist him, but he perceived my kindness as pity and reacted with anger, even accusing me of seeking a sense of superiority through my compassion. How could he be so obstinate? Lu Cheng chuckled. If I am not mistaken, you were probably considering giving him money and food vouchers directly, weren't you? Indeed. I had intended to conceal the money and vouchers within a book and accidentally drop them for him to pick up. That would be even more inappropriate. The more insecure a person is, the more they hold their dignity dear, for it is the only thing they can safeguard. Just like Sun Xiaoping. If he accepted your offering, he would no longer be Sun Xiaoping. If he learned that you had deliberately discarded them, he would surely feel humiliated. What should I do then? Simply do nothing. Allow each person to find their own way. If you ask your father, I believe he would advise similarly. At this moment, Tian Xiaoxia was merely 17, her thoughts still somewhat immature. If the love between Tian Rooney and Sun Xiaoan faced challenges due to class disparities and parental influence, the relationship between Tian Xiaoxia and Sun Xiaoping was further complicated by Sun Xiaoping's own struggles with self-esteem. While Tian Rooney and Sun Xiaoan's love was a mutual pursuit, the dynamic between Tian Xiaoxia and Sun Xiaoping remained one-sided, with Tian Xiaoxia quietly supporting him while tending to his pride. Even when helping him, she could not reveal her assistance, holding him back. In Sun Xiaoping's world, he felt too insignificant. Only those equally diminutive would be deemed worthy of his choice. Even if Tian Xiaoxia persisted in her existence, the potential for a favorable outcome between them was bleak. If Tian Xiaoxia represented an idealistic vision, a realm of poetry and distant horizons, Sun Xiaoping epitomized the mundane reality, yearning for the poetry and distant horizons, yet constrained by the shackles of reality, too fearful to take that bold step forward. Naturally, Lu Cheng did not wish to elaborate further. He merely wished to influence Tian Xiaoxia's life trajectory, enabling her to evade the impending life and death crisis, without intending to meddle in her affairs. This was but an ordinary world, where each individual bore their own flaws. And everyone was quite unremarkable, including Lu Cheng. How much change could he truly affect? After all, Lu Cheng had his own life to lead, and those he needed to care for and accompany. Once the autumn harvest was completed, Lu Cheng found himself with a bit more leisure time. Aside from his unwavering daily review of mathematics and science and tending to patients, he utilized this newfound time to purchase additional medical supplies with the money earned from seeing patients, enhancing his intravenous equipment. Over time, Lu Cheng, the barefoot doctor, had transitioned into a more established private clinic, capable of treating a wider array of ailments. Consequently, the number of patients from across the 10 miles and 8 villages seeking his care had also increased. Initially, he could earn merely a few dimes daily, but now he could make 1 or 2 yuan. With a steady stream of patients at home, Lu Cheng even repurposed a room into a consultation area and constructed a shelter in the yard, equipping it with several reclining chairs and racks to facilitate intravenous treatments. Seeing Lu Cheng become increasingly occupied, Xiuyan wished to assist him in sharing the burden. Once indifferent to her studies, Xiuyan began to learn nursing knowledge, becoming familiar with all the medicinal supplies at home, preparing medications according to Lu Cheng's prescriptions, and even mastering the technique of administering injections. Previously, some female patients felt embarrassed to allow Lu Cheng, a man, to inject them, and would instead seek care at the commune. However, since Xiuyan learned to administer injections, the number of female patients increased. Despite her lack of interest in academic learning, Xiuyan was not lacking in intelligence. Her practical skills were commendable, and her meticulous nature allowed her to swiftly grasp nursing knowledge. With Xiuyan's assistance, Lu Cheng found his worries alleviated. One day, after a long day of work, Lu Cheng finally found some time to relax and strolled around the village, coincidentally encountering Jin Chong from the second team, who was training with several militia members while carrying a rifle. Lu Cheng had not previously managed to attend militia training sessions, often occupied during such times. But this occasion presented an opportunity. Reflecting on this, he retrieved 2 boxes of Forward brand cigarettes from his storage space, placing them into his pocket. He then opened a pack and approached Jin Chong and his companions, offering each of them a cigarette. Jin Chong, are you taking the militia for training today? Naturally. We conduct live-fire exercises periodically to maintain our combat readiness. Would it be possible for me to join the militia training? I rarely handle firearms and merely wish to have some fun shooting. Of course, you treated my father without charge and even cured his long-standing back pain. Shooting a few rounds is nothing in comparison. Here's the deal. Today, I want to fire my rounds since I practice frequently. My quota will be yours. With that, Jin Chong turned to his fellow militia members. You all train regularly, and your shooting skills haven't improved much. It won't matter if you fire a few less rounds today. Let us allocate 2 rounds each to Lu Cheng for him to enjoy. Sure, no problem. Oh, that's too generous. In that case, I'll give you both boxes of cigarettes. I don't smoke, and it would be a waste to keep them. As Lu Cheng handed over the 2 boxes of cigarettes to Jin Chong, he did not refuse. Then we shall not be polite. Friends, these are 2-dime cigarettes, which we usually hesitate to indulge in. Today, everyone will receive a few. Thus, the militia members were more than willing to let Lu Cheng shoot a few more rounds. Upon arriving at the shooting range outside Shuangshui village, Jin Chong took the time to properly instruct Lu Cheng on shooting techniques and safety precautions. Lu Cheng was attentive, internalizing all the guidance, and positioned himself in a half squat, steadily cradling the semi-automatic rifle, aiming at the distant grass target, and pulling the trigger. With a sharp crack, Lu Cheng felt a jolt in his shoulder as the first shot missed the target entirely. Jin Chong laughed heartily, reassuring Lu Cheng, don't fret. Since you seldom handle firearms, you're not accustomed to the recoil. Fire a few more rounds to familiarize yourself with the force. And remember, stay relaxed and adjust your stance. Following Jin Chong's advice, Lu Cheng readjusted himself, striving to relax, and fired 2 more shots. Bang, bang, the sound echoed. But the grass target remained still 100 meters away. However, this time, he could see that the bullets struck the earth behind the target, rather than soaring far afield as before. Jin Chong offered encouragement. Not bad, not bad. At least you're getting the hang of it. I've loaded 5 rounds for you. Try 2 more. Remember to align your 3 points, keep your arms steady, and stay relaxed. Make sure your shoulder is firmly against the stock to avoid injury. After another 2 shots, one finally hit the target. Lu Cheng felt a surge of joy. Although it was merely 100 meters away, this represented a significant improvement. During militia training, each member had a quota of 5 rounds. After Jin Chong finished his 5 rounds, the remaining militia members each contributed 2 rounds for Lu Cheng to experience. After firing several rounds, Lu Cheng began to feel more comfortable with the recoil of the firearm. Once the shooting practice concluded, there was also a grenade throwing exercise. However, the grenades were training devices that did not explode. Lu Cheng participated, attempting multiple throws until he finally managed to toss a grenade 30 meters away. Previously, he had heard on television that even a woman could throw a grenade that distance. In reality, many young men over 185 centimeters tall and sturdy may struggle to achieve the same feat. Throwing a grenade far requires not only strength, but also technique, timing, ground push, waist twist, hip thrust, and arm swing, all performed in one fluid motion. It sounds simple, yet it is far from easy. Noticing Lu Cheng's keen interest, Jin Chong remarked, "Lu Cheng, mastering firearms isn't something that can be achieved in just a session or two. If you're genuinely interested, we'll invite you to our next training. I must express my gratitude in advance. We are all from the same village, so why be so formal?" After some light-hearted banter, Lu Cheng returned home, having collected a few spent bullet casings to play with. In these times, gun control was not particularly strict. Every village had a militia, each with its own firearms. Every 3 militia members shared a single rifle, with the most skilled marksman designated as the primary holder, who could even take the weapon home. As for the leaders within the commune, they enjoyed even greater freedoms. For instance, Director Su Zhigong often took his rifle into the mountains to hunt for pheasants and hares. When Xiulian saw Lu Cheng joyfully returning, she assumed he must have encountered some good fortune. "Why are you in such high spirits today?" she inquired. "I just participated in some militia training and fired a few shots. Look, I even picked up a couple of bullet casings. I thought it was something valuable. It's just a few bullet casings. I've handled a gun before and almost became a female militiaman myself. Indeed, our Xiulian is the most remarkable. What delicious meal have you prepared today? I made your favorite scallion egg pancakes and pork with cabbage stewed over vermicelli. Now, wash your hands before we eat." There's a whiff of gunpowder in the air. As the cool evening breeze swept across the Lus Plateau, it also brushed through the Lu family's courtyard. Outside, the leaves on the jujube tree had mostly fallen, leaving just a few clinging tenaciously to the branches, swaying gently. Inside, the kerosene lamp cast a warm glow as Lu Cheng sat on the kong, leaning against the table, engrossed in a medical book. Xiulian brought a basin of warm water for foot washing, removed Lu Cheng's shoes, and placed his feet in the basin. She then sat on the opposite bench, similarly dipping her feet into the water, and they splashed about playfully until the water began to cool. Finally, Xiulian took a cloth to dry Lu Cheng's feet, disposed of the used water, and completed her own washing before returning indoors. Lu Cheng continued to read, while Xiulian mended some torn clothes under the lamplight. After finishing her tasks, she noticed Lu Cheng was still absorbed in his book and leaned closer, asking softly, "Lu Cheng, which do you think is more beautiful? The book in your hands or me?" At her words, Lu Cheng lifted his gaze from the pages to meet Xiulian's eyes, which sparkled like autumn water. Her delicate nose crinkled slightly, and her lips were pursed in mock annoyance. Tossing aside the book, Lu Cheng declared, "It appears I am in need of some discipline tonight. I shall ensure you are well taken care of." He bent down to embrace her, but Xiulian gently stopped him. "Lu Cheng, I don't want you to use that. I wish to bear your child." Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, he had not intended to have children in the next couple of years. He was focused on the upcoming college entrance examination and university. With Xiulian alone at home and no parents to help care for a child, how could he manage? He had considered bringing Xiulian along to study, but a small child would complicate matters. Thus, in their married life, aside from a few safe periods, they had predominantly relied on protection. "Lu Cheng, if we remain childless, people will mock me. I want to be a mother." It was true, in this era, especially in rural areas, if a woman did not conceive within 2 to 3 years of marriage, she would be ridiculed, likened to a hen that could not lay eggs. "I initially thought it would be better to wait, considering it would just be you and me. If we had a child too soon, I worried you might struggle to manage. I, a man, wouldn't he know how to care for a postpartum wife and would fear for your well-being. What's the worry? I can manage raising the child on my own, and if necessary, I can call my sister to help with postpartum care. All right then, if you want a child, let us have one. The sooner, the better. When the time comes for university, we can all go together. If needed, we can rent a place near the school, or even hire someone to help." Lu Cheng felt liberated. The priority was Xiulian's happiness, and everything else could be navigated. Where there's a will, there's a way, he thought. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's agreement, Xiulian was elated and immediately began to act affectionately. This was destined to be another sleepless night. The following morning, Lu Cheng awoke to a bright day. Typically an early riser, Xiulian was unusually slow to rise, clearly having stayed up late the night before. As Lu Cheng donned his clothes and prepared to cook, Xiulian stirred. "Lu Cheng, you're awake. Don't get up yet. I'll prepare breakfast and call you." "No, let's rise. The sun is up, and I should engage in some exercise. If I sleep too late, someone might come by for medical assistance." In the days that followed, Xiulian seemed to be enchanted, insisting on late-night activities that left Lu Cheng feeling somewhat exhausted. This continued for nearly a month, during which Xiulian was thrilled to find that her monthly visitor had not arrived. Although she had her suspicions, she dared not confirm them. Lu Cheng took her pulse and detected signs of pregnancy, but he was cautious. He feared giving Xiulian false hope. After another week without her visitor, and with Xiulian displaying slight early pregnancy symptoms, she finally felt joy. "I am sure I am pregnant, Lu Cheng. Let us visit the commune health center for a checkup." "Yes, let us go to the county hospital for a thorough examination." Lu Cheng's home lacked the necessary equipment to confirm a pregnancy, so they headed to the hospital. After a series of checks, they received confirmation. Xiaoyan was indeed expecting. Upon receiving the test results, Xiaoyan was as jubilant as a child. Lu Cheng, we are having a baby. I am going to be a mother. Lu Cheng felt a surge of excitement as well. The impending role of fatherhood was a remarkable sensation, as if he had suddenly matured, preparing to welcome a new life and shoulder greater responsibilities. How they returned home was a blur for Lu Cheng, but he distinctly remembered purchasing a bounty of food, nutritional supplements, and books on prenatal care, even shopping for infant supplies with Xiaoyan. Once home, Xiaoyan began to daydream about the arrival of their child, imagining cradling a tiny infant and watching them grow, envisioning their laughter and the warmth of family life. Lu Cheng became increasingly protective, ensuring Xiaoyan did not engage in any heavy labor. As the weather grew colder, he forbade her from washing clothes or cooking, fearing the smoke would harm her. Xiaoyan clung to Lu Cheng's side, exclaiming, "Lu Cheng, what kind of man washes clothes and cooks? I am capable. Just observe how the wives of others, despite their prominent bellies, labor diligently in the fields. I am not so delicate. I can manage. However, you are now the focal point of our family's care, and we cannot afford any negligence. With the chill in the air and the water turning cold, you must avoid any exposure to cold water and refrain from inhaling the smoke from cooking. This is of utmost importance. Heed my words." Despite Lu Cheng's commitments to work, attending to his health, and pursuing his studies, he still finds time to manage household chores, striving to ensure that Xiaoyan does not tire. Xiaoyan, in turn, gazes at Lu Cheng with a face full of happiness, feeling that the greatest fortune of her life is marrying such a good man as Lu Cheng. Not only Xiaoyan, but the entire Shuangshui village, with its young women and brides, must envy her. Previously, people would say Lu Cheng had married a diligent and capable wife who was also beautiful. Now, they speak of Xiaoyan's good fortune in being wed to such a considerate man as Lu Cheng. The warmth of home dispels the winter's chill, lending a newfound warmth to this cold season. Unbeknownst to them, the spring festival of 1976 approaches. Before the new year arrives, another piece of good news unfolds. Lu Cheng's medical skills have finally advanced to level 3. That night, after a day of hard work, Lu Cheng receives a system notification. "Congratulations, host. The villager Zhang Youfu of Guanzi village, whom you treated, has fully recovered, granting you an additional point in medical experience. Your medical experience is now at capacity, and you may advance to level 3. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiaoyan beside him, Lu Cheng promptly accepts the upgrade. In the next moment, he finds himself once more in a virtual hospital, facing a patient. Having grown accustomed to this scenario, Lu Cheng expertly diagnoses the patient, reaches a conclusion, and commences treatment, prescribing the necessary remedies. Each time he encounters a patient, the system evaluates his treatment process and outcomes in detail. Moreover, to elevate his medical proficiency to level 3, Lu Cheng must acquire a wealth of knowledge and accumulate a greater volume of clinical experience. Level 3 medical expertise equates to that of the most exceptional physicians at a county hospital. Furthermore, upon reaching this level, he will begin to specialize in various departments: internal medicine, surgery, psychiatry, pediatrics, gynecology, infectious diseases, ophthalmology, otolaryngology, and more. Ordinary physicians require considerable time and effort to attain proficiency in any one specialty. However, regardless of how long Lu Cheng spends in the system simulation space, only a fleeting moment passes in the real world. Theoretically, were Lu Cheng to remain in the simulation indefinitely, he could master all knowledge and skills, evolving into a versatile level 3 physician. Yet, reality proves otherwise. After delving into pediatrics, respiratory medicine, digestive medicine, and cardiovascular medicine, the system prompts, due to the host's current mental capacity of only 14 points, you are insufficiently equipped to become a generalist. For future development, it is advisable to focus on 1 or 2 specialties while gaining a general understanding of others. Realization dawns upon Lu Cheng with a mental capacity of merely 14 points. He is no prodigy. Aspiring to become a polymathic genius in medicine appears increasingly improbable. Moreover, as medical knowledge progresses, diseases become more complex and classifications more nuanced. Respiratory medicine alone encompasses numerous ailments related to the entire respiratory system, its intricacies daunting. To become an authoritative expert in any specific field necessitates deep commitment and lifelong study. Fortunately, the content encompassed within level 3 medical knowledge is not overly complex, allowing Lu Cheng to absorb more information. However, the advanced content of levels 4 and 5 would be unmanageable for someone with his mental capacity. In contrast to the intricate subdivisions of Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine offers a more holistic approach. Although traditional Chinese medicine also encompasses internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, and gynecology, its theoretical foundation leans towards viewing the individual as an interconnected whole, asserting that a single disturbance affects the entire system, whereas Western medicine emphasizes the elimination of localized ailments. Traditional Chinese medicine prioritizes the overall vital energy of the person. Despite the diverse characteristics of individuals based on age and gender, Traditional Chinese medicine seeks to restore balance through herbal remedies. Both traditional Chinese and Western medicine possess their unique strengths. However, within the current context, the progress of traditional Chinese medicine has been less than favorable. In subsequent decades, Western medicine maintained an overwhelming dominance, and by later times, some remote areas lacked traditional Chinese hospitals entirely. Even within those that existed, Western medicine occupied a significant proportion. It was only later that a renewed emphasis on the development of traditional Chinese medicine and the training of its practitioners emerged. Yet by that time, many lineages of traditional Chinese medicine had been severed, and counterfeit practices tarnished its reputation, hindering its advancement. If Lu Cheng aspires to interact with more patients and enhance his medical skills in the future, pursuing Western medicine might be more suitable. Nonetheless, Lu Cheng resolves to study traditional Chinese medicine, determined to preserve this cultural treasure that has flourished for thousands of years and contribute to its development. Within the simulation space of the system lies the most comprehensive instruction and abundant knowledge, sufficient for Lu Cheng to master traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, once transported to ancient times, in the absence of a Western medical environment, traditional Chinese medicine would hold a definitive advantage. Thus, Lu Cheng establishes a clear direction to learn traditional Chinese medicine while also acquiring foundational knowledge of Western medicine. As soon as Lu Cheng solidifies his decision, the environment within the simulation space suddenly transforms from a large hospital to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Before him stands an elderly practitioner clad in a long robe, diagnosing a patient. Lu Cheng appears to take on the role of an apprentice, diligently learning from his master. Lu Cheng, did you remember the process of diagnosis I just performed, along with the prescription I provided? The disciple remembers. Then, please elaborate on this patient's specific condition and the rationale behind the prescribed medication. Certainly, this patient has been afflicted by wind cold entering the body. Lu Cheng loses track of time, immersing himself in learning how to handle various herbal medicines, reciting volumes of medical texts, mastering the fundamentals of acupuncture, and honing his diagnostic skills. Uncertain of how long has passed, perhaps 3 to 5 years, or maybe 7 to 8, Lu Cheng begins to evolve into a seasoned practitioner, diagnosing and treating numerous patients, witnessing their recoveries. Furthermore, his traditional medicine mentor imparts a complete set of health-preserving exercises known as Bajuanjin. After numerous repetitions, Lu Cheng finally masters this regimen. In contrast to Western medicine, which relies on various instruments to assess patient conditions, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes a more integrated and holistic approach. Traditional Chinese medicine relies heavily on the abilities and experiences of its practitioners, necessitating a considerable investment of time for mastery. To truly excel in the art of Chinese medicine, one must also delve into related philosophical theories, gaining a profound understanding of concepts such as yin and yang and the 5 elements. Lu Cheng, uncertain of how many years he had studied, felt as though a decade had passed when he finally reached the 3rd-tier standard in Chinese medicine. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Xiao Lian still immersed in slumber, her steady and rhythmic breathing reflecting a healthful glow on her cheeks, presenting a unique beauty even in her dreams. At that moment, the system emitted another notification. Notice, host medical skill level has reached Tier 3, qualifying as a competent physician. From now on, treating simple ailments like colds, fevers, and diarrhea will no longer provide the host with medical experience. Lu Cheng was taken aback, but soon accepted this reality. Indeed, if one could attain the status of a prestigious physician merely by treating such common ailments, the value of high-level doctors would diminish significantly. However, it seemed that further elevating his medical expertise would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, with Lu Cheng's current skills and solid foundation, he was already considered an excellent practitioner in the entire Huanyuan city. After tucking Xiao Lian in, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, he extinguished the oil lamp and settled onto the Kong. Reflecting on the Ba Duan Jin exercises he had learned in the virtual space, Lu Cheng sensed that his physical condition could improve further. The next morning, Lu Cheng rose early, eager to exercise in the yard. Xiao Lian remained peacefully asleep in their bed, undisturbed by his movements. At this stage, she was 2 to 3 months pregnant, having navigated the initial risks. With early pregnancy symptoms subsiding and her appetite returning. After getting up, Lu Cheng went to another cave dwelling to fully open the ventilation of the coal stove and replaced it with a block of honeycomb coal. Considering Xiao Lian's pregnancy, he prepared 2 additional thermoses for hot water and acquired a coal stove along with a supply of honeycomb coal. A kettle sat atop the stove, ready for cooking, and he planned to use a pot for making porridge. Lu Cheng gathered millet, pumpkin, and red dates to cook, then proceeded with his exercise routine. The newly lit coal stove warmed slowly, allowing for gentle cooking. In the yard, he practiced Ba Duan Jin, a routine he had mastered through countless repetitions in the simulation space. His movements were deliberate and rhythmic, complemented by a specific breathing pattern, creating a sense of comfort. After practicing for over half an hour, he returned to the stove, where the millet, pumpkin, and red dates were perfectly cooked. He heated a few steamed buns and prepared to stir-fry vegetables. At that moment, Xiao Lian emerged, dressed and ready to assist. But Lu Cheng gently stopped her. Just move around a bit, wash your face, brush your teeth, and prepare for breakfast. Brother Lu Cheng, how can you do this? You've made me a bit plump. A little extra weight is good. It means you will give me a healthy, chubby baby. During this time, Xiao Lian had gained some weight and appeared more radiant, enhancing her beauty. Brother Lu Cheng, do you want a son or a daughter? Whether a boy or a girl is the same. If you have a son, we will protect you both. If you have a daughter, I will safeguard you and her. Then I will have one son and one daughter. No, that is not enough. I want to have several children to make our home lively. Oh, you will be quite busy once the children arrive. I don't want you to be overwhelmed with childcare. Besides, once our situation improves, I plan to take you traveling to see the world, not just stay at home raising children. Really? We can go to many places? Absolutely. Places like the capital, Yanjing, and the Magic City, anywhere that is beautiful. Lu Cheng was not merely dreaming. In his previous life, he had yearned to travel, to behold the splendid landscapes of his homeland and the diverse scenery of the world. However, financial constraints had thwarted his aspirations. Now, with a fresh start, Lu Cheng resolved to balance work and life, caring for both his family and himself. Amidst their light-hearted banter, breakfast was ready. After eating, Lu Cheng tidied up and prepared to leave. Xiao Lian, with the new year approaching, I plan to go to the county to buy some holiday goods. Is there anything you would like me to get? I don't need anything, but please buy some yarn. I want to knit you a scarf and a new sweater. You need to rest more. But I can't just sit idly every day, can I? If you don't buy it for me, I'll go to the Shigaji commune myself. All right, I will buy it for you. Upon arriving in the county, Lu Cheng first purchased some medicine, followed by various festive goods such as chicken, duck, fish, and red paper. Additionally, he acquired some fabric to make Xiao Lian a couple of new outfits and, of course, some yarn. Fortunately, with his storage space, managing all the packages was much easier. Beyond the necessary holiday items, Lu Cheng deliberately selected some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs to prepare nourishing dishes for Xiao Lian, specifically tailored for her condition. Having thoroughly studied relevant recipes during his medical training in the virtual environment, after completing his shopping, Lu Cheng turned to visit Tian Fujian's home. Currently, Tian Fujian found himself largely sidelined by Feng Shiquan, as his responsibilities were reassigned to others, leaving him in a rather awkward position in the county. Notably, the relationship between Sun Shaoan and Tian Runi faced significant obstacles yet remained in a state of limbo. According to the original plot, Sun Shaoan was to have an arranged marriage with Xiao Lian, leaving Tian Runi disheartened and prompting her to accept a proposal from Li Xiangqian out of frustration. However, since Xiao Lian had already become Lu Cheng's wife, Sun Shaoan's attempts at matchmaking had repeatedly failed, as the suitors, upon seeing his impoverished household, were reluctant to marry him. Consequently, word spread through the countryside, and no young woman was willing to consider Sun Shaoan for marriage. Even those with a pragmatic outlook, who did not despise poverty, recognized the necessity of basic sustenance. Ultimately, Sun Shaoan had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of marriage, resigning himself to wait. Observing that Sun Shaoan remained single, Tian Runi fiercely resisted the pressures from her parents and stepmother. Regardless of the circumstances, she was resolutely unwilling to be with Li Xiangqian. As the year 1976 unfolded, significant events transpired in China, influencing the former Xixin County, and the matter concerning Tian Runi and Li Xiangqian was consequently shelved. Confronted with Li Xiangqian's relentless pursuit and threats of self-harm, Tian Runi fiercely resisted, equally resorting to threats of suicide to safeguard her love. After this tumultuous episode, Li Xiangqian's parents felt a sense of embarrassment in their continued pressure on Tian Runi. As for whether Sun Shaoan would eventually unite with Tian Runi, who could say? When Lu Cheng visited Tian Fujian's household, he fortuitously encountered Tian Xiaoxiao at home. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, Tian Xiaoxiao was evidently delighted. Lu Cheng, it's been a while since you last came to the county. What have you been busy with lately? Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and I have been taking care of her at home. This is wonderful news. You are to become a father. In many places, a customary practice dictates that the first 3 months of pregnancy are generally not disclosed to others. This is not rooted in superstition, but rather a precaution, as this period is known to be high risk, with a significant chance of miscarriage. Should complications arise after sharing the news, it could lead to awkwardness. Additionally, the expectant mother's emotional state is crucial, as early pregnancy symptoms can be quite pronounced. An abundance of inquiries and concerns from others can easily induce anxiety in the mother. Thus, upon arriving in the county, Lu Cheng took the liberty of writing a letter to his father-in-law, informing him of Xiao Lian's pregnancy. On this particular day, Tian Fujian and Su Aiyun were also at home. And upon hearing the news of Lu Cheng's wife's pregnancy, they offered their congratulations. Lu Cheng's visit was merely to extend New Year greetings and converse with Tian Xiaoxia, reminding her to focus on her studies. However, Su Aiyun couldn't help but reflect. In the past, during the Spring Festival, we would receive many visitors. This year, however, hardly anyone has come by. Tian Fujian promptly interjected. Enough of that. Runi and Xiangqian are simply not suited for each other. Do not press the child any further. The couple exchanged only a few words before wisely ceasing the discussion. Nevertheless, they were genuinely pleased that Lu Cheng continued to visit them. As he was about to leave, Tian Fujian asked Tian Xiaoxia to see Lu Cheng off, and even provided him with some nutritional supplements to take back for his wife's health. Each time Lu Cheng arrived with gifts, Tian Fujian would always insist on sending something back, leaving Lu Cheng feeling somewhat embarrassed about bringing items. The Spring Festival of 1976 marked Lu Cheng's first since entering this world. The young couple spent several days preparing their home for the occasion. In an era devoid of television, spring festival galas, or even considerable resources, the festive atmosphere was palpably rich. Households reverberated with the sounds of firecrackers. Adorning their doors with couplets and window decorations, those with means hung red lanterns, enhancing the celebratory ambience. After a year of toil, the villagers finally had the opportunity to rest. A blanket of snow cloaked Shuangshui village, making the outdoors treacherously slippery, and Xiuyan seldom ventured out. However, the village's young women would often visit, keeping her company and engaging in lively conversation. Lu Cheng prepared sunflower seeds, peanuts, and tea for them, encouraging their camaraderie with Xiuyan. On the fourth day of the new year, Lu Cheng's father-in-law, He Yaozong, traveled from Jin province to visit his daughter and was invited to stay for 2 days. Witnessing Xiuyan flourishing under Lu Cheng's care, looking healthier and more robust than before, He Yaozong felt immense joy. After dinner, He Yaozong conversed with the young couple, producing 100 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Xiuyan. Xiuyan, since you are expecting, and I cannot visit you often, take this money to purchase some nutritional supplements. Lu Cheng quickly declined. Father, we cannot accept this money. Xiuyan and I are earning as well. Do not underestimate my small clinic. It attracts many patients, and I now earn around 30 to 50 yuan each month. This was no exaggeration. After months of hard work, Lu Cheng's reputation had spread, and with increased equipment and medicines, he could treat a wider array of ailments, naturally boosting his income. However, He Yaozong firmly placed the money beside Xiuyan. I insist you accept it. Our family business is thriving. I even expanded our vinegar production before the new year, allowing us to brew more vinegar for sale in town. As an old man, I can hardly spend all that I earn. It's better left for you. Upon hearing this, Xiuyan decisively accepted the money. Then we shall accept it. Seeing that Xiuyan had taken the money, Lu Cheng refrained from further objections and inquired, Father, how much vinegar can we sell each month now? After the expansion, they could sell at least 1,000 jin of vinegar monthly. When discussing their vinegar, residents throughout Lulin town spoke highly of it. Presently, vinegar was priced at 8 cents per jin, yielding a minimum income of 80 yuan, and after deducting costs, they could still earn a considerable profit, possibly even surpassing Lu Cheng's clinic earnings. Are there many vinegar producers in your area? He asked. Indeed, there are several, but ours is the most esteemed in Lulin town. After inquiring further, Lu Cheng devised a plan. Father, have you ever considered expanding the business beyond Lulin town, even to the entirety of Jin province? He Yaozong had not contemplated this. Our small workshop has limited output. Besides, I'm already quite busy. You could always hire help. Just focus on the critical aspects. We could establish a brand, a trademark. He Yaozong's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting we create a brand like Shifeng liquor? Precisely. In those days, vinegar was typically sold in bulk, with households bringing their own containers. Packaged vinegar was a rarity. Is that feasible? I lack knowledge in this area. Why not? If your vinegar is as exceptional as you say, it will surely be welcomed elsewhere. Of course, we should not rush into things. After the new year, you might expand the operation further, hire a couple of workers to ease your burden. Once the business extends beyond Lulin town and gains recognition, we can register a trademark and establish a name. Perhaps Hes Old Vinegar or Lulin Old Vinegar. We can develop it gradually. The circumstances of the past 2 years had indeed improved, and perhaps they could eventually establish a vinegar factory for mass production, distributing their product nationwide. That seems grand. I can hardly fathom it, He Yaozong replied. Xiuyan, however, appeared quite enthusiastic. Father, I believe this idea is quite viable. Expanding production is straightforward. It merely requires purchasing additional vats and more grain. Hire a few workers to assist you. At your age, you should avoid strenuous labor. Progress gradually, and you cannot incur losses. At worst, we could revert to selling our vinegar solely in Lulin town. Very well, I shall consider it and assess the situation after the new year. Lu Cheng did not elaborate further, as he had not conducted any market research and was not as familiar with the specifics as his father-in-law. 2 days later, He Yaozong left the Lu family and returned to Jin province. With the departure of relatives, the new year had essentially passed. The time following the new year flew by, filled with busyness and abundance. Xiuyan's belly grew day by day, her face became rounder, and her movements became increasingly cumbersome, especially with the arrival of summer. Xiuyan found herself perspiring easily while carrying her large belly. Pregnant women have a higher body temperature than normal, and coupled with an accelerated metabolism and increased estrogen secretion, it led to excessive sweating. Lu Cheng took extra care, ensuring she did not lift a finger and checking her pulse daily to monitor the development of the fetus. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was in excellent health, and the baby's growth was normal. The expected due date was around mid to late June. Lu Cheng made preparations in advance and sent a letter to his elder sister, He Xiaoying, asking her to come help with the postpartum care. Although Lu Cheng possessed medical skills, he had never cared for a child before and needed his sister, who had given birth to 2 children, to assist. His sister readily agreed and arrived early. As the pregnancy surpassed 40 weeks, Lu Cheng remained vigilant. Considering the sanitary conditions of the time, childbirth for women was akin to walking a tightrope. Ultimately, Lu Cheng decided to take Xiaoyan to the county town in advance, renting a place near the county maternity and child health hospital to await the birth. When Xiaoyan heard this, she objected. Isn't it possible to give birth in the commune? Why go to the county and spend unnecessary money? Childbirth is a significant matter. You must listen to me. It is not easy for women to give birth, and I must do everything I can to ensure your safety. He Xiaoying, moved by his words, added, Xiaoyan, Lu Cheng is doing this for your well-being. You should heed his advice. Reluctantly, Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. All right, let us go to the county. The villagers were intrigued upon hearing that Xiaoyan would give birth in the county. In those days, many women simply hired a midwife to assist with childbirth at home, while some even worked in the fields until labor struck unexpectedly. Even those who were more particular typically gave birth at the commune health center. Xiaoyan's decision to go to the county was indeed unprecedented for Shuangshui village. Naturally, the married women in the village envied Xiaoyan, who could ignore the dangers of childbirth. Yet, how many could be as attentive to their wives as Lu Cheng was? A few days after arriving in the county, Lu Cheng took Xiaoyan to the hospital. On June 25, 1976, Xiaoyan was finally taken into the delivery room, and Lu Cheng's first child was about to enter the world. Outside the delivery room, the usually composed Lu Cheng could not help but feel nervous, anxiously awaiting at the door. Seeing his demeanor, He Xiaoying comforted him. Do not worry, Xiaoyan is healthy, and everything will be fine. She may deliver soon. After about half an hour, Lu Cheng finally heard a resounding cry from within the delivery room. Soon, a nurse rushed out and inquired, Who is the family member of He Xiaoyan? I am. Congratulations. Your wife has given birth to a healthy baby boy, weighing an impressive 7 pounds. Lu Cheng's heart leaped with joy, but he quickly asked, Is my wife all right? She is fine. Both mother and child are safe. Only then did Lu Cheng's heart settle. I am a father now. I am a dad. Haha. He Xiaoying also shared in his joy. Before long, the nurse emerged, cradling the newborn and placing him in Lu Cheng's arms. He carefully held this tiny life, gazing at the baby's slightly wrinkled face. Overwhelmed with emotion, their child was the fruit of their love, a continuation of life. From now on, he would witness this little one grow and experience every stage of life. Bearing witness to his development, He Xiaoying remarked, This little one resembles you. Just look at that face and nose. Really? Lu Cheng, grinning, could not discern any resemblance. In truth, newborns often appear somewhat unattractive, which is entirely normal. Babies born vaginally may have slightly misshapen heads due to the pressure of the birth canal, as their bones are still soft. Additionally, being submerged in amniotic fluid prior to birth can leave their skin wrinkled. However, this is a natural phenomenon that resolves with time. As they conversed, the baby opened his eyes, dark orbs seemingly gazing at Lu Cheng, further igniting his excitement. After a short while, Xiaoyan was wheeled out of the delivery room, and Lu Cheng hurriedly handed the baby to his sister, kneeling beside her. Wife, you have worked hard. I am delighted to have given you a child. It was not hard at all. Let me have another look at our baby. Seeing the infant in He Xiaoying's arms filled Xiaoyan with a sense of accomplishment. Lu Cheng, I have given you a healthy baby boy. Indeed, from now on, the two of us will protect you together. Since Xiaoyan had a smooth delivery and was in good health, along with proper postnatal care, she could be discharged from the hospital within 2 to 3 days. However, Lu Cheng insisted she stay a little longer before taking her home. Upon returning, Lu Cheng meticulously planned a postpartum diet for Xiaoyan to ensure she received sufficient nutrition. Furthermore, he took on the responsibilities of changing and washing diapers, accompanying her in caring for the baby during the nights. Many postpartum ailments women experience can be avoided with proper care. For instance, lower back pain often results from frequently bending over to change diapers, headaches from sleepless nights spent nursing, and arm pain from maintaining the same position for extended periods. With attentive care, many of these ailments can be prevented. Lu Cheng had prepared extensively and entrusted He Xiaoying with additional responsibilities to help keep watch. Under Lu Cheng's attentive care, Xiaoyan recovered swiftly, without any complications, regaining her vitality day by day. After the baby turned 1 month old, her father hurried from Jin province to visit and attend the baby's month celebration. Seeing both mother and child in good health reassured him. Lu Cheng, what name have you chosen for the child? Just a single character Yang. He will be called Lu Yang, with the nickname Yang Yang. Lu Yang, that sounds wonderful. It is a delight to see the children, and my father-in-law once again bestowed 100 yuan upon Xiaoyan. Over the past 6 months, he has taken to heart Lu Cheng's initial advice, hiring 2 young men as workers to expand the family vinegar workshop. They have established the He Ji brand of aged vinegar, promoting it throughout the county, yielding a net profit exceeding 100 yuan each month. Furthermore, several nearby communes have begun sourcing from the He family, resulting in strong sales. Despite the emergence of numerous imitators, He family's vinegar, crafted with meticulous attention to quality, has garnered a stellar reputation and captured a significant market share. My father-in-law is now brimming with ambition, contemplating further expansion of production. After conferring with Lu Qing and gaining a clearer understanding of the situation in Lulin Town City, Lu Qing offered a few succinct recommendations, urging him to proceed with caution, ensuring product quality while managing grain and water resources. Although policies have improved significantly, it is not yet the time for reckless growth. Stability is paramount. A lively celebration for the baby's first month was held, inviting the villagers to partake in a grand feast, and life for Lu Cheng returned to tranquility. However, a significant crisis soon unfolded in Shuangshui village. Following an extended period of drought, the entire Huangyuan region began to experience severe water shortages, threatening the crops with desiccation. At this critical juncture, the upstream villages of Guanzi and Shigaji on the Donghua River constructed a dam, effectively obstructing the river's flow and plunging Shuangshui village into a water scarcity crisis. Tianfuga, Tianwanjian, and a few others from Shuangshui village ventured to Guanzi village to reason with them, only to be met with hostility. Lu Qing tended to Tianfuga and the others' injuries before accompanying them to the brigade headquarters to attend a meeting. Inside the headquarters, village secretary Tian Futong and several others sat cross-legged on the earthen kong, surrounded by a circle of the village's notable figures, while other villagers waited anxiously outside. Secretary Tian's expression was one of deep concern as he lamented the relentless stream of drought-resistance directives from above, urging the villagers to battle against nature. Yet, even if we drained every well in the village, it would yield little water. Tian Fuga stood and asserted, "We are not entirely devoid of water. The ponds in the upstream villages are full. If they would release the water from the Donghua River, we would not be facing this shortage." The militia captain, Jin Chong, gripped his rifle tightly. "Since they refuse to release the water and dare to assault our people, we must retaliate." Tian Futong was instantly incensed. "Are you suggesting we take our guns and shoot them? What nonsense is that? Is that even feasible? What is your plan, secretary?" Tian Futong wore a troubled expression. Feeling helpless, one of the militia members stood. "If negotiation fails, we should resort to stealth. We can sneak out at night and breach their dam. Once the water flows, can they possibly stop it? That is indeed a viable option. If we are to act, let us dismantle all the dams upstream and see who can thwart us." Tian Futong removed his hat and scratched his head. "I have contemplated this idea as well." At this point, the room erupted in fervor. "Let us breach the dam." "Breach the dam? Stop. We cannot breach the dam," Sun Shaoan interjected, cutting through the clamor. Once silence fell, he continued, "In times of drought, breaching dams is a common recourse, but such actions invariably lead to large-scale conflicts, often resulting in fatalities." Lu Cheng echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, such an extreme measure could spiral out of control, leading to inevitable bloodshed. If lives are lost, the situation would escalate dramatically. Every village has militia. Each possesses firearms and grenades." Seeing both Sun Shaoan and Lu Cheng standing firm, Tian Futong inquired, "What are you two suggesting?" Sun Shaoan elaborated, "I propose we find an alternative solution. We must involve the commune leaders. I refuse to believe that in such a grave situation, they would remain indifferent. If they choose to ignore us, it falls upon you, the village secretary and deputy, to negotiate with the leaders of the upstream villages. They cannot simply watch our villagers perish from thirst. If it comes to that, breaching the dam can be a last resort." Tian Futong scrutinized Sun Shaoan. "I sense you are attempting to delegate the responsibilities to our secretary and deputy. Would you prefer the role of secretary?" Sun Shaoan quickly retreated. "That was not my intention." Tian Futong scoffed. "Since you proposed the idea, why not you take the lead in negotiations?" Sun Shaoan vehemently shook his head. "That is not appropriate. If I were to go, it would undermine your position as secretary." After a moment of silence, Tian Futong's expression shifted. "Oh dear. My head feels as if it might burst." Standing nearby, Lu Cheng realized that Tian Futong was resorting to his usual tactic of feigning a headache to evade troublesome issues. In this regard, his role as village secretary was indeed lacking. Sun Yuding, the village secretary's advisor, hurried over to massage Tian Futong's temples. Lu Cheng promptly offered, "Secretary Futong, would you like me to assist you?" Tian Futong quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No need, no need. This is an old ailment. I just need to take some medication and rest. Rest assured, I will ensure that the villagers of Shuangshui have access to water. I am merely suffering from a severe headache now, so I will return to take my medicine. You all continue your discussion." With that, Tian Futong made his way outside. Once he departed, many villagers dispersed. Inside, Tian Fuga expressed his confusion. Why is Futong feeling unwell again? Though young, he belonged to the same generation as Tian Futong. Sun Shaoan chuckled. "Do you really think he is ill? It is all an act. What now? Should we breach the dam or not?" Sun Shaoan replied without hesitation. "I am firmly against breaching the dam." Lu Cheng concurred. "I too am resolutely opposed." Jin Junwo interjected. "Sun Shaoan, Lu Cheng, why are you both so timid? What if someone dies? Who will be responsible for their family? If two villages have become enemies, resulting in casualties, and the situation spirals out of control with the involvement of militia armed with rifles and grenades, how many lives could be lost? Clearly, a peaceful resolution could be sought first, and leadership could be approached for a solution. Why resort to violence? Whose life is not valuable? After Lu Qing finished speaking, Jin Junwu fell silent. Meanwhile, Tian Hyman interjected. I also agree with Xiaoan and Lu Qing's perspective. However, with Uncle Futong in hiding, who will initiate negotiations? Sun Xiaoan glanced at the others. I will go. Lu Cheng, why don't you and Hyman accompany me? You are also a respected figure in the surrounding areas. Lu Qing nodded. No problem, I will go with you. Jin Junwu spoke again. What if they refuse to provide water? Just wait for me a day. Let us discuss it once I return. Before midnight tomorrow, if there is still no water, we can breach the dam then. Lu Cheng immediately interjected. One day is not enough. The upstream villages need to be traversed, and we need to reach the commune, which is several dozen miles round trip. Not to mention the time for negotiation. Even with a tractor, it would be too late. Here is the plan. We depart tomorrow morning and return the day after by evening. If there is still no water, we can breach the dam then. Sun Xiaoan nodded. This seems more prudent. At this moment, Tian Fugao spoke up again. Xiaoan, Lu Cheng, several villages are fiercely protective of their water resources. They even threaten to resort to violence against anyone who attempts to take water. What if you are attacked? Sun Yuding also expressed concern. Yes, please be careful. After discussing, they all stepped outside. Lu Cheng left the brigade headquarters and headed straight to the home of village leader Tian Futong. In the original narrative, Sun Xiaoan had painstakingly negotiated with the upstream villages, but under the influence of Jin Junshan, Tian Futong sent villagers to breach the upstream dam. As a result, the water surged too quickly and destroyed the dam. Unfortunately, Jin Junbin from Jinjiawan was caught by the flood while relieving himself by the river and tragically drowned. Ultimately, it was Sun Xiaoan who tirelessly advocated for Jin Junbin to be honored as a martyr, calming the Jin family. When Lu Cheng arrived at Tian Futong's courtyard, he happened to see Aunt Lu hanging laundry and inquired, Aunt Lu, is Uncle Futong home? Yes, inside. Please go in. As soon as Lu Cheng entered, he found Tian Futong groaning, clutching his head. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. Uncle Futong, there is no one else here. You can set aside your headache for a moment. What kind of talk is this? How can one claim not to be in pain? Lu Cheng chose not to debate this further. Uncle Futong, I have important matters to discuss with you, concerning you and Uncle Fujuan. Upon hearing mention of his brother, Tian Futong immediately ceased his pretense and inquired, what has happened to my brother Fujuan? Lu Cheng replied leisurely, Uncle Futong, you must be aware of Uncle Fujuan's current situation in the county. It is not promising. If our village encounters further trouble, certain ill-intentioned individuals may seize the opportunity to attack Uncle Fujuan. What trouble could possibly arise in our village? What could it be? Of course, it pertains to the dam breach. Aren't you and Xiaoan planning to negotiate? How could there still be a breach? It's impossible. Really impossible. Uncle Futong, if I am correct, the Deputy Secretary Jin Junshan may soon come to speak with you, suggesting that if Xiaoan and I succeed in securing water for our Xuanshui village, your prestige as village leader will pale in comparison to that of Sun Xiaoan, who would essentially become a leader without an official title. How would you feel about such words? What would I feel? How else could I feel? Lu Cheng smiled slightly. Uncle Futong, you know Xiaoan's character. He has never aimed to usurp your position. I certainly have no such intentions. I merely wish to treat patients and live my own life. Those who hope for your mistakes are not me or Xiaoan. Upon hearing this, Tian Futong fell silent. If a dam breach leads to fatalities, the first to be held accountable will indeed be you, Uncle Futong. Even if there are no fatalities, such a perilous action will surely incite the discontent of the commune leaders. If you were to encounter trouble, it could very well implicate Uncle Fujuan. The number of those who will lend a helping hand may be few, but those who would take advantage of your misfortune will be plentiful. Furthermore, given the prolonged drought, it might rain in a few days. Uncle Futong, I'm merely speaking casually. I must return home to tend to my children. After saying this, Lu Cheng turned and left without looking back at Tian Futong. Just as he departed, Jin Junshan arrived. Upon seeing Jin Junshan, Tian Futong was taken aback. However, upon hearing Jin Junshan's words, Tian Futong was even more astonished, as they mirrored what Lu Cheng had said. Jin Junshan was indeed inciting him to breach the dam to prevent Sun Xiaoan from stealing the spotlight. After listening to Jin Junshan, Tian Futong coughed. Jushan, I just returned and reconsidered. Breaching the dam is absolutely out of the question. Since Xiaoan and the others intend to negotiate, let them proceed. It's best to try diplomacy before resorting to force. But if they succeed, then so be it. It is a good thing. I, Tian Futong, am not so petty as to lack the capacity to accommodate others. A dam breach is out of the question. I must consider the safety of the entire village. If their negotiations fail, I will approach the commune leaders. If the commune leaders refuse to intervene, I will take my case to the county leaders. I refuse to believe that the higher-ups would allow the people of Shuangshui village to perish of thirst. Jin Junshan was left speechless, turning to leave the Tian household. As Tian Futong watched Jin Junshan depart, he scoffed, almost fell for your trick. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Cheng set out early on his bicycle. Tian Haimin, driving a tractor with Sun Shaoan, was already waiting at the village entrance. Upon seeing Lu Cheng approach on his bicycle, Sun Shaoan was puzzled. Why are you riding a bicycle when we have a tractor? If things do not go well today, I can pedal back to the village by evening to calm the villagers and prevent them from impulsively breaching the dam. That's wise. It's a safer option. Lu Cheng, I must say, your ability to anticipate 3 steps ahead is truly remarkable. After loading the bicycle onto the tractor, Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan rode in the tractor, arriving first at the upstream village of Guanzi village. The tractor experienced a minor malfunction along the way, and Tian Haimin spent considerable time repairing it. Upon reaching the outskirts of Guanzi village, they saw villagers of all ages gathering water. Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan hopped off the vehicle, and Tian Haimin casually handed a hoe to Sun Shaoan. Take this in case things turn violent. Lu Cheng patted Tian Haimin. Enough, we are here to negotiate, not to fight. Besides, if it comes to a confrontation, the 3 of us against an entire village, regardless of whether we wield a hoe or even a legendary sword, it would be futile. Tian Haimin, somewhat disgruntled, tossed the hoe back onto the cart before following Sun Shaoan and Lu Cheng into the crowd. Both Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan were well-known figures in the surrounding villages. And naturally, the villagers of Guanzi village recognized them, greeting them warmly as they passed. As the trio made their way through the throng, they soon encountered Sun Shaoan's brother-in-law, Wang Manin, a resident of Guanzi village. Shaoan, what brings you here? Wang Manin inquired. Sun Shaoan casually replied, we're looking for your village secretary, hoping he might release some water. Wang Manin quickly stepped forward, grasping Sun Shaoan's arm. Shaoan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Our secretary has made it clear that no one is to ask for water. Anyone who does will be sent away empty-handed. Ignoring Wang Manin's warning, Sun Shaoan approached the village secretary directly. Secretary Wang, may we have a word? Upon seeing Sun Shaoan and his companions, Secretary Wang immediately understood their intentions and was reluctant to engage. Can't you see we're busy working? Lu Cheng produced a cigarette and offered it to him. Secretary Wang, even the busiest of men must find a moment to enjoy a smoke. Wouldn't you agree? Recognizing Lu Cheng's stature, Secretary Wang set down the burden on his shoulder and accepted the cigarette. With Lu Cheng's reputation spreading, villagers from nearby areas no longer sought treatment at the Shijiai commune, instead flocking to Lu Cheng's clinic in Shuangshui village for all manner of ailments. In particular, over the past 6 months, Lu Cheng's medical expertise had advanced significantly, now ranking at a level 3, and his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine had enabled him to treat many complex conditions that even county hospitals could not resolve. Indeed, throughout the entirety of Yuanshu County, few could rival Lu Cheng's skills in traditional medicine. Many ailments that stumped Western medicine had viable solutions within Chinese practices. Consequently, Lu Cheng's title of divine doctor had begun to circulate widely within the Shijiai commune. The group moved to the roadside and squatted down. Sun Shaoan spoke, Secretary Wang, you must be aware of our purpose here. Let us not discuss anything else. Last year when Guanzi village faced a shortage of fertilizer, it was Shuangshui village that came to your aid. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Wang Manin remained silent, taking a drag on his cigarette. Lu Cheng interjected. Secretary Wang, Shuangshui and Guanzi are neighboring villages. Your village has daughters married to ours, and vice versa. Our connection is clear. With the drought worsening, our crops in Shuangshui village can barely last a few more days. The wells are nearly dry. If this continues, we face the prospect of total crop failure, and many in Shuangshui will starve by year's end. Can you truly bear to watch this unfold? Secretary Wang sighed. What else can we do? The upstream has blocked the water, and what little flows into Guanzi village is hardly sufficient. If we divert water to you, our own crops will perish. Sun Shaoan was about to speak again when Lu Cheng continued. We understand the predicament and the difficulty of your position. Secretary Wang, how about this? We will go to Shijiai village upstream and persuade them to release water. If they agree, will you then also release water to us? Secretary Wang hesitated for a moment before nodding. If the upstream is willing to release water, we can do the same. That is settled then, Secretary Wang. You must not go back on your word. Should the water be released upstream and you refuse to let it flow to us, Shuangshui will have no choice but to take matters into our own hands. Fine. I will discuss this with everyone right away. Acting decisively, Secretary Wang clapped his hands to gather the villagers and recounted the situation. Initially reluctant, the villagers softened upon hearing that the trio would negotiate with the upstream village. Subsequently, Lu Cheng and his companions hurried to Shijiai village. In the original narrative, it was the hammer-wielding Wang who had to injure himself to intimidate the villagers of Guanzi into compliance regarding the water. Even before departing, Sun Shaoan had to demonstrate strength by taking down one of their bulls. Now, thanks to Lu Cheng's influence, the process was considerably smoother, sparing Sun Shaoan from injury. Upon arriving at Shijai village, they found a gathering of young and strong men awaiting their arrival. Many recognized Sun Shaoan immediately. This village was adjacent to the Shijai commune, which had lent its name to the area. Unlike other villages, the residents of Shijai typically sought medical attention directly at the commune clinic, resulting in fewer of them being acquainted with Lu Cheng, the divine doctor. However, some villagers who had been treated by Lu Cheng recognized him and introduced him to others. As soon as Sun Shaoan and Lu Cheng disembarked, they were encircled by local militia. Lu Cheng quickly called out to Tian Haimin, the tractor driver, "Don't rush off. Just wait here. Stay put." In the original tale, Tian Haimin had panicked upon seeing Sun Shaoan detained, driving the tractor back to Shuangshui village to inform them, which incited chaos. However, Tian Haimin complied, steering the tractor to the roadside and turning off the engine. Sun Shaoan and Lu Cheng were led into a building, where a middle-aged man sporting a buzz cut stepped forward. "I've heard that two capable individuals have emerged from Shuangshui village, Sun Shaoan and Lu Cheng. Today, I finally have the opportunity to meet you. Allow me to offer you a toast." Several large porcelain bowls were set on the table, each filled generously with liquor, alongside a few bottles of the cheapest sorghum. Sun Shaoan declined the drink, stating, "I wish to see Secretary Zhao Zhigao." The middle-aged man replied, "Our Secretary Zhao has gone to a meeting at the commune. I'm Zhao Ziyuan, his brother. Since Secretary Zhao is absent, we will wait here. You understand we are here for the water issue. Liquor first, then we can discuss water." Lu Cheng stood up. "As long as you agree to release water, I will drink as much as you pour." Sun Shaoan quickly interjected, "Let me handle this, Lu Cheng." Yet Lu Cheng blocked Sun Shaoan, asserting, "We are all men of the Lust Plateau. We stand by our words. We can drink, but the terms must be clear. Once we drink, the water must flow. You are the renowned divine doctor from Shuangshui, are you not? Water can be released, but first, we must drink." Lu Cheng stepped forward, lifting a bowl of liquor. "This first bowl is a toast from me, representing Secretary Tian Futong of Shuangshui village, to Secretary Zhao Zhigao of Shijai village." With that, Lu Cheng drank deeply from the bowl. Of course, aside from the initial sips, the rest of the liquor found its way into his storage space. Setting down the bowl, he lifted a second one, stating, "This second bowl is a toast on behalf of the 273 households and 1,085 souls of Shuangshui village. To all the villagers of Shijai." Without hesitation, he downed the second bowl. Finally, he held up the third bowl, declaring, "This third bowl is a tribute to the crops in our fields, which are on the verge of perishing from drought. Cheers to you." 3 bowls of wine had been consumed, and Zhao Ziyuan across the table appeared somewhat subdued, yet he still waved his hand, urging, "Why not fill their cups?" Lu Cheng, ever the gracious host, was about to lift a 4th bowl when a middle-aged man squeezed into the room. Upon seeing him, the others quickly greeted, "Secretary." The presence of Zhao Zhigao, the village secretary of Shijai, eased the tension for Sun Shaoan and Lu Cheng. Sun Shaoan hurriedly snatched the wine bowl from Lu Cheng's hand and set it on the table. "Secretary Zhao, we have been waiting for you." Zhao Zhigao's expression was grim. "Sun Shaoan, Lu Cheng, whether we release water or not, is not solely my decision. It must be determined by the entire village." He gestured, and more villagers flooded in, filling the room and creating a cacophony. Zhao Zhigao raised his hand to silence them. "We cannot release water. If we do, and it does not rain for another 10 to 15 days, our village will face drought as well. This is a matter of life and death for us." Sun Shaoan stood up. "Are the lives of the people in Shijai more valuable than those in Shuangshui? Now is a time of national unity. We are all part of the same commune, all brothers and sisters of the same class. Can you bear to watch the people of Shuangshui perish from thirst and hunger?" A more reasonable villager stood up. "I too believe we should release the water. We are all laborers and should help one another." Another chimed in, "Indeed. We should release it. We are all part of the same commune. I cannot bear to see my sister's family in Shuangshui suffer. But if we release the water, our situation will worsen," countered another villager. Lu Cheng rose to speak. "When we arrived, we noticed you had already constructed a reservoir and stored a considerable amount of water. Even if you release some, your village will not lack water for at least 10 to 20 days. However, we in Shuangshui cannot survive for more than 3 to 5 days. Some from our village even contemplated breaking the dam, but we stopped them, wanting to preserve our harmony. Historically, disputes over water have led to fatalities. We wish to avoid such occurrences, even amidst this drought, and prefer to resolve matters through negotiation. Why? Because we consider you our brothers and sisters in the same commune. Furthermore, the heavens have already withheld rain for so long. Could it continue indefinitely? The entire Huangyuan region is experiencing drought, and leaders at all levels are calling for unity to overcome these hardships. Even if a problem arises, the higher authorities will not abandon us. What do you say?" As Lu Cheng's words hung in the air, the crowd fell silent, although many villagers still opposed. Zhao Zhigao's expression had shifted. Sun Shaoan added fuel to the fire. "Secretary Zhao, as a leader, you cannot stand by and let the people of Shuangshui perish from thirst and hunger." Zhao Zhigao lifted a bowl of wine from the table and downed it in one gulp before decisively declaring, "Release the water." Sun Shaoan, brimming with excitement, grasped Zhao Zhigao's hand. Thank you so much, Secretary Zhao. We, on behalf of all the villagers of Shuangshui, express our gratitude to Shaijai. Lu Qing stood. Secretary Zhao, we must hurry back to inform the villagers of Shuangshui to prevent any impulsive actions regarding the dam. Zhao Zhigao nodded. Very well, I shan't see you off. Thus, Lu Cheng and Sun Shaoan hastily exited and climbed aboard a tractor, heading towards Shuangshui. Surprised to see Lu Cheng maintaining his composure, Sun Shaoan remarked, Lu Cheng, when did your tolerance for alcohol improve so remarkably? It's all practice, came the reply. After such a day of tumult, evening descended. Upon reaching the crossroads to Guanzi village, Lu Cheng patted Sun Shaoan on the back. You take my bicycle and go to Guanzi village. Speak with their secretary about the water release and coordinate the timing. I will return to the village with Hai Min to organize the villagers for digging the irrigation channel to direct the water into the pond. Understood. When Lu Cheng and Tian Hai Min finally returned to their village, the sun had set, and Tian Futong was waiting at the village entrance with several villagers. Upon their arrival, many rushed forward to inquire, what is the outcome? Did Guanzi and Shaijai agree to release the water? They agreed. Cheers erupted around them, though Jin Junshin's expression remained troubled. Currently, village secretary Tian Futong was aging and in poor health, and the future leadership position would fall among Jin Junshan, the deputy secretary, Sun Shaoan, the captain of the 1st Brigade, and Jin Junwu, the captain of the 2nd Brigade. As Jin Junwu and Jin Junshan were cousins, there would be no contention for the position between them. The greatest threat to Jin Junshan came from Sun Shaoan. Now that Sun Shaoan had successfully secured a water source for Shuangshui, his prestige had significantly risen, casting Jin Junshan, the deputy, into the shadows. Furthermore, given the prior issue regarding pig feed, it could be argued that Sun Shaoan had surpassed village secretary Tian Futong. However, the villagers were unconcerned with Jin Junshin's demeanor, quickly following Tian Futong's instructions to prepare for the water release. The two villages had coordinated to begin releasing water at 9 a.m. the following morning, with Shaijai initiating the flow, followed by Guanzi village. The villagers, fueled by urgency, busied themselves through the night, neglecting sleep. Lu Cheng hurried home to enjoy a hearty meal. Around 10 o'clock, Sun Shaoan returned from Guanzi village, returning the bicycle to Lu Cheng. The next morning, around 10, the waters of the Donghua River suddenly surged. The villagers observing by the riverbank erupted in cheers. The water is here. The water is here. Tian Futong immediately stepped forward, directing everyone to stay busy. By afternoon, several parched ponds in Shuangshui were brimming with water, alleviating their water worries for the immediate future. At that moment, Lu Cheng received a system notification. The host has triggered a hidden mission, altering the fate of villager Jin Junbin and impacting the future of Shuangshui. Reward granted, 2 fate points. Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this unexpected boon. According to the original narrative, the villagers of Shuangshui had split into factions, breaching all upstream dams, causing the water to surge violently, sweeping Jin Junbin, who was relieving himself by the river, to his demise. Following Jin Junbin's death, his family had caused a stir, leading the villagers to unanimously agree to assist in applying for martyr status, receiving some compensation in the process. Subsequently, Jin Junbin's widow, Wang Ke, became a widow, initially getting involved with Sun Shaoan's uncle, Sun Yuding, and later with commune leader Su Zhigong, ultimately marrying a simple man from the commune, a barber named Hu Delu. Now that Jin Junbin was still alive, many subsequent events would naturally change as well. Lu Cheng clicked to learn more about the function of fate points. Fate point functions. 1. Can be exchanged for experience points, directly enhancing the levels of various skills. Level 10 skills require certain prerequisites, such as physical and mental attributes reaching specific thresholds. At the conclusion of a cycle, a unique function can be activated. The system currently reveals only these 2 functions, with the second remaining somewhat ambiguous. Concerning the first function, experience points can be exchanged. Each point of fate can be converted into 5,000 universal experience points, which can be applied to any skill, thereby directly enhancing its level. At present, Lu Cheng's medical skill is at level 3, requiring 800 experience points to ascend to level 4. The experience points needed for each subsequent level double, and as one progresses, acquiring experience becomes increasingly challenging. Initially, Lu Cheng could earn at least 1 experience point by treating minor ailments like headaches, colds, and diarrhea. Now, however, healing these conditions yields no experience whatsoever. Comparatively, the difficulty of obtaining experience points in the later stages is far greater than in the early stages, and the amount required for leveling up increases significantly. Following this doubling standard, advancing from level 9 to level 10 necessitates 200 experience points, and the challenge of this transition is undoubtedly the most formidable. Thus, it appears somewhat imprudent to utilize the fate points at this juncture, especially since the specific benefits of the second function remain unknown and could potentially prove more advantageous. After careful contemplation, Lu Cheng opted not to expend these 2 points of fate. Skills can be enhanced at any time, and his current medical proficiency suffices. Even if he were to elevate his medical skill to levels 4 or 5, opportunities to demonstrate such advancements would be scarce, and the increased level would only complicate the acquisition of experience. The afternoon following the release of water from the upstream villages, a thunderous roar erupted as a torrential downpour ensued. The long-parched earth was finally quenched, and the entire Lus Plateau resonated with jubilation, prompting many villagers to express their gratitude to the heavens and the Dragon King. Within the home of the village secretary, Tian Futong gazed out at the heavy rain, and for some inexplicable reason, recalled a statement made by Lu Cheng on the day he departed, suggesting rain would likely fall within a few days. This Lu Cheng lad certainly possesses an extraordinary insight. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of Lu Cheng's home, the downpour rendered outdoor labor unnecessary, and no patients arrived seeking treatment. Lu Cheng seized the rare opportunity to immerse himself in his studies. Over the past year, he had diligently revisited his high school physics and chemistry knowledge, having nearly completed a comprehensive review of his self-study series in these subjects. Subsequently, he focused on reinforcing this knowledge, ensuring he mastered it thoroughly and could apply it with agility. Additionally, Lu Cheng occasionally visited the county on weekends to discuss high school topics with Tian Xiaoxia. Although her grasp of high school material had not been particularly strong, she had sought extra lessons from her teacher to better engage with Lu Cheng, resulting in significant improvement in her foundational knowledge. Whenever Lu Cheng perceived progress in Tian Xiaoxia, he would present her with increasingly complex problems for discussion. With her naturally competitive spirit, she dedicated herself even more to her studies to keep pace with him. In addition to their academic exchanges, Lu Cheng would share his experiences from the outside world, further igniting Tian Xiaoxia's yearning for broader horizons. By July, having graduated from high school, Tian Xiaoxia found herself with ample free time at home, revising her high school curriculum and indulging in her favorite books. Unbeknownst to her, her life was undergoing subtle transformations. While Lu Cheng immersed himself in his studies, jotting notes and sketches on paper, his younger brother, Lu Yang, slumbered peacefully on the calm, while Xiu Yin sat beside him, mending clothes. The scene of their family radiated warmth and contentment. As days passed, various events unfolded within the village. Since graduating from high school, Tian Futong's son, Tian Runqing, had been aimlessly wandering about the village, devoid of purpose. Similarly, Sun Xiaoping, another high school graduate, had failed to secure suitable employment and, unwilling to engage in farming, spent his days engrossed in novels. Observing this situation, Zhuge Yuding, the village's chief strategist, proposed to Tian Futong that, given the current nationwide emphasis on educational development, they should establish a junior high class in Shuangshui village, allowing Tian Runqing and Sun Xiaoping to take on teaching roles. This initiative would benefit both families, leading to a swift consensus among the village officials after a deliberation. However, upon submission of the proposal, the commune only approved a single teacher's position for the junior high class, leaving either Tian Runqing or Sun Xiaoping eligible for the role. Ultimately, Tian Runqing opted to enlist in the military, leaving the opportunity for Sun Xiaoping, who then inherited his bicycle. Thus, the newly graduated Sun Xiaoping officially became a teacher for the junior high class in Shuangshui village, allowing him to earn work points without engaging in field labor, along with a monthly subsidy of 6 yuan from the commune. As summer quietly faded, Shuangshui village welcomed the harvest season. Since the previous year, each household had received allocations of scattered plots of land, leading to increased grain production, surpassing last year's yields. Witnessing this, Sun Xiaoan approached Lu Cheng with a proposal. Lu Cheng, I wish to discuss something with you. Since we received additional pig feed plots last year, our harvests have significantly improved. The scattered lands have been well tended, some planted with pig grass, others with corn, while the collective lands have been neglected due to their communal nature. I was wondering if we could consider forming a production group to allocate the collective land. Of course, the land would remain collective. It would merely be contracted out in groups of 3 or 5 families, working together. At year's end, we could compare yields. What do you think? Lu Cheng regarded Sun Xiaoan, noting that it was still 1976, and this fellow was already contemplating a system of joint responsibility for contracted production, an idea remarkably ahead of its time. In truth, this system was not unprecedented. Some perceptive farmers in various regions had conceived similar ideas, albeit the circumstances were not conducive at that time. It was only 2 years later, in 1978, when the villagers of Shaojiang village took the lead, that the system began to gain traction. Presently, Lu Cheng could only sigh, Xiaoan, your idea is commendable, but the timing is not yet ripe. After saying this, he turned and retrieved 2 stacks of newspapers from within the house, handing them to Sun Xiaoan. Please take a look at the reports in these newspapers. Our village's pig feed plots have improved to some extent. At least, no one is starving. Let us not act impulsively. Perhaps waiting another 2 years would be wise. After reading the newspapers, Sun Xiaoan felt disheartened. My courage has dissipated. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do not be anxious. Challenging times will eventually pass. Lu Cheng reassured him. All right, I will return. Originally, Sun Xiaoan had prematurely divided the land among his group, which led to him being reported to the commune. Ultimately, it was Sun Yuding who deceitfully claimed that this action was taken under the instructions of Tian Fujian, thus allowing Sun Shaoan to evade punishment. However, this incident also adversely affected Tian Fujian, complicating his situation further. Currently, Lu Qing managed to persuade Sun Shaoan to remain, which alleviated some troubles for Tian Fujian. After the autumn harvest, rather than resting, Lu Qing found himself even busier. His reputation as a miracle doctor spread widely, attracting numerous patients suffering from chronic illnesses and complex ailments from various regions of Cici County to Shuangshui village in search of his treatment. Compared to common ailments like fevers and colds, these intricate cases posed greater challenges, simultaneously providing Lu Qing with invaluable medical experience. More significantly, his income began to steadily rise. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiulian meticulously calculated their monthly earnings and was pleasantly surprised. Chenggu, last month, after deducting expenses, our net income reached 125.6 yuan, nearly matching the income from my father's vinegar workshop. Her father-in-law's vinegar workshop had recently expanded, generating over 150 yuan a month. Lu Qing, however, seemed indifferent, casually inquiring, "How much have we saved up now?" Xiulian produced a small notebook, jotting down figures, including our household income, my father's contribution, and the year-end distribution from the brigade. We currently have over 935 yuan. In just over a year, their savings had increased from a mere 200 to over 900, supplemented by an additional 200 yuan from her father. While this amount may not seem substantial, it surpassed that of the vast majority of households in Shuangshui village. Moreover, a significant portion of this income was recently earned, with expectations for further monthly increases. Lu Qing understood the principle of discretion regarding wealth, and Xiulian was not one to flaunt their success. Although the villagers were aware of the lucrative income from Lu Qing's small clinic, they remained oblivious to the fact that his family had nearly accumulated 1,000 yuan. Although this sum appeared considerable, it was still insufficient. With aspirations to attend Yanjing University through the college entrance examination, the expenses of living and renting a home in the city would be substantial. Nevertheless, Lu Qing remained unperturbed, confident in his medical skills to ensure his livelihood wherever he went. Furthermore, he had a whole year to prepare. As time passed, the 1976 Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, and while visiting relatives with his wife and child, Lu Qing encountered an elder from Hijiawan. This elder had suffered from sciatica for years and had sought treatment from various hospitals without success. Recognizing the elder's close relationship with his father-in-law, Lu Qing offered to treat him. After a series of acupuncture and herbal treatments, he successfully alleviated the elder's long-standing pain. Grateful for Lu Qing's assistance, the elder began to sing his praises, proclaiming him a miracle worker to anyone willing to listen. Consequently, many patients from Hijiawan, afflicted with complex ailments, crossed the Yellow River to seek Lu Qing's expertise. Those he could treat were successfully healed, while others, even if not fully curable, found significant relief through traditional Chinese medicine. This burgeoning reputation soon extended to Jin province, and the speed of his renown's spread was astonishing. Healing one patient often resulted in their relatives learning of his capabilities, and word of mouth quickly proliferated. As a result, many couples facing infertility, men suffering from weakness and kidney issues, and women with menstrual irregularities began flocking to Shuangshui village in search of treatment. Numerous ailments that conventional medicine could neither diagnose nor cure found resolution through traditional approaches. As the demand for his services surged, Lu Qing's small clinic flourished. By the time the spring festival of 1977 arrived, Lu Qing's household was bustling with activity, welcoming numerous patients, predominantly from outside the region. Whenever he had a moment, Lu Qing would venture out to procure medicinal herbs. The living room had been transformed into a dedicated consultation area, complete with a large Chinese medicine cabinet. The courtyard was set up with several herb boiling stations, filling the air with the aroma of traditional remedies. Lu Qing himself seemed to carry the scent of herbs wherever he went. Patients seeking treatment for complex conditions often came from county and city hospitals where conventional treatments had failed. As long as he could alleviate their suffering, they did not mind spending additional money. Although Lu Qing, guided by the benevolence of a healer, did not charge exorbitant fees, he still earned a considerable amount from his labor and acupuncture services. Especially when addressing infertility issues, those he successfully assisted often expressed their gratitude with generous gifts, which Lu Qing typically declined, yet some gifts inevitably contained monetary tokens of appreciation. By the summer of 1977, Lu Qing's savings had quietly swelled to 500 yuan. With Xiulian spending her days idly at home, she took pleasure in counting their money. Each time Lu Qing witnessed her little obsession, he would tease while holding their child. "Yang, look at your mother. Our prosperous days are yet to come." The 1-year-old, oblivious to the conversation, had begun to speak. "Mama, hug." Xiulian, undeterred, continued counting the money, placing it into a tin box, feeling content. "Chenggu, do you think we should build a few new kilns? Our space is too cramped, and the smell of boiling herbs is overwhelming." Lu Qing replied, "No need for new kilns just yet. In time, we might not even need to live in the village." Where else could we reside? She pondered, maintaining her secrets for future plans, ensuring that the family's substantial savings remained secure. While over 2,000 yuan was saved, about 1 or 200 in Xiulian's possession, the rest was safely stored in Lu Cheng's private reserves. As fortune would have it, amidst their conversation, a voice called from outside, "Lu Cheng, there are people from the county here to see you." Lu Cheng handed the child to Xiulian, who set the little one down to explore. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Lu Cheng recognized a familiar face and promptly greeted, "Director Li, what brings you here? Please, come in." This Director Li was a leader at the county hospital, whom Lu Cheng had frequently encountered during his training there. Li had held Lu Cheng in high regard and previously inquired if he wished to remain at the hospital. However, after Tian Fujuan's downfall and Su Aiyun's subsequent troubles, those discussions had faded. Now, to Lu Cheng's surprise, Director Li had come to visit him. "Lu Cheng, it seems you still remember me," Li remarked. "How could I forget? You were instrumental in my learning," Lu Cheng replied warmly. "Come, please have a seat." Director Li first surveyed the yard, and then glanced at the traditional Chinese medicine cabinet before speaking. "I have long heard that your Shijai commune has produced a young miracle healer, adept at treating various perplexing ailments. Upon seeing this, it seems quite a grand affair." Lu Cheng smiled modestly. "It's merely a bit of trivial work, addressing minor ailments for the villagers." "Trivial? Just recently, a relative mentioned that you can even cure chronic leg pain, which is no small feat." Lu Cheng poured tea for him and humbly replied, "I merely stumbled upon a solution by chance. It's hardly remarkable." Director Li took a sip of tea and smiled. "Lu Cheng, excessive humility can be akin to pride. You needn't downplay your abilities. You must have guessed the purpose of my visit. How about it? Are you interested in consulting at the county hospital? These times differ from the future. The requirements for medical qualifications are not as stringent. Moreover, there is currently no medical licensing system in place. As long as a doctor's skills are commendable and opportunities arise, one may serve in a larger hospital." Lu Cheng did not respond directly, but pointed to the medicine cabinet. "Director Li, as you can see, my primary focus is on traditional Chinese medicine. Is there even a department for Chinese medicine at our county hospital?" "Once you join, there will be," Li replied, "although there is currently no such department. Traditional Chinese medicine is a cultural treasure of our nation. Recently, when I accompanied the hospital director on an inspection, we discovered many thriving traditional medicine hospitals in various regions. Our county hospital is contemplating establishing a Chinese medicine department to test the waters. We have been exploring Huanyuan City, searching for skilled traditional doctors. Yet we have not found a suitable candidate. I have recommended you to the director, and he is keen on having you consult for a while." Lu Cheng remained silent for a moment before responding. "Director Li, under normal circumstances, I should not decline such a gracious offer. However, as you can see, I have numerous responsibilities at home, and with young children, I am not yet prepared for such a transition." Director Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rejection for such a golden opportunity. "Lu Cheng, this is a rare chance. If you miss it, you may regret it later." "Director Li, may I take some time to think it over?" "Very well. Since you are hesitant, I shall not press the matter." As he prepared to leave, Lu Cheng hastily urged him, "Director Li, since you have come all this way, please stay for a meal before departing. Unfortunately, I must attend to patients at the hospital." Lu Cheng escorted Director Li outside. Once Li had departed, Xiulian emerged from the house with the child, looking perplexed. "Jinggu, I overheard your conversation. The county hospital is inviting you. Why did you decline? Rest assured, there will be better opportunities in the future. Could it be that the city hospital might come calling?" "Perhaps," Lu Cheng mused. It was now August, and in 2 months, the announcement regarding the restoration of the college entrance examination would be made. He was busy preparing for the exam and had little desire to work at the county hospital. Furthermore, his small clinic was providing a respectable income and offered him freedom of time, which was far more advantageous than a position at the county hospital. Lu Cheng speculated that Director Li's visit was not solely due to his medical prowess. Recently, Tian Fujuan, who had been waiting for a long time, was recognized by a high-ranking official in the province and was appointed as the commissioner of the Huanyuan District Committee, marking a significant turning point in his political career. It was possible that Lu Cheng, as a rural barefoot doctor, had benefited from this newfound recognition. Of course, had he not possessed such skills, he would not have reaped any benefits. Before the college entrance examination could be reinstated, events unfolded in Shuangshui village. Firstly, the authorities mandated the cancellation of junior high classes at the village level, consolidating all junior high students at the commune's middle school. As a result, Sun Shaoan's brother, Sun Xiaoping, lost his job and had to return to farming. Shortly after, Sun Shaoan, who had been relatively quiet for some time, sought to initiate a project. Given their successful collaborations and Lu Cheng's extensive knowledge of various policies and news from abroad, Sun Shaoan often sought Lu Cheng's counsel when faced with challenges. "What? You wish to blast a mountain?" "Indeed. The hills of Miaoping and Xinxian Mountain obstruct the Donghua River, causing the river to flow around our village. If we could demolish those mountains, the river's waters would flow into our fields, transforming them into fertile land, significantly increasing our grain yield. While blasting the mountains was feasible, it required specialized expertise. It wasn't merely a matter of burying explosives. Post-blasting, constructing a dam would also necessitate professional guidance. With the villagers lacking such expertise, a reckless decision could turn a beneficial endeavor into a disaster. Sun Shao nodded in agreement. You have a point. Our village indeed lacks demolition experts. Should the mountains be blasted, the resulting soil would be challenging to manage. What do you suggest? Why not consult with the two village secretaries first, and then report to Director Su at the commune? With the current emphasis on development and transformation, he may be eager to undertake a significant project. Discussing it with him could yield favorable possibilities. Should he agree, he could enlist professionals to assist. Remember, specialized tasks must be entrusted to specialists. Just as in my practice, if I am uncertain about a diagnosis, I dare not proceed without caution. A small mistake could lead to grave consequences. Understood, I shall discuss it with Uncle Futong and Junshan. After Sun Shaoan left, Lu Cheng suddenly recalled an incident involving the village's mentally challenged elder, Tian Air, who had been buried by falling rocks while wandering during a blasting operation. Having altered Jin Junbin's fate, he pondered if he might inadvertently gain from this turn of events. Perhaps altering the fate of Tian Air could yield such a reward. Moreover, even in the absence of any tangible rewards, a life is at stake. Since Lu Cheng was aware of this, he could not turn a blind eye. Consequently, he devoted a considerable amount of time to monitoring the progress of this matter. After discussions among Sun Shaoan and several village leaders, many expressed their dissent regarding the blasting of the mountain, particularly the residents of Jinjiawan. The ancestral tombs of the Jin family were situated atop that mountain. Even though the planned explosion would not encroach upon the grave site, it was inevitable that the feng shui of the Jin family ancestors would be affected, leading to substantial opposition from the Jin clan. Deputy Secretary Jin Junshan even went so far as to approach Director Su Zhigong at the Shijai commune, intending to file a complaint against Sun Shaoan, only to discover that Su considered the idea a positive development, albeit not wanting a young captain to overshadow him. After a discussion, Su Zhigong agreed to allow Jin Junshan to take the lead on the blasting project. Throughout this process, Lu Cheng remained uninvolved, even abstaining from village meetings. The commune leadership issued a directive to the village, and under Jin Junshan's leadership, preparations for the blasting swiftly commenced. However, there was an elderly woman living near the two mountains who was reluctant to relocate. This lady was the widow of Mr. Jin from Jinjiawan, who had selflessly established a school in the village many years ago. The elder generation of villagers were all students of Mr. Jin, including the village secretary, Tian Futong, and his brother, Tian Fujuan. In response, Sun Shaoan had no choice but to summon Tian Futong to persuade the elderly woman. Fortunately, she was a reasonable person, and after some convincing from Tian Futong, she ultimately agreed to move, bidding farewell to her longtime residence. Thus, the blasting operation in Shuangshui village encountered no further obstacles. Early one morning, the villagers of Shuangshui gathered at the village entrance, eager to witness this momentous historical event. Xiao Lian had initially intended to bring her child to observe the spectacle, but considering the child's tender age and fearing it might be frightened, she opted to remain at home. Lu Cheng also set out early to find Tian Air and his simple-minded son, Hanyu. The daft Tian Air had a catchphrase, "The world is about to change." Upon witnessing the preparations for the blasting, Tian Air was oblivious to the proceedings, merely mingling with the crowd. Seizing the moment when everyone was focused on the mountain, he attempted to sneak away, but Lu Cheng called out to him, "Uncle Tian Air, it's dangerous over there. Why not sit down and enjoy a steamed bun?" Spotting food, Tian Air abandoned his ascent and squatted down to nibble on the bun. His simple-minded son, Hanyu, followed suit, and Lu Cheng handed him a bun as well. To ensure safety, the militia of Shuangshui village had preemptively alerted nearby villages and cordoned off the access routes to the mountain. As the moment of detonation approached, Sun Yuding made another round to inspect the two mountain peaks, confirming that no one was present. The villagers, crowded at the village entrance, were keen to watch, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Observing this, Lu Cheng stepped forward and called out, "Everyone, please be cautious and step back. Do not let any flying debris strike you." Additionally, each household should check on their children to ensure they are not wandering off. Let us avoid any mishaps. Upon hearing this, the crowd retreated a few steps, each beginning to verify the whereabouts of their family members, ensuring that the children were accounted for. Village Secretary Tian Futong instructed the two team leaders and village committee members to take roll call, confirming that no one was missing in the village and that the mountain peak was unoccupied before issuing the order to proceed with the blasting. Following a resounding explosion, the two mountain peaks obstructing the Dongla River were obliterated, causing the upstream waters to cascade forth, dispersing across the lands of Shuangshui village. Subsequently, the men, women, and children of the village joined forces to commence the construction of a dam, skillfully redirecting the waters of the Dongla River, a task destined to be a lengthy endeavor. To Lu Cheng's disappointment, although Tian Air had survived, he received no rewards from the system. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng had no time to dwell on this. as the long-awaited news of the resumption of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. In truth, since August of 1977, meetings had convened in Yanjing to deliberate the potential reinstatement of the examination. Some individuals in the upper echelons, either privy to the information or possessing an instinctive awareness, had already surmised the impending revival and urged their children to commence their studies in advance. By October 21st, major media outlets began to announce the resumption of the college entrance examination, igniting a nationwide fervor. Countless students who had long awaited this opportunity eagerly reopened their textbooks and diligently resumed their studies. However, for many, their academic pursuits had been utterly neglected, rendering a return to form a formidable challenge. The authorities, considering various circumstances, permitted workers, farmers, veterans, and graduating high school students to participate in this year's examination. Furthermore, it was anticipated that the exam questions would not be overly difficult. When Tian Fujian's family in Huanyuan City confirmed this news, they were filled with astonishment, marveling at Lu Qing's foresight while rejoicing that Tian Xiaoxia had steadfastly maintained her studies over the past 2 years. Now, one can embark on their review with composure and tranquility, making the final sprint towards the examination. As for Lu Qing, he had long since made the most thorough preparations and enrolled at the earliest opportunity. To ensure Tian Xiaoxia's performance, Lu Qing specially traveled to Huanyuan City to engage in a detailed discussion with her, confirming her current level of competence. Upon meeting Lu Qing, Tian Fujian and his wife exhibited exceptional warmth. Su Aiyan even expressed a desire for Lu Qing to stay a few more days in Huanyuan City to assist Tian Xiaoxia with additional tutoring to enhance her scores. Lu Qing, not one to refuse, welcomed the opportunity for personal interaction. In the ensuing period, Lu Qing frequently made trips to Huanyuan City, where he meticulously helped Tian Xiaoxia analyze her subjects and targeted her weaknesses with specific assistance. As this was the inaugural college entrance examination, each province was responsible for its own question setting and scheduling. The examination dates for Shaanxi province were set for December 9th and 10th. From the announcement of the resumption of the college entrance examination to the actual testing, barely more than a month elapsed, leaving many unprepared as they hurriedly approached the examination hall. 2 days prior to the examination, Lu Qing set out early to reach Yuanxi County. Due to the large number of candidates from various regions, accommodations in Yuanxi County were already fully booked. Fortunately, Tian Fujian had anticipated this and made arrangements in advance. Now a prominent leader in the Huanyuan City Party Committee, Tian Fujian's family resided in the city, while the courtyard in Yuanxi County remained vacant. He had it cleaned up to provide Lu Qing with a place to stay. It was indeed a rare privilege for a candidate to reside in the county party committee's family compound while awaiting the examination. Amidst the winter season, with domestic affairs not demanding much attention, and with little Lu Yang already 1.5 years old, Xiulian was quite capable of managing alone, alleviating any concerns Lu Qing might have. As the examination approached, Lu Qing felt an inner peace, devoid of any anxiety. Having emerged victorious from the competitive landscape of a later era's educational system, and having dedicated 2 years to thorough preparation, he was naturally calm and collected. The day before the examination, he even took the time to explore Yuanxi County, practicing his routine of Bajuanjin twice in the evening, enjoying a restful sleep. On December 9th, during the first examination of the Chinese language, upon opening the test paper, Lu Qing found the initial questions remarkably simple, which further steadied his resolve as he diligently began to answer. While he could not claim absolute control over the Chinese language test due to subjective scoring, he was assured of his grasp on the subjects of mathematics and science. The questions were straightforward, many drawn from middle school curricula. Except for a few that posed slight difficulty, he swiftly completed the earlier questions. Due to the variations across provinces, the questions, papers, and scoring systems differed. In Shaanxi province, the science examination encompassed Chinese, mathematics, politics, physics, and chemistry. Here, Chinese, politics, and mathematics each had a total score of 100 points, while physics and chemistry combined also totaled 100 points. The liberal arts subjects mirrored this structure, merely substituting physics and chemistry for history and geography. Foreign languages were considered an additional examination with a total score of 100 points, though only students majoring in foreign languages typically placed significant emphasis on this. Lu Qing decided to participate in the foreign language examination as well, feeling no qualms about investing extra time. He consistently completed each examination in half the allotted time. However, upon finishing each paper, Lu Qing never rushed to submit it. Instead, he meticulously reviewed his answers multiple times, striving to avoid any errors. Even in subjects he mastered, carelessness could lead to lost points. After 2 days of examinations, Lu Qing confidently exited the examination hall and returned to Xuanshui village. Upon arriving home, Xiulian took his luggage and, somewhat nervously, inquired about his performance. Rest assured, everything went smoothly. Just await the results with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Xiulian instantly relaxed and, picking up little Lu Yang, exclaimed, "Good son, your father is about to enter university. You must study hard too. Don't follow your mother's example." The toddler, already capable of running around and saying a few words, may not comprehend the concept of university, but upon seeing his parents, he gleefully chimed, "Daddy, hug. Ride the horse." Lu Cheng scooped up his precious son, placing him on his shoulders, and together they scampered about the courtyard, the child's laughter echoing throughout the yard. During dinner, Lu Cheng took the time to remind Xiulian to keep a low profile and refrain from speaking too freely. Although her educational background was somewhat limited, her emotional and intellectual intelligence was commendable, and she understood well what to say and what to withhold. While some villagers expressed curiosity, either directly inquiring or hinting at their questions, Lu Cheng remained vague, merely stating he was there to partake in the experience and had no intentions of applying to any university. The villagers believed him, assuming he had been preoccupied with medical practice and had not reviewed his studies, hence his poor performance. Lu Cheng paid little mind to these speculations, content to remain at home. The first college entrance examination after its resumption saw a staggering 5.7 million candidates participating, a culmination of years of accumulated examinees nationwide. Yet, the acceptance rate into universities was dismally low, with fewer than 5% successfully gaining admission. After spending a few days at home, tending to patients, Lu Cheng received an unexpected visitor. "Xiaoxia, what brings you back to Shuangshui village so suddenly?" "Lu Cheng go. Why can't I return to Shuangshui village? Don't forget, this is my hometown as well." With that, Tian Xiaoxia warmly greeted Xiulian, sister-in-law. "I hope my unannounced visit does not impose upon you." Xiulian smiled in response. "Nonsense. There's no such thing as imposing. Please, come in and sit." Seeing little Lu Yang running around, Tian Xiaoxia promptly produced several large white rabbit milk candies. "Little Lu Yang, call me Annie, and I'll give you some candy." Although the little one had met Tian Xiaoxia a few times, several months had passed since their last encounter, and he no longer recognized this Annie. Nevertheless, while he might not remember the person, he certainly recognized the allure of the white rabbit candy. "Auntie, candy. Ah, what a good boy. Come here. Let Annie hold you and give you a kiss." The little fellow, unperturbed by strangers, willingly allowed Tian Xiaoxia to embrace him, clutching tightly onto the two candies. Once settled indoors, Lu Cheng inquired, "Xiaoxia, have you visited Uncle Futong?" "Of course, I went to see my uncle first. I sat and chatted with him for quite a while before coming here. Runsheng has gone off to join the army, and Runi is teaching in the city. As a younger relative, it's only right for me to visit the elders first. If my guess is correct, you've come to compare answers with me and see how you fared in the examination, right?" "You guessed right, Lu Qinggu. However, I also wanted to see how you did. I've already had someone in the city compare answers with me." "Very well, let us review the answers together shortly." Upon hearing this, Xiulian took the initiative to lead Lu Yang aside, leaving space for Lu Cheng and Tian Xiaoxia. Tian Xiaoxia, well prepared, directly produced a handwritten set of exam papers, along with a set of standard answers. After a thorough comparison, Tian Xiaoxia was somewhat astonished. "Lu Cheng, with your scores, you might just become the top science student in our province." Lu Cheng smiled faintly. "Perhaps, but there may be others who excel beyond me. The land of Sanshin is rife with hidden talents. Until the answers are definitively revealed, it is premature to make any declarations." Tian Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. "True. I initially believed my performance to be commendable, yet in comparison to you, Lu Cheng, it falls significantly short. Do you have a school in mind? If possible, it would certainly be Yanjing Normal University. Then I wish you the best of luck." Tian Xiaoxia's estimated score was quite respectable, with a total of 500 points. And her score ranged between 360 and 380, which was commendable. Historically, the top scorer only achieved 423 points. As for Lu Cheng, he was assuredly in a stable position. The inaugural college entrance examination was conducted hastily, with the nation placing great emphasis on it, leading to an efficient grading process. A month later, the results were released, and Lu Cheng's combined scores across subjects, including foreign language, totaled 475 points, placing him first with a remarkable 50-point lead over the second place, thus earning him the title of valedictorian. In no time, not only was Shuangshui village astir, but also the entire Xixin County. And even journalists from the provincial newspaper personally visited Shuangshui village to interview the distinguished valedictorian, Lu Cheng. This year's college admission process included a special provision prioritizing the enrollment of medical colleges, normal universities, and agricultural science institutions. Those who performed well as barefoot doctors, private teachers, and agricultural science advocates were given special consideration for recruitment, with post-graduation assignments guaranteed. Lu Cheng, being a barefoot doctor, undoubtedly held a significant advantage, with the nation's best medical schools open for his selection. However, as Xia Medical University had yet to resume operations, and Yin University's medical department had already become independent, where should Lu Cheng go? This was a contemplative question. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng had long decided on his desired destination, Yanjing. Yanjing is home to the nation's finest universities, a concentration of the best hospitals, and many esteemed practitioners in traditional Chinese medicine. If he could apprentice with a renowned master, Lu Cheng's path to the future would surely be much smoother. In 1959, Xiahe Medical College was designated as China Medical University, but classes were suspended in 1966. It was not until 1979 that Xiahe Medical University was reinstated, renamed Capital Medical University, implementing an 8-year curriculum, with the first 2.5 years dedicated to preparatory studies at Yanjing University's School of Biological Sciences, followed by 5.5 years of medical undergraduate education. If Lu Cheng intended to study Western medicine, he could certainly enroll in the biology course at Yanjing University in early 1978, allowing him to seamlessly transition to Xiahe Medical University upon its reopening. However, since Lu Cheng intended to delve into traditional Chinese medicine, he would not spend 8 years studying Western medicine. After all, how many 8-year spans does one have in life? Presently, Lu Cheng's mental fortitude stood at a mere 14 points, and the vast ocean of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine was sufficient for a lifetime of study, making it challenging to simultaneously manage Western medicine. Neither of the two prestigious institutions, Shuaitan University or Yanjing University, currently offered a program in traditional Chinese medicine. Although Lu Cheng harbored dreams of Qingbei, he was compelled to relinquish them. As for the future Capital Medical University, which was still referred to as Yanjing Second Medical College, it primarily focused on Western medicine. To truly master the profound intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine, the foundational knowledge acquired in school would be inadequate. Moreover, Lu Cheng's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine had already reached a level 3, rendering the basic courses in college of little significance to him. For Lu Cheng, the most crucial aspect was to engage with esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, to learn from them and acquire in-depth theoretical knowledge. Having established this goal, Lu Cheng's decision became unequivocal. He would pursue his studies at Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In 1971, Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine had merged with the China Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Although they eventually became independent again, the two institutions maintained the closest ties. Additionally, many renowned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine taught at Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, some of whom were even disciples of the 4 renowned doctors of the capital. Consequently, after comprehensive consideration, Lu Cheng had early on selected his desired institution. Following the announcement of the college entrance examination results, reporters from Shaanxi Province Daily and Huanyuan Daily visited Lu Cheng, who responded with decorum and refrained from exhibiting any arrogance. Before long, reports from both newspapers circulated widely, capturing the attention of countless individuals keenly following the examination results, showcasing headlines such as, "Dropping out in high school," "Taking root in the countryside," "Diligently studying medicine to benefit neighbors," from a barefoot doctor in the countryside to the current valedictorian, a remarkable valedictorian emerging from the Lus Plateau. In an instant, Lu Cheng's reputation spread far and wide, prompting villagers from nearby areas to flock to Shuangshui village to meet the distinguished valedictorian. The village chief, Tian Futong, was determined to organize a grand celebration for Lu Cheng, but Lu Cheng humbly declined. "Uncle Futong, I've merely gained admission to university. It does not warrant such an elaborate affair. How can it not be worth it? Lu Cheng, this is not just your achievement. It is a matter for our entire village. Your admission to university, especially to Yanjing, is a source of pride for all of us, setting a commendable example for the children of Shuangshui village. We must celebrate this with great fanfare, showcasing to the entire commune and even the whole of Xixin County that we have produced an extraordinary individual." Lu Cheng quickly shook his head. "Uncle Futong, please do not make such a spectacle. I still have a long way to go compared to Uncle Fujuan, but such a wonderful event deserves a proper celebration. How about this? Let us hold a village meeting where you can share your study methods and how you achieved such remarkable results, encouraging the children of our village to pursue their studies. What do you think? That sounds reasonable. We can manage it within the village. Then it's settled. I will coordinate with a few members of the village committee to choose a suitable day to gather the villagers and have the children listen to your lecture." After bidding farewell to the village leader Tian Futong, a steady stream of neighbors arrived to extend their congratulations. Xiulian had prepared an assortment of candies, peanuts, and melon seeds to entertain the visiting villagers. Furthermore, she hurried to the commune to send a telegram, sharing the joyous news of Lu Cheng's achievement as the provincial champion with He Yaozong and his elder sister, He Xiuying. Within days, her father-in-law and elder sister arrived from Jin province, filling the home with lively commotion. The villagers kindly offered several empty cave dwellings for He Yaozong and Chang Yulin to stay in. That evening, the family gathered together, their faces aglow with smiles. With a grand gesture, the father-in-law presented Lu Cheng with 500 yuan, stating, "Lu Cheng, attending university in Yanjing will surely incur significant expenses. I have earned quite a bit over the past 2 years. This is just right for you." Lu Cheng promptly declined. "Father, Xiulian and I have saved a considerable amount. It is more than sufficient. You should keep this money for yourself. Take this money. It is for you. An old man like me has little need for it. It is all for you," the father-in-law insisted. "If I can spend this money on Lu Cheng's education, I shall find joy in it. Some wish to spend this money but lack the opportunity." He turned to Xiulian. "Since Lu Cheng will not accept it, you must." Xiuyan glanced at Lu Cheng, hesitated briefly, then nodded. Father, I will accept it, but I will remember this. Why remember? I do not want you to pay me back. After the father-in-law handed over the money, elder sister He Xiuyan also contributed 100 yuan, saying, Lu Cheng, Xiuyan, my family may not be as affluent as our father, but this is our heartfelt gesture. You must not refuse. With no choice, Lu Cheng accepted the money, keeping it in his heart, especially grateful for the kindness of his father-in-law. He had resolved to take good care of him in the years to come, ensuring a comfortable old age. Besides the father-in-law and elder sister, villagers also came to inquire if Lu Cheng's family needed assistance, with some offering money directly. Seeing the villagers' overwhelming enthusiasm, Xiuyan and Lu Cheng decided to host a banquet in the village to treat their fellow villagers. Without delay, the family sprang into action, and the village team sent a tractor to the commune to purchase food and meat. The banquet was quickly arranged. The entire Shuangshui village resembled a festive New Year celebration, with firecrackers resounding and excitement filling the air. Once the festivities subsided and the villagers and relatives dispersed, Lu Cheng noticed that Xiuyan's mood seemed somewhat off. She, who should have been joyful, appeared rather despondent. Later that night, after the children had fallen asleep, Lu Cheng held Xiuyan and softly asked, Xiuyan, do you have something on your mind? You seem a bit unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, Lu Cheng, perhaps I should not accompany you to Yinjing. We will need to rent a place, and every expense adds up. It seems like a waste. How can that be called waste? Besides, Haven Tea we already saved over 3,000 yuan. That money is sufficient. With the addition of what father and elder sister gave us, and the villagers' gifts, we have accumulated 4,000 yuan. With this amount, we can live comfortably in Yinjing. But I am just an uneducated rural woman, with no more than a primary school education. I would be lost in Yinjing and might embarrass you. I prefer not to go. Heaven forbid you say such things. What is there to be embarrassed about? You, He Xiuyan, are my legitimate wife, capable, diligent, and you even bore me a healthy son. What is shameful in that? Moreover, if you hadn't kept our home in perfect order and cared for me so well, I wouldn't have had the time to study and achieve such good results. Much of my success is due to you, Xiuyan. How can you claim to know nothing? I feel unworthy of you. There is no question of worthiness, Xiuyan. Meeting you and marrying you is my greatest honor. From now on, you must not utter such words. And remember, the decision for our family to go to Yinjing is significant. In our household, major decisions must heed my counsel. All right, I will listen to you. I will always heed your words. Good. Now sleep and refrain from any troubling thoughts. But I cannot sleep, Lu Cheng. Let us have another child. Perhaps that is better postponed. I need to focus on my studies, and you are already doing a wonderful job caring for Yang Yang. It's all right, I can manage. And Yang Yang is growing. Let us wait a little longer. I cannot wait. I want one now. As she spoke, Xiuyan began to take action. Not long after, in 1977, the admission letter arrived from Yinjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, confirming Lu Cheng's acceptance into the Traditional Chinese Medicine program. Simultaneously, Tian Xiaoxia received her acceptance from Yinjing Normal University. When Lu Cheng visited Tian Fanjun's family, Su Aiyun insisted he stay for dinner as a gesture of gratitude. After all, without Lu Cheng, it would have been challenging for Tian Xiaoxia to achieve such excellent results, let alone gain admission to Yinjing Normal University. Upon learning that Lu Cheng planned to bring his wife and child to Yinjing for university, Tian Fanjun and Su Aiyun expressed their surprise. Lu Cheng, life in Yinjing is quite different from Huanyuan. The expenses for a family to live there can be substantial. Have you thought this through? Lu Cheng nodded affirmatively. My son is only a year and a half old. I cannot bear to leave him for so long. Additionally, if all the farm work falls solely on Xiuyan, it will be overwhelming for her. Are you considering staying in Yinjing for your career? That is a possibility. I am studying traditional Chinese medicine, and Yinjing has many renowned practitioners. For now, I plan to stay in Yinjing to focus on my studies. Su Aiyun appeared somewhat regretful with such strong results. You could easily attend Shuimu University or Yanda. Shuimu also offers medical programs. However, neither Shuimu nor Yanda has a traditional Chinese medicine program. The best education in this field is at Yinjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Western medicine is also commendable, but this is your choice. And I shall refrain from further commentary. Tian Xiaoxia was quite excited. Lu Cheng, are you planning to rent a house in Yinjing with your wife and child? If so, I can visit you on weekends for a meal. Of course, that would be no problem. Tian Fanjun paused for a moment before saying, Xiaoxia is a young girl who has never been far from home. I have some classmates in Yinjing and initially intended to ask someone to look after her. Since you are taking your family, I will write you a letter of introduction. Having an acquaintance will make renting more manageable. Then I shall accept your kindness. I have been troubled by that matter. Lu Cheng graciously accepted the goodwill extended to him. When one is away from home, it is prudent to accept assistance. And this was not the moment to exhibit politeness. Moreover, Tian Fujuan was a distinguished graduate of a prestigious university, and many of his classmates currently held prominent positions. Thus, this minor favor was merely a matter of a nod from them. It would be unwise to be overly courteous. Without your oversight and help, Xiaoxia would not have performed so admirably. Furthermore, once you arrive in Yanjing, I am counting on you to help look after Xiaoxia. This is entirely feasible. After the new year, once everything is prepared and the household is temporarily settled, Lu Cheng set off a few days in advance towards Yanjing. Upon his arrival, he needed to secure accommodation and arrange for food and lodging before bringing Xiao Lian and her child over. After a lengthy journey by bus and train, he finally arrived in the Yanjing of this era. Rather than hastily seeking out Tian Fujian's classmate with the introduction letter, Lu Cheng chose to familiarize himself with the city first. At this moment, Yanjing was far from the flourishing metropolis of later years. There were no towering skyscrapers, nor the cacophony of bustling traffic. In 1978, aside from a few jeeps and buses, the primary mode of transport for pedestrians remained the bicycle. And one could occasionally see townsfolk riding donkeys or driving ox carts into the city. Wangfujing Street was bustling with shoppers, and some weary souls would simply find a spot on the sidewalk to sit cross-legged and rest, while others would remove their shoes and sit directly on the ground. With the opening of policies, many small vendors began to emerge. On certain streets, one could occasionally see farmers selling vegetables from roadside stalls, utilizing large bamboo baskets topped with wooden boards to display their offerings of cabbage and radishes for customers to select. After strolling through the streets and becoming acquainted with the surroundings, Lu Cheng arrived in the vicinity of the Peace Street in the Chaoyang district. He inquired with several passers-by before heading directly to the local neighborhood office. Most of the staff at the neighborhood office were women, and upon seeing a handsome young man enter, they greeted him warmly. "Comrade, how may we assist you?" Lu Cheng replied, "Greetings. I am a newly admitted student of the traditional Chinese medicine university here in Peace Street, and I am looking to rent a place nearby. Could you assist me with that?" Upon learning he was a university student, they became even more enthusiastic. A woman in her 40s immediately instructed, "No problem. It's just renting a house. Xiao Lu, please take this comrade around to look for options." "Certainly, Director Zhang," Xiao Lu responded. Director Zhang then turned to Lu Cheng. "Since you've been accepted into university, shouldn't you be residing on campus? Why seek external accommodation?" Lu Cheng explained, "My wife and child will be coming over, and I intend to have them live with me." The young women in the office expressed mild disappointment upon hearing he was married with children. Director Zhang nodded. "So, you wish to accommodate 3 people? That would require at least 3 rooms. If there is a small courtyard available, that would be ideal. Renting a small courtyard, however, may not be inexpensive. A traditional courtyard with 3 main rooms, along with side rooms and additional spaces, can amount to a significant number of rooms. Even if we estimate 2 yuan per room per month, that would total over 20 yuan. She inquired, "Do you have sufficient funds?" "I am nearly there," Lu Cheng replied. Director Zhang, still warm-hearted, pondered briefly before stating, "Let us take a look around first, and we can discuss further." "Thank you so much." Lu Cheng responded gratefully as he shared some large white rabbit candies with the staff before following Director Zhang out of the office. In this era, towering buildings were scarce, and most residents of Yanjing lived in traditional courtyard houses. However, many of these courtyards housed multiple families, including factory workers and office employees. Finding an independent courtyard with few residents was not an easy task. Relying solely on his own efforts to search the streets might yield little success. As Lu Cheng walked alongside Director Zhang, he learned more about the local conditions. In those days, courtyard houses were indeed affordable, generally sold by the room. Some properties in less favorable locations or in a state of disrepair could be rented for 200 or 300 yuan for a single room. A complete traditional courtyard might only cost 2,000 or 3,000 yuan to purchase outright, even for those in better locations and condition. Prices range from 8,000 to 9,000 yuan, topping out around 10,000 yuan. Larger courtyards, with 2 or 3 entrances, typically cost several tens of thousands of yuan. However, at this time, courtyard houses were not permitted to be openly traded. Buying and selling properties was not allowed. Yet, as with many things, exceptions existed, with money and connections. It was possible to acquire certain courtyards. Nonetheless, ownership issues often complicated matters, particularly in courtyards housing multiple families, where property rights were muddled. Purchasing a courtyard with unclear ownership could lead to numerous complications down the line. Given that Lu Cheng was new to the area and unfamiliar with the specifics, he refrained from considering outright purchases. Moreover, his finances did not permit such actions. However, over the coming years, the price of courtyards would not fluctuate significantly. Once he established himself in the capital and amassed sufficient funds, investing in some courtyard properties could be an excellent opportunity. Accompanying Director Zhang, Lu Cheng first visited a 2-entry courtyard, observing that it was already occupied by 5 or 6 families and cluttered with various items, which did not appeal to him. However, he held his tongue and followed Director Zhang to the rear courtyard, where she explained, "In this courtyard, 3 main rooms in the back are currently vacant. The previous tenants were workers from a textile factory who, due to job transfers, relocated to a different area after being reassigned housing. The 3 houses can be rented for merely 100 or so yuan per year." Lu Cheng nodded without further comment. Observing his demeanor, Director Zhang understood that Lu Cheng was not particularly impressed with the place. After taking him on a brief tour, They exited. Once outside, Lu Cheng surveyed the surroundings with dissatisfaction. In fact, many of the larger courtyard residences lacked toilets, forcing residents to rely on public latrines, which were often unsanitary. Additionally, many tenants had constructed makeshift shelters adjacent to their homes or had expanded their living spaces, resulting in cramped conditions. Such haphazard modifications would significantly devalue these courtyards even decades later. After stepping out, Director Zhang remarked, "It seems you are genuinely seeking a small courtyard." Lu Cheng smiled and explained, "Director Zhang, before I was accepted into university, I was merely a barefoot doctor. My desire for an independent courtyard is to conveniently store medicinal herbs. I may eventually wish to set up a small clinic." Lu Cheng briefly expressed his requirements. "Director Zhang, being new here, I am unfamiliar with my surroundings. Upon meeting you, I felt a sense of familiarity. I would greatly appreciate your guidance in navigating this situation." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something. "Now that you mention it, there is indeed a courtyard that might meet your needs. Come, let us ride over and take a look." They returned to the street office, where Director Zhang retrieved a Phoenix brand bicycle. Lu Cheng pedaled the bicycle, taking Director Zhang through the streets until they arrived at the entrance of an independent Sihiyuan after traveling approximately 2 to 3 kilometers. The main gate of the Sihiyuan stood open, and Director Zhang led Lu Cheng inside. Upon entering the courtyard, they encountered an elderly gentleman of slight stature, busily tinkering with a radio. Director Zhang greeted him. "Old Li, still fiddling with that old radio? It's high time you bought a new one." "Why buy a new one when I can repair this one?" Old Li replied. "What brings you here today? This courtyard of yours is set to be rented out, and I have a potential tenant for you." Director Zhang introduced Lu Cheng. "This is Old Li, Li Jingyu, a true Beijinger. This residence has been in his family for generations, and he is indeed looking to rent it out." Old Li stood up, sizing up Lu Cheng with a discerning gaze. His nose twitching. "Young man, I detect a hint of traditional Chinese medicine about you. Are you studying TCM?" "Hello, Grandpa Li. Your sense of smell is quite remarkable. My name is Lu Cheng, and I have indeed been studying TCM, having just been accepted into a university for Chinese medicine." "I knew it. You carry the scent just like my old friend. But as a student, what brings you to seek a rental?" "I plan to bring my wife and child from my hometown to live here for easier care," Lu Cheng answered directly. "How old are you? How many children do you have?" "I am 24, and I have one child, who is not yet 2 years old." Seeing no reason to conceal the truth, Lu Cheng responded openly. "Very well, take a look at my courtyard. If it pleases you, I can rent it to you for 20 yuan a month." Lu Cheng was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the offer. In truth, he had already developed a fondness for the courtyard upon entering. The space was not small, encompassing around 450 square meters, with 3 main rooms in the north, 2 auxiliary rooms, and 2 rooms on each side, totaling about 10 rooms. The interior and exterior were well kept, featuring a pomegranate tree, a small round stone table, and several stone stools. Such a courtyard for just 20 yuan was undoubtedly a bargain. Even Director Zhang was puzzled. "Old Li, I recall you were unwilling to rent this place for 25 yuan the last time I brought someone. Why the sudden drop to 20? Old Li chuckled heartily. "It's simply because this young man is a student of TCM, and I have a favorable impression of him." Realizing there was more to the story, Lu Cheng refrained from probing further and asked, "Grandpa Li, are you truly willing to rent this entire courtyard to me for 20 yuan? Of course, if you decide to rent it, you can stay here tonight, and I will move out tomorrow." Lu Cheng remained silent, exploring the various rooms, which were all in good condition with minimal furnishings. He nodded with satisfaction. "All right, I will rent it. I will pay for 2 years up front. If you agree, we can draft a rental agreement right now, at 20 yuan a month." The total for 2 years would amount to merely 480 yuan, a sum Lu Cheng was unconcerned about. As for why he did not wish to rent for a longer term, Lu Cheng had his plans. He intended to earn enough during these 2 years to eventually purchase a Sihiyuan of his own, thereby eliminating the need to rent. Seeing the 2 parties in agreement, Director Zhang was pleased to facilitate the notarization. Old Li, being a straightforward man, promptly arranged for the street office to prepare the rental contract in duplicate. Both parties signed and stamped their impressions, finalizing the rental. At this point, Lu Cheng learned that Old Li's family had once been prosperous, owning several Sihiyuans in Beijing. However, due to various circumstances, they were left with only 2, one for his only son and one for himself and his late wife. After the passing of his wife last year, Old Li's son had been urging him to move in with them, prompting Old Li to seek a tenant for the courtyard. However, he had not found a suitable renter until now and preferred to keep the courtyard under his watch rather than rent it to an unsuitable individual. In truth, during these times, factories often provided housing, and the citizens of Beijing did not lack for places to live, resulting in a scarcity of renters. As for why Old Li was willing to rent the property to Lu Cheng at such a low rate, there was a backstory. Years ago, Old Li had suffered a severe illness, seeking treatment at numerous hospitals until he was eventually cured by an experienced TCM practitioner, which imbued him with a strong appreciation for traditional medicine. Learning that Lu Cheng was a student of TCM, he chose to rent the place at a discount, holding high hopes for Lu Cheng's future. To express his gratitude for Director Zhang's assistance, Lu Cheng specially bought 2 boxes of pastries and a pound of white rabbit candy to gift him. After signing the contract, Lu Cheng moved into the west wing of the courtyard that very day. Old Li even prepared a few dishes and a bottle of liquor for them to share. And Lu Cheng reciprocated by offering Old Li a free massage. Following Lu Cheng's treatment, Old Li felt significantly relieved, praising Lu Cheng's skills. Young Lu, with your remarkable talent, you shall never go hungry in Beijing. In due course, I will introduce you to some old friends who could benefit from your massages, thus allowing you to earn a living. Thank you kindly, Grandpa, Lu Cheng replied. Early the next morning, Lu Cheng rose early and began his usual practice of Ba Duan Jin in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Cheng exercising, Old Li also commenced his Tai Chi practice. But after a while, he paused to observe Lu Cheng's Ba Duan Jin. Once Lu Cheng completed his routine, Old Li spoke up, Young Lu, you are practicing Ba Duan Jin, aren't you? It appears slightly different from what I have seen before. Lu Cheng responded. I learned this from an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner back in my hometown. He mentioned it could enhance one's health, and I have been practicing ever since. Indeed, I feel more spirited. Old Li nodded in agreement. You seem to be doing quite well. I shall seek your guidance on this matter later. Of course, Lu Cheng replied. You may proceed with your activities. Just remember to take your keys when you leave. I will be visiting my son shortly to ask for his assistance in moving. Do you require my help? No need. The old man's belongings are quite few. After completing his exercises, Lu Cheng stepped out and casually sought a breakfast stall to satiate his hunger. Following that, he found a telephone booth and called the village committee, requesting them to inform Xiao Lian to answer the call. When Xiao Lian picked up, Lu Cheng merely informed her that he had secured a rental property and that she could bring the children to Huanyuan City to join Tian Xiaoxia en route to Yanjing. Subsequently, Lu Cheng called Tian Xiaoxia in Huanyuan City. She was also coming to Yanjing for university. And since the start dates for Yanjing Normal University and the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine were similar, it was convenient for Xiao Lian and her children to accompany her, ensuring mutual support along the journey. After concluding the call, Lu Cheng visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 suitable gifts, in addition to some local specialties he had brought from home, and made his way to a family residence in Haidian district. Following the address provided by Tian Fujian, Lu Cheng arrived at the doorstep of a home and knocked gently. The door was quickly opened by a woman in her 40s or 50s, who, upon seeing Lu Cheng with gifts in hand, appeared somewhat puzzled. Young comrade, whom are you looking for? Lu Cheng politely greeted her. Hello, Annie. Is this the home of Director Zhao Yuan? My name is Lu Cheng, and I am from Huanyuan City. Huanyuan, you must be the young fellow from Tian Fujian's village. Come in, come in. Old Zhao, we have a visitor looking for you. As Lu Cheng entered the living room, a middle-aged man, nearing 50 and wearing glasses, resembling a university professor, emerged. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, the man smiled slightly. You must be Lu Cheng from Huanyuan City. Old Tian informed me of your visit. I am delighted to meet you. Please, have a seat. Lu Cheng placed his gifts down and greeted. Hello, Director Zhao. Director? Just call me Uncle. I have heard from old Tian that you are not only his fellow villager, but also the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Shaanxi province. Impressive. Young man. Director Zhao held a significant position, working in the Yanjing Education Bureau as a deputy division chief. Although this rank seemed a few levels below Tian Fujian's role as a commissioner at the provincial government, being part of the Yanjing education system, even as a division chief, was quite an accomplishment. Lu Cheng had refrained from visiting immediately upon arrival, considering that a trivial matter such as renting a house should not trouble others. It seemed somewhat presumptuous to request assistance right at the outset. You arrived in Yanjing when? I came yesterday, took some time to explore the city, secured a rental, and settled in before coming to visit you. Uncle Fujian asked me to send his regards and brought some local delicacies for you. You should have come to see me as soon as you arrived. Back in university, I was very close to Fujian. He has ambition and drive. I knew he would eventually achieve something significant on the Lus Plateau. I have heard much about you from Uncle Fujian, who mentioned you were his closest friend. By the way, I heard his daughter also got accepted in Yanjing. Why didn't she come with you? Xiaoxia will arrive in a couple of days. I came ahead to assess the situation. I see. Where are you residing? Do you face any challenges? Please feel free to ask for assistance. Don't hesitate to reach out to Uncle. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. At present, everything is fine. The landlord is a very affable gentleman, and I have settled in well. That's wonderful. This year as students have faced such challenges. After so many years, this entrance examination is a significant milestone. Your excellent performance reflects your dedication to your studies. Young man, this is the prime time for learning. Once classes commence, make sure to strive diligently and not waste such a valuable opportunity. Indeed, I shall work hard. After conversing for a while, Director Zhao expressed great interest in Lu Cheng's academic journey, discussing various educational topics and the challenges faced during this examination cycle. Lu Cheng listened attentively, interjecting occasionally. As noon approached, Director Zhao insisted that Lu Cheng stay for lunch, and Lu Cheng, unable to decline, remained. After enjoying the meal and engaging in conversation for over an hour, Lu Cheng finally took his leave and returned to his rented courtyard. Upon his return, he found that Old Li had already completed his moving, leaving only some plants behind. Noticing Lu Cheng's arrival, Old Li handed him a key, saying, "Here is another key for you. Take good care of this courtyard. Do come visit me at Dongximen for a drink sometime." "Certainly, thank you, Old Li." Upon arriving in the city of Yanjing, Lu Cheng was pleasantly struck by its warmth and humanity. He then surveyed his household situation and began to jot down a list of necessities. While large pieces of furniture were not lacking, essentials such as clothing, food, and daily supplies required procurement. With the recent conclusion of the Spring Festival, the weather in Yanjing remained quite chilly, necessitating adequate heating provisions. Fortunately, Old Li had left behind a coal stove along with several pieces of honeycomb coal, alleviating some of the burden. However, acquiring goods still required tickets. Merely possessing money without tickets rendered many items unattainable. Thankfully, just before his departure, Tian Fujian had prepared some national tickets for Lu Cheng. In truth, if Lu Cheng were to attend university alone, he would hardly spend much, as the school provided subsidies, eliminating concerns for sustenance and attire. Yet, for Xiulian and the child's needs, expenditures were unavoidable. Essentials like firewood, rice, oil, salt, clothing, and warmth all demanded financial outlay and preparation. After a couple of busy days, Lu Cheng finally managed to procure all that was necessary. The green trains of the 1970s traveled at a notoriously slow pace, averaging only 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. The journey from Xi'an to Yanjing stretched over 1,000 kilometers, and with frequent stops along the way, it would take dozens of hours to reach. By the time Lu Cheng had arranged everything at home, he calculated that Xiulian and Tian Xiaoxia should be arriving soon. That afternoon, after hastily consuming lunch, Lu Cheng hurried to the train station. After waiting for 2 to 3 hours, he finally spotted familiar figures at the exit around 4 or 5 o'clock. Xiulian, Chenggu, Daddy. The family successfully reunited in Yanjing, and a new chapter of their lives was about to commence. This time, accompanying Xiulian and the child were not just Tian Xiaoxia but also Su Aiyun. As the deputy commissioner of the municipal government, Tian Fujian had significant responsibilities and could not easily leave Huanyuan City. Thus, only Su Aiyun, the mother, could come to see them off. After receiving the group, Lu Cheng led them onto a bus towards the small courtyard he had rented. The direct distance between Yanjing Normal University and the traditional Chinese Medicine University was merely 5 kilometers, making it quite accessible. Lu Cheng's rented courtyard was conveniently situated somewhat to the north of both institutions. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Aiyun surveyed the surroundings and nodded appreciatively. "Lu Cheng, this courtyard you've rented is quite nice. How much did it cost?" "Not too expensive, just 20 yuan a month." Xiulian gasped, "What? 20 yuan a month? That's rather pricey." Su Aiyun interjected, "Xiulian, for a courtyard like this in Yanjing, it's truly reasonable." Having spent over 2 days on the train, Xiulian and Su Aiyun had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Tian Xiaoxia, however, was quite excited. "Lu Chenggu, you truly have an eye for quality. This little courtyard is instantly appealing. Can you save me a couple of rooms? I'll pay you rent." "No need for rent, if you wish to stay. You are welcome anytime, especially since it's not far from your school." With such a large courtyard, consisting of over 10 rooms, Lu Cheng's family of 3 would hardly occupy it all. Moreover, he planned to invite his father-in-law to stay for a while during the summer holiday. The elderly man had labored in the fields his entire life, never venturing far, least of all to Yanjing. It would be a delightful experience for him to visit and enjoy. Additionally, he intended to have his aunt and her family come over for a while. Both his father-in-law and his aunt's family had always treated Lu Cheng and Xiulian with kindness, a debt of gratitude and familial affection that Lu Cheng had never forgotten. With the school term commencing in 2 days, Su Aiyun planned to take Tian Xiaoxia to school before returning home. Lu Cheng allocated the west wing of the house for them, while the east wing served as the kitchen. Lu Cheng's family occupied the 3 main rooms to the north, with the side rooms designated for storage. As for the building adjacent to the front gate, Lu Cheng intended to continue operating his private clinic there in the future. Currently, there were no stringent requirements for medical practice, allowing him to operate without restrictions. After unpacking their luggage and tidying up, they enjoyed a simple meal outside before resting. As the lengthy train journey had left them all weary, the following morning, after breakfast, Lu Cheng took them for a stroll nearby, before preparing to board a bus for lunch. Although Xiulian hesitated to spend money on dining out, she remained silent, holding the child close to Lu Cheng. Tian Xiaoxia, however, was curious. "Lu Chenggu, where do you plan to take us for a nice meal? Since it's your first visit to Yanjing, we must go to Quanzhou to sample the renowned Yanjing roast duck. I've heard of it. They even hosted foreign dignitaries." Founded in 1864, Quanzhou boasts a history of over a century, firmly establishing itself as a time-honored establishment. When they arrived at the restaurant, the crowd was not overwhelming, sparing them a lengthy wait. However, upon viewing the menu, Xiulian was taken aback. A single roast duck cost 810 yuan, while other meat dishes ranged from 1 to several yuan. She mentally calculated that this meal would likely cost around 20 yuan. After tallying the expenses, She felt a pang in her heart, but chose to remain silent, fearing to embarrass Lu Cheng. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoxia could not contain her surprise, exclaiming, "These dishes are truly expensive." After all, it was a celebrated establishment, a century-old institution. Lu Cheng ordered a roast duck along with 3 or 4 meat dishes, a large bowl of duck bone soup, and some lotus leaf pancakes, totaling less than 20 yuan. Once the sliced roast duck was served, Lu Cheng briefly explained the proper way to enjoy it. He then took a lotus leaf pancake, smeared it with a bit of sauce, placed 2 or 3 slices of duck meat and some scallions inside, rolled it up, and handed it to Shilian. Upon receiving it, Shilian hesitated to take a bite. Her gaze fixed on the pancake in her hand, and then on the beautifully plated roast duck, as if calculating the cost of each bite. Little Lu Yang, sitting on her lap, was oblivious to these concerns, reaching out his tiny hands for the pancake. Lu Cheng then prepared another pancake, lightly sauced, rolled it up, and offered it to his son. Lu Yang took a bite, but continued to gaze hungrily at the dishes on the table. "Meat, Daddy, Yang wants meat." Lu Cheng gently ruffled the little one's hair, selecting a tender piece of meat and placing it into the pancake for him. Tian Xiaoxia, eager to follow suit, filled her pancake with 2 slices of roast duck and scallions, and after a taste, nodded in satisfaction. Though a bit pricey, the flavor is indeed exquisite. When outsiders arrive in Yanjing, they invariably seek to savor the renowned Peking duck, provided circumstances permit. The patrons within the restaurant are unperturbed, each engrossed in their meals and conversations. A few diners exhibit hearty appetites, consuming every dish with relish before departing from Quanjude with contented hearts. Tian Xiaoxia glances back at the Quanjude sign, reflecting wistfully. The cuisine is undoubtedly delightful, albeit somewhat pricey, making frequent visits impractical. Su Aiyun nudges her daughter, remarking, "You wish to come often? Your father and I have scarcely dined here ourselves." In the afternoon, the group meanders through the streets of Yanjing, assisting Tian Xiaoxia in procuring essential items for the upcoming school term. The following morning, Lu Cheng accompanies Su Aiyun and Tian Xiaoxia to visit Director Zhao. Su Aiyun clearly has an acquaintance with him, while it is Tian Xiaoxia's first visit, and she is met with warm hospitality. Before their departure, they are encouraged to visit whenever they have the opportunity. Soon, the time for school commencement arrives. Su Aiyun escorts Tian Xiaoxia to the school before returning alone to Huanyuan City. Lu Cheng prepares the household supplies and leaves ample living expenses and food stamps for Shilian before heading to school to register. The modest courtyard where he resides lies merely 2 to 3 kilometers from the school, which he reaches by running. Notably, after practicing Bajuanjin for a year, Lu Cheng's physical fitness has improved. His health score has risen from 11 to 12, and he exudes vitality. Shilian, having also learned Bajuanjin from Lu Cheng, practices diligently each morning and evening, enhancing her own physical condition, and her figure has become more refined. Initially tanned from years of labor, Shilian's complexion has lightened slightly since having children, rendering her even more beautiful. After completing the registration process, Lu Cheng seeks out the dormitory manager and faculty to request permission to stay off campus at night. After understanding the situation, the school authorities grant his request, recognizing that many local students also reside outside the campus. Consequently, Lu Cheng rises early each morning to attend classes, and after a day of study, he jogs back home to embrace his wife and child for the night. The university experience proves to be quite relaxed. In truth, the knowledge Lu Cheng acquires in the traditional Chinese medicine program is already well within his grasp. His foundational understanding may even surpass that of the instructors. Therefore, he does not confine his learning to classroom hours alone. Rather, he utilizes his solid background to identify various inquiries, pursuing his teachers for clarification whenever class concludes. At this juncture, university professors are notably dedicated. When encountering a student like Lu Cheng, one with a strong foundation and a willingness to learn, they are inclined to offer additional guidance and support. Lu Cheng's demonstrated proficiency and capability soon capture the attention of his professors, especially as he is recognized as the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, earning him a modest reputation among his peers. Not long after the semester commences, Lu Cheng is summoned to the office. "Lu Cheng, please accompany me to Professor Yan's office. He wishes to meet you." Elated, Lu Cheng follows, for Professor Yan hails from a distinguished lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Approaching 60 years of age, he serves as the head of the Chinese Herbal Medicine Research Department and is esteemed for his exceptional medical skills. Unbeknownst to Lu Cheng, Professor Yan would later be honored as one of the inaugural National Masters of Traditional Chinese Medicine, a luminary in the field. Upon entering a spacious apothecary, Lu Cheng observes vast shelves lined with herbal drawers, each meticulously labeled with the names of various herbs, exuding a fragrant blend of medicinal aromas. The room is furnished with long tables, equipped with an array of tools for processing herbs, mortars, pots, pestles, and cutting instruments. A few younger students diligently work on herbal preparations, while a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, concocts a batch of herbal medicine. Once the man completes his preparation, the teacher introduces Lu Cheng, Professor Yan. "This is Lu Cheng, our newest student. Lu Qing promptly greets, "Hello, Professor Yin." Upon scrutinizing the professor, Lu Qing is astounded. He had anticipated a frail elder. Yet Professor Yin appears remarkably youthful, with a full head of dark hair, a kind demeanor, and bright, spirited eyes. He seems no older than a man in his 40s. Lu Qing recalls having encountered similar accounts of longevity among veteran practitioners of traditional medicine, many of whom live into their 90s or beyond, with some still seeing patients well into their hundreds. However, hearing of it is one thing. Witnessing it firsthand is altogether different. Observing Professor Yan's vitality only solidifies Lu Qing's resolve to pursue medicine. Professor Yan appraises Lu Qing, nodding in approval before speaking. "Lu Qing, I have heard of your accomplishments. You were the top scorer in this year's provincial examinations, surpassing the second place by over 50 points. Quite impressive. Why did you not choose to attend prestigious institutions like Waterwood or Yanda? What has drawn you to study traditional Chinese medicine?" Professor Yan, Lu Qing responds. "I hail from a rural village on the Lus Plateau, where my father served as a barefoot doctor. From a young age, I absorbed knowledge from him and developed an early interest in medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine can heal ailments and restore health, and the gratitude of patients is immensely fulfilling. I recall my father saying that one should aspire to be either a great minister or a great physician. As I matured, I began practicing medicine, healing patients and earning their respect and trust, which further fueled my passion for the medical arts." Professor Yin nods thoughtfully, then inquires, "How long have you been practicing as a barefoot doctor?" "I dropped out of high school at 17 and began serving as a barefoot doctor in my village. It has been over 7 years now." "Over 7 years, quite commendable. Allow me to test your knowledge," Professor Yin replies as he presents the herbal concoction he recently prepared. "Examine these herbs and elucidate their properties and the ailments they treat." Lu Qing steps forward, meticulously examining the ingredients before articulating. The herbs include Quanguolu, Fa Banxia, Chenpai, Fuling, Eugene, Chuanxiong, and Honghua. Quanguolu can resolve phlegm, alleviate cough, and ease asthma while also dilating blood vessels. Fa Banxia serves to dry dampness and resolve phlegm. Fuling promotes diuresis, dispels dampness, and strengthens the spleen while calming the heart. Lu Qing enumerates each herb and its function flawlessly, showcasing his solid foundation. Both Professor Yin and the teacher nod in approval. Even the few young individuals grinding medicinal herbs could not help but glance at Lu Qing a few times. It was not remarkable to articulate such knowledge. Everyone present could do so. However, for Lu Qing, a barefoot doctor hailing from a rural background and a fresh entrant to the academic world, possessing such foundational knowledge was indeed rare. After enumerating all the medicinal materials, Lu Qing spoke again. "The entire collection of herbs, in their harmonious interplay, serves to replenish the patient's vital energy, alleviate phlegm, dilate blood vessels, and treat myocardial ischemia. Moreover, judging by the combination of herbs, it is evident that this patient is over 40 and has been enduring prolonged fatigue." Upon hearing this, Professor Yin nodded in satisfaction, yet felt compelled to increase the difficulty of his inquiry. If this prescription were to yield 7 doses, and after 7 days of consumption, the patient's symptoms were significantly alleviated, but they still experienced shortness of breath, what then? Lu Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. "I would maintain the original prescription, but remove the radix astragalus and substitute it with Huang Qi. I would also eliminate Chun Pai and adjust the prescription accordingly, then continue with another 7 doses. Professor Yan, upon hearing this, nodded in admiration. "Very well, very well." Observing Lu Qing's fluent and precise responses, Professor Yan pondered for a moment before continuing. "If, after consuming 7 doses of your prescribed formula, the patient still feels somewhat fatigued, what would you suggest?" This time, Lu Qing considered briefly before replying. "In that case, I would increase the dosage of Huang Qi and prescribe another 7 doses. If fatigue persists, I would continue to augment the Huang Qi dosage." "Excellent, excellent. It appears you have grasped the crux of this patient's ailment. Indeed, what this patient requires most is the replenishment of vital energy. Lu Qing, you have performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. It seems that the foundational courses at the university are somewhat superfluous for you. This current cohort of university students generally exhibits a significant disparity in foundational knowledge, a situation prevalent across various institutions. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced at Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Nowadays, the proportion of Western medicine practitioners far surpasses that of traditional Chinese medicine. Those who choose to study traditional Chinese medicine often hail from families with a rich heritage in the field or are barefoot doctors from villages, possessing varying degrees of foundational knowledge and experience. Of course, there are also many novices entirely unacquainted with traditional Chinese medicine. This results in some students struggling to keep pace with the curriculum, while others find the classroom content redundant. Professor Yin contemplated for a moment before proposing. "Let me arrange for your instructors to provide you with a few sets of examination papers for assessment. If you successfully pass, you may forego the foundational courses and come directly to me daily." "Thank you, Professor Yin." Naturally, Lu Cheng was eager to expedite his acquisition of advanced knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. Subsequently, Professor Yin merely nodded and permitted Lu Cheng to leave. Since this was their first meeting, although Professor Yin was pleased with Lu Cheng's performance, he would not hastily reach a conclusion or swiftly proceed to the matter of apprenticeship. Traditional Chinese medicine places great emphasis on the transmission of knowledge from master to disciple, and every seasoned practitioner adheres to stringent criteria when accepting students. Typically, the foremost consideration for a master in traditional Chinese medicine is the candidate's medical ethics and character. Should there be any deficiency in these qualities, even the most gifted individuals are often rejected to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the school. Furthermore, the ability to comprehend and learn is of paramount importance. The breadth and depth of knowledge required in traditional Chinese medicine is vast. Without a certain level of learning aptitude and insight, it is challenging to become an accomplished practitioner. Moreover, to aspire to become a master of national medicine, one must possess a genuine passion for traditional Chinese medicine and a willingness to dedicate a lifetime to its study. Some esteemed masters of national medicine also prioritize personal affinity when selecting disciples. If the initial impression of a student is unfavorable, no persuasion will suffice to accept them as a disciple, signifying a lack of rapport. In meeting Professor Yin, Lu Cheng had certainly left a commendable impression. Upon returning to class, some curious classmates inquired, "Lu Cheng, did the teacher summon you to the office for anything specific?" "Nothing of consequence. The teacher merely asked me a few questions upon learning that I had worked as a barefoot doctor for 2 years. Seeing Lu Cheng's reluctance to elaborate, his classmates refrained from pressing him further. The students in the class hailed from various regions, each with differing foundational knowledge and ages. Among them were recent high school graduates of 16 or 17, as well as individuals like Lu Cheng, aged 24 or 25, and even a 31-year-old senior. Since Lu Cheng did not reside on campus, he returned home each evening, resulting in limited interaction with his classmates. Over 2 months into the semester, he had only exchanged nods with his peers. Initially, a few female classmates harbored some interest in the most handsome boy in class, Lu Cheng. However, upon discovering that he was already married with children, such notions quickly dissipated. Many students in this cohort had long awaited the opportunity to take the college entrance examination and experience the university life they had longed for, thus cherishing every moment of this hard-won educational opportunity. The students on campus nurtured dreams of contributing to their country and transforming their destinies, diligently seizing every second to immerse themselves in their studies. Romance among students was a rarity, unlike the more exuberant social scenes of future generations. The university library was perpetually bustling with students, all engrossed in their books or gathered in small groups, quietly discussing academic inquiries. The cafeteria offered simple, yet nutritionally balanced meals, sufficient to satiate hunger. In such an environment, even those less inclined towards studying found themselves influenced by the academic atmosphere, gradually integrating into the pursuit of knowledge. After a day of rigorous study, Lu Cheng sprinted home to find Xiuyan having already prepared a meal. Contemporary university students enjoyed state subsidies during their studies, with provisions for food and accommodation fully covered. Meals were facilitated through monthly meal tickets issued by the school, allowing students to simply present their tickets at the cafeteria for their meals. Lu Cheng typically resolved his breakfast and lunch at the university, not wishing to impose on Xiuyan by having her rise early to prepare breakfast. As for dinner, he occasionally dined at the campus cafeteria. At times, meals are enjoyed at home, while at other times, the fare from the school cafeteria is brought back to share with Xiuyan. Naturally, if Lu Cheng intends to dine at school, he informs Xiuyan the night before, ensuring she does not wait for him. However, whenever Lu Cheng expresses a desire to have dinner at home, regardless of how late he returns, Xiuyan always has the meal prepared and waiting for him. In this unfamiliar city, the thought of a warm light awaiting his return and a devoted wife waiting for him brings Lu Cheng a profound sense of tranquility. Since their arrival in Yanjing, Xiuyan has not mentioned the prospect of a second child. Instead, she keeps the home immaculate and cares for their child with great diligence. Lu Cheng encourages her to venture outside more often, suggesting she take their child for strolls around Yanjing, perhaps visiting the Forbidden City or exploring Wangfujing Street. Yet, after 2 months of school, and with the weather beginning to warm, Xiuyan finds herself restless. After dinner and putting the child to bed, she prepares foot-soaking water, and they sit together, soaking their feet and chatting. "Brother Cheng, perhaps I should find a job. Staying at home all day is making me feel unwell. Did I not suggest you get out more? A leisurely stroll in the park or visiting the Forbidden City would be delightful, but seeing the same sights repeatedly loses its charm. The most pressing issue is that we are currently spending without earning, no matter how much we have. It will eventually run out. Watching our savings dwindle fills me with anxiety. Do not worry. In due time, I will reopen our small clinic, and that will provide us with an income. That is not feasible. Your studies take precedence, and we cannot afford to waste your time. I will seek employment myself. I have become acquainted with the neighbors and even inquired with Director Zhang at the neighborhood office. He mentioned there are some odd jobs I could undertake, such as assembling paper boxes. These tasks are not strenuous and can be done while I care for the child. That is out of the question. Yang Yang is still under 2 years old and needs you. Moreover, how much could one earn from assembling paper boxes? Not much at all by month's end. Surely, that is better than doing nothing at all. If it comes to it, I could travel to nearby villages to purchase fresh produce and sell it in the city. It would require an investment in a pedal tricycle. That is even more unacceptable. If you are selling goods, you cannot properly care for our little Yang Yang. If you are truly restless, I will think of a way to find you work. There is no need to rush. At this point, Lu Qing suddenly had an idea. How about this? You are quite skilled at cutting paper window flowers, are you not? Tomorrow, buy some red paper and cut out those window flowers you know how to make. Then take them to the street to see if anyone will purchase them. But many people can cut window flowers, can't they? Indeed, many can, but few possess your finesse. Go ahead and give it a try. It won't take much effort. That is true. Purchasing a few sheets of red paper won't cost much. I shall try it out. With a newfound purpose, Xiaoyan's spirits lifted. After soaking their feet, she went to dispose of the water, while Lu Qing suddenly had another thought. The herbal foot bath packets that gain popularity in the future could indeed be an avenue worth exploring. After studying traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Qing realized the pitfalls associated with those packets. Utilizing herbal remedies for foot baths is an excellent health practice, but the choice of herbs must align with individual constitution. Many foot bath packets in the future primarily feature mugwort, dried ginger, and safflower, which are effective for those suffering from cold symptoms. For individuals who often feel cold in their extremities or experience pain in their knees and shoulders during rainy days, warming herbs are indeed beneficial. However, those who consume spicy foods frequently and are prone to heat-related ailments should avoid such warming foot bath packets. Moreover, many commercially available packets are often subpar, misleading consumers with inferior ingredients. If Lu Qing were to pursue this, he would ensure a tailored selection of foot bath packets for specific needs. As the weather remained cool, he could indeed begin this venture. Once summer arrives, he could explore other options, such as introducing sour plum juice or popular street snacks from the future. Lu Qing had enjoyed watching short videos in his previous life, occasionally stumbling upon various snack-making methods, such as ear-shaped pastries, stir-fried yogurt, and freshly squeezed juices. Although he had forgotten many of the recipes, the techniques were not overly complex, and with practice, he could recreate them. Of course, Lu Qing's intention was merely to alleviate Xiaoyan's boredom at home by finding her something to do. He had not considered it too deeply. While he pondered this, Xiaoyan returned. Having finished her tasks, once she confirmed the child was sound asleep, she shed her clothes and nestled into Lu Qing's embrace. Brother Cheng, it seems you haven't attended to me in a few days. All right, wait a moment. Tonight, I shall take good care of you. The wooden bed creaked slightly. Unlike the stability of a clay Kong, and even with utmost care, it was inevitable that it would produce faint sounds. Their little Lu Yang turned over in his sleep, murmuring softly, startling the couple. Confirming the child was still asleep, Lu Qing continued, his mind already contemplating finding a carpenter over the weekend to craft a small bed and hang a curtain in the room to create a separate space for their son. Lu Qing, always the proactive one, inquired among the neighbors over the weekend and located a carpenter nearby, commissioning the construction of a crib. He requested that the crib be surrounded by railings, with an opening for a small wooden ladder to facilitate the child's climbing in and out. After placing the order and paying the deposit, Lu Qing returned home to find Tian Xiaoxia visiting, engaged in conversation with Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Lu Qing, Tian Xiaoxia smiled, lifted Lu Yang, and said, "Brother Lu Qing, I was just discussing with your wife about becoming little Lu Yang's godmother. You wouldn't object, would you?" Seeing Xiaoyan nod in agreement, Lu Qing readily replied, "That is wonderful. Little Lu Yang will have another person to cherish him. As long as you and your sister-in-law are on the same page, then it's settled. Yang Yang, little Lu Yang, come say godmother so we can hear." "Auntie, no. Say godmother. And there's a big white rabbit milk candy for you." "Godmother. Ah, well done. How obedient. Come here for a kiss from your godmother." In the 2 months since the start of the school year, Tian Xiaoxia has visited regularly on weekends to spend time with Xiaoyan and little Lu Yang. As their interactions increased, she grew increasingly fond of the sweet-natured and charming young boy. Although Lu Yang was not yet 2 years old, he had perfectly inherited the admirable traits of Lu Qing and Xiaoyan, appearing remarkably handsome and endearing. Whenever Xiaoyan took the child out, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, and many young girls enjoyed teasing the little one. Lu Qing paid little mind to the child's affectionate calls of aunt or godmother, believing them to be similar in essence. After a period of playful banter, Tian Xiaoxia suggested, "Brother Lu Qing, the weather is splendid today. Shall we explore the Forbidden City? Sister-in-law, what do you think?" "Sounds good. I haven't had the chance to visit the palace in these 2 months. I wonder what it was like for the emperors of old. Then let us prepare to head to the Forbidden City. Let us take along a water bottle and some snacks. We shouldn't eat out as it's too expensive. Bring the water bottle, but let us skip the food." Tian Xiaoxia chimed in. "Sister-in-law, there's no need for snacks. Last time, Brother Lu Qing treated my mother and me to Peking duck. This time, I'll treat you to Donglashan. I'm hesitant. I've heard it's quite pricey." No worries, we must experience it at least once. After a brief preparation, the family set out. In those times, most people carried old-fashioned military water bottles with straps. They took the bus to Chang'an Street, and upon disembarking, Lu Cheng held the child while Tian Xiaoxia took Xiulian's hand, sharing laughter as they entered the Forbidden City. At that moment, the number of visitors to the Forbidden City was far less than in later years, with small groups meandering about. Some weary visitors found a spot to sit, using newspapers as makeshift cushions, while a few others lounged on the steps or benches, smoking leisurely. Occasionally, craftsmen could be seen perched on tall ladders, repairing the gilded dragons and colorful paintings on the beams. As they approached a palace entrance, little Lu Yang was captivated by the two massive bronze lions. Insisting on getting a closer look, Lu Cheng lifted him up, and the excited child reached out his tiny hand to touch the statues. Tian Xiaoxia sighed with a hint of regret. It's a pity we don't have a camera, otherwise, I would love to take some photos to show my sister. Speaking of which, Tian Rini had endured her share of challenges, no longer pressured by Su Aiyun to go on blind dates with Li Xiangqian. Since Tian Fujuan's promotion, Li Dingyan had remained stagnant. The Tian family no longer needed to rely on political marriages to secure Tian Fujuan's position. Nonetheless, Tian Futong still vehemently opposed the union between Sun Shaoan and Rini. Over the past 2 years, Sun Shaoan had been on several dates, yet none had been successful. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate. He unwilling to marry, she unwilling to betroth. For them, this might just be the best outcome for the time being. After exploring the Forbidden City, Xiulian couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly vast here, even larger than our Xuanshui village." This place was home to the emperor and his many consorts. What a waste. Thankfully, there's no emperor now, allowing us common folk to visit. Once we bring Dad here, he'll surely be delighted to see where the emperor once resided. Absolutely. I'll write him a letter when we return, inviting him to stay for a few days. When summer vacation arrives, I can take you all out for a proper adventure, perhaps to the Badaling Great Wall. Let us wait a bit. We'll soon be busy at home. As noon approached, they intended to dine at Donglishan. But due to the weekend crowds and long wait times, they settled for Zhajiangmian instead. Tian Xiaoxia expressed slight disappointment. I had hoped to treat you all to a nice meal. Xiulian, however, was unfazed. No worries, it saves us money. Let us buy some lamb when we return, and I'll make lamb dumplings for dinner. After a delightful weekend, Lu Cheng and Tian Xiaoxia resumed their studies. That evening, upon returning home, Lu Cheng found Xiulian happily counting money. Little Lu Yang, engrossed in play, noticed Lu Cheng's arrival and eagerly dropped his toy, extending his arms. Daddy hug. Lu Cheng lifted his son, tossing him playfully into the air before catching him securely. My good son, you've grown heavier. Holding the child, he glanced back at Xiulian. You seem quite joyful today. Did you earn a substantial amount? It's not that much really. A few days ago, I took some time to cut out paper flowers and sold them today. To my surprise, they actually sold. Oh, how much did you make? I wasn't sure how to price them. I sold the smaller ones for 5 cents for 2 and the larger ones for 5 cents each. By the end of the day, I sold all the paper flowers I had spent days crafting, totaling over 5 yuan. If I could sell this much every day, that would amount to over 100 in a month. But can you keep up that pace? It's unlikely someone will buy every day. True. Even if I worked tirelessly, I couldn't produce much in a day. The larger flowers require intricate designs, needing time and patience to create. Besides, these flowers are merely decorative. They may not appeal to many. After counting the money, Xiulian calculated and, feeling somewhat disheartened, shook her head. It seems I need to brainstorm other ways to earn money. Looking up at Lu Cheng with a hint of melancholy, she added, Brother Cheng, I've just begun to earn, and you're already dampening my enthusiasm. All right, let us eat. You need not worry about earning money. After dinner, Lu Yang played for a while before drifting off to sleep. Xiulian laid him down in the newly made crib, drew the curtains, and then snuggled into bed. In the 3rd month of school, the class organized a small-scale test. The exam was quite challenging, leaving those without prior knowledge feeling overwhelmed. After the test, however, no scores were announced. Nonetheless, some outstanding students were selected by various teachers to assist with teaching tasks, receiving additional attention and support. Lu Cheng, in particular, was accepted into Professor Yan's traditional Chinese medicine research group, allowing him to learn closely from the professor. Though Professor Yan had not formally taken him as a disciple, he often invited Lu Cheng to sit in during lectures and occasionally posed questions to him. In ancient times, to apprentice under a master, one typically had to serve at least 3 years as an apprentice, with some enduring 7 years of unpaid labor. The relationship between master and disciple was taken seriously, with a disciple considered akin to family. If the master has no children, after a century has passed, it falls upon the disciple to care for the master's old age and final days. Although traditional customs may not be prioritized in today's society, Chinese medicine is still practiced through formal university education, producing disciples in large numbers. However, with only a brief period of study, lasting at most 8 years, how can one truly grasp the essence of Chinese medicine? To become a renowned physician, one must be resolute in the commitment to lifelong learning. seeking guidance from esteemed masters and embracing humility in the pursuit of knowledge. After following Professor Yan, Lu Cheng has consistently demonstrated a calm and patient demeanor, diligently studying and contemplating the material at hand. He often carries a pen and notebook filled with densely packed reflections on his learning. Simultaneously, the valuable experiences that were previously elusive to him have begun to accumulate steadily. Notification: the host has listened to lectures by renowned Chinese medicine experts and has gained insights, enhancing understanding of herbal prescriptions, increasing medical experience by 1. Notification: the host has benefited significantly from case studies presented by distinguished practitioners, leading to a deeper comprehension of disease evolution, increasing medical experience by 2. Currently, Lu Cheng does not need to engage in manual labor or review other subjects. He can wholly devote himself to his studies, benefiting from the guidance of a master, resulting in a markedly improved learning efficiency. The system recognizes medical skills, providing Lu Cheng with an additional advantage. Any medical knowledge he has learned and understood will never be forgotten. Typically, knowledge that is not frequently used or revisited tends to fade away, much like many university students who, after 4 years, have largely forgotten their high school studies. A decade after graduation, it would be challenging for many distinguished graduates to gain admission to a university again, having spent over 2 years reacquainting himself with high school knowledge. Lu Cheng achieved exceptional results in the college entrance examination. However, now, as he studies medicine, he is free from the anxiety of forgetfulness. Once Lu Cheng masters a particular concept, it remains etched in his memory, ready to surface whenever needed. Learning is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably falls behind. Skills, on the other hand, only improve and never decline. Continuous learning and accumulation allow Lu Cheng, despite not yet being gifted, to relentlessly pursue those who are. As the weather gradually warms, people's clothing becomes increasingly lighter. In his spare time, Lu Cheng has begun to reconstruct his small clinic. The custom-made medicine cabinet is now complete and placed in the back room of the courtyard. Common medicinal materials and tools for processing them have also been prepared. Furthermore, Lu Cheng has divided the back room with curtains, setting up 2 single beds and several chairs to serve as an acupuncture and massage room. Once everything was ready, Lu Cheng took advantage of the weekend to purchase firecrackers, organizing a modest opening ceremony. He invited the director of the street office, landlord Mr. Li, and several neighbors. After the firecrackers were lit, Lu Cheng addressed the gathered neighbors. Dear friends and neighbors, as you may know, I, Lu Cheng, am currently studying at a Chinese medicine university. In fact, back in my hometown, I was a barefoot doctor with considerable medical experience. Now, I have established this small clinic to treat minor ailments. If you experience headaches, fevers, or digestive issues, you are welcome to visit my clinic for treatment. I specialize in massage therapy and basic acupuncture, and I also have experience treating men's health issues and common gynecological conditions. After briefly introducing his specialties, Lu Cheng assured everyone that his fees would be lower than those at hospitals. He then asked Xuelian to distribute some cards during the first month of opening every weekend. You can bring this card for a complimentary massage or acupuncture session. Upon hearing about the free offer, the neighbors eagerly accepted the cards, with some requesting extras for family members. Xuelian explained that, due to Lu Cheng's studies, he had limited availability and could only distribute cards to those present. Each card was handwritten by Lu Cheng, complete with a serial number, ensuring authenticity among the local neighbors. Soon, neighbors flocked to the small clinic, eager to experience Lu Cheng's massage therapy. Lu Cheng became busy while Xuelian took care of their child and assisted him with various tasks. Due to time constraints, Lu Cheng could only provide massage therapy to 10 people each weekend, with the remaining time dedicated to treating patients. Following the card numbers, he began with neighbor number 110. Director Zhang from the street office, holding card number 8, inquired, Lu, can I use this card for my spouse? Of course, Lu Cheng replied. All right, I will ride back home to fetch my spouse. Soon, 2 more neighbors left to bring their family members. The first client was landlord Mr. Li, who was already familiar with Lu Cheng's skills. After his session, Mr. Li felt rejuvenated and passionately introduced Lu Cheng to the others. His skills are quite impressive. He is a top student from a Chinese medicine university and will surely work in a major hospital in the future. If you wait until he graduates, you might need an appointment to see him. Seize this opportunity. Turning to Lu Cheng, Mr. Li added, lately, my appetite has not been great. Once you finish, please check my pulse and prescribe something to help. Certainly, Mr. Li. You can take a stroll. It will likely take me over 2 hours to finish here. All right, I'll let you be. Each massage session lasted approximately 15 to 20 minutes, consuming the entire morning for 10 clients. After lunch, Lu Cheng began diagnosing patients. Neighbors with free time enjoyed visiting the clinic, either to socialize or chat with Xuelian, amusing little Lu Yang. With the clinic now operational, Lu Cheng's life became more fulfilling, and his income gradually increased, sufficient for his family of 3 to live comfortably in Yanjing City. Every weekend, Tian Xiaoxiao would come to help, whether caring for little Lu Yang or serving as a temporary nurse. Thus, the first semester swiftly passed, and summer vacation finally arrived. After discussing with Xuelian, They decided to return to their hometown, bringing along her father for a few days of exploration in Yinjing City. When Lu Cheng, accompanied by his wife and child, returned to Shuangshui village, the villagers greeted them from afar. Lu Cheng and Xiuyan have returned. How is Yinjing? What is university like? In the face of the enthusiastic villagers, Xiuyan felt a profound sense of returning in glory. Upon returning home, she discovered that the house had been uninhabited for 6 months, and the cave dwelling was dust-laden. Xiuyan took out the old clothes from the cupboard to air them out, and rummaged through to find an old garment to wear, busily tidying up the place. Before long, several women from the village arrived to lend a hand, eagerly inquiring about what life was like in Yinjing. Xiuyan enthusiastically described the forbidden city, Tiananmen, and the bustling Wangfujing, captivating the women who had never ventured far from home, and fueling their envy of Xiuyan's fortunate marriage that afforded her such comforts. Soon, villagers of all ages gathered, creating a lively atmosphere in the courtyard. Lu Cheng also presented some snacks and candies he had purchased in Yinjing to entertain everyone. The villagers, filled with curiosity, asked Lu Cheng if he had visited the Forbidden City and Tiananmen, and if he had seen the places where the emperor once resided. When they learned he had indeed seen them, they pressed him for details about the university experience, expressing their wonder at the notion of being surrounded by intelligent students from all over the country. These villagers, who had spent their lives toiling in the fields and many of whom had never traveled far, were naturally inquisitive, bombarding Lu Cheng with questions, to which he responded patiently. With the villagers' assistance, the house was soon spotless, with women gathered around Xiuyan and men engaging Lu Cheng in conversation. Meanwhile, 2-year-old Lu Yang played joyfully with the village children, creating a ruckus. It was only as evening approached, signaling dinner time, that the villagers reluctantly began to disperse. After spending just a couple of days at home, the village buzzed with activity once again. Since taking office as the commissioner of the Huanyuan Municipal Committee, Tian Fujian had long aspired to achieve something significant, transforming the villagers' coarse black bread into finer yellow and even white loaves. After much contemplation, he decided to promote a system of production responsibility. However, this initiative faced considerable opposition from several leaders in Huanyuan City. The top leader, Miao Kai, feigned illness and went to the hospital to gauge the provincial authorities' stance on Tian Fujian's series of measures. Ultimately, the provincial leaders chose to support Tian Fujian's production responsibility system in secret, sidelining Miao Kai. Seeing his former superior, Miao Kai, lose power, Feng Shirquan, the former head of Yuanqi County, promptly aligned himself with Tian Fujian, willingly cooperating with his efforts to implement the production responsibility system in Yuanqi County. However, due to the substantial dissent surrounding this system, it could not be openly promoted. Consequently, Tian Fujian instructed leaders at various levels to verbally inform each village to decide autonomously whether to adopt the production responsibility system. If any production team wished to proceed, even the village committee could not obstruct it. After Su Zhigong from Shigaji Commune communicated this to Shuangshui village, the village secretary, Tian Futong, immediately opposed it. Previously, they had operated under a communal system, earning work points without needing to toil in the fields, thus enjoying an absolute status in the village. Yet, with the implementation of the production responsibility system, everyone would be preoccupied with their own tasks. Even the village secretary would have to labor in the fields, which he was unwilling to accept. Moreover, Tian Futong had been a staunch advocate of the communal dining system, naturally resistant to seeing it supplanted by the production responsibility system. Thus, Tian Futong convened a meeting with the village committee members, urging them to resist the production responsibility system. Sun Shaoan, who had long desired to implement the system, stepped forward to reason with Tian Futong, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Upon learning that the higher authorities had allowed each production team to choose independently, Sun Shaoan decided to rally his team against Tian Futong. Lu Cheng, you have been to Yinjing, you must know the situation outside. Do you think we can implement the production responsibility system now? Certainly, we can. Since the higher authorities have permitted it, it is feasible. Why don't you persuade Uncle Futong? As a university student, you possess more knowledge. He should listen to you. Very well, I shall try to persuade him. Where can I find Uncle Futong? They are currently holding a meeting at the brigade office. They have been deliberating for most of the day, and it is nearly dark without a resolution. Lu Cheng rose to accompany Sun Shaoan to the brigade office, where a crowd of villagers had gathered outside, waiting for Sun Shaoan. Upon their arrival, the villagers parted to allow them entry. Lu Cheng greeted everyone before stepping inside. Inside the brigade office, several committee members were seated, including Secretary Tian Futong, Deputy Secretary Jin Junshan, Team Leader Jin Junwu, and Poverty Alleviation Committee Director Sun Yuding. The brigade leader, Sun Shaoan, was notably absent from the discussion. As Lu Cheng entered, the others paused their conversation and invited him to sit. Tian Futong addressed Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, we are deliberating whether to adopt the production responsibility system. What brings you here? Uncle Futong, this production responsibility system is spearheaded by Uncle Fujian. It stands to reason that you should support it. It is precisely because I know he is leading it that I wish to prevent him from making a mistake. Uncle Futong, I understand your concerns for Uncle Fujian. However, he is now the commissioner responsible for the livelihood of the entire Huanyuan city. The introduction of the production responsibility system aims to ensure that we, the common folk, have enough to eat and live well. This is a critical moment for Uncle Fujian, and our village cannot hinder his progress. If news spreads that Shuangshui village is opposing his policy, what will the citizens of Huanyuan think? What will the detractors of Uncle Fujian say? Now is the time for us to rally in support of him. Furthermore, the villagers from our team are waiting outside, eager to implement this system. The higher authorities have also stated that production teams may operate independently, and the village committee must not obstruct them. Uncle Futong, I believe it would be wise to support Uncle Fujian. Tian Futong fell silent. While he could disregard others' opinions, he felt compelled to heed Lu Cheng's words. Not only due to Lu Cheng's status as a university student, but also because of his close ties with Tian Fujian. At that moment, the villagers outside grew impatient. Chanting in unison, production responsibility system. We want to operate independently. The individuals inside the office could no longer remain seated and hurried outside to witness the entire production team demanding the implementation of the production responsibility system. Initially hesitant, Tian Futong, faced with the collective will of the villagers, declared for the sake of his own reputation and standing, our Shuangshui village will resolutely not adopt the production responsibility system. In the crowd, Sun Shaoan shouted, we want to operate independently. A chorus of villagers exclaimed, we want to go our own way. Tian Futong, instantly enraged, demanded, who is leading this? Step forward. Sun Shaoan peered from the crowd, smiling, Uncle Futong. You ought to heed the voice of the people. Shaoan, I knew it was you causing trouble, Tian Futong retorted. Uncle Futong, you can't silence the populace, can you? Besides, if you were to sew their mouths shut, what if they accidentally let out a fart? Tian Futong's anger intensified. Everyone, be quiet. The crowd fell silent, yet someone, inopportunely, let out a loud fart, provoking laughter. Tian Futong's expression darkened further. Ultimately, Tian Futong summoned Sun Yuhao to take Sun Shaoan away, bringing the farce to an end. The following morning, Tian Futong sent Sun Yuding to Huanyuan City to inquire about Tian Fujian's stance. Sun Shaoan also set out early for Huanyuan City to seek out Tian Fujian. Upon arrival, he met with Tian Fujian and detailed the village's situation. Uncle Fujian, here's the matter. The villagers wish to implement the production responsibility system. Is it feasible? Please give me a definitive answer. Of course it is, replied Tian Fujian. Could you issue a formal document? Once we have that, no one in the village will dare oppose it. The formal document will be issued shortly, but currently, Huanyuan City is in pilot testing. You need not wait. You can begin immediately. That's wonderful, Uncle Fujian. I was hoping for such news. I will inform the villagers right away. Don't rush off just yet. You should meet with Runi. I am aware of your situation, and I support your relationship. Sun Shaoan's heart soared. Runi has been waiting for you too. With Tian Fujian's backing, the love between Sun Shaoan and Tian Runi finally glimpsed a ray of hope, though Tian Futong still loomed as an insurmountable obstacle between them. Meanwhile, in Shuangshui village, Lu Cheng had been quite busy, with villagers flocking to him for medical assistance. His identity as a top college entrance examination student and a university graduate had only amplified his reputation. He initially planned to spend a couple of days at home before taking his wife and child to visit relatives in Jing province. However, after attending to a steady stream of patients for over a week, he finally found time to embark on their journey. Having exhausted the medicinal supplies at home, Lu Cheng had prepared only a limited amount for this trip. In the absence of sufficient medicine, he resorted to prescribing remedies for his patients to fetch their own supplies. Upon reaching Jing province, his father-in-law, He Yaozong, was overjoyed to see them, especially his grandson, little Lu Yang. Lu Cheng, Xiuyan, how have you fared in Yanjing? Are you adjusting well? Yes, everything is quite well, Lu Cheng replied. Is school busy? Is Xiuyan managing well with the child? Oh yes, Xiuyan has taken excellent care of me. We even opened a small clinic in Yanjing, treating patients on weekends. Our earnings suffice for our family's living expenses. That's great. How long can you stay at home? We have a longer holiday, but we plan to leave early. Father, why not take a break from the family business and join us in Yanjing? His father-in-law hesitated. I wouldn't want to be a burden. There's much to do with the vinegar brewing. You could find someone to help manage it, or at least pause production, Lu Cheng suggested. We can't halt production. So much vinegar would spoil, wasting precious grains. He Yaozong's vinegar business had expanded significantly. Despite hiring help, the core techniques remained under his control. Xiuyan urged, let my sister and brother-in-law assist you while we take a short trip to Yanjing. Little Lu Yang chimed in, Grandfather, Yanjing is wonderful. Let us go. He Yaozong, holding his grandson, shook his head. It sounds too troublesome. I think I'll pass. Lu Cheng exchanged a glance with Xiuyan, who encouraged, Father, please go. We rented a small courtyard with ample rooms. You'll have a place to stay. It won't cost much. Tomorrow, I'll visit my sister and discuss it. If she's free, we can take her and the kids along to Yanjing. Although hesitant, He Yaozong eventually agreed. The next morning, Lu Cheng's family visited his elder sister's home, conveniently located a few dozen miles from Hejiawan. Since Lu Cheng's success in university, his sister and brother-in-law, Chang Yulin, had taken pride in their connection, often boasting in front of others. In those times, university students were a rarity, receiving subsidies and living off the state, making them highly esteemed by fellow villagers. Xuanshui village, having produced both Tian Fujian and Lu Cheng, was indeed exceptional, as many villages had yet to see a single university graduate. Thus, upon their arrival at Chang's home, a crowd gathered, eager to witness the occasion. Lu Cheng's sister was also delighted, having received gifts from Xilian, including silk scarves and sandals from Yanjing. Upon announcing their intent to take them to Yanjing, she replied that her family was too busy to consider it, suggesting that Chang Yulin assist with the vinegar business while allowing her father to enjoy a trip to Yanjing. Ultimately, they could only take He Yaozong to Beijing for now, but the gesture of Lu Cheng's family personally inviting them brought immense joy to his sister's family. Soon, Lu Cheng's family boarded the train to Yanjing, finding the journey from Jin province to be notably shorter than from Shan province. As they departed the Lus Plateau, He Yaozong appeared visibly excited. He had never ventured so far before. Upon stepping onto the soil of Yanjing, he found everything remarkable. And when they arrived at Lu Cheng's rented courtyard, he marveled. The houses here in the capital are far more attractive than our cave dwellings. If you find it delightful, feel free to extend your stay. There is no rush to return. After settling his father-in-law, Lu Cheng took his family to explore all of Yanjing, visiting renowned places such as Quanzhou, Donglishun, Wangfujing, and the Forbidden City, indulging in every culinary delight and sightseeing opportunity. Furthermore, the family ventured to Badaling to witness the Great Wall. Although this escapade incurred considerable expenses, Lu Cheng deemed it worth every penny as long as his family was joyously together. Naturally, he also took the opportunity to thoroughly examine and care for his father-in-law's health. At over 50 years of age, having toiled throughout his life, it was indeed time to prioritize his well-being. Lu Cheng extended his father-in-law's stay in Yanjing for more than half a month. And only when his father-in-law expressed concern for home and insisted on departing did Lu Cheng escort him to the train station. As they parted, his father-in-law grasped Lu Cheng's hand with earnest sincerity, saying, "Lu Cheng, I have not misjudged you, nor has Xilian. Seeing you both living harmoniously brings me great comfort. Live well, and if you ever need financial assistance or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to send me a telegram." Once he returned home after bidding farewell to his father-in-law, Xilian discovered 300 yuan left behind by him while tidying the room he had occupied. "Chingu, Dad has left us some money again. That is for you. You should accept it." "No, it should go to you. You manage the family's significant expenses while I take care of the smaller ones. I still have over 100 here." Following his father-in-law's departure, Lu Cheng's modest clinic became increasingly bustling. In the densely populated metropolis of Yanjing, where residents generally enjoy higher incomes, earning money is relatively easier, especially for those with specialized skills. Lu Cheng's expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is well established. He is proficient in various treatments, including massage, acupuncture, and the management of common ailments such as back pain and women's health issues. As his reputation grew, the number of patients seeking his services increased. Initially, Lu Cheng intended to find Xilian a job, but as the clinic became busier, she too became engrossed in work, leaving little time to consider other ventures. During the summer vacation, which is neither too long nor too short, he saw an influx of 10 to 20 patients daily, occasionally soaring to 30. Patients came from Chaoyang district and beyond. By the end of the summer, after deducting costs for medicinal materials, Lu Cheng's clinic netted a profit of 200 to 300 yuan. Once the school term commenced, Lu Cheng could no longer attend to patients daily, allowing Xilian some respite. To keep her engaged, he devised a recipe for sour plum juice and taught it to her. Subsequently, Lu Cheng purchased a tricycle, 2 insulated containers, gathered necessary ingredients, and established a regular supply of ice from a manufacturer. This way, when Xilian felt restless, she could sell chilled sour plum juice and mung bean soup on the streets. To their surprise, this small venture became immensely popular. In the sweltering heat, a cup of chilled sour plum juice was undoubtedly the perfect refreshment. If not for her responsibilities with the children, Xilian would have preferred to sell her drinks every day. Meanwhile, after studying under Professor Yin for over 6 months, Lu Cheng finally earned his approval. One day, as he was about to leave after class, Professor Yin called him back. "Lu Cheng, would you like to become my disciple and continue studying traditional Chinese medicine under my guidance?" Overjoyed by the proposition, Lu Cheng immediately agreed, saying, "I would be honored." "Very well, prepare yourself. For tomorrow I shall invite several esteemed colleagues to witness the formal acceptance of you as my student." Unlike ancient times, even in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, the ceremony of apprenticeship is now kept simple to avoid accusations of feudalism, though certain essential rituals remain. The following morning, adhering to the customary practices, Lu Cheng prepared his apprenticeship letter and arrived at the designated location, the traditional Chinese medicine formula research room. Several senior students had already gathered, arranging the venue and awaiting the arrival of the master and distinguished guests. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, they congratulated him warmly. Lu Cheng, congratulations on becoming our junior brother. Indeed. From now on, you shall address us as elder brothers for life. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Soon after, Professor Yin and several other esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine arrived. The eldest brother, acting as the ceremony's host, welcomed the professors to their seats and began to briefly introduce Professor Yin's background. Professor Yin comes from a lineage of esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He graduated from the Su Province Traditional Chinese Medicine Advanced Study School in 1956 and was appointed to Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in 1967, serving in various roles, including head of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Teaching and Research Group, director of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Formula Research Room, and the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Room. He has made remarkable contributions to the educational and research endeavors of the university. In 1962, he was promoted to associate professor and became a full professor in 1978. Following the introduction of Professor Yin, the host began to recite the apprenticeship precepts. Respect your teachers and cherish your friends. Practice humility and courtesy. Cultivate your profession and refine your character. Immerse yourself in learning and avoid superficiality. Remain indifferent to fame and fortune, only wishing for the well-being of the people. After the precepts were recited, it was time for the new disciple to read the apprenticeship letter. Lu Cheng stepped forward respectfully, performed a ceremonial bow, opened the letter, and recited, "A teacher is one who transmits knowledge, imparts skills, and resolves doubts. The path of medicine is profound, and the responsibility is great. I humbly bow before my esteemed teacher, commit to studying the classics, learning traditional Chinese medicine, embracing diverse knowledge, and striving to comprehend the essence of this art. Today, I formally pledge my allegiance to my mentor, honoring the disciple's right, diligently adhering to his teachings, passing on the flame, and revitalizing the great enterprise of traditional Chinese medicine. I hope for your acceptance." As Professor Yin nodded in agreement, Lu Cheng accepted the respectful tea offered by his senior and presented it to Master Professor Yin with utmost reverence. Upon consuming the tea, Professor Yin formally acknowledged Lu Cheng as his new disciple. Subsequently, Lu Cheng bowed respectfully as Professor Yin and several esteemed figures in traditional Chinese medicine imparted their wisdom. Among those present were senior leaders from the university, renowned practitioners from Dongxiamen Hospital, and eminent scholars from the National Research Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Each of them encouraged Lu Cheng to diligently cultivate his medical ethics, rigorously study the art of medicine, promote traditional Chinese culture, and devote himself to healing the sick. Unlike ancient times, the ceremony of apprenticeship had become considerably simpler. However, it nonetheless granted Lu Cheng recognition within the entire realm of traditional Chinese medicine. He was no longer merely a student of traditional Chinese medicine, but had become a disciple of a distinguished master with a legacy. The most noticeable change was the heightened concern and dedicated guidance from Professor Yin and his fellow disciples. Whenever Lu Cheng encountered difficulties, his master and seniors would provide thoughtful answers, presenting numerous case studies to deepen his understanding. Moreover, among Professor Yin's disciples were those who practiced at the hospital. In addition to his studies, Professor Yin encouraged these seniors to take Lu Cheng to the hospital, allowing him to gain practical experience in treating patients. Initially, the seniors merely had him observe, but upon recognizing Lu Cheng's solid foundation and rich experience, they permitted him to treat patients under their supervision. Consequently, any patient Lu Cheng treated, provided the complexity was sufficient, would enhance his medical expertise. As the semester approached its conclusion, Lu Cheng finally received another notification from the system. "Congratulations, host. Your medical experience has reached its maximum level and can be upgraded to level 4. Upon confirming the upgrade, the scene before him transformed, transporting him once again to the virtual realm. The environment was neither a hospital nor a clinic, but rather a spacious room adorned with doors, each labeled with significant titles: studies in traditional Chinese herbal formulations, research in herbal pharmacology, acupuncture studies, observation, inquiry, auscultation, and palpation. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and expansive, with each practitioner specializing in different aspects. Standing before the doors, Lu Cheng pondered for a moment. His master, Professor Yin, primarily focused on herbal pharmacology and formulations, particularly excelling in treating ailments related to the spleen and stomach, exogenous pathogens, and cardiovascular issues. While he could gradually learn these subjects externally under his master's guidance, acupuncture was an area in which Lu Cheng found himself lacking. Thus, he resolved to prioritize his study of acupuncture. As he stepped through the door marked acupuncture studies, the scenery shifted, and Lu Cheng found himself within an elegantly antiquated hall, surrounded by individuals clad in the official attire of the Song dynasty. Before him stood a distinguished figure in red robes, a physician elucidating concepts to the assembly, beside whom stood a bronze figure illustrating various acupuncture points on the human body. To master acupuncture, one must thoroughly understand every acupuncture point within the human anatomy. Lu Cheng gazed at the bronze figure from a distance, suddenly realizing that this was none other than Wang Wei, a prominent figure from the northern Song dynasty known for his pivotal role in creating the acupuncture bronze figure. The virtual space of this system was astonishingly powerful, allowing Lu Cheng to traverse time and learn from the historical masters of medicine. If he encountered Wang Wei at level 4, could he not also meet the likes of Bian Ke, Hua Tuo, Zhang Zhongjing, Sun Simiao, and Li Shizhen in the future? Wang Wei, a luminary in traditional Chinese medicine during the reign of Emperor Rin of the Song dynasty, was a master of acupuncture, having made remarkable contributions to its development. Notably, he is most renowned for overseeing the construction of 2 acupuncture bronze figures, meticulously crafted to a 1:1 scale of a young male body, complete with internal organs. Indistinguishable from a living person, with limbs and organs that could be disassembled and reassembled. The surface of the bronze figures features 354 meticulously carved acupuncture points, precisely illustrating every location on the human body. Moreover, the craftsmanship was exquisite, with each point sealed with wax. When water was injected from the top of the bronze figure, if a silver needle was accurately inserted into a point, water would flow out. If the point was incorrectly targeted, the needle would not penetrate. This invention undoubtedly provided immense convenience for teaching acupuncture. Unfortunately, these 2 bronze figures suffered through wars, undergoing numerous cycles of destruction and restoration, ultimately becoming lost. It is said that one of the restored bronze figures ended up abroad and has yet to return to China. Now, within the virtual space, Lu Cheng found himself face-to-face with the original acupuncture bronze figure. For a student of traditional Chinese medicine, how could he not feel exhilarated? In the ensuing period, Lu Cheng devoted himself to the art of acupuncture, seeking counsel from Wang Wei whenever he had the opportunity and closely observing the acupuncture bronze figure whenever possible. His understanding of acupuncture advanced rapidly. Thus, he tirelessly studied for what might have been 2 to 3 years, or perhaps 4 to 5. Just as Lu Cheng had completely immersed himself in this pursuit, the system unexpectedly expelled him, returning him to the initial room. It dawned on Lu Cheng that he had fully mastered the acupuncture knowledge requisite for a level 4 physician, and continuing further would exceed this level. Although slightly disappointed, he realized that as he was still within the virtual realm, he could pursue other areas of study. His gaze flitted across the doors before him, ultimately resting on one marked pediatric traditional Chinese medicine. Stepping through, he noticed the attire of those around him and felt as though he had returned to the northern Song dynasty. Lifting his eyes to the physician who was instructing him, Lu Cheng's heart leaped with joy. He was in the presence of a historical luminary, none other than Qian Yi, the father of pediatrics and the first renowned pediatric medical expert in Chinese history. Lu Cheng quickly composed himself and immersed himself in earnest study once more. This progenitor of pediatrics systematically summarized methods of diagnosis and treatment for children, establishing pediatrics as an independent discipline. He authored numerous works throughout his life, though regrettably, most of his writings have been lost to time. Nonetheless, one of his inventions, the Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, has endured through the ages. Originally created as a pediatric tonic, but later adapted for adult males. Another lengthy period of study ensued, during which Lu Cheng lost all sense of time. Eager to seize the opportunity to learn from the esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine and acquire the invaluable knowledge that had been lost to history. Upon concluding this session of learning, he felt a significant enhancement in his medical skills, far surpassing his previous abilities. A level 4 medical proficiency placed him among the most distinguished chief physicians in any municipal hospital. Even within the prestigious medical community of Yanjing, Lu Cheng undoubtedly emerged as an exceptional talent in traditional Chinese medicine. However, he did not allow himself to feel a modicum of pride or complacency. Having encountered the historical giants of Chinese medicine within the virtual space, Lu Cheng gained a profound awareness of his own deficiencies, prompting him to approach his studies with renewed seriousness. Initially, he had regarded traditional Chinese medicine merely as a skill or a job. Now, he embraced it as a passionate vocation to which he was wholly committed, aspiring to dedicate his life to its practice. If he could resurrect the long-lost knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in contemporary society, it would indeed be a profoundly meaningful endeavor. His gains were not limited to medical expertise. Lu Cheng also learned many health-preserving methods from these medical luminaries. For instance, Qian Yi emphasized the importance of health preservation, proposing that to ensure a child's well-being, they should often experience a balance of hunger and slight chill, indicating that the delicate nature of a child's organs and their incomplete digestive systems necessitate moderation in feeding to avoid overburdening their digestion. Additionally, given the innate vitality and activity of children, they should not be overly bundled in warmth. These concepts were merely the surface of his learning, as he subsequently acquired various techniques for nurturing both male and female health from numerous distinguished physicians. Subsequently, Lu Cheng began to guide Shilian in adjusting their family's diet and clothing, fostering a holistic approach to health within the household. It is worth noting that the robust growth of young Lu Yang was a testament to Lu Cheng's successful nurturing. As seasons changed, the year 1978 proved to be remarkably fulfilling for Lu Cheng. This year held significant importance for China as well. marking the end of the communal dining system and the onset of the production responsibility system, leading many sent-down youth to return home. The popularity of bell-bottom trousers and disco swept the nation, heralding a new era that caught many off guard while others seized the moment to rise with the tide. By the end of 1978, Lu Cheng and Shilian calculated that after deducting various expenses, they had managed to save a considerable sum. Lu Cheng worked weekends at his small clinic while Shilian engaged in small businesses, and with minimal expenses for their family of 3 and 2 years of rent already paid, their savings reached nearly 5,000. After tallying their finances, the couple reclined together, with Shilian already formulating plans. I've inquired. And a courtyard similar to ours would cost around 7 to 8,000. I was thinking, perhaps we could send the child back to my parents for a while so I can earn well next year, and we can buy a house in Yanjing soon. What do you think? There's no rush. We will buy a house, but it need not be immediate. As for the child, they should stay in Yanjing. Then we want to return home. What about the land and cave dwellings in Shuangshui village? We can relinquish the land. I'll speak with the village committee. When the land is redistributed, we don't need any. We never intended to return to farming. However, we can keep our courtyard and visit occasionally. I will follow your lead. After all, I am your wife. Wherever you are is home. Shilian, you are my home. By 1979, the pace of change accelerated even further, with policies becoming more lenient, particularly in the southern regions where the economy began to flourish. In April 1979, the government first proposed the restoration and development of the individual economy, leading to the emergence of private eateries and alleys and a surge in small vendors, revitalizing the marketplace. Observing this, Shilian was stirred into action, urging Lu Cheng to devise a plan. Lu Cheng, unable to resist her enthusiasm, shared some snack-making techniques he had learned from short videos. They experimented with these recipes, spending considerable time refining them, ultimately creating popular street foods such as grilled gluten, fried chicken cutlets, and skewers. These snacks quickly garnered the favor of the youth, with Shilian struggling to keep up with demand. Resourceful and capable, Shilian noticed many unemployed youth in the vicinity and recruited a few trustworthy young women to assist her in this burgeoning enterprise. To their surprise, the small business rapidly expanded, soon captivating all of Yanjing. Following Lu Cheng's suggestion, Shilian transitioned from selling on the streets to establishing a culinary training program at home, earning tuition and franchise fees. Within a few months, they amassed several thousand yuan, transforming their household into one with a wealth of over 10,000 yuan. Once sufficient funds were secured, Shilian's first thought was to purchase a home. Chingu, our rental agreement for this courtyard will expire in 6 months. Now that we have over 10,000 yuan, why don't we buy this place? The house is indeed something we should purchase, but I am uncertain whether Old Li intends to sell his property. Shall we inquire about it tomorrow? If he is unwilling to sell, we shall explore other options. Without a home of our own, we perpetually feel like outsiders. Very well. Tomorrow we shall ask. Once we have secured the house, we can transfer the household registration of our family of 3 to this splendid city of Yanjing, allowing our Yang to become a true Yanjing citizen. Yes, that is precisely what I was thinking. In this day and age, although settling in Yanjing is quite challenging, it is considerably easier than in the future. Moreover, Lu Cheng is no longer the isolated individual he was upon his arrival in Yanjing. For the matter of household registration, he need not seek assistance from his master. 2 local seniors can assist him with the process. Early the next day, Lu Cheng, accompanied by Shilian and their child, arrived at Old Li's residence in Dongximen. After explaining their purpose, Old Li sighed. Young Lu, if someone else were to inquire, I would certainly prefer not to sell the house, as it has been passed down through generations. Our family once had a grand 3-courtyard residence, and now we are left with this modest 2-courtyard house and that small yard. How about this? My son will return for lunch, and you can discuss it with him. If he is willing to sell, then so be it. After all, I am getting older, and this house will eventually belong to him. Lu Cheng did not press the matter, recognizing that even if Old Li was reluctant to sell his home, there were other options available. Over the past 2 years, as the educated youth gradually returned, many families in Yanjing found themselves in need of more living space. Private sales of houses had become quite common. Furthermore, with the implementation of the production responsibility system, rural life had improved significantly, leading some families to consider returning to the countryside, thus increasing the availability of vacant homes. However, among these properties, those in good condition, with clear ownership, and in desirable locations remained relatively rare. As noon approached, Old Li's son returned home. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, he greeted him warmly. Lu Cheng, it's good to see you. I heard that your little eatery is quite successful now. You must be making a decent living? Not much profit, just enough to make ends meet. I can't compare to your success, Lu Cheng replied modestly. Old Li's son, named Li Rongchong, was 40 years old and had recently opened a restaurant that was doing well. He now carried a briefcase, exuding the demeanor of a business owner. Old Li cleared his throat, saying, Young Lu is here to discuss the possibility of purchasing our small yard. You handle this as you see fit. At this, Li Rongchong's eyes brightened, and he quickly urged, Lu Cheng, Shilian, please have a seat. Let us discuss this matter further. In fact, I was planning to sell that yard as well. Since you are still living there, we will wait until your lease expires. My restaurant is doing well, and I am considering opening another branch, so I could certainly use the funds. Let us discuss a fair price. If it is right, we can finalize the paperwork today. Lu Cheng and Xiulian exchanged glances, signaling her to speak first. After a moment's hesitation, Xiulian said, "Currently, similar one-courtyard houses are priced between 7 to 10,000. Our yard is in a good location. I inquired recently, and a comparable yard in the same alley sold for 8,500. Brotherly, what do you think?" Li Rongchang chuckled. "Xiulian, you must be referring to old Lu's yard. I know that place. It pales in comparison to ours, being at least 20 to 30 square meters smaller." Xiulian nodded. "We are aware of that. How about we offer 9,000 then?" "Brotherly, you know that Lu Cheng is still in university, and we haven't saved much. If the price is too high, we will have to look elsewhere. We need to keep some funds for our living expenses, after all." Li Rongchang feigned difficulty. "I understand your situation, but I am quite short on cash myself. Could you possibly raise your offer?" At this moment, old Li, unable to contain himself, stepped in. "You young man, are you still a Yinjing local? Do you not understand Lu Cheng's circumstances? Are you really going to be so stingy over this amount? If old Lu's yard sold for 8,500, then that is what we should agree upon. They still have 6 months left on their lease." Finally, Lu Cheng stood up to speak. "Old Li, let us be fair. We do genuinely like this house. How about I raise the offer by 500, making it 9,500? But we will ensure that all paperwork is properly handled." "What is this nonsense about 9,500? Young Lu, if you still regard me as your elder, then let us settle on 8,500, old Li insisted. After much back and forth, it was ultimately decided by old Li that the price would be 9,000, as initially suggested by Xiulian. Subsequently, they invited officials from the neighborhood committee and the police station to witness the transaction, signing a property transfer contract, which was duly stamped. Although the sale of courtyard houses was not officially permitted at the moment, the dual verification from the neighborhood committee and the police station, coupled with Lu Cheng's connections, ensured that they would not face any issues in the future. Moreover, Lu Cheng had prepared for the eventuality that by 1987, courtyard houses would be allowed for public sale, at which point he could complete any necessary paperwork. After all, it would not be until the 1990s that courtyard house prices truly began to rise. In the end, Lu Cheng successfully acquired the courtyard house, alleviating any concerns about relocation. Thus, Lu Cheng's family was officially rooted in Yinjing City. That evening, as the couple lay in bed, Xiulian expressed her excitement. "Lu Cheng, though the house is the same and the bed is unchanged, why does it feel so different? I feel as though this bed provides a sense of security. Now, we truly have a home in Yinjing. Once we transfer our household registration, we will officially be Yinjing residents. Indeed, tomorrow I shall write to my father to share this wonderful news." "What letter?" "With summer vacation upon us, we will return home in a couple of days. Yes, I must also tell my sister. In these times, being able to convert a rural household registration to an urban one means access to quality grain and the end of our days as farmers. This is indeed a matter of great pride. Xiulian, a significant portion of this house is thanks to your hard work. Certainly, but it is also due to your wise guidance, Lu Cheng. This is the result of our joint efforts, and just thinking about it brings me joy. I must buy some flower pots tomorrow to beautify the yard, perhaps some magazines, and definitely new furniture." After their excitement subsided, Xiulian recalled their savings. "Lu Cheng, we have worked so hard to save over 10,000 yuan, and now we are left with just over 2,000. Not to worry, earning money is simply a matter of spending it wisely. We will earn more in the future. Indeed, our lives will surely improve. Now that we have a house, our household registration will follow, and once we save enough, I aspire to buy another house. Perhaps even a courtyard. You have truly developed an eye for opportunity, my dear Xiulian. Your progress is remarkable. Indeed, if I do not progress, how could I possibly keep up with you?" As they spoke, Xiulian suddenly halted, turned to glance at her son, who was separated by a thin curtain. And upon confirming that he was sound asleep, she leaned closer to Lu Cheng and whispered, "Brother Cheng, I wish for you to tidy up. I want to see what is different in our own home. Then let me show you what is indeed different." Just as they began to move, they heard their son call from behind the curtain, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" "It's nothing, just some mosquitoes. Your mother is swatting them." "Oh, Dad and Mom, go to sleep early." The young couple exchanged a smile, slightly embarrassed. After waiting for their son to fall into a deep slumber, they quietly slipped out and into another room. People often transform due to their surroundings. In the original narrative, Xiulian, alongside Sun Shaoan, bore the weight of their dilapidated home, striving desperately to improve their circumstances and escape the livestock shed to reside in a new cave dwelling. Yet, after enduring the arduous journey, when Sun Shaoan finally established a brick factory and began to earn money, he remained fixated on expanding the factory, aspiring to uplift the villagers. Ultimately, Xiulian toiled alongside Sun Shaoan, managing the brick factory, and was worn out by the relentless labor, passing away before 10 years of marriage had elapsed. While the Sun family thrived and the entire village prospered, Xiulian perished in the prime of her life. Now, since Xiulian has been with Luqing, moving from Shuangshui village to Yanjing, she has transformed from a rural woman with a primary school education into a savvy and capable small business owner, completely reinventing herself. The nurturing of love is indeed akin to tending to flowers. A woman enriched by love cannot hide the happiness that radiates from her face. As days passed and life improved, Xiulian's spirit flourished and her confidence grew, particularly after purchasing a house, enabling her to engage more assertively with her neighbors. Meanwhile, after discussing the matter of household registration with his senior brother, the latter assured him with a thump to his chest that he would take care of it. As long as Luqing returned home and prepared the necessary documents, everything would fall into place. Without delay, 2 days later, Luqing returned to Shuangshui village with his wife and child. Upon his arrival, the villagers naturally came to visit. He Funying, seeing Xiulian, couldn't help but shower her with compliments. Xiulian, you are becoming more and more like a city dweller. Look at those hands, so delicate they hardly seem to have done any work. If I hadn't introduced you to Luqing, you might never have had the chance to marry him. Indeed, I owe you a great deal. Look, I even brought back some small gifts for you. Filled with gratitude towards He Funying, Xiulian always remembered to bring her presents upon returning, which brought He Funying a sense of pride. The wives from Tian Haimin's household also gathered around Xiulian, engaging in lively conversation, while Luqing offered a few packs of Hongmei cigarettes to the visiting men, who accepted them regardless of whether they smoked or not. After some light-hearted banter, Luqing sought out Sun Shaoan, and together they approached the village secretary, Tian Futong. Shaoan, Uncle Futong, I am planning to transfer my household registration to Yanjing. Both men were taken aback. What's the matter? Aren't you returning to Shuangshui village? Sun Shaoan added. Our team is preparing for a land distribution. Are you abandoning your few acres? Luqing smiled. We will not need the land. My wife and I will be residing in Yanjing long-term and cannot return to farm. It would be better to leave it for you, allowing you to have a bit more. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Futong remarked, I knew it. You passed the university entrance exam and now you are becoming a city person, different from us. Just like my brother Fujuan, who became an official and seldom returns. Well, if you must go, so be it. Uncle Futong, Shaoan, while I will relinquish the land, I will always cherish my home here in Shuangshui village. This is where I was born and raised. Even if I move to Yanjing, I will often return to visit. Have you arranged everything in Yanjing? Where will you live? We have saved some money over the past 2 years and purchased a courtyard in Yanjing. As for the household registration, we have enlisted help to handle that. Sun Shaoan clapped Luqing on the shoulder. Impressive. You've bought a house in Yanjing. That's remarkable. Tian Futong expressed his surprise. To buy a house in Yanjing is indeed no small feat. You will truly become a genuine Yanjing resident. As they conversed, a figure entered from outside. It was Tian Runxing, who had previously gone off to serve in the military. However, he appeared quite different now. Previously, Tian Runxing had a carefree demeanor with a hint of delinquency. After 2 or 3 years in the army, he now exuded a sense of maturity. Upon seeing Luqing, he quickly greeted him. Brother Luqing, when did you return? Is this your summer vacation? Luqing nodded. Yes, I'm on break. However, Luqing noticed something was amiss with Tian Runxing. It seemed he had not heard what was said. It appeared that Tian Runxing's fate had not changed, remaining true to the original narrative, as he was still afflicted by hearing loss from a blast. He hurriedly exchanged greetings with the three and then retreated into the house. Sun Shaoan noticed nothing unusual, but Tian Futong's expression darkened. After a bit more conversation, Luqing finalized the details regarding his household registration with Tian Futong and took his leave. As they exited Tian Futong's home, Sun Shaoan pulled Luqing aside, saying, Luqing, there is something I wish to consult you about. Go ahead. You see, my classmate Lu Jinmin introduced me to a brick hauling job. I borrowed some money from the commune, and Rennie lent me another 300. I bought a mule and hauled bricks for a while. Now that the bricks are done and the mule is sold, I still have some money left. I was thinking, with construction booming everywhere, it is the perfect time to start a brick kiln. Do you think this idea is viable? That is an excellent idea. If you can indeed establish that brick kiln, you are bound to profit. Great. Since you think it's feasible, it must be so. I'll discuss it with my father when I return. In truth, if Sun Shaoan were not so intent on uplifting the entire village, he could have prospered much sooner and lived a better life. However, this was a personal ambition for Sun Shaoan. At this moment, he was filled with determination to prove himself to Tian Futong, in hopes of winning Rennie's hand in marriage. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoping remained confined at home, having not ventured out. However, since Tian Xiaoxia gained admission to university and moved to Yanjing, all contact between her and Sun Xiaoping had ceased. Poverty had instilled in Sun Xiaoping a sense of inferiority and pride, preventing him from reaching out to Tian Xiaoxia. At least until he had extricated himself from the rural confines and transformed his circumstances, he dared not aspire to court Tian Xiaoxia. In the original narrative, Tian Xiaoxia was accepted into Huanyuan Normal College, while Sun Xiaoping ventured to Huanyuan City for work, summoning the courage to visit the college's entrance in hopes of catching a glimpse of her. Now, the chasm between them had widened even further. Initially, Tian Xiaoxia had penned several letters to Sun Xiaoping. Yet, Receiving no replies, she eventually relinquished her efforts. During high school, Sun Xiaoping had indeed exhibited certain exceptional qualities that captivated Tian Xiaoxia. However, upon entering university, she found herself surrounded by numerous talented young men from across the nation, far surpassing Sun Xiaoping. After their communication ceased entirely, Tian Xiaoxia's impressions of Sun Xiaoping, which had not yet blossomed into love, gradually faded. Perhaps in the future, Sun Xiaoping would wed a woman of similar circumstances, or even a widow, and lead a tranquil life. Lu Cheng and Sun Xiaoping were not particularly close, having exchanged only a few words and lacking the inclination to inquire about one another's well-being. Each individual follows their own life trajectory. Managing to lead a fulfilling life is already a considerable challenge, leaving little room for concern about others. After spending a few days in Shuangshui village and making a trip to Shaijai commune to finalize the household registration transfer, Lu Cheng and his family proceeded to Shaanxi province to visit relatives. Upon learning that Lu Cheng's family intended to settle in Yanjing and had purchased a home, the father-in-law felt a sense of joy. Our Xilian will soon be a Yanjing resident, and even little Lu Yang will be a true Yanjing native. Little Lu Yang climbed onto his grandfather's lap, exclaiming, "Grandpa, you should come to Yanjing too. I'll take you to eat roast duck." All right. Once Grandpa is less busy, I will accompany you to Yanjing." After speaking, the father-in-law turned to Xilian. "Xilian, tell me the truth, after buying the house, there can't be much money left, right?" "There's still plenty, Dad. You need not worry about that. Our finances are sufficient," she replied. Lu Cheng chimed in, "Indeed, Dad. Xilian is quite the earner now." "That's right, Dad. Let me tell you," he said, sharing a laugh with his father-in-law, who then guided them on a tour of the current vinegar workshop. Over the past 2 years of expansion and development, the father-in-law's vinegar workshop had employed over a dozen workers, producing around 10 tons of vinegar monthly, which was distributed throughout Shaanxi province and even beyond. The reputation of Heji vinegar had been firmly established. His brother-in-law, Chang Yulin, and his sister, He Xiaoying, frequently assisted at the workshop. The father-in-law, invigorated by his work, planned to expand the vinegar workshop into a factory in Lulin town. Unlike later times, there were not many machines to aid production. The bulk of the work relied on manual labor. In contrast to some well-known vinegar brands of the future, which boasted annual outputs reaching tens of thousands of tons, Shaanxi province was renowned for both vinegar production and consumption, presenting a promising market. With the father-in-law's current trajectory, he was destined to become an entrepreneurial farmer. After spending several days at his father-in-law's home, he could no longer resist little Lu Yang's pleas and joined Lu Cheng's family in Yanjing. Upon returning, with the assistance of senior colleagues, Lu Cheng's family swiftly completed their household registration procedures. Upon seeing the household registration book now reflecting Yanjing residency, Xilian was immensely pleased, disregarding frugality as she exuberantly took the family to Quanjut. This time, the father-in-law wished to leave some money for Lu Cheng and his family, but Xilian promptly noticed and adamantly refused to accept any more of his money. The father-in-law, somewhat flustered, insisted, "Xilian, Lu Cheng, I earn money precisely to support you. Your sister and brother-in-law are with me, and I can still take care of them. You are far away, and expenses in Yanjing are considerable." Lu Cheng directly interrupted, "Dad, Xilian and I can both earn money now. The house is ours, and our expenses are manageable. Aren't you planning to build a vinegar factory? You should take that money back for the factory. Rest assured, if we truly need assistance, we will certainly reach out." Ultimately, the father-in-law had no choice but to accept the money back. He stayed in Yanjing for over half a month before departing, and Lu Cheng resumed his busy routine. After his medical skills reached level 4, Lu Cheng's proficiency significantly improved, especially in treating male health issues, yielding remarkable results. Many men, harboring unmentionable concerns, were reluctant to visit large hospitals for fear of embarrassment, instead opting for obscure remedies. Since successfully addressing certain male ailments, Lu Cheng's reputation began to spread, attracting an increasing number of patients. Men were often willing to spend money on such matters. As long as the results were satisfactory, they would not hesitate to invest. Moreover, Lu Cheng also possessed several effective methods for treating gynecological issues and infertility, alongside pediatrics and acupuncture, further enhancing his renown. His small clinic became well known throughout the Chaoyang district, drawing patients from other regions as well. Every weekend or holiday, Lu Cheng found himself inundated with patients, even receiving appointments from individuals proactively seeking his services. While treating patients, Lu Cheng amassed substantial medical experience, achieving a dual benefit. Amidst this fulfilling life, the year 1979 swiftly passed, ushering in the 1980s, a period marked by accelerated development. With the rapid growth of the individual economy, the state increasingly prioritized the management of private enterprises, leading to the establishment of industrial and commercial bureaus across various locales. At the beginning of the year, the Yanjing Industrial and Commercial Bureau approached Lu Cheng, informing him that he could apply for a business license. After a discussion with Xilian, they promptly filed the necessary application and prepared to rent a space to open a cold meat and delicacy shop. During this era, the streets bore few establishments solely dedicated to such fare, and renowned brands like Juoe Duck Neck and Zhou Heya had yet to emerge. Xilian had previously demonstrated a remarkable talent for creating various popular snacks based on Lu Cheng's ideas. Naturally, Lu Cheng wholeheartedly supported her endeavor. Though he wished to prevent her from becoming overwhelmed, Xilian, I will undoubtedly support you in opening the shop, but you must not overexert yourself. Once we secure the space, let us manage it together. Your focus should solely be on the crucial recipes. While earning is important, your well-being must not be compromised. All right, I will heed your advice. Due to the recent establishment of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, many policies remain ambiguous. It was not until December 1980 that China's first individual business license was issued. Interestingly, this inaugural license did not go to Yanjing, but rather to a young woman from Wenzhou. Subsequently, Xilian's Heji braised meat shop officially opened its doors. On the opening day, Lu Cheng specifically invited a troupe to perform with gongs and drums, and firecrackers were set off to create a festive atmosphere for the inauguration. Additionally, there were promotional activities 3 days prior to the opening, offering a buy-one-get-one-free deal on cold dishes and a half-pound bonus on braised meat purchases. The shop offered a wide variety of braised dishes including pig's head, pig ears, chicken legs, pig liver, and cold dishes, all of which quickly won the hearts of local residents. In her pursuit of excellence for the braised meat shop, Xilian invested in hiring skilled chefs to refine her recipes continually. To better cater to the tastes of Yanjing locals, she thoughtfully introduced a suggestion box, welcoming feedback and implementing improvements based on patron suggestions. Before long, this modest establishment began to attract long lines of eager customers each day. Many workers, exhausted after a long day, found convenience in purchasing braised meats or cold dishes along with a few steamed buns for a hearty meal at home. Within just 3 months of opening, Xilian had recouped her initial investments and rent. Immediately thereafter, she conducted further research in other regions and secured a second location in a suitable area, initiating a branch model. The expansion accelerated with the establishment of additional branches. As the branches multiplied, Lu Cheng reminded Xilian to maintain stringent quality control and prioritize food safety. The sourcing of meat and vegetables had to be fresh, clean, and hygienic. Attention to the working environment was paramount. Staff were required to wear gloves and masks, and the shop's cleanliness had to be impeccable, ensuring that customers felt both comfortable and secure while dining. Xilian was dedicated to these principles, setting reasonable prices. By the end of 1981, after a year of development, Heji had opened over a dozen branches in Yanjing. These small establishments required minimal space and investment, typically only needing 2 or 3 staff members to operate, thus facilitating rapid expansion. In this manner, Xilian capitalized on the zeitgeist, emerging as a notable female entrepreneur in Yanjing. In early 1982, a multitude of graduates from the class of '77 prepared to embark on their respective careers, contributing to the nation's development. Lu Cheng, a medical student, was originally slated to graduate in another year. However, due to his fortunate mentorship, he was allowed to complete his undergraduate studies a year early under the guidance of Professor Yan, who had been appointed a master's supervisor by the end of 1979. Given Lu Cheng's exemplary academic performance, Professor Yan petitioned the university on his behalf. Meanwhile, after 2 to 3 years of study and practice, Lu Cheng's proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine had reached a level where he could be regarded as an expert in various provinces, despite still being in his late 20s. In Lu Cheng's courtyard, Tian Xiaoxia, freshly graduated, was engaging with little Lu Yang. Did you enjoy kindergarten, Yang Yang? Was school tiring? There are many friends there. And studying isn't tiring at all. Godmother, now that you've graduated, does that mean you can start earning money? Of course, once I start working, I'll buy you a whole new outfit. How does that sound? That sounds great. But instead of new clothes, I want a new pair of shoes. No problem. We'll get both the clothes and the shoes. After their playful exchange, Lu Cheng inquired, Xiaoxia, have you considered pursuing graduate studies? Not really. I don't have the perseverance like you, Lu Cheng. Completing my undergraduate degree is sufficient for me. Have you secured a position yet? Yes. I've been assigned to teach high school geography at number 101 Middle School in Haidian District. That is wonderful. Number 101 is an excellent school. And being able to teach in Yanjing is a dream for many. Yes, I believe being a teacher is relatively easy, plus there are winter and summer breaks. During the holidays, I can travel and explore the beautiful landscapes of our nation. That is indeed a splendid idea. At this time, the nation was in great need of personnel, and the first graduating class would be allocated to various positions. University graduates were highly sought after, and securing a position at number 101 Middle School surely benefited from the influence of Director Zhao from the Education Bureau. Just then, Xilian emerged and exclaimed, Xiaoxia, securing a teaching position in Yanjing is an excellent achievement. We must celebrate this. Where do you wish to dine? Tell your sister-in-law, and we shall eat out today. Tian Xiaoxia stood and embraced Xilian. Now that Bossy has money, her tone certainly reflects that confidence. However, compared to those restaurants, I still prefer the dishes you prepare. Sister-in-law, no problem. Today I will showcase my culinary skills and prepare a feast for you. Let us go buy some ingredients. This indeed warranted a celebration. Lu Cheng was equally thrilled that Tian Xiaoxia could remain in Yanjing, as it signified a transformative shift in her destiny, allowing her to avert future crises. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng remained vigilant, continuing to monitor Xiaoxia's situation. Following her graduation, Xiaoxia naturally intended to return home. Presently, Tian Fujian had risen to become the secretary of the Huanyuan City Committee, a position of considerable authority, ensuring that Xiaoxia would be well taken care of even if she returned to Huanyuan City. After bidding farewell to Xiaoxia, Lu Cheng and Xiulian resumed their respective tasks. The 5.5-year-old Lu Yang had been attending kindergarten for 6 months, rarely causing worry for Lu Cheng and his wife. With some free time on her hands, Xiulian devoted herself to her business ambitions, setting a goal to expand Heji braised meat shop to encompass all of Yanjing, aiming to establish at least 40 branches in the coming year. Having gained ample experience from the initial branches, Xiulian was poised for further expansion. She even established a small company to oversee branch management, new store location selection, and quality control. In her pursuit of business acumen, the previously uninterested Xiulian diligently studied management literature, much to Lu Cheng's astonishment. As her career reached a steady rhythm, Xiulian again expressed her desire for a second child. Chenggu, I wish to give you another baby. Now that Yang Yang is in school and the business requires less of my attention, I want to have another child. Is that all right? Are you truly certain about this? Yes, I'm turning 29 this year. If I don't have another soon, I'll be 30. I do not wish to grow old and regret not having another child. Just look at our neighbor's granddaughter. How adorable she is, like a delicate work of art. I long to have another daughter. Lu Cheng reminisced that the one-child policy seemed to be drawing to a close. Very well then, if you have always desired this, let us proceed. Excellent. Let's begin right away, though you must wait a moment. Your clothing is becoming increasingly extravagant. Both Lu Cheng and Xiulian enjoyed robust health. And with Lu Cheng's adeptness at nurturing well-being, it took less than a month for Xiulian to successfully conceive. Even while pregnant, Xiulian did not neglect her career. She adeptly directed her team in Beijing, selecting suitable storefronts and opening branch after branch. By the end of 1982, Heji's braised meat shop had expanded to 42 branches throughout the city. There is a saying that earning the second million is far easier than earning the first. As business flourished, profits naturally followed suit. By year's end, Lu Cheng and Xiulian welcomed their second child, a daughter, just as they had hoped. Lu Cheng named their daughter Lu Wenjun and took a leave of absence from work to care for Xiulian during her confinement. Once their daughter turned a month old, Lu Cheng called his father-in-law and sister-in-law's family to Beijing to celebrate the occasion with a feast. Of course, such joyous events also required inviting fellow alumni and friends. Xiulian showered her daughter with affection, and now that they had some financial means, she extravagantly purchased a courtyard home to eventually leave for her daughter. Over the past 2 years, the economic climate had improved significantly, leading to a rise in affluent households in rural areas. The vinegar factory owned by Lu Cheng's father-in-law thrived, and he found himself with extra funds, unsure of how to invest them. Upon learning of this, Lu Cheng suggested to his brother-in-law and father-in-law, since you have idle funds, why not invest in a property in Beijing? There are several courtyards for sale at reasonable prices. If you can acquire a courtyard here, it will greatly benefit the children's education in the future. The educational facilities in Beijing undoubtedly surpass those in Shaanxi province. Studying in the village makes it much harder to gain admission to university, but in Beijing, the chances are significantly better. Xiulian echoed, indeed. If we all reside in Beijing, we can see each other more often. How wonderful that would be. Persuaded by Lu Cheng and Xiulian's rationale, his father-in-law and brother-in-law Chang Yulin found their arguments compelling. After all, Lu Cheng was a university graduate, the most knowledgeable among them, so they trusted his judgment. In the end, his brother-in-law Chang Yulin and father-in-law each purchased a courtyard home. Lu Cheng assisted in selecting properties that were in good condition and had clear titles, with all the paperwork in order. However, after acquiring their homes, they did not move in immediately, opting to continue managing the vinegar factory. Chang Yulin's wife brought their 2 children to Beijing, and Lu Cheng arranged for their school transfers, making them students in the capital. As for the household registration issue, that was easily resolved. Time swiftly passed, and it was now 1983. This year held significance in the original narrative, as Tian Xiaoxia tragically perished while rescuing a drowning child. And Xiulian succumbed to lung cancer. Yet, the current Xiulian was at home, joyfully caring for her children, cradling her little daughter with delight. Lu Cheng frequently conducted comprehensive health checks on Xiulian to ensure her well-being. Thanks to his diligent care and her practice of Ba Duan Jin, Xiulian, at 30, exhibited the vitality of a 20-year-old. With their improved lifestyle and environment, her spirits soared. With a happy family, a loving husband, a son and daughter who were both charming and obedient, a flourishing career, and financial freedom, her happiness was evident. With her elevated mood and well-being, ailments were few. Whenever Xiulian experienced any minor discomfort, Lu Cheng was attentive, ensuring her condition was well managed. Even as a mother of 2, Xiao Lian retained a youthful innocence under Lu Cheng's affection, and she had even learned to be playful. Chenggu, how about our family takes a trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou during summer vacation? They say above there is paradise, and below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou, with the beautiful West Lake. Sure, that sounds wonderful. We'll go once the vacation begins. After Suzhou and Hangzhou, shall we venture to the Magic City? I've heard it is also quite splendid. Of course, whatever you wish. Chenggu, my shoulders are sore. Could you massage them for me, please? Of course, of course. Lu Yang, could you wash an apple for your mother? Certainly, mother. Little Lu Yang obediently picked an apple and headed to the faucet outside to wash it. After cleaning the apple, he returned to see his mother lovingly cradling his sister while his father massaged her shoulders, creating a heartwarming scene. Little Lu Yang felt somewhat resigned. His parents were indeed affectionate, and his sister was adorable, leaving him feeling like an afterthought. Lu Yang, I would love a peach as well. All right, mother. Please wait a moment. I'll wash one for you. As the weekend arrived, upon hearing about Lu Cheng's family's travel plans, Tian Xiaoxia expressed interest. Sister-in-law, may I join you? I could help look after the children. Xiao Lian smiled at the prospect, as she had been hoping for assistance with little Lu Yang. Of course. That would be wonderful. We'll go together. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're the best. Lu Cheng was equally pleased to hear that Tian Xiaoxia would accompany them. It meant someone would help watch the children, and he could keep an eye on her to prevent her from returning to the provincial capital. Xiao Lian had initially considered inviting her sister, but her sister was preoccupied. Her children had just transitioned from the countryside to school in Beijing and were struggling to keep pace with their studies. Lu Cheng had contacted a couple of university students to tutor them, and her sister was determined to monitor their progress during the summer break. Although the children wished to travel, they could not oppose their mother's authority and remained at home. Fortunately, her sister had set a small goal. If the children could keep up with their studies and rank moderately in class, they would be taken on a trip next summer. Time quickly passed, and July arrived, with universities, primary, and secondary schools gradually commencing their summer breaks. Lu Cheng had prepared a travel itinerary and gathered the necessary supplies as the family boarded a southbound train. In those days, embarking on a journey was no small feat. The train's speed remains quite modest, and the era of private cars has yet to dawn. Fortunately, in the realm of travel, time is of little consequence. Although our destination is Suzhou and Hangzhou, the journey is adorned with countless picturesque landscapes. As we descend southward by train, we pause to explore each charming city we encounter, spending a day or two at each stop, savoring the local delicacies and immersing ourselves in the distinct customs and cultures. After a leisurely 10-day journey filled with stops and exploration, we finally arrive by the banks of West Lake. At this moment, summer is in full bloom, and the lotus flowers at West Lake are resplendently blossoming, their leaves stretching endlessly towards the sky, while the sun-kissed flowers radiate a unique crimson hue. As the sun sets, painting the sky with vibrant hues, the sweltering heat begins to wane. Strolling along the shores of West Lake, Xiao Lian, adorned in a flowing floral dress, her hair dancing in the breeze and her features resembling a picturesque painting, becomes an exquisite sight along the lakeside. Lu Cheng hands his daughter to Tian Xiaoxia and retrieves a seagull camera from his bag, capturing this stunning scene with a click. Tian Xiaoxia cannot help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Indeed, your sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman. How fortunate she is to be married to a man like Lu Cheng. It is I who am fortunate to have wed your sister." To encounter the right person at the prime of one's life, and to cherish one another through thick and thin, is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Lu Cheng, you and your sister-in-law, along with little Lu Yang, stand together. Let me take a family photo of you. All right, Lu Yang, come here. Under the golden light of the sunset, witnessing this happy family, Tian Xiaoxia suddenly feels a twinge of envy. Perhaps this is the most beautiful manifestation of love. Yet, where's her own love? Tian Xiaoxia puts away her camera, feeling a sense of loss, as a vague silhouette from her past flickers in her mind, already faded. Throughout her years at university, she had been engrossed in her studies, and although there were many admirers, none had captured her heart. As memories of those suitors resurface, a ripple of emotion stirs within her. Perhaps it is time for her to seek a romance with marriage in mind. Some say that marriage is the grave of love. Yet, does not love that can withstand the trials of marriage become even more precious? Lu Cheng holds his daughter in one arm and takes his son's hand with the other, while Xiao Lian lovingly grasps their son's small hand. Together, they form a perfect tableau along the banks of West Lake. At that moment, Xiao Lian turns and calls out, "Xiaoxia, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and catch up." Tian Xiaoxia snaps back to reality and quickly follows, feeling slightly out of place. Just then, little Lu Yang releases his parents' hands, runs over to Tian Xiaoxia, and takes her hand, exclaiming, "Godmother, I want to walk with you." Good boy, little Lu Yang knows how to be close to his godmother. "Come, godmother will buy you some candy." "Godmother, I'm not a little kid anymore." "I know, little Lu Yang is already 7 years old. My 7th birthday has passed. I'm practically 8 now. All right, 8 years old. So, what does the 8-year-old Lu Yang want to eat?" "I want to eat little twisty pastries." Then let us go buy some. By the end of July, the southeastern region of Shaanxi province has been gripped by continuous heavy rains, causing the water levels in the Han River basin to surge. Lu Cheng, who has been following the news, preemptively calls Tian Fujuan to offer some flood prevention advice. At that time, Tian Fujuan was in southern Shaanxi, overseeing operations on the front lines, advocating for the relocation of residents to mitigate losses. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng and his family are far away, traveling in the bustling metropolis. Upon hearing the news, Tian Xiaoxia cannot help but worry about her father. Yet the distance renders her unable to return. Besides, as a young woman, her presence would not significantly alter the situation. However, the group soon loses interest in their travels. Lu Cheng sees Xiu Yin and the children, along with Tian Xiaoxia, safely back to Yanjing before hastily heading to southern Shaanxi with a medical team to assist the affected populace. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity knows compassion. In the face of danger, heroes willing to sacrifice themselves for others are never lacking. All Lu Cheng can do is utilize his knowledge to save as many people as possible. After the situation stabilizes, Tian Xiaoxia eagerly returns to Shaanxi to visit her parents. Following that, she resumes her work in Yanjing, having narrowly escaped a life-threatening crisis. Upon her return to Yanjing, Tian Xiaoxia's life resumes its tranquil rhythm, growing more orderly. Compared to the life of a traveling journalist depicted in earlier narratives, her current role as a teacher undoubtedly offers more security. It is noteworthy that Tian Fujuan has now ascended to the position of Deputy Secretary of the Shaanxi Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Municipal Committee. Simultaneously, in Shuangshui Village, significant developments have transpired over the past 2 years. After enduring numerous challenges, the brick kiln established by Sun Shaoan has finally found its footing. Sun Shaoan, with his daring spirit and the support of former classmates from the commune and influential benefactors, has managed to make his business flourish. Recently, Lu Cheng learned that Sun Shaoan plans to invest 15,000 yuan to expand the village's elementary school. For years, Tian Futong has opposed the relationship between Tian Runi and Sun Shaoan, while Tian Runi has silently resisted, refusing to engage with any other men, even seldom returning home. In this era, a woman over 30 who remains unmarried inevitably faces gossip. This has greatly frustrated Tian Futong, yet he finds himself powerless to change the situation. However, upon witnessing Sun Shaoan's improving circumstances, Tian Futong's attitude towards him has softened. Meanwhile, Tian Futong's son, Tian Runxing, remains steadfast in his affection for the widow, Hao Hongmei, and continues to defy his father for her sake. With such stubborn children, Tian Futong, who values his reputation, finds himself frequently incensed. Yet, what can he do when both children are so resolute? After the disaster relief efforts, Lu Cheng deliberately returns to Shuangshui Village, where he finds both Tian Futong and Sun Shaoan in poor health. He offers them remedies for their ailments. Tian Futong has long suffered from chronic conditions, including lung disease and asthma, and at his age, he requires careful nurturing. Sun Shaoan, on the other hand, has been weakened by prolonged malnutrition and strenuous labor, necessitating timely care to avoid a premature demise. Having lived in Shuangshui Village for many years, Lu Cheng harbors a deep affection for its residents. Observing the ongoing conflict between Tian Futong and Sun Shaoan, he feels compelled to offer a few words of counsel. Shaoan, do you intend to let your relationship with Runi linger indefinitely? What else can I do? I dream of marrying Runi and bringing her home. But Uncle Futong, I truly do not know what I must do to earn his approval. If you are unsure, then ask him directly. You are no longer the same Sun Shaoan. Your family's situation has improved, and you have the means to provide happiness for Runi. Uncle Futong simply wants to ensure his daughter does not remain a farmer. Why not purchase a house in Yanqi County or Huangyuan City to demonstrate your resolve? You and Runi have both crossed the threshold of 30. Look at us. Our children are already in elementary school. Particularly Runi, a 30-year-old spinster. How much gossip do you suppose others whisper behind her back? For the sake of your future, you ought to understand that sometimes it is wise to bow your head, especially to your father-in-law, to avoid unnecessary losses. Sun Shaoan fell silent. It is not that I am unwilling to lower my pride. It is just that the situation is untenable. Perhaps you could ask Uncle Fujian to lend a few kind words. It cannot be that I must bear this burden alone. Furthermore, your health is paramount. Take better care of yourself and pay attention to your well-being. We cannot have Rini return to you only for you to end up in mourning. Lu Cheng, what you say is rather harsh. What is wrong with my words? They are nothing but the stark truth. If you were not Sun Shaoan, I would not bother to speak with you at all. Indeed, you are correct in all your assertions. Perhaps in another 20 or 30 years, when we have both aged, we will come to terms with life, just like Uncle Futong. Life, although seemingly lengthy, is, in truth, rather brief. Many opportunities, if not cherished in the moment, will slip away forever. Lu Cheng, your education has certainly bestowed upon you a unique perspective. Your words resonate deeply with me. Go on. Reflect on how to foster a good relationship with Uncle Futong. That is your most pressing concern at present. Also, be diligent in taking the medicine I prescribed, and do not overexert yourself. I shall return during the new year to check on you again. For that, I am truly grateful. There is no need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. While treating Tian Futong, Lu Cheng also shared a few thoughts. Uncle Futong, it is essential to adopt a more relaxed outlook on life. Considering your current health, you must refrain from frequent anger. Anger can be detrimental to one's health. Do you think I wish to be angry? It is all due to those two children, is it not? The fortunes of children and grandchildren are their own. Alas, your family matters are truly beyond my purview. Do remember to take your medication on time. As Lu Cheng departed from Shuangshui village, he felt a tinge of nostalgia. His visits during the holidays had become increasingly rare, and familiar faces in the village were dwindling. Perhaps in a few more years, or a decade or so, it may echo the sentiments of ancient poetry, where children meet, yet do not recognize one another, smilingly inquiring about the guest's origins. In 1984, Lu Cheng completed his Master's degree ahead of schedule and continued his pursuit of a doctorate. It was also in this year that Sun Shaoan finally gained the approval of Tian Futong and successfully wed the woman he adored. Sun Xiaoping, after much wandering, found himself at the Daiwan coal mine, and after some experiences, married a widow with a child. Tian Runqing similarly wed a widow, Hao Hongmei, who also had a child. It is noteworthy that Sun Xiaoping and Tian Runqing shared many similar fates. In 1985, at the age of 27, Tian Xiaoxia, after over a year of courtship with a fellow student, gracefully entered into the sanctity of marriage. Although her husband was not from a prominent family, his parents were professors at a prestigious university, thus belonging to an esteemed lineage. However, Tian Xiaoxia was not a girl of vain aspirations and cared little for her partner's financial background. If she were to fall in love, it would be because of a profound resonance with that individual. By 1987, Lu Cheng attained his doctorate and began working at the Dongxiamen Hospital affiliated with the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, stepping into the role of a physician. At this juncture, Lu Cheng was already 34 years old. For a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Cheng's career was merely commencing, with a long road ahead. It was also in this year that his expertise reached level 6, equating him with a well-known provincial expert. As early as 1980, the establishment of a housing construction office in Yanjing laid the groundwork for future real estate development. By 1987, the buying and selling of courtyard houses had become overt. The rapid economic growth of recent years had invigorated individual entrepreneurship, with many from Yanjing heading south to engage in commerce. Families with property, eager to start businesses yet lacking capital, began selling their homes. During this period, the prices of courtyard houses did not significantly increase. Lu Cheng's family had fared well in business over the past few years. After earning a profit, Xiulian hired renowned chefs to create dishes such as exquisite duck necks and spicy chicken, with their chain even expanding beyond Yanjing. Once they had saved enough money, Xiulian, lacking investment knowledge, opted to purchase more properties. In 1987 alone, she acquired 6 courtyard houses, 2 of which were 2-entry courtyard houses, while the rest were single-entry courtyards. The 3-entry large courtyards generally had complicated ownership issues and uncertain conditions, coupled with the 2 she had occasionally purchased in previous years. Lu Cheng's family now owned a total of 12 courtyard houses. The vinegar factory run by his father-in-law and brother-in-law was also thriving. However, with his father-in-law nearing 60, he had stepped back from the factory operations, entrusting them to his brother-in-law, Chang Yulin. Although Chang was not highly educated, he possessed a knack for managing people, and the long-standing quality assurance of He's aged vinegar had garnered a loyal customer base, limited by knowledge and vision. The newly affluent couple of Lu Cheng's brother-in-law had no better investment avenues and thus followed Xiulian's lead in purchasing properties. Presently, the brother-in-law's family also owned 3 small courtyards, intending for each of their 2 children to have one, leaving the third for themselves, all conveniently located nearby. In recent years, Lu Cheng's father-in-law, now retired and with leisure time, resided mostly in Yanjing, allowing for frequent visits to his grandchildren. Recently, he even learned to appreciate Peking opera alongside some of the local gentlemen, often strolling around, dining at his daughter's homes, and taking his grandchildren out shopping. Having conducted business for many years, Lu Cheng's father-in-law had amassed some wealth, which he preferred to spend on his grandchildren rather than for any other purpose. Both families, Lu Cheng's and his elder sister's, had instilled strong values in their children. The offspring were dutiful and reluctant to spend their grandfather's money. Yet the elderly gentleman delighted in treating them. As Lu Cheng embraced his 30s, he developed a few new hobbies: tea drinking, music appreciation, and collecting antiques. Initially, he was not well versed in antiques, but among his patients were several knowledgeable individuals who frequently engaged him in discussions, thus expanding his understanding. Of course, Lu Cheng was aware of his limitations. Even in collecting, he never ventured into acquiring expensive items, opting instead for aesthetically pleasing trinkets like porcelain, brush holders, and incense burners, which were generally affordable. Naturally, a novice collector often encounters pitfalls. However, Lu Cheng was unconcerned with authenticity, as he never purchased anything overly costly. Even if one were to acquire a counterfeit, it could still serve as a decorative piece. Occasionally stumbling upon a genuine article could also be deemed a worthy addition to a collection. During this period, Lu Cheng became acquainted with a gentleman named Ma, a professional collector, and they found their conversations to be quite engaging. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng primarily focused his energies on his main profession. In the early days following his arrival in this era, he contemplated whether to venture into business, perhaps seizing the moment to invest in real estate, aspiring to become a tycoon in due course. However, once he devoted himself fully to the study of traditional Chinese medicine, his fixation on wealth diminished considerably. After all, life is fleeting. Achieving financial independence suffices, and there is little reason to toil relentlessly for the title of the richest man. Of course, should lucrative investment opportunities arise, he would not shy away from participating, particularly with individuals like Ma in the internet sector or various figures in technology. A modest investment during the formative stages of these entrepreneurial giants could yield significant returns, a prospect that is indeed appealing. At present, Lu Cheng is merely in his 30s. Even as he reaches 2023, he will only be 70 years old. Given his physical condition and outlook on life, coupled with his emphasis on health preservation, it is not unreasonable to expect him to live well into his 80s or 90s, if not longer. By the year 2000, he may well find suitable opportunities to invest in stocks or even dabble in cryptocurrencies. For someone like him, possessing a degree of initial capital, there are indeed ample opportunities to amass wealth. Hence, Lu Cheng maintains a steady disposition, not overly fixated on ambitious pursuits. Despite having recently graduated and being in his 30s, he is already recognized as a prominent physician at Dongxiamen Hospital, not solely due to his medical acumen, but also owing to his status as a doctoral candidate. In this era, university graduates are still considered a scarce resource, with master's degree holders being exceedingly rare. Doctoral candidates, meanwhile, represent the CRME de la CRME of the nation's youth. Following the reform and opening up policy, China produced its first cohort of doctoral graduates in 1983. A group of 18 individuals humorously dubbed the 18 Arhats. By 1984, the government announced the establishment of additional doctoral programs across various disciplines, totaling 300 points of study. As a key institution, Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine was designated as a priority university as early as the late 1970s and became one of the first universities authorized to confer doctoral and master's degrees in 1981. Lu Cheng belongs to the inaugural group of doctoral students from this institution, and having graduated early, he became the first doctoral candidate in traditional Chinese medicine nationwide. This prestigious distinction is not merely nominal. It has led to a steady influx of patients seeking his expertise. With his profound knowledge and exceptional skills, Lu Cheng has successfully treated numerous individuals. For those he cannot cure, he has the option to refer them to his mentor, an expert in herbal medicine, and his doctoral advisor, a nationally renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, alongside many senior colleagues who are also esteemed specialists in the field. Under such circumstances, Lu Cheng quickly secured his position at Dongxiamen Hospital. As time progressed to 1989, many residents of Yanjing began to venture northward to the land of the bears, engaging in lucrative trade. Everyday items that were inexpensive in China could fetch several times their price in the northern territories. One merchant from Sichuan collaborated with an airline to transport Chinese goods northward and subsequently acquired 4 aircraft to sell to the airline. This audacious move astonished many and elevated this entrepreneur to the status of a revered figure. By the end of 1991, a significant event transpired in the northern territories, leading to dire economic straits where even soldiers' salaries became unsustainable, giving rise to a rampant arms trade. During this period, Lu Cheng intentionally sought out traders operating between Yanjing and the northern territories, and he even learned a smattering of Russian. In 1992, armed with his savings and a stock of canned goods stored in his spatial storage, he embarked on a journey to the northern territories. Along the way, he expended some money to acquire firearms through certain well-connected traders. At that time, firearms had not yet been universally prohibited, and even in China, many were available on the black market. With his spatial storage, he faced no concerns regarding inspections, allowing him to return successfully. In those times, soldiers in the north were struggling to find sustenance, and weapons were available at bargain prices, with some sold openly near military camps. Many households in the northern territories possessed firearms. Lu Cheng deliberately sought out several unrelated traders, spending extra to procure 8 handguns and 4 AK-47 rifles in batches. Ammunition was also acquired in increments. Although the 4 AKs were second-hand, they were in excellent condition, practically new, and came with interchangeable parts, 12 empty magazines, and over 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Of the 8 handguns, 2 were Stechkin APS models, while the remaining 6 were Makarov pistols, thankfully using the same caliber of ammunition. The Stechkin APS is a versatile weapon capable of both semi-automatic and fully automatic fire, while the Makarov, initially issued to officers, later saw widespread use among police forces. Holding 8 rounds, a total of over 1,200 rounds of handgun ammunition was purchased, although he paid a premium through various traders. Lu Qing was unconcerned about the additional expense, as they only needed to sell him the goods, leaving the logistics of transporting them home to him. Upon returning with these items, Lu Qing stored the firearms and ammunition in his spatial storage, never revealing their existence to anyone. He remained uncertain whether he would be able to transport these arms to his next world, but their mere presence provided him with a sense of security. At this juncture, Lu Qing was still a physician lacking combat prowess, having taken only this singular risk, after which he never returned to the Northern Territories. Even the connections with those traders have diminished over time. When Lu Qing first acquired the firearm, he harbored concerns about potential police inquiries. However, as the years passed without incident, he remained undisturbed. By 1993, Lu Qing's family business expanded further. With his support and encouragement, Xiao Lian ventured into the restaurant industry, opening several dining establishments, including a banquet hall. She focused on the culinary arts and food, as she lacked knowledge in more upscale enterprises. Over the years, Xiao Lian rapidly matured in her business acumen and management skills. By hiring professionals for administration, their business, while not exceedingly prosperous, was steady, bringing a significant annual income to the Lu family. In 1994, a significant event transpired in the Lu household when their eldest son, Lu Yang, successfully gained admission to Yen University, majoring in business management. After completing his undergraduate and graduate studies, the new millennium dawned. Subsequently, Lu Qing's daughter, Lu Wenjun, inherited her father's legacy by enrolling in a traditional Chinese medicine university, becoming an alumna alongside her father. Lu Wenjun demonstrated remarkable aptitude in medicine, specializing in gynecology, and achieved outstanding academic results. Notably, in 1999, Lu Qing traveled to Hangzhou to negotiate an investment, securing original shares. During the millennium, a company named Dunyang emerged in Zhongguancun. Lu Qing, through his son, engaged with its owner as a fellow alumnus of Yen University and invested a substantial sum. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qing had amassed considerable wealth for his children. By 2003, at the age of 50, Lu Qing and Xiao Lian returned to Shaanxi province to find Tian Fujian, investing in their hometown as a form of contribution. In the ensuing years, Lu Qing's investments flourished, leading to a rapid increase in his assets. However, after attaining wealth, Lu Qing chose not to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. Instead, he began donating to establish Hope primary schools in impoverished mountainous regions and set up scholarships in various universities. Among his contributions, the largest portion was directed towards military academies. With foresight and acumen, many of Lu Qing's investments experienced exponential growth, yielding substantial returns, most of which he donated. Once wealth reaches a certain magnitude, it loses its significance, and he preferred to engage in meaningful endeavors. In addition to his philanthropic efforts, Lu Qing fervently promoted the development of traditional Chinese medicine, collecting classic texts and secret formulas from across the nation, establishing herb cultivation bases, and nurturing talent in the field. He maintained a low profile, continuing to present himself as an elderly physician, refraining from public involvement in family business affairs. Following Lu Yang's graduation, Xiao Lian gradually entrusted family responsibilities to her son. By 2015, Lu Qing's 90-year-old father-in-law, He Yaozong, passed away. In accordance with his wishes, the family returned to his hometown in Shaanxi for burial. The family mourned deeply, but Lu Yang, Lu Wenjun, and the children of elder sister He Xiaoying had already established their own families. Before his passing, He Yaozong had witnessed 4 generations flourish together, leaving this world without regret. After the departure of his father-in-law, Lu Qing refrained from further investment ventures. Besides attending to patients at the hospital, he frequently traveled with Xiao Lian to savor life's pleasures. By 2023, a gathering of family and colleagues celebrated Lu Qing and Xiao Lian's 70th birthdays, with many of his associates attending. Professor Yan, Lu Qing's mentor, now a venerable 103 years old, honored his beloved disciple with his presence. At this time, Lu Qing had attained an esteemed level of medical proficiency, comparable to that of Professor Yan, earning him the title of a national treasure in traditional Chinese medicine. Remarkably, Professor Yan remained sharp, still making 2 hospital visits each week. After the birthday celebrations, Professor Yan imparted his unique wellness techniques to Lu Qing, including principles of traditional Chinese medicine's health-preserving Qigong. This form of Qigong, unlike the martial arts depicted in novels, is not about cultivating supernatural powers, but rather a method for maintaining health through the regulation of one's vital energy, promoting longevity. Although Lu Qing had reached 70, his physical condition resembled that of an average 50-year-old. In 2024, Sun Shaoan from Shuangshui village passed away at the age of 72. Given his health status, reaching this age was commendable, largely thanks to Runi's efforts in bringing him to Beijing for treatment. By 2028, Tian Runi also departed this life at 75. One by one, contemporaries from Lu Qing's hometown left this world, leaving few who remembered him and Xiao Lian. Although the village still echoed his name, Lu Qing seldom returned to his roots. Upon reaching 80, Xiao Lian aged gracefully. Her visage retained traces of her youthful charm, though her hair had turned entirely white. Fortunately, her health remained robust, Due to proper care, Lu Cheng decided to take Xiao Lian on a world tour, visiting places they had never seen before. When Lu Cheng and Xiao Lian turned 90, familiar faces began to vanish one by one. Elder sister He Xiaoying, brother-in-law Chang Yulin, mentor, and fellow practitioners, among others. Not only did beloved acquaintances depart, but the world itself began to feel unfamiliar, with advanced technology and powerful artificial intelligence exceeding imagination. After reaching 95, despite Lu Cheng's diligent efforts to maintain his health, Xiao Lian's condition rapidly declined. Struggling to reach 99, Xiao Lian's health finally faltered. On the eve of the Lunar New Year in 2053, the Lu family gathered in a villa outside Beijing after their reunion dinner. The 71-year-old Lu Wenjun led the family in a holographic New Year greeting to her parents. The 77-year-old Lu Yang and his wife watched television, while their son and grandson chatted and played cards. A group of toddlers frolicked in the spacious living room, the grandchildren of Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng and Xiao Lian reclined on a sofa by the second-floor window, gazing at the distant fireworks while engaging in conversation. Dear, when spring arrives, shall we venture out for a stroll? Of course, wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Do you remember the 3 cave dwellings in Shuangshui village? I wonder if the jujube tree in the courtyard still stands. After the new year, we shall return to see. Do you recall the first time you visited my home? Of course, I remember. How could I forget? At that time, you were like the mountain peonies on the Lus Plateau, a beauty that touched my heart deeply. 100 years have passed, and you still say such things, unafraid of your descendants' laughter. As the chimes of the new year rang out, a sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Lu Cheng's heart. Turning to look at Xiao Lian, he found her smiling faintly, though it appeared to be a struggle. Old man, I may not wait for the warmth of spring. After I leave, take me home to see, all right? All right. Lu Cheng trembled as he cupped Xiao Lian's face in his hands and kissed her wrinkled forehead. Brother Cheng, I cannot bear to part with you. I cannot bear to part with you either. As the New Year's Eve of 2053 passed, Xiao Lian peacefully leaned against Lu Cheng and departed this world at the age of 100. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mainline task of world reincarnation for the first time. Wishing Xiao Lian a life of peace, joy, health, longevity, and a complete family. In their early years, the couple loved and worked together. In their middle years, they underwent transformation, surpassing themselves. In their later years, they enjoyed life surrounded by family, free of worries, and without regrets. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward summary, completion of mainline task, Father's Wish 1, rewarded with the talent, 6th sense. Spirit points increased by 2. Fate points increased by 5. Storage space increased by 1 cubic meter. Completion of side task, Father's Wish 2, Constitution increased by 1. Fate points increased by 5. Hidden task, altering the destinies of Sun Shaoan and Tian Runi, fate points increased by 4. Note, as this reincarnation is the host's first world cycle and the task completion is perfect, a special reward is triggered. All rewards in this world are doubled. Total rewards obtained in this world, Spirit increased by 2, Constitution increased by 1, Storage space increased by 1 cubic meter, fate points 554216. After doubling, Spirit increases by 4, Constitution by 2, Storage space by 2 cubic meters. Fate points increase by 32. Skills are doubled, with an additional talent reward, Extraordinary Endurance. Reminder, the host has completed all tasks in the current world and may choose to leave at any time. After Xiao Lian quietly slept in Lu Cheng's embrace, a series of system notifications followed. However, Lu Cheng's eyes had grown hazy, and he had no inclination to check the system rewards. After an indeterminate time, when Lu Yang noticed the lights still on upstairs, he intended to remind his parents to rest. Upon entering the room, he saw his father holding his mother, silently weeping, while his mother lay peacefully in his father's embrace, seemingly in a tranquil slumber. Lu Yang's heart sank. Dad, Mom, she is fine, just asleep, asleep. The Lu family's new year was destined to be anything but peaceful. After arranging Xiao Lian's funeral, Lu Cheng's spirit and vitality were suddenly depleted. His body, which could have lived another 10 or 20 years, began to deteriorate rapidly. Concerned for their father, the children rushed from various places to accompany Lu Cheng, fearing he might succumb to despair. Subsequently, at Lu Cheng's request, his children took him to see the blossoming spring, visiting Shuangshui village and Hejiyuan of yesteryear while carrying Xiao Lian's ashes. After completing the journey, Lu Cheng felt no regrets and returned with Xiao Lian's ashes to the family villa on the outskirts of Kyoto. Upon returning home, Lu Cheng gathered all his children and instructed, after I pass, cremate me, and mix my ashes with your mother as for burial. Lu Yang panicked. Dad, what are you saying? The 71-year-old Lu Wenjun's eyes glistened with tears. Dad, I have lived a good life, without regrets or grievances, and it is time for me to depart. With that, Lu Cheng quietly lay back on the sofa and peacefully passed away. Dad, 2 septuagenarians cried like children. It is often said that parents serve as a barrier between their children and death. While parents are alive, life still holds a semblance of origin. When parents pass away, life is left with only the journey home. In the moment Lu Cheng closed his eyes, he realized that the greatest significance of his life lay in the companionship, love, and partnership with Xiao Lian until their centenary. In 2053, 3 months after Xiao Lian's departure, Lu Cheng also left this world, reaching the age of 100. Following Lu Cheng's wishes, his children cremated his body, mixing his ashes with Xiao Lian's, which were then buried atop the Lust Plateau. Subsequently, the Lu Group invested heavily, donating a research building to each of the top 100 universities nationwide, all uniformly named Liancheng Building. Just as Lu Cheng departed this world, the system voice sounded once more. Notice, the host has experienced a rich life this time, and the memories are vast and complex, which may hinder future reincarnation. The system will temporarily store the host's memories and emotions, retaining the host's level in traditional Chinese medicine skills. When the host's spiritual power reaches a certain threshold in the future, the host may choose whether to restore memories. Notice, the host has completely died in the current world. Upon crossing into a new world, the system will reshape the host's body according to task requirements and implant new identity information. A new world reincarnation is about to commence. The system has detected that there are resources such as gold, firearms, and ammunition in the storage space. If the host wishes to bring these resources into the next world, fate points must be paid. 1 fate point allows the host to bring out 10 kilograms of resources, regardless of type, with the host free to choose the combination. Although Lu Cheng's physical body had perished, his consciousness remained within the system space, clearly perceiving each system notification. Upon reading the final message, Lu Cheng's consciousness paused. He did not yet know where the next world would be or whether it would pose dangers. It was indeed necessary to carry some gold and firearms. However, he had not anticipated that bringing items would require fate points. Without delay, Lu Cheng began to select supplies. The firearms and ammunition in storage were those purchased during the 1990s. As for the gold, it was specifically saved by Lu Cheng during his lifetime, intended for possible transport. The AK-47 rifle weighed 3 kilograms, and with 3 additional magazines, the total weight exceeded 5 kilograms. Each bullet weighed 16 grams, and with 2,500 rounds, that amounted to 41 kilograms. Bringing 4 rifles with extra magazines and ammunition totaled over 60 kilograms, plus some replacement and maintenance parts, bringing the total close to 70 kilograms. The Makarov pistol weighed 730 grams without a magazine, and with 1 magazine at 70 grams, 3 magazines per gun added up to 940 grams. 6 pistols with all magazines totaled approximately 5,640 grams. The Stechkin APS pistol, including the magazine, weighed 1.03 kilograms, and with 3 magazines, it was 1.25 kilograms, making 2 guns with magazines about 2.5 kilograms. Each pistol bullet weighed 10 grams, so 1,250 rounds amounted to 12.5 kilograms. The total weight for the pistols and ammunition was close to 15 kilograms. In total, all firearms and ammunition amounted to around 85 kilograms, requiring 5 fate points. Lu Cheng hesitated briefly before asking, "System, if I bring this batch of supplies out of this world and into the next world, when the next world comes to an end and the time to traverse the third world approaches, will it be necessary to once again pay the fate points?" It is noted that the supplies brought from this world have been marked with a storage space label, allowing for a single payment that remains effective indefinitely. As long as the supplies are not consumed, they can accompany the host to any world. After perusing the system's explanation, Lu Cheng felt a sense of relief. In essence, as long as he expended fate points to transport these supplies, he could utilize them in any future world he traversed. Considering this, Lu Cheng did not feel the cost was excessive, especially since these items were meant for self-defense. Should he find himself in ancient times, their utility would be even more pronounced. Currently, he possessed a total of 32 fate points, which certainly could not all be allocated to carrying supplies. Uncertain of what the next world would entail, Lu Cheng decided to take all the firearms and ammunition available, along with a bit of gold, leaving the remainder for skill enhancement. After careful consideration, Lu Cheng opted to spend 12 fate points to carry 85 kilograms of firearms and ammunition, plus an additional 35 kilograms of gold. This left him with exactly 20 points, reflecting a mild touch of his obsessive tendencies. Once Lu Cheng made his selections, the system once again chimed with a notification, searching for the next traversable world. Task world locked, soldier assault. Main storyline task triggered, soul of the soldier. Task content, Shurji, I still wish to continue being a soldier, currently traversing, body reconstruction and identity information implantation in progress. Lu Cheng felt a pang of regret. Had he known he would be entering the world of soldier assault, he would not have amassed so many firearms and ammunition. During the interval of identity information implantation, Lu Cheng reviewed his new attributes and skill information. Lu Cheng, physique, 15 spirit, 18 charm, 15 fate points, 20 skill, medicine, level 8, 256002, 5600, upgradable, talents, 1, sixth sense 2, extraordinary endurance storage space, 3 cubic meters, gold, firearms, ammunition, etc. When Lu Cheng first traversed into the ordinary world, his physique was merely 11 points. Through diligent practice of the 8 sections of brocade, he raised it to 12 points, and after years of health cultivation and exercise, he managed to elevate it to 13 points. With the system's final doubling reward, it reached precisely 15 points. As for his spirit, it had progressed from an initial 14 points to 18 points. However, his charm attribute remained unchanged. The descriptions of his newly acquired talents were straightforward. The sixth sense serves as an inner intuition, a perception that transcends the 5 senses. If someone were to gaze at Lu Cheng from behind, he would instinctively sense it. Should he be under hostile or murderous scrutiny, or encounter imminent danger, he would have a premonition. For instance, if a flower pot were to fall from above, he would likely dodge it instinctively. If targeted by a sniper, he would experience an unsettling awareness of danger. Of course, the strength of this sixth sense correlates with his spirit value. Meanwhile, extraordinary endurance pertains to one's capacity for perseverance, resilience, and relentless effort. Originally, Lu Cheng could manage a 5-kilometer run at full throttle. With this talent, he could sustain a run of 6, 7 kilometers, or even more. While this talent does not directly enhance one's strength, it fosters greater stamina and endurance. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of extraordinary endurance is influenced by both physique and spirit. With these two talents, Lu Cheng would possess significant advantages in military service, further bolstering his safety. After reviewing this information, Lu Cheng finally turned his attention to his medical skill. In the ordinary world, he had achieved a level 8 in medicine long before reaching the age of 70. Having diagnosed and cured countless complex ailments over the decades, he had accumulated enough experience to reach level 9, but his medical skill remained stuck at level 8, unable to progress further. Level 9 medicine is renowned, akin to the historical figures of Bian Ke, Hua Tuo, and Zhang Zhongjing. Achieving this level requires not only extensive knowledge and practical experience, but also groundbreaking contributions to traditional Chinese medicine. The reason Lu Cheng found himself hindered at level 8 was due to his spirit being only 14 points, coupled with the decline of his physical and mental faculties in his advanced years, preventing him from overcoming that barrier. Now, with the system having rejuvenated his physique, restoring it to youth, and elevating his spirit to 18 points, he was capable of mastering level 9 medicine. At that moment, the system issued a notification: Identity Information Implantation Complete. New World Identity Information as follows. Lu Cheng, currently 19 years old, from Hunan Province. A descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family, he has been learning medicine since childhood. At 18, he was admitted to Yenjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, where, due to his solid foundation and exceptional learning ability, he self-studied all undergraduate and master's courses within a year, subsequently enlisting in the military. Both parents deceased. He is now without relatives. Upon reading this information, Lu Cheng felt a sense of disorientation. Once again, he found himself as an orphan, which certainly spared him many complications. Lu Cheng inquired of the system, "Is there a pattern to the identity information implanted?" The system responded, "The system will implant identity information based on the host's skills and abilities, in conjunction with task requirements, assigning an appropriate age. Given that the host currently possesses only one skill, the identity information is relatively singular. It is recommended that the host complete as many tasks as possible to acquire additional skills." Lu Cheng reviewed further explanations and gained a deeper understanding of the rationale behind this identity arrangement. Overall, the identity information implanted by the system seemed quite reasonable, designed to facilitate Lu Cheng's successful completion of tasks. When Lu Cheng absorbed all the information and opened his eyes, he found himself aboard a moving train, surrounded by young faces clad in new soldier uniforms, each adorned with a bright red flower on their chests. Without a doubt, Lu Cheng's appearance mirrored that of everyone else present. He felt a tinge of regret regarding his current identity. "Although I completed all undergraduate and graduate courses through self-study within just 1 year at university, I did not participate in the graduation defense, nor did I obtain my bachelor's diploma or degree." Had Lu Cheng secured his diploma, he would have joined the military as a university graduate, starting his career as a lieutenant with a rank of 1. 2. However, without the diploma, his education would only be regarded as equivalent to that of a high school graduate. Of course, university students enlisting still possess significant advantages, as they can take entrance exams for military academies during their service. Moreover, at the turn of the millennium, university graduates were still considered a rarity, and those willing to serve in the military were even scarcer. Furthermore, Lu Cheng was a student at a prestigious institution like Yenjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. As the new century dawned, the military was undergoing reforms, transitioning into an era of mechanization and information technology, necessitating highly educated talents. From every perspective, his future appeared bright. If Lu Cheng aspired to build a lifelong career in the military, there was even a possibility of attaining the rank of general. However, having entered the world of soldier assault, Lu Cheng aimed to join the elite, becoming a soldier of exceptional combat prowess, ensuring that no matter where he found himself in the future, he would possess formidable self-defense capabilities. Just then, a voice resonated from behind. "Comrades, I have an announcement. Please gather your belongings, check your equipment, and ensure nothing is left behind. After we finish our meal, we will be changing vehicles." Did everyone hear that? A profound silence enveloped the carriage, as not a single new recruit responded. Did everyone understand what I just said? Finally, someone replied, albeit in an uncoordinated manner, "Understood." "Understood." The speaker chuckled. "Did the rest of you not comprehend? Look at you. It's not like we're selling you off. What's there to fear? We'll soon be joined by a train transporting equipment, traveling the same route. The upper command has instructed us to conserve resources by combining the two vehicles. Now do you all understand?" "Understood." "Good, everyone rise." Lu Cheng stood up, casting a glance down the familiar aisle of the train, where he spotted the objective of the main mission, Sergeant Shurjin. Yet, the thought of the task ahead left him feeling somewhat daunted. Keeping this seasoned sergeant in the military would not be an easy feat by the time Sergeant Shur departed the service. He had already attained the rank of a third-term non-commissioned officer, having fulfilled his service duration. For a soldier in a non-technical unit, this was the maximum tenure allowed. Without promotion or a transfer to a higher rank, Shurjin would inevitably have to leave the military. Moreover, as he approached the age of 30, his physical abilities and overall fitness had significantly declined, with lingering injuries from years of training affecting his performance in assessments. Coupled with the broader context of the era, which demanded a leaner, more efficient military with elevated educational standards, it was challenging for veterans like Shurjin, who served in non-technical roles, to remain in the forces. Additionally, with only a middle school education, Shurjin faced insurmountable obstacles in applying to non-commissioned officer academies or transitioning to technical roles. Although the arrival of Su Sanduo hastened Shurjin's departure, even without Su Sanduo, the challenges of remaining in service were formidable. Should he manage to stay, it would only extend his tenure for another term as a non-commissioned officer. In the original narrative, the company commander, Gao Cheng, sought to retain Shurjin by urging him to lead his squad effectively and earn commendations, thereby increasing his chances of continued service. It is worth noting that I have never served in the military. Much of this information has been gathered from various sources and other novels, and may not be entirely accurate. Please feel free to point out any inaccuracies. Before long, the train came to a halt, and the carriage doors swung open, revealing a thunderous cacophony as tanks rumbled past. The new recruits, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of it all. At that moment, a tank passed the doorway, its turret swiveling and sweeping across the group of recruits. A shorter recruit, startled, instinctively raised his hands in surrender. This moment was observed by several nearby officers and a group of new soldiers, all eyes drawn to the recruit's comical gesture of capitulation. One officer rushed over, pointing at the surrendering recruit, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Put your hands down. Do you think this is a joke? Get down, now." The diminutive recruit quickly lowered his hands, awkwardly disembarking from the carriage. Unfortunately, he stumbled and collided with the officer, causing him to teeter unsteadily. Fortunately, Sergeant Shurjin was nearby and promptly steadied him, preventing both from falling. Once they regained their balance, Sergeant Shurjin adjusted the recruit's crooked cap. Lu Cheng observed this scene from the crowd, quickly discerning the identities of those involved. The short recruit who had just embarrassed himself was unmistakably Su Sanduo, the central character in Soldier Assault. As for the officer, he was evidently Gao Cheng, the commanding officer of Steel 7 Company. In every regard, Gao Cheng was an exceptionally capable officer, characterized by a profound sense of honor, unwavering integrity, and a genuine appreciation for talent. Yet he was also somewhat proud and, due to his father's rank as a military commander, he was often referred to as the Seventh Princess. At this moment, the Seventh Princess was blissfully unaware that the recruit standing before him would eventually become his hell. Lu Cheng regarded Su Sanduo with a sense of exasperation. Without Su Sanduo's presence, perhaps the completion of his mission would be more straightforward, while the end result indicated that Sanduo would ultimately succeed. The journey to that success was undeniably arduous. Nonetheless, Su Sanduo possessed commendable qualities. His endurance and willpower significantly surpassed that of an average individual, coupled with remarkable self-discipline. As time progressed, Su Sanduo demonstrated impressive adaptability, proving himself a competent soldier. Moreover, a warrior like Su Sanduo would indeed shield his comrades from harm. Yet, the trials he faced in his development were exceedingly grueling. At this moment, Lu Cheng felt somewhat troubled. From the standpoint of fulfilling his mission, he ought to devise a strategy to distance Su Sanduo from Shurjin, or vice versa. Given Su Sanduo's current disposition, he would cling to anyone who treated him kindly, demonstrating an overwhelming sense of dependency that was nearly impossible to shake off. Conversely, Shurjin was a quintessential good-natured individual, sharing a similar upbringing with Su Sanduo as the youngest son in their families, both yearning for validation and recognition. Consequently, Shurjin viewed Su Sanduo as a reflection of his younger self, striving earnestly to assist him in his growth. Even the persistent objections from Commander Gao Cheng and Wu Lu Yi could not deter Shurjin's determination to support Su Sanduo. Jean was akin to a devoted mother, resolutely unwilling to abandon her child. Contemplating these matters left Lu Cheng feeling increasingly overwhelmed. For now, he could only take one step at a time. All right, all new recruits. Please disembark and form a line. Welcome to the 702nd Armored Infantry Regiment. The new recruits disembarked and formed lines. Company Commander Gao Cheng and Jean stepped aside, whereupon Jean noticed the commander's grim expression and hastily changed the subject. Commander, is any of the equipment here ours? Of course, your 207 is about to leave. You should go bid it farewell, Gao Cheng replied. All right, I'll go see it off. Wait, was that soldier you just mentioned one you recruited? Jean hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, unsure of what to say, ultimately offering an awkward smile. Gao Cheng patted his shoulder. Go send off your vehicle first. Come find me afterward. Jean promptly turned and hopped onto the train for one last wipe down of the battle vehicle that had accompanied him for many years. As the army was to receive new equipment, the old gear was naturally to be dispatched. Meanwhile, the new recruits finished lining up and saying as they transitioned to other vehicles, switching from trains to trucks as they made their way to the military camp. Upon arrival, the first phrase all recruits learned was Commander Gao Cheng's declaration. I don't care if you're a mule or a horse, bring them out for a walk. After 3 months, the mules will leave and the horses will follow me. Following this initiation speech, the next order of business was class division. This batch of over 120 recruits was divided into 12 classes across 3 squads. Given that it was merely a 3-month training period, the class and squad divisions were rather casual. The first squad of the new recruits company consisted of classes 1 to 4, while the second squad comprised classes 5 to 8, and so forth. Jean, the temporary leader of Squad 3 in the Steel 7th Company, assumed the role of leader for the new recruit Squad 3. Wu Lui, the deputy leader of Squad 3, took charge of Class 5. Lu Cheng found himself placed in Wu Luyi's new recruit class alongside Cheng Kai and Su Sin Duo. It was uncertain whether this was a deliberate arrangement by the system. If given a choice, Lu Cheng would certainly prefer not to share a class with Su San Duo. Once settled in the new recruits company, the 3-month training commenced. The primary focus of this training was, of course, drill practice. On the large training ground, the shouts of various squad leaders resonated alongside the synchronized movements of rows of recruits. Stand at attention. At ease. All responded in unison, executing the commands from front to back. In Class 5, where Lu Cheng was positioned second in line due to his height, stood beside him Cheng Kai, a fellow villager of Su Sin Duo, who was stationed at the end of the line, being the shortest among them. The temporary squad leader Jean stood at the rear, issuing commands. Next, we will practice the stop and turn method. Turn to the rear. The commands flowed seamlessly from front to back. All present, stand at attention. Turn around. Cheng Kai completed the maneuver first, followed closely by Lu Cheng, with the others trailing behind, until it was Su San Duo's turn. As expected, Su San Duo managed to turn his upper body but forgot his feet, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Jean glanced back, feigning ignorance. Once Su San Duo regained his footing, Jean issued the command again. However, the company commander Gao Cheng observed everything from a distance, and his impression of Su San Duo worsened. As the commands continued, the recruits executed the movements one by one. But when it came to Su San Duo, he again turned his upper body while leaving his feet behind. Fortunately, he did not fall this time, and even managed to smile. Jean refrained from reprimanding him and instead began to demonstrate. The last recruit, stop. Watch closely. I will demonstrate for you. When you hear the command to turn around, keep your upper body straight, arms tight, and swiftly pivot from your right side. Gao Cheng, observing from a distance, felt overwhelmed and turned away, no longer wishing to watch. After a day of training, as Lu Cheng lay in bed that night, he activated his medical skill upgrade. In an instant, he found himself in a familiar virtual space, surrounded by radiant portals, each labeled with the topics available for study. The 9th level of medical skill was a remarkable existence, showcasing extraordinary capabilities. Should he delve into pediatrics, he could not only cure various childhood ailments, but also develop remedies to prevent them, significantly enhancing the health of infants and children, allowing them to thrive and reach their full potential. If he focused on gynecology, he could address a multitude of women's health issues, assist in bodily regulation, slow aging, and preserve beauty and skin vitality. Lu Cheng carefully examined each portal before finally selecting one inscribed with the words therapeutic combination, health and longevity. Mastery of the content behind this portal would enable him to heal long-standing injuries, unlock human potential, and rejuvenate vitality, ensuring sustained physical health and enhancement. Undoubtedly, such knowledge would prove invaluable within the military camp. Upon entering the virtual space, Lu Cheng was unprepared for his first encounter with the renowned historical physician Hua Tuo. Following this, he studied under Hua Tuo, learning his medical techniques and the authentic 5 animal frolics, as well as breathing exercises. This pursuit continued for over a decade as Lu Cheng traversed mountains and valleys alongside Hua Tuo, gathering herbs, healing individuals, appreciating the natural world, and grasping the essence of the 5 animal frolics. Subsequently, Lu Cheng trained under the medicine king Sun Simiao, absorbing the quintessence of pharmacology and exploring the principles of health preservation. Despite being equally illustrious, Sun Simiao and Hua Tuo excelled in different realms. Lu Cheng was fortunate to learn from both historical figures, allowing him to amalgamate their strengths for his own advancement. As time passed, Lu Cheng encountered various other historical medical luminaries, learning their secrets of health and wellness. Years later, he began to synthesize the strengths of each, uncovering the most effective methods of health preservation. Unbeknownst to him, countless years had passed as he integrated dietary therapy, acupuncture, and physical exercises into a comprehensive health regimen. Additionally, Lu Cheng developed versatile medicinal formulas such as health preservation pills and restorative soups, particularly addressing the common muscle strains, joint injuries, and back pain resulting from the rigors of military training. The depth of knowledge within traditional Chinese medicine is immense, encompassing a vast array of information. Even though Lu Cheng has attained a remarkable level of proficiency at level 9, he is not omniscient nor omnipotent. His foremost expertise lies in health and rehabilitation. Naturally, he possesses a commendable understanding of various pediatric, gynecological, and andrological ailments, as well as pharmacology, pathology, and acupuncture, among others. Traditional Chinese medicine is a holistic discipline. With only minor distinctions between different specialties, the underlying principles remain fundamentally aligned. As long as he excels in one area, to level 9, his knowledge in other domains will not fall short, thanks to the interrelated nature of the fields. For instance, Lu Cheng has achieved a level above 7 in both pediatrics and gynecology, excelling particularly in resolving complex medical issues. Should the higher-ups become aware of Lu Cheng's full capabilities, he could easily become a favored health consultant for the elite, akin to the personal physicians of ancient emperors. However, having traversed that path in his previous life, Lu Cheng has no intention of retracing those steps. In this world, his objectives are clear: to enhance his combat prowess while fulfilling his duties, striving to excel as a soldier. Perhaps, during his future travels across realms, he may encounter perilous situations or life-threatening crises, possibly necessitating acts of violence. If such circumstances arise, Lu Cheng prefers to confront them in this world, experiencing his first kill and undergoing trials that foster his growth. The following day, the primary focus remained on squad training. The average physical constitution of most individuals typically ranges between 8 and 12 points, with 13 being quite rare. Yet, Lu Cheng boasts an extraordinary constitution of 15 points, far surpassing that of ordinary men. Coupled with his remarkable endurance, he finds standing for extended periods effortless. Thus, the new soldier training poses no challenge for him. Of course, the presence of Su Sanduo, a rather slow-witted individual, inevitably hinders progress. Temporary squad leader Wu Liuyi, who shares hometown ties with Chen Kai and Su Sanduo, finds himself exasperated by them, perceiving them as polar opposites, one astute as a monkey, the other as dull as a pig. After training, while the others dispersed, Su Sanduo remained behind for additional practice. During their downtime, the new recruits began to congregate and familiarize themselves with one another, hailing from various corners of the country. Initial interactions were somewhat reserved. However, as they trained, dined, and rested together, camaraderie gradually blossomed. In Lu Cheng's squad, Su Sanduo's shy demeanor contrasts sharply with Chen Cai's affable nature, who greets everyone with a smile and discreetly offers cigarettes. Chen Kai, possessing a modicum of cunning, carries 3 packs of cigarettes, 10 yuan for the company commander, 5 yuan for the squad leader, and 3 yuan for his comrades. Although Lu Cheng recognizes Chen Cai's superficiality, he chooses not to create unnecessary conflict. After training one day, Chen Kai approached Lu Cheng, offering him a cigarette priced at 3 yuan per pack. Care for a smoke? Thank you, but I don't smoke. Why not learn? I see many here smoke. I'm a medical student. I'm not fond of the smell of smoke. Smoking is detrimental to health. You should cut back too. Chen Kai chuckled. Who cares if it's harmful? So many smoke, and few seem to suffer. By the way, I heard during our introductions that you are a university student. What brings you to the military? Lu Cheng smiled. I've always had a fascination with war movies and television. There's a certain allure to being a soldier. They say you regret joining the military for 2 years, but regret not joining for a lifetime. As a man, who wouldn't want to handle real weapons? Your words are rather pragmatic. However, I heard that university students have an advantage over us high school dropouts when it comes to military service. If you ever ascend the ranks, don't forget your old comrades. I'm just another soldier, just like you. Your performance is commendable. You might even become a squad leader before I do. Thank you for your kind words. If I do become a squad leader, I certainly won't forget you all. Hearing Lu Cheng, a university student, claim excellence, Chen Kai felt a surge of pride and produced a pack of 5 yuan cigarettes. How about trying this? It's a bit better than the last one. Really, I appreciate the gesture, but it's unnecessary. All right then, I'll get back to my business. I'll check on my hometown buddy. After Chen Kai departed, 2 other recruits approached Lu Cheng. We heard you're a university student. What's it like there? How big is it? No one from our village has ever gone to university. Same here. Our neighboring village had a student who became famous for singing for 3 days straight. It was quite an honor. Both were rural recruits who had dropped out of high school and had never ventured far from home. Coming to the military camp was their first encounter with the wider world. Naturally, they regarded Lu Cheng's university background with curiosity. Lu Cheng, however, felt no sense of superiority and was more than willing to engage with his fellows. University is just like that. It's a bit larger than high school, with more students. I heard you're from Sichuan. People there love spicy food, and the hot pot is delicious. I enjoy it too. Really? If you visit our town, I'll take you for hot pot. Ours is great too. By the way, Lu Cheng, you're a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, right? Can you take my pulse? Of course. Let me see. Ah, it's a good sign. A good sign? What does that mean? Haha, I'm just teasing you. You don't get it, do you? The other recruits, noticing Lu Cheng's approachable nature, found it easy to gather around him. Sometimes, they would beg him to share stories. The training for the new recruits consisted of repetitive content, and as the novelty wore off, they inevitably found it somewhat monotonous, seeking amusement by gathering to smoke, play cards, and chat. Even Su Sanduo, typically reserved, wished to draw closer to Lu Cheng but felt shy. Whenever Lu Cheng narrated stories, Su Sanduo would discreetly position himself on a small stool at a distance, pretending to jot down notes while actually listening intently. Upon entering the military camp, Lu Cheng often shared tales of warfare and heroic combatants. One day, after recounting the story of a legendary sniper, he prepared to write when Su Sanduo mustered the courage to approach him. Before speaking, Su Sanduo greeted him with an eager smile, revealing his broad, white teeth. Su Sanduo, what brings you to me? Oh, nothing much. I just noticed your knowledge and wanted to ask you something. Go ahead. When we first arrived, the squad leader mentioned something about mules and horses. I specifically looked it up in the dictionary. A mule is a hybrid of a horse and a donkey. Unable to reproduce, used for carrying loads and pulling carts. Since you've consulted the dictionary, what further questions do you have? I wish to inquire about the distinctions between mules and horses. Mules, as domesticated animals, are known for their diligence and ability to assist with agricultural tasks. Yet they are not suited for the battlefield due to their slow speed and timid nature. In contrast, horses are capable of charging into combat alongside their riders. Here in the military camp, our needs naturally lean towards horses. The 3-month training for new recruits is designed to discern who embodies the qualities of a mule and who resembles a horse. Su Sanduo, do you perceive yourself as a mule or a horse? I suppose I am a mule. Lu Cheng patted his shoulder and remarked, if you truly view yourself as a mule, then that is precisely what you shall become. However, if you aspire to be a horse, you must endeavor to grow stronger. I am not quite sure I understand. Can a mule transform into a horse? A mule cannot become a horse, yet you are a human being, endowed with the autonomy to choose whether to be a mule or a horse. Su Sanduo, what do you wish to be? Should you choose to be a mule, you will struggle to adapt to the operational environment here, and it is likely you will be sent back home. Upon hearing this, Su Sanduo was taken aback, as thoughts of returning home and facing his father's wrath flooded his mind. He immediately exclaimed, I wish to be a horse. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, confusion washed over him. But how can I become a horse? It is quite simple. The secret lies in 4 words. Practice. Practice, practice. What does that mean? Could you elucidate further? I am rather slow-witted. You struggle with marching, do you not? Then practice more. When others are resting, you should train. When they are relaxing, you should train. Since you learn at a slower pace, you must exert more effort. Even the most sluggish of learners will eventually grasp the material with sufficient practice. Have you heard of the saying that a clumsy bird flies early? Or the fable of the tortoise and the hare? Being a bit slow or awkward is not a grave matter. As long as you are willing to put in the effort and strive diligently, there will come a day when you can catch up to, or even surpass, others. Do you seek the recognition of your peers? Do you wish to remain in the military camp? If you do not want to be sent back home, then practice earnestly. I comprehend your words. Thank you. Lu Cheng, you are a good person. Lu Cheng was momentarily speechless, surprised that someone, particularly Su Sanduo, would label him a good person. In truth, Lu Cheng had been contemplating much over the past few days, considering how to accomplish his mission. With regard to Su Sanduo, who was an unavoidable obstacle, there were only 2 courses of action. Either find a way to distance Su Sanduo from Steel 7th Company and from Shijin, or encourage Su Sanduo to awaken early and mature swiftly, preventing him from continually hindering Shijin. As for the former option, Lu Cheng felt powerless, especially since Shijin harbored a sense of responsibility towards Su Sanduo, making it difficult to sever their ties. Regarding the latter option, being a doctor with ample experience, Lu Cheng possessed some knowledge of hypnosis and psychological therapy. The issues and flaws that Su Sanduo exhibited were rooted in his upbringing. Born into poverty as the youngest child in his family, he often faced bullying from the village children. Even his father incessantly berated him, calling him a turtle son, which instilled in Su Sanduo a timid and submissive character. Yet, he had always desperately sought the approval of those around him. Moreover, to ignite the spark of rebellion within Su Sanduo, one merely needed to find the right trigger. which could take the form of the threat of being sent back home or the phrase turtle son. Thus, after careful consideration, Lu Cheng resolved to employ a dual approach, to attempt to change Su Sanduo and potentially influence the trajectory of his fate. If, in the end, it proved unavoidable for Su Sanduo to be assigned to Steel's 7th Company, then he would need to awaken earlier. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Sanduo still possessed considerable potential that could be harnessed. With this thought, Lu Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he recalled something and called out, Su Sanduo. Yes. Lu Cheng, is there anything else? Are you aware of our military's confidentiality regulations? The confidentiality regulations? It dictates that everything pertaining to the military must not be disclosed to outsiders, not even to your father or brother. For instance, the specifics of our training, the equipment we use, firearms, tanks, and so forth. All of these are secrets that must remain in our minds and never be shared with outsiders. Do you understand? I understand. But if I write a letter to my father, not a single word should be mentioned. Simply tell him you are doing well, training diligently, and making rapid progress. Do not divulge anything learned in the military, as that could land you in prison. Oh, I see. Thank you, Lu Cheng. All right, go and play. After bidding farewell to Su Sanduo, Lu Cheng began jotting down notes, documenting the items and herbs he needed, preparing for when he could venture out to procure them or discuss with his superiors. At the end of the day's training, Captain Gao Cheng convened a motivational meeting to uplift morale and energize the troops. Have you all grown weary of the incessant drills? Not at all. That is a lie. Even I am exhausted. However, I must tell you, if you cannot even march properly, no one will acknowledge you as a competent soldier, even if you serve a lifetime. Remember this. When you write to your families, do not mention that new recruit training consists solely of marching drills. Once you are assigned to various companies, the advanced equipment you will encounter will dazzle you. Take my company for instance. We have 9 vehicles and 3 sniper teams, all composed of the finest soldiers. As he spoke, Captain Gao Cheng became increasingly animated, removing his hat and gesturing toward Shijin. Shijin, come here. Tell everyone how many tanks your squad eliminated during last year's exercises. Report, Captain, 5 tanks. 5 tanks. Did you hear that? Do you understand the significance of this? You may not grasp it now, but one day you will. In Steel 7th Company, our training includes various types of firearms shooting under diverse combat conditions, as well as weapon maintenance and repair, armored vehicle operation, and the use of anti-tank missiles. As Captain Gao Cheng elaborated, Su Sanduo, sitting in the ranks, was seen moving his lips as if speaking. Noticing this, Captain Gao Cheng pointed at Su Sanduo. That soldier, what are you mumbling about? Stand up. Report, Captain. I am not saying anything. Then why are your lips moving? Report, Captain. I am reciting what you just said. Oh, you can recite? Give me an example. Su Sanduo was indeed quick to respond, reciting nearly everything Captain Gao Cheng had just mentioned about the training subjects, with hardly any mistakes. Shijin, seated in front, smiled, clearly pleased with Su Sanduo's performance. Captain Gao Cheng appeared somewhat surprised. This fellow has a good memory. Now tell me, do you understand these concepts? Report, Captain. I do not understand. If you do not understand, why are you reciting them? I don't know. I just wanted to memorize them first. Su Sanduo hesitated for a moment, ultimately recalling the words spoken by Lu Cheng. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, deciding instead to inscribe them in a letter to his father. All right, please take a seat. Lu Cheng, sitting beside him, discreetly nodded, indicating that Su Sanduo was not beyond redemption. After a period of training, the platoon leaders had become quite familiar with the new recruits' performances. At this juncture, every company within the 702nd Regiment had set its sights on this batch of new soldiers. Their collective objective was clear, to select exceptional individuals from these recruits to bring into their respective units. Despite belonging to the same regiment, competition between the companies was ever present. Early that day, while the new recruits were training on the field, Company Commander Gao Cheng was engaged in a solitary game of basketball. The commander of the Red 3 Company approached him, producing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offering it to Gao Cheng. No, old 3. You can't present such fine Zhonghua cigarettes this way. If you wish to keep them, feel free. I absolutely refuse to accept them. If you bring me an entire box another day, I might consider it, but not this time. Really don't want it. Indeed, I truly don't. Upon realizing that Gao Cheng would not accept, the commander of the Red 3 Company turned and left. Following his departure, Shijin approached. With one hand cradling the basketball and the other resting on Shijin's shoulder, Gao Cheng chuckled. Did you see that? The commander of the Red 3 Company tried to sneak in through the back door, insisting on giving me a pack of Zhonghua. I wonder what he is plotting. He must be after soldiers, good soldiers. Do you think we can enjoy these cigarettes? We've been toiling away here for 3 months. What is it all for if not to identify some outstanding recruits? What is old 3 thinking? Even if he offered us a whole box, would those good soldiers remain with them? Shijin laughed in agreement. As they conversed, Gao Cheng turned around and spotted the instructor from the Red 3 Company observing them from a distance. Quickly suppressing his smile, he cleared his throat. Well, your earlier suggestion was quite good. Let us head inside to discuss it. It was inappropriate to speak ill of another commander in front of their instructor. With arms draped over each other's shoulders, they entered a nearby office where Wu Liuyi was seated. Gao Cheng closed the door behind him and took a seat across from Wu Liuyi. Having trained for a while now, how are the new recruits performing? Who stands out? Wu Liuyi closed the notebook in his hands and began. In our class, 2 individuals have shown remarkable promise. The first is Chen Kai. Though I can't shake the feeling that he might be putting on a FAAD. What do you mean? From the moment I see him, I can tell he knows I'm watching him, and he seems to be performing for my benefit. It's as if everything he does is intended for us to notice. Gao Cheng nodded. That is not surprising. I've noticed him too. He is polite to everyone. Yet underneath, he is fiercely competitive. In our 7th company, we have no fear of competition. Are you worried he might challenge you once he joins? Huh. That is out of the question. We must have this soldier. The other standout is that university student. Gao Cheng set down the cigarette he had prepared to light. I know who you mean. It's Lu Cheng, right? He seems to come from a prestigious university. And I've been keeping a close eye on him. His performance is quite impressive. Impressive is an understatement. I believe the training in the new recruits company has indeed fully unleashed his potential. Lu Cheng is intelligent and quick to learn, with exceptional physical abilities. He handles all training with ease, running 3 kilometers without breaking a sweat. The new recruits shouldn't be rushed. They need time to adapt. Once he joins our Steel 7th company, we will surely forge him into a sharp blade. He is truly a multifaceted individual. Indeed, he interacts well with others. Always wearing a smile, and the new recruits seem fond of him. I was planning to appoint him as the vice squad leader. That is a wise decision. We must nurture talent. University students like him are rare, especially those with both intellect and physical prowess. We cannot allow other companies to snatch him away. Rest assured, with the 2 of us here, he will not escape. Gao Cheng nodded. Sure, Jin, Wu Liuyi, as long as you both can ensure he joins our Steel 7th company. I will assign him to your class. Consider it done. Just watch and see. After discussing Lu Cheng and Chen Kai, Wu Liuyi stood up and smiled. Commander, you seem quite knowledgeable about these new recruits. How about sharing your thoughts on me? How am I performing? As for you, you are steadfast and unyielding, which I admire. As for Sure Jin, he keeps his thoughts to himself. With the impending troop reductions and the need for a streamlined force, we must employ whatever strategies necessary to ensure our squad leader Sure remains with us. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Sure Jin finally lifted his head. Were you talking about me? I want a soldier. Gao Cheng chuckled. You're finally voicing your requests? Who do you have in mind? Is it a relative of yours? As long as he meets the standards, I will agree. Sure Jin hesitated, struggling to express himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What is the matter? Are you putting on a show? Speak up. Su Sanduo. Absolutely not. No way. Sure Jin, I must understand what you're thinking. Regardless of the type of soldier, I can usually discern some strengths, but with Su Sanduo, I have yet to see any. However, he is one of the most diligent trainees in the new recruits company. Wu Liuyi immediately interjected, but he has consistently been the weakest link. Sure Jin argued. He can't remain this weak forever. If he is assigned to our class, I'll personally mentor him to ensure he becomes a competent soldier. Not a chance, absolutely not. Our Steel 7th company cannot afford a soldier who surrenders so easily. Sure Jin, you are at a critical juncture. Our standard for evaluating a squad leader is the collective performance of the entire class. If you take him on, how can you guarantee your class a success? We are striving to secure your position, yet you wish to drag us down. I firmly oppose this. Wu Liuyi also stood, leaning towards Sure Jin, squad leader. He will only hold you back. In the end, Sure Jin could not persuade Gao Cheng and had to temporarily relinquish his pursuit of Su Sanduo. However, at that moment, Gao Cheng and Wu Liuyi were unaware that what was meant to happen would inevitably unfold, and Su Sanduo would inevitably return after his brief stint in Company 5. The following day, Wu Liuyi convened a small meeting for the entire class, announcing Lu Cheng's appointment as the vice squad leader, tasked with assisting the class leader in managing the new recruits of Company 5. This appointment, of course, left Chen Kai feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as he had anticipated becoming the vice squad leader himself. Naturally, with Chen Kai's cunning, he would not openly display his discontent, but would privately compete with Lu Cheng, exerting himself more vigorously during training to vie for superiority. The other new recruits, however, had no objections to Lu Cheng's new role as vice squad leader. Even the members of other recruit classes often approached Lu Cheng for conversation. Lu Cheng remained, as before, merely the deputy of his recruit class and did not take it to heart. After 3 months of rigorous training, the time for assignment had finally arrived. On that morning, all recruits were neatly attired, equipped with their gear and luggage, standing on the grand parade ground, awaiting their allocation. Not far off, 5 vehicles were parked, 3 trucks, 1 Iveco, and 1 bus. The squad leader of the recruits, Gao Cheng, held a roster in his hands and stood atop a platform, announcing the results loudly. Wang Peng, bus number 3. Yes. Wang Ming, bus number 5. Su Sanduo, bus number 5. Upon hearing his name, Su Sanduo hurriedly grabbed his belongings and dashed out. He believed that being assigned to the bus was a fortunate circumstance, unaware that only those assigned to distant postings required the long-distance bus. As Su Sanduo departed, Cheng Kai felt a twinge of concern, yet Su Sanduo turned back and flashed him a smile. As the recruits were called one by one, the number of remaining recruits on the parade ground dwindled. Eventually, fewer than 20 soldiers were left, while the others had boarded their respective vehicles and departed the training site. Cheng Kai felt a growing unease as he watched Su Sanduo's bus drive away. Wu Lu stood at the front, raising his arm. "Form up quickly around me." Lu Cheng and Cheng Kai swiftly gathered into two ranks, following Wu Lu towards the barracks of Steel 7th Company. After 3 months of camaraderie, the recruits were about to part ways. Once the assignments were completed, Su Sanduo, akin to his character in the original narrative, was placed in the Grassland 5th Squad of the Red 3rd Company. Cheng Kai was assigned to the Steel 7th Company, 3rd Platoon, 7th Squad. As for Lu Cheng, he was naturally assigned to the Steel 7th Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad, alongside by Taijun and 2 other recruits. Shi Jin, possessing a genial disposition, took the initiative to retain by Taijun, while Gao Cheng decided to assign Lu Cheng to the 3rd Squad, hoping to achieve some balance. Gao Cheng also harbored hopes that Lu Cheng, being a university student, would mature swiftly and contribute to the overall performance of the squad, thereby enhancing Shi Jin's chances of remaining. In the dormitory of Steel 7th Company, when Shi Jin and Wu Lu returned with the 4 recruits, the 4 seasoned soldiers immediately stood up. Shi Jin smiled and clapped his hands. "Today, we welcome 4 new comrades to our squad. Let us give them a warm welcome." Following a round of applause, Shi Jin took charge of assigning beds and lockers. "Lu Cheng, you will sleep on the upper bunk of bed number 5. Use desk number 5 and locker number 5. Remember, the locker is reserved solely for your clothing and essential books, while the desk may hold a maximum of 5 sheets of paper, 2 books, and 1 pen." After the allocation of beds and lockers, once the new recruits had settled their belongings, Wu Lu announced, "All squad members assemble." The 4 new recruits and 4 seasoned soldiers promptly formed 2 lines, awaiting instructions. Squad leader Shi Jin and Deputy Wu Lu stood side by side at the front. "Attention, all recruits. We shall now conduct the enlistment ceremony." As he spoke, the expressions of the seasoned soldiers turned serious, and even the usually amiable Shi Jin lost his smile, looking solemnly at the 8 soldiers before him. "Private Lu Cheng, Private Bai Taijun, Private Hu Lei, Private Yuan Chao, from this day forth, you are members of Steel 7th Company." Wu Lu's voice rang out, infused with the honor of Steel 7th Company, igniting the fervor within the new recruits. Lu Cheng felt his own blood surging, his emotions stirred. Steel 7th Company had been established for 57 years, with a total of 956 soldiers. Among them, 104 had made the ultimate sacrifice. Private Lu Cheng, present. Private Bai Taijun, present. You must remember this number. Since its founding, Steel 7th Company has welcomed 956 soldiers. From now on, you too are part of Steel 7th Company. Private Lu Cheng, present. From this day forward, you are the 942nd soldier of Steel 7th Company. Yes, Private Bai Taijun, present. With each resounding response, Lu Cheng seemed to forget his own identity, his university background fading from his mind, consumed by the significance of those numbers. 956, 104, 942. In that moment, Lu Cheng's gaze transcended time, envisioning the heroes who had sacrificed for their country throughout the history of Steel 7th Company. Some companies take pride in having produced generals, others in their combat heroes. The pride of Steel 7th Company lies in its sacred soldiers. Indeed, Steel 7th Company has never taken pride in the emergence of a singular hero. Those 104 fallen comrades were all heroes. Shi Jin added, "All soldiers must remember the sacrifices of our predecessors throughout our 57-year history. During the Northern War, nearly the entire company perished, with only 3 soldiers surviving, who returned under the protection of their comrades, bringing back the wishes of 107 martyrs. This wish was to rebuild Steel 7th Company upon the shoulders of these 3 soldiers, who were, on average, under 17 years of age. From this day forth, the soldiers of Steel 7th Company shall forever live alongside the martyrs. Yes, Private Lu Cheng, Private Bai Taijun." Following the seasoned soldiers, the new recruits joined in reciting the song of Steel 7th Company. The true singers of this song had long fallen on the battlefield. We only discovered a handwritten copy of it from the battlefield. Now, all new recruits, follow the seasoned soldiers in reciting. Yes, a thunderous roar, a sword in hand, a pack of ferocious tigers, Steel 7th Company. Iron will, iron men. Blood and tears defend the homeland. In that moment, although the new recruits had yet to fully grasp the meaning of the song, their voices echoed with the fervor and passion within their hearts. This moment was not merely a lesson in song, but a transmission of spirit and will. After completing the sacred enlistment ceremony, Lu Cheng and the other recruits were officially inducted into the 702nd Regiment, Steel 7th Company, among the soldiers of 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad. Aside from squad leader Shi Jin and Deputy Wu Lu, Lu Cheng only remembered Gan Xiaoning and Bai Taijun. Gan Xiaoning was a soldier from the city, possessing a certain cleverness, yet he was not as insincere as Cheng Kai. Bai Taijun was also a new recruit of this cohort, who would later become known as the pit master of Steel 7th Company. Steel 7th Company had a rule: the soldier who ranked last in training scores would have to hide in the bulletproof pit during shooting practice, waiting until it concluded to report the results. Bai Taijun, who would later become the long-standing pit master, only managed to improve from last place to second to last when Su Sanduo returned. After the awakening of Sanduo, Bai Taijun resumed his role as the pit master. Once Lu Cheng became familiar with his comrades in arms, the intense and exhilarating training commenced. As the spearhead company of the 702nd Regiment, the Steel 7th Company consistently endured the most rigorous training within the entire regiment. In the words of Gan Xiaoning, the training in the 7th Company was arduous, akin to consuming 2 liang of earth daily. If one did not eat enough in the morning, they would make up for it in the afternoon. However, Lu Cheng relished this lifestyle. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to fully unleash his potential. On the training ground, squad leader Wu Lu-yi guided the soldiers in the disassembly, assembly, and maintenance of firearms. While the other soldiers were still learning to piece together various components, Lu Cheng, with his extraordinary learning aptitude, swiftly mastered the disassembly, assembly, and maintenance of firearms. In this era, the standard infantry was predominantly equipped with the Type 81 rifle. Although the Type 81 and the AK-47 bear significant external similarities that could baffle even the untrained eye, they are fundamentally different. The Type 81 features a long-stroke piston design, while the AK-47 employs a short-stroke piston design. The piston of the Type 81 is separate from the bolt carrier, whereas the piston rod of the AK-47 is tightly connected to the receiver. Both rifles possess their own advantages and have been tested on the battlefield. In fact, the Type 81 series can be regarded as China's first true family of firearms. Although the earlier Type 56 series was also termed a family of firearms, rifles and machine guns were still distinct entities. The Type 81 series not only achieved ammunition interoperability, but some parts were also interchangeable, and magazines were compatible as well. Should a component of a squad machine gun malfunction, it could be replaced with a part from a rifle. Once a squad machine gun's magazine was depleted, a rifle magazine could be utilized to continue firing. Upon joining the Steel 7th Company, Lu Cheng encountered a variety of firearms, including the Type 81 rifle, the Type 81 squad machine gun, and the Type 85 sniper rifle. Moreover, the Steel 7th Company functioned as an armored reconnaissance unit, with training subjects that included individual rocket launchers, guided missiles, and tank driving, among others. The array of equipment dazzled the new recruits. Lu Cheng quickly adapted to learning new skills. Although he could not yet compare to the seasoned veterans, he had already distinguished himself among the recruits. As he acclimated to the new environment, Lu Cheng's training performance steadily improved. For instance, in the 5-kilometer armed cross-country run, he initially struggled to maintain a rhythm and, due to a lack of practice, lagged behind the veterans. However, this posed no challenge for a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Lu Cheng excelled in health preservation and possessed unique insights into adjusting his breathing and stabilizing his internal energy. After only 2 or 3 runs, he had already managed to calibrate his state, completing the 5 kilometers at a remarkably steady pace while carrying full gear. During the run, he employed various Qigong techniques, ensuring a thorough workout while minimizing energy expenditure. While others labored and gasped for breath upon completing the 5 kilometers, Lu Cheng maintained a steady breathing rhythm and hardly broke a sweat. Before long, Lu Cheng's speed steadily increased, allowing him to surpass one veteran after another, even outpacing squad leader Shi Jin and aligning himself with the front-running vice squad leader Wu Lu-yi. Wu Lu-yi, known for his diligent training, consistently held the second-best time in the entire regiment for the 5-kilometer cross-country run. If Lu Cheng could surpass Wu Lu-yi, he would then compete with the regiment's top performer. Facing the prospect of being outdone by a recruit, Wu Lu-yi felt invigorated and intensified his training. The 5-kilometer armed cross-country run has always been a cherished tradition within the military. The specific distance of 5 kilometers, rather than 4 or 6, holds significance. In warfare, transport trucks typically deliver soldiers to a location 5 kilometers from the battlefield. The remaining distance necessitates that soldiers carry their weapons and gear to engage in combat. Additionally, the commonly used medium mortars have a range of 5 kilometers, allowing transport trucks to avoid the mortar's firing range. Naturally, armored personnel carriers present a different scenario. The 5-kilometer armed cross-country run, requiring participants to carry 30 kilograms of equipment, is no easy feat, earning it the moniker of willpower tester. After repeated training, Lu Cheng had fully acclimated to the 5-kilometer run and discreetly added 2 bricks to his backpack, eager to challenge Wu Lu-yi. The company commander, Gao Cheng, had a saying: to survive in the Steel 7th Company, one must strive, compete, and possess an indomitable spirit. Naturally, Lu Cheng was eager to measure himself against this seasoned soldier. Unbeknownst to Wu Lu-yi, who was unaware of Lu Cheng's added weight, he noticed Lu Cheng's performance today was not as strong as yesterday's. Deliberately slowing his pace, he ran alongside Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, what is going on? Where's that vigor from yesterday? Didn't you want to compare yourself to me? Come on. Let us see if this recruit can surpass me and become the best in our squad. Lu Cheng slightly quickened his pace and adjusted his breathing. A competition it is. Vice squad leader, I want to fall short. Let us see your true capabilities. Lu Cheng remained silent, maintaining his rhythm while gradually accelerating, continually adjusting his stride and breathing to preserve his internal energy. Long-distance running detests erratic pace. Disrupting the breathing rhythm only accelerates energy depletion. The red bricks in Lu Cheng's backpack weighed approximately 3 pounds each, totaling 6 pounds. Though this additional weight seemed negligible amidst the heavier load, every extra pound becomes a burden over long distances. Having only recently adapted to running 5 kilometers fully equipped, the extra 6 pounds naturally hindered his speed. As he approached the 4-kilometer mark, Lu Cheng sensed his internal energy surging, yet he had not reached his limit. Just as this energy began to boil, a new strength emerged within him, replenishing his reserves. Lu Cheng immediately recognized this as the manifestation of his extraordinary talent for endurance. Once acclimated, he steadily closed the gap to Wu Lu-yi, who maintained his pace without flinching at Lu Cheng's approach. As they neared the finish line, Lu Cheng found himself in close proximity to Wu Lu-yi. However, he did not sprint ahead, instead trailing closely behind, as though his performance had not significantly changed from the previous day. Wu Lu-yi chuckled. Lu Cheng, your progress is commendable, but you'll need more time to surpass me. Lu Cheng smiled in response. That time won't be long. In the subsequent training subjects, whether it be firearms shooting, maintenance, or the 5-kilometer cross-country run and the 500-meter obstacle course, Lu Cheng was making remarkable progress at an astonishing pace. His superhuman physical fitness, coupled with extraordinary endurance, allowed him to thrive in training, gradually revealing his potential. In terms of shooting, Lu Cheng also exhibited exceptional talent. Perhaps it was due to his robust physique and mental fortitude that enabled him to concentrate more easily, his hands steadied while aiming, allowing him to effectively manage the recoil of the weapon and execute various shooting forms, single shots, rapid fire, and so on, with rhythmic precision. This rapid advancement not only astonished the veterans of the 3rd Squad, but also caught the attention of squad leader Gao Cheng, while Shi Jin was overjoyed. It wouldn't be long before Lu Cheng would reach the same level as Wu Lu-yi, significantly enhancing the overall performance of the entire 3rd Squad. On a particular day, the entire battalion once again embarked on a fully armed 5-kilometer cross-country run. Shortly after the start, Lu Cheng caught up to Wu Lu-yi. The soldiers trailing behind, including Gan Xiaoning and Bai Tai-jun, couldn't help but comment, how is this Lu Cheng so formidable? He has only just arrived and is already keeping pace with our deputy squad leader. Indeed, is he even human? Bai Tai-jun, look at him and then at yourself. You're supposed to be in the same batch of recruits. How can the disparity be so vast? He's south nearly in 1st place, while you're at the bottom. Bai Tai-jun pulled Gan Xiaoning. I'm just as helpless. Old Gan, give me a hand. Before long, squad leader Gao Cheng and several platoon leaders noticed the unfolding situation ahead and began to discuss. It seems our university student is about to compete fiercely with the relentless Wu Lu-yi. Who do you think will win? Gao Cheng chuckled. I'm curious too. Wu Lu-yi has trained for several years to achieve his current results, while Lu Cheng has only been here for a short time. It's truly remarkable. One platoon leader laughed. I heard he comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Perhaps he has some secret technique, like Qigong. Exactly, let us ask him later. It might elevate the entire battalion's performance, Gao Cheng mused, feeling the urge to inquire. Wu Lu-yi, realizing Lu Cheng had caught up, felt a surge of urgency and couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, this slight increase in speed caused his breathing to become somewhat erratic. He quickly adjusted, reverting to his previous rhythm to stabilize his pace. Lu Cheng maintained a leisurely stride alongside Wu Lu-yi as they approached the finish line. Ultimately, as they neared the end, Lu Cheng quickened his steps and narrowly surpassed Wu Lu-yi. Wu Lu-yi was immediately deflated, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, he approached Lu Cheng with disbelief. You little rascal, you're impressive. After saying this, he patted Lu Cheng's backpack but immediately sensed something was amiss. Lu Cheng, what do you have in your pack? Open it for me to see. Gao Cheng and several platoon leaders, witnessing the situation, hurried over. Lu Cheng unstrapped his backpack and placed it on the ground. Wu Lu-yi's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward to lift Lu Cheng's backpack, incredulously exclaiming, why is your bag so heavy? Just then, Gao Cheng and the others arrived, asking, what is going on? Wu Lu-yi squatted down and unzipped Lu Cheng's bag, revealing, in addition to the necessary gear, 6 red bricks. Gao Cheng approached, lifted Lu Cheng's backpack for a moment, and was equally astonished. This must weigh at least 40 kilograms. How did you manage that? Lu Cheng chuckled, squad leader. I'm a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. It's quite normal to have a strong capacity for carrying weight. I senti it. Carrying 40 kilograms over 5 kilometers is already a standard for special forces training. Normal? Are you hiding some secret technique? Could you share it with everyone? If it's something too arcane to disclose, then forget I asked. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. It's not really a secret technique. Reaching my level is quite unlikely for others. I've built a strong foundation since childhood, and my physique is inherently robust. However, there are ways to enhance others' performance. Gao Cheng's interest peaked. You actually have a secret? The other platoon leaders also looked at Lu Cheng with eager anticipation. Lu Cheng glanced at the soldiers behind him, but refrained from speaking immediately. Squad leader, could we discuss this privately after we return? Gao Cheng nodded. All right. We'll talk more when we get back. After the training concluded and they returned to the barracks, Gao Cheng and several platoon leaders eagerly gathered in the conference room. The Steel 7th Company's leader, Gao Cheng, instructor Hong Xinghua, along with several platoon leaders, and the 3rd squad leader, Shi Jin, and Wu Lu were present. All right, Lu Cheng, now that we've closed the door, there are no outsiders. Please tell us, how is your physical fitness so remarkable? What is your secret? Lu Cheng stood up confidently. Squad leader, instructor, and all platoon leaders and squad leaders, please allow me to explain. You should know that traditional Chinese medicine excels at health maintenance and bodily regulation. Many seasoned practitioners live long lives, and many also practice Qigong. Qigong, is that really a thing? Gao Cheng immediately questioned. Instructor Hong Xinghua cleared his throat. Squad leader, let Lu Cheng finish. Lu Cheng nodded. Qigong is indeed real, though not as miraculous as legends suggest. From a scientific perspective, it can be understood as a method of adjusting one's breathing and movements, activating all muscles and bones to promote blood circulation and accelerate metabolism. Everyone suddenly understood, and Gao Cheng nodded, so that is how it is. I thought it was something extraordinary. Lu Cheng smiled gently and continued, Squad leader, do not underestimate this. As far as I know, many veterans undergo intense training for extended periods without sufficient rest, only to dive back into training afterward. The accumulated fatigue in their muscles and bones does not get released. Over time, this fatigue can manifest as hidden injuries, leading to a decline in physical fitness. With age, this decline only worsens. Platoon leaders and squad leaders, you all must have surpassed your peak performance, right? No matter how hard you train, you're not as good as before? Everyone nodded in agreement. That is certainly the case. Lu Cheng then turned to Shi Jin, squad leader. Your physical fitness has also passed its peak and is currently in a declining phase, though not too severely yet. Shi Jin nodded. I have indeed felt this way since last year. Lu Cheng then looked at Wu Lu, squad leader Wu. You are the most diligent in training among us in the Steel 7th Company, yet your condition is the most serious. Though you currently rank first, you have accumulated quite a few hidden injuries within. If this continues for another couple of years, these issues will manifest. Upon hearing this, Wu Lu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of concern. Gao Cheng spoke again. Lu Cheng, since you have raised this issue, do you have a solution in mind? Lu Cheng nodded. Certainly. Our family's ancestral medical practice specializes in rejuvenation. As long as I have access to medicinal herbs, I can treat the hidden injuries of everyone and restore vitality within their bodies, striving to bring everyone's physical condition back to its peak, or even beyond. Gao Cheng's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Now, tell me, are these herbs expensive? If we rely solely on the herbs, they can indeed be quite costly. However, by integrating other methods such as acupuncture, massage, and fitness exercises, we can minimize the expense of the herbs. Are you speaking the truth? Gao Cheng inquired. Of course. The reason I enlisted is to promote my family's medical knowledge in the military. How about this? Talk is cheap. Since everyone has just completed a 5-kilometer run, let me give you a massage. Who will be the first? Gao Cheng immediately stood up. What are you all scrambling for? Where are your manners? Naturally, as the squad leader, I should go first. Lu Cheng glanced around the meeting room and pointed to the table. Squad leader, you can lean on the table. Without hesitation, Gao Cheng removed his hat, unbuckled his gear, took off his shoes, and turned to rest on the table. However, the odor of sweat from his feet permeated the meeting room, causing everyone to step back. Shi Jin and Wu Lu hurriedly rushed to open the door and windows. Lu Cheng couldn't help but frown. Squad leader, perhaps you should put your shoes back on. Gao Cheng turned to look at the others. What are you staring at? What is so funny? Don't your feet stink? With that, he slipped his shoes back on. Subsequently, Lu Cheng began to massage Gao Cheng. He first placed his palms together on Gao Cheng's calves, leaning forward to help relax the muscles, followed by applying appropriate pressure to knead and massage. Gao Cheng felt the soreness in his muscles gradually dissipate, and the fatigue in his body lessen little by little, allowing him to relax completely. After about 10 minutes, Gao Cheng let out a comfortable hum, prompting nearby squad leaders to ask, Squad leader, how does it feel? How does it feel? It's delightful. After finishing Gao Cheng's massage, one squad leader instinctively laid down on the table. The second and third squad leaders were still hesitant, but the first squad leader chuckled. Lu Cheng is one of our men. Lu Cheng then gave a brief massage to everyone, and they all felt considerably relaxed, as if they could run another 5 kilometers. Although the Steel 7th Company ran 5 kilometers every morning, those runs were conducted with lighter gear. Running fully equipped for 5 kilometers was a significant burden, even for the soldiers of the Steel 7th Company. Once everyone had received their massages, Gao Cheng stood up. Lu Cheng, what do you need in terms of supplies and herbs? How much will it cost? I need to purchase a few sets of acupuncture needles, along with some tools for processing the herbs, such as grinding mortars and pestles. These 1T cost much. As for the herbs, I will see what the pharmacy has available. However, let us prepare at least 5,000 yuan. 5,000. That is quite an amount. I will discuss it with the instructor. In the year of the millennium, 5,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum, especially as it was intended for the entire regiment. If it were to go through official channels, there would be additional procedures. Gao Cheng planned to initially cover the costs personally to procure a batch of herbs, and then, after Lu Cheng's successful trials, report to the higher-ups for reimbursement. Very well, Lu Cheng, you may return now. Also, let us keep this matter confidential for the time being. Understood. After leaving the office, Lu Cheng glanced back at squad leader Shijin. This marked his first step in completing the task. Lu Cheng was prepared to suggest to the squad leader to use Shijin as a test case to help him regain his physical fitness. Upon returning to the squad, Gan Xiao Ning, Bai Tai Jun, and others quickly gathered around, inquisitively asking, Old Lu, how did you manage that? You've only just arrived. Yet you surpassed our squad's deputy in the 5-kilometer run? Indeed, I'm also curious. You even brought along a few bricks. At your current level, you could probably secure first place in the entire division for the 5-kilometer run. Do share with us. It's quite simple. I have a naturally good constitution. Plus, being raised by a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, I've always paid attention to physical maintenance. Is it like those martial arts novels? With medicinal baths or tonics like Shirquan de Buwan? Those are just myths. It's merely about exercising more. Although I've been in the military for less than half a year, I've been training since childhood. Is that really the case? I've heard that those studying traditional medicine often practice Qigong. Is that true? Just as the crowd was buzzing with questions, squad leader Shijin and deputy Wu Lui entered. Wu Lui could not help but scold them. What are you all doing? Where's your military decorum? Deputy, it's currently rest time. Shijin intervened. All right, everyone, quiet down a bit. Let us not disturb the other squads. The following 2 days proceeded as usual, with Lu Cheng continuing to train alongside everyone. After being thoroughly outperformed by Lu Cheng in the 5-kilometer run, Wu Lui temporarily relinquished his competitive spirit. After all, the gap between him and Lu Cheng was significant, not merely the final few steps, but also the 6 bricks in Lu Cheng's backpack. Subsequently, Lu Cheng began to shine across various training subjects, including the 500-meter obstacle course, disassembling and assembling the Type 81 rifle, and fixed-target shooting with the Type 81 rifle, among others. Naturally, some subjects required more time to master, such as driving, maintenance, and servicing armored vehicles, which necessitated extensive knowledge and rigorous training to achieve proficiency. Lu Cheng eagerly immersed himself in learning these military skills, spending nearly all his spare time reading and studying various theoretical knowledge. In a modernized and information-driven military, aspiring to become an exceptional armored reconnaissance soldier, or even a future elite, demands more than just physical prowess and marksmanship. The diverse modern weaponry, achieving operational objectives in varying environments, requires a substantial knowledge base coupled with formidable learning capabilities. The need for reform in the modern military stems from the previous low cultural standards of recruits, which could not meet the demands of modern military development. On the morning of the following day, after the usual morning exercises, Lu Cheng changed into his regular uniform, donned a wide-brimmed hat, and climbed into Gao Cheng's jeep as they headed outside the military camp. Once in the vehicle, Gao Cheng started the engine while tossing Lu Cheng a bag. Open it, and see if the funds are sufficient. Lu Cheng opened it, and was somewhat astonished. Squad leader, you prepared 30,000? 30,000 yuan was no small sum in 2001. Although Gao Cheng had a father who was a military commander, he himself was merely a captain, earning a monthly allowance of just over 1,000 yuan. It was inconceivable to purchase substandard medicine for personal use. Today, I assign you a task. You must spend this 30,000 yuan completely, but it can only be used for medicine. No problem. I assure you the mission will be accomplished. If Lu Cheng were to truly unleash his spending, he could easily expend 3 million. Regardless of the era, the prices of precious medicinal materials have always been exorbitant. In truth, Lu Cheng had also set aside some funds to procure medicinal materials for the preparation of internal and external injury remedies, and to create emergency life-saving pills. As a soldier, especially with plans to go to the old A, where various dangers may arise, it is indeed prudent to prepare some life-saving medicine in advance. Even if he does not personally require it, it may prove invaluable for his comrades. Interestingly, a certain brand of white medicine includes a similar life-saving pill, known as the BOM-ING-DN, specifically designed for emergency situations. This life-saving pill effectively treats severe external injuries, possessing analgesic, hemostatic, and mild anesthetic properties, while also promoting bone healing and accelerating growth. Lu Cheng aspired to create a similar pill that could rapidly stabilize severe injuries and halt profuse bleeding in situations where medical resources were scarce. However, His creation would be far more versatile than the singular nature of the white medicine's life-saving pill, designed to address various circumstances. Upon arriving at the nearest city, Lu Cheng located a traditional Chinese medicine shop and presented a list. "Hello, we need to procure the following medicinal materials. Could you inform us how much you have in stock?" A bespectacled middle-aged gentleman received the list, glanced over it, and replied, "Comrades, the materials you require are mostly common, and we have them in stock, but the quantities you request are somewhat substantial. Many of these materials exceed our supply capabilities." "That's fine, we'll take whatever you have. However, I must inspect each item. If I discover any inferior substitutes, we will not accept them." In this era, the business of traditional medicine shops was not thriving, and counterfeit medicines were prevalent. Some medicinal herbs bore striking similarities in appearance yet differed greatly in efficacy, making it challenging even for certain practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine to distinguish them. The shopkeeper chuckled at Lu Cheng's words. "Rest assured, all our medicines are genuine. We would not dare deceive you." Lu Cheng chose not to elaborate further. As the shopkeeper retrieved each herb, Lu Cheng meticulously examined them. "Comrade, look here. This is premium huanqi from Hunyuan in Shaanxi, of excellent quality and efficacy." Lu Cheng scrutinized it, took a whiff, and could not help but frown. "Shopkeeper, this is not authentic. This is from Sichuan, isn't it? Furthermore, these huanqi appear poorly processed during drying." The shopkeeper felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Cheng's expertise. "You truly are knowledgeable. I apologize, it is indeed." "Enough, just bring out all the medicinal materials, and I will select myself. There is no need for your introductions. Our family has been in traditional medicine for generations. I grew up surrounded by the scent of herbs. If you dare to provide inferior goods and deceive a soldier, it will not be a simple matter of inspection." The shopkeeper, now thoroughly chastened, promptly presented only high-quality herbs for Lu Cheng to choose from. After a thorough selection, Lu Cheng decided on a portion of the better quality materials and instructed the shopkeeper to package them. When it came to pricing, the shopkeeper dared not overcharge, knowing Lu Cheng was well versed in the costs of traditional medicines. Thus, he completed the transaction without hesitation. Many medicinal materials are not particularly expensive, often selling for mere cents per pound, yet they occupy considerable space. Fortunately, Gao Cheng had driven a jeep, or transporting them would have posed a challenge. Observing the pile of roots, tree bark, and orange peels purchased for nearly 8,000 yuan, Gao Cheng expressed his concern. "Is this heap truly worth over 8,000? When the results manifest, you will understand its value. Now, let us proceed to the Chinese medicine hospital. We still have some necessary tools to procure." Subsequently, Lu Cheng and Gao Cheng traversed the city before venturing into the provincial capital. They completely exhausted the 30,000 yuan allocated by Gao Cheng, and Lu Cheng even spent over 10,000 of his own on various medicinal materials. Gao Cheng, perplexed, asked, "Why are you spending your own money? When we return, I will find a way to reimburse you." "No need. These purchases are for my personal use. Public and private matters must be distinguished." Since the system had endowed Lu Cheng with the identity of a traditional medicinaire, it also provided him with some resources. This sum was not substantial, totaling just over 30,000, stored within Lu Cheng's space. Certainly, in his hometown, there lay an abandoned medical hall and an old residence. The identity implanted by the system was entirely verifiable. Upon returning to the unit, Lu Cheng faced the pressing issue of how to handle the medicinal materials and concoct the necessary decoctions and pills. "Squad leader, I require a few individuals to assist me with these materials. Additionally, I will need a space and necessary fuel. The process of boiling these herbs produces quite a strong odor. We cannot do this in the dormitory, can we? All right, I will speak with the kitchen staff to ensure their cooperation. Also, I will have the soldiers from the 3rd squad assist you, and if that is insufficient, the entire platoon may join in, provided it does not interfere with regular training. Rest assured, I purchased several sets of tools. As long as I instruct them on the procedures, these herbs are quite manageable. Furthermore, I will need 2 fixed test subjects to evaluate the effects of the medicine, facilitating report writing and promotion. Who are you considering?" "Naturally, our squad leader and deputy squad leader. Squad leader Shurjin is the model soldier of the entire 702nd Regiment, demonstrating exemplary training standards across all subjects, with training intensities exceeding normal levels. His situation can represent numerous model soldiers, making him highly representative. Moreover, Deputy Squad Leader Wu Liuyi epitomizes those who undergo intensive training. His internal injuries are more severe than Squad Leader Shur's, necessitating prompt recovery. Deputy Squad Leader Wu can symbolize the exemplary soldiers across various military districts." Gao Cheng chuckled. "Are you sure this selection is not influenced by the fact that they are your squad leader and deputy?" Lu Cheng laughed in return. "There is some truth to that, but it is not the primary reason. It is their strong representativeness that compels my choice." "Very well, I agree. I will communicate this to the other squad and platoon leaders to prevent any dissent among the class leaders." Gao Cheng held a particular admiration for Shurjin and Wu Lui. That evening, after the training concluded, all the soldiers of the 3rd squad were gathered together during a brief respite from the other classes and led to the mess hall by their leader, the company commander, Gao Cheng, along with the instructor, Hong Xinghua, arrived out of curiosity regarding how Lu Cheng would initiate the treatment. Without unnecessary preamble, Lu Cheng assigned tasks to the soldiers. By Taijun, Gan Xiaoning, you two are responsible for preparing these medicinal herbs. Observe my actions closely as you chop these herbs into segments no longer than 3 centimeters using this small herb cutter. Yuan Xiao, Hu Lei, your task is to crush these herbs into powder. Wu Ban's deputy, you are to grind this into a fine powder. In this context, Lu Cheng was the most knowledgeable, and even the class leader and deputy were obliged to heed his directions. Noticing the company commander idling, he casually instructed, "Commander, if you have nothing to do, please start boiling a large pot." Gao Cheng chuckled, "So you're giving me orders now? How should I manage the fire? High or low?" A cook from the kitchen quickly interjected, "Well, Gao Commander, let me handle this." Lu Cheng instructed, "First, fill the pot with more than half a barrel of water and bring it to a boil. Use a high flame. Additionally, these several jars of medicine need to be heated, but that requires careful control of the flame." 2 seasoned soldiers stepped forward, "We'll take care of that. We're from the countryside and often tend the fire at home." With the assignments clearly delineated, Lu Cheng arranged for 2 appropriately sized barrels to be brought over as a precautionary measure. The process of crafting the medicinal pills was intricate. Lu Cheng intended to begin with both internal and external treatments, combining herbal decoctions with medicinal baths. This approach proved effective for ailments such as muscle strains. As over a dozen soldiers busied themselves, laughter and banter filled the air, making the time pass swiftly. After pouring the prepared herbal decoction into the 2 large barrels, Lu Cheng awaited the right temperature before instructing Shi Jin and Wu Lu Yi to disrobe, leaving only their undergarments as they immersed themselves in the liquid. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 sets of acupuncture needles and deftly inserted them, ensuring both men were fully submerged in the herbal solution. The slightly warm liquid prompted their pores to open. Observing this scene, Gan Xiaoning couldn't help but jest. This truly resembles a scene from a martial arts novel. Lu Cheng, are you planning to unlock the meridians of our class leader and deputy, transforming them into martial arts masters? Lu Cheng chuckled in response. If I possessed such abilities, I would have long since become a martial arts expert myself. In truth, our class leader and deputy train diligently and harbor internal injuries. This treatment aims to heal those hidden injuries and restore their physical capabilities. Should any of you sustain hidden injuries from excessive training in the future, you may seek my assistance, though the cost of medicine will be your own responsibility. That is settled then, replied Gao Cheng, stepping closer to Shi Jin and Wu Lui. How do you feel? Shi Jin smiled broadly, very comfortable. Wu Lui chimed in. Indeed, it feels quite pleasant. Is there any pain or itching? The commander quipped. Do you genuinely believe this is a martial arts novel? Perhaps I should have a barrel for myself tomorrow, so I can experience it too. Gao Cheng, intrigued, feigned reluctance. I'm in excellent health, with no hidden injuries to speak of. It's unnecessary. After soaking for a while, the water temperature began to cool, prompting Lu Cheng to instruct them to add some hot water. They repeated this process 2 or 3 times. And after soaking for over half an hour, Lu Cheng nodded, withdrew the needles from their bodies, and concluded the first round of treatment. Following a brief rest, they showered with hot water, consumed the prepared herbal decoction, and with Lu Cheng's skilled massage, the first treatment was successfully completed. This initial treatment was particularly significant, requiring nearly 2 hours in total, including preparation time. The next morning, Lu Cheng rose early to teach the 2 men some exercises. Although these movements appear simple and slow, they effectively engage all your muscles and bones, awakening your dormant bodies. You must practice diligently, performing the routine twice every morning and evening. If you can maintain this commitment, it will ensure that your health and physical condition do not decline, contributing to a longer life. Naturally, the 2 men held no doubts about Lu Cheng's words. After just 1 evening of treatment, they felt their bodies considerably lighter, as if they had experienced the most restorative rest. Lu Cheng then specifically cautioned Wu Lu Yi. Deputy Wu, your condition is even more severe than the class leaders. Your training has far exceeded the limits of what the human body can endure, compromising your health. Despite being younger than the class leader, your physical state has already begun to deteriorate. From this point forward, you are in a recovery phase. For the next month, you must not exceed normal training standards and pay attention to your diet. In the following days, Lu Cheng meticulously guided Shi Jin and Wu Lu Yi through their rehabilitation, documenting the entire process along with their personal experiences. Soon, the soldiers of the 3rd Squad observed Lu Cheng teaching the class leader the exercises and sought to join in. Lu Cheng willingly shared his knowledge, as it was not a rare skill. Many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners possessed similar knowledge, albeit with slight variations. Before long, the entire squad was engaged in the exercises. If practiced well, these routines not only provided comprehensive physical training, but also alleviated some of the fatigue caused by their rigorous training, quickly winning the soldiers' affection. The hidden injuries of Shi Jin and Wu Lu Yi gradually healed, their mental states improved, and their physical capacities began to recover. Half a month later, Lu Cheng prepared a new batch of pills, aptly named health and vitality pills, for Shijin and Wu Lu to take, gradually unlocking their potential and restoring their physical prowess to its peak, even enhancing it further. Although Lu Cheng's medical skills were exceptional, he was not a miracle worker. Recovery required time. However, after a month, the changes in both men were remarkably evident, their spirits far surpassing their previous states, radiating vitality at first glance. During training, Shijin and Wu Lu exhibited notable improvements in their performance, with Wu Lu even breaking his previous records and steadily closing in on the top record in the entire division. Such transformations naturally delighted Commander Gao Cheng, who exclaimed that he had struck gold. Throughout this period, Lu Cheng also organized the medicinal herbs he had purchased, processing them into convenient pills and powders for storage in his personal space. One day, after finishing training, Commander Gao Cheng approached Lu Cheng. "Change your clothes. Accompany me to the regiment headquarters." "Yes, Commander." Following the company commander, Lu Cheng arrived at the regiment headquarters and entered the office of Colonel Wang Qingrui, the commander of the 702nd Regiment. The colonel appeared somewhat aged, not particularly tall, with a slightly plump physique and more than half of his hair turned gray. Yet he exuded an undeniable vigor. As Lu Cheng and the company commander entered, the colonel was seated at his desk, his coat unbuttoned, engrossed in writing something. "Report." Upon hearing their voices, Colonel Wang put down his pen, looked up at them with a warm smile, and spoke in a thick Jiangxing accent that immediately evoked thoughts of the local hot, dry noodles. "Lu Cheng, is it? Although this is our first meeting, I have been following your progress for quite some time. You seem like a spirited young man. Our 702nd Regiment has very few college graduates, so it's about time I met you." As he spoke, the colonel called out, "Xiao Lu, bring in a couple of chairs." Though there were sofas opposite his desk, they were positioned too far for comfortable conversation. Shortly thereafter, the clerk brought in 2 chairs. The colonel gestured for them to sit down and instructed the clerk to close the door. "Lu Cheng, I have reviewed your documents. I understand you come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and have performed admirably at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. What prompted you to enlist?" Lu Cheng replied honestly, "I have been learning traditional Chinese medicine from my father since childhood, and the university curriculum is too basic for me. By the end of my first year, I had already self-studied all the undergraduate and graduate material. Continuing my studies felt like a waste of time. I have always had a passion for military knowledge and am aware that the Army is currently undergoing reforms, requiring educated talent. I thought it would be best to enlist and contribute my skills within the military." "Very good, indeed. Our forces truly require individuals of your caliber. I heard you initiated a rehabilitation program for veterans, treating their hidden injuries and restoring their physical fitness. How is that progressing?" "Everything is going smoothly. I chose the squad leader Shijin and the deputy squad leader Wu Lu from our 7th Company, 1st Platoon, as experimental subjects. Their physical conditions are quite representative. After more than a month of antioxidant treatment, both have gradually restored their fitness to peak condition, as evidenced by their training performance." "Hao Cheng, is that accurate?" Hao Cheng nodded vigorously, affirming, "Of course, both Shijin and Wu Lu have essentially returned to peak physical condition, with noticeable improvements across all assessments." The colonel's smile broadened at this, and he inquired, "Lu Cheng, can your method be widely implemented?" "Certainly. I have meticulously documented the entire treatment process and provided detailed explanations of the medications, acupuncture techniques, and massage methods used. Here is the comprehensive report." As he spoke, Lu Cheng handed over the folder he had been carrying. This document, which he had painstakingly compiled over the past month, not only detailed the treatment process but also included summaries of his experiences. The acupuncture and massage techniques were illustrated with thorough visual explanations. As for the prescriptions, Lu Cheng had only included a small portion, primarily for treating hidden injuries. Nonetheless, the report's significance should not be underestimated. If a qualified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner were to follow these methods to treat veterans with hidden injuries, it could significantly aid in their recovery. However, restoring a veteran's fitness to peak condition is beyond the capabilities of an average traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. After reviewing the detailed report, the colonel nodded appreciatively. "It seems you have come prepared. This report is quite comprehensive. Even I, an outsider, can grasp its contents. Given that you already have successful cases, the importance of this report cannot be overlooked. I will ensure that several copies are printed and submitted to the division and military region, allowing the field hospitals and traditional Chinese medicine hospitals to validate your findings. If it can be widely adopted, it would be a monumental achievement." "Lu Cheng, do you have any objections?" "None at all. The purpose of compiling this report was to disseminate my methods and potentially heal more veterans." "Excellent. You are quite remarkable for your age. By the way, would you be interested in a different role? How about working in our regiment's medical team?" Hao Cheng immediately interjected. "Colonel, Lu Cheng is a key soldier in our Steel 7 Company. You mustn't poach him." Lu Cheng also spoke up, "Colonel, I am the 4,942nd soldier of Steel 7 Company. I wish to first excel in my role as a soldier, a competent soldier." The colonel was further impressed, nodding in approval, and smiled at Hao Cheng, saying, Old 7, you are commendable. Lu Cheng has only been with you in Steel 7 Company for a few months and already embodies your unit's spirit. Hao Qing chuckled. That's the tradition of Steel 7 Company. The colonel chuckled in return, then adopted a more serious demeanor. Hao Cheng, this is a treasure for our 702nd Regiment. Ensure you take good care of him. Yes, sir. Then, the colonel's expression softened again as he turned to Lu Cheng, saying, young man, work hard. Talents like you are destined for great futures. I believe the 702nd Regiment will be the finest starting point in your military career. Yes, Colonel. Upon leaving the regiment headquarters and returning to the company, Lu Cheng, in addition to his regular training, took on the task of guiding Shi Jin and Wu Lu-yi in learning massage techniques and fitness exercises. Wu Lu-yi expressed some confusion. Lu Cheng, we can certainly learn this fitness routine, but what do we need to learn massage for? Deputy Squad Leader. This rehabilitation method I have developed may very well need to be promoted in the future. You can't expect me to handle everything alone, can you? You should learn well so that when the time comes for promotion, it will be a significant contribution. Shi Jin's interest was piqued. Lu Cheng, should we have all the soldiers in the class learn this? That may not be necessary. Massage requires focus and patience. It's not something everyone can master. I believe you have a certain aptitude, which is why I chose to teach you specifically. Upon hearing this, Shi Jin laughed. What talent do I have? Lu Cheng chuckled as well, choosing not to respond. In truth, Shi Jin couldn't be considered particularly talented. He was simply a bit more meticulous. As long as he applies himself diligently, he is certainly capable of excelling. Once he masters his studies, opportunities for promotion will arise. While he may not achieve remarkable feats, he can at least demonstrate commendable performance. In the military, attaining significant recognition is a rare accomplishment. As the saying goes, first-class honors are awarded to those who lie down, second-class honors to those who sit, and third-class honors to those who stand. Although this adage may not be entirely accurate, it nevertheless reflects the challenges of earning distinction. While third-class honors are considerably more attainable than the higher tiers, they still necessitate exceptional contributions within the military or outstanding performance during exercises and assessments. Opportunities for Shi Jin to earn honors are not readily available. However, there are ways for him to gain visibility, particularly in front of superiors. During his time at the regiment, Lu Cheng emphasized Shi Jin's role in his report to the commander, highlighting how Shi Jin collaborated with his experiments, detailed his experiences, and assisted in refining the overall report. If this report garners attention, Shi Jin's reputation among higher-ups will surely improve. Despite being the training model of Steel 7th Company and a commendable squad leader, Shi Jin does not particularly stand out. In fact, during personal assessments, he performs even less impressively than his deputy, Wu Lu-yi. Setting aside personal traits and charisma, Shi Jin is merely an ordinary squad leader among countless soldiers. Therefore, this unconventional approach is akin to an experiment by Lu Cheng. Life in the barracks is fulfilling and regimented. Each day follows a fixed schedule of waking, exercising, dining, training, resting, and sleeping, all conducted in an orderly manner. Lu Cheng gradually adapted to this lifestyle and, during his free time, increased the intensity of his training to unearth his potential. He tried various exercises, single bars, parallel bars, abdominal twists, 500-meter obstacles, 5-kilometer cross-country runs, and extreme endurance challenges. He practiced assembling and disassembling firearms while blindfolded, quickly shooting in dim light, and using a sniper rifle while in a moving armored vehicle, as well as shooting bottles tossed into the air. In addition to daily training, Lu Cheng delved into numerous military texts, integrating training methods depicted in films and novels about special forces to intensify his regimen. This approach naturally inspired the competitive Wu Lu-yi to emulate him, motivating others in the squad as well. Unbeknownst to them, the entire 3rd Squad began to adopt this spirited intensity, regardless of how exhausting the training became. A few encouraging words from Lu Cheng would significantly alleviate their fatigue. Furthermore, after learning massage techniques, the soldiers of the 3rd Squad would reciprocally massage each other post-training to relieve weariness. Consequently, even Bai Taijun, who had consistently lagged at the bottom of Steel 7th Company, gradually improved and shed its reputation as the weakest link. In this atmosphere, the squad's performance steadily rose. Additionally, the daily massages fostered camaraderie among comrades, enhancing unity and overall synergy. The 3rd Squad, which had always maintained the top position, solidified its standing even further. Before long, Lu Cheng shattered the company records for the 500-meter obstacle course, the 5-kilometer run, rapid shooting, and more. Steel 7th Company, being the spearhead of the 702nd Regiment, exemplifies the strongest combat capability of the entire unit, and breaking records within Steel 7th Company effectively translates to surpassing those of the regiment and even the division. It is conceivable that if Lu Cheng continues to demonstrate such consistent progress, he will undoubtedly excel in the upcoming military assessments, securing at least a commendation, and possibly even 3rd-class honors. Military training evaluations encompass a wide array of skills, including practical military techniques and theoretical knowledge. If he distinguishes himself within the military and maintains commendable performance, he stands a good chance of receiving third-class honors. Alternatively, if he excels during annual military exercises, he may also earn third-class recognition. Of course, if Lu Qing's rehabilitation program gains widespread acknowledgement, it would also constitute a significant contribution to the military. Falling within the realm of earning honors, what is challenging for others becomes relatively uncomplicated for Lu Qing. As time progresses, the weather grows increasingly warmer. Lu Qing and his cohort of soldiers enlisted at the tail end of autumn in 2000. After 3 months of basic training and several months spent in Steel 7th Company, it is now the summer of 2001. With the warmer weather, post-training sessions leave everyone drenched in sweat. During lunchtime, they would gather with basins in front of the water taps, washing clothes while playfully splashing water and occasionally singing. While they were washing clothes, they turned to see Wu Lu-yi with his head submerged in a basin, seemingly practicing breath-holding. Bai Tai-jun quickly approached, jokingly asking, "Is anyone home?" Gan Xiaoning joined from the other side, using a Shaanxi dialect to quip, diving headfirst into the basin. "Are you aiming to become a little naval officer?" Just then, Wu Lu-yi suddenly raised his head, spraying a mist of water into the air, drenching those nearby. Everyone hurriedly dodged, but Wu Lu-yi laughed heartily. "Submarine missile. Launched from underwater, haha." However, before Wu Lu-yi could revel in his amusement for long, Lu Qing turned on the faucet, partially blocking the flow and spraying water all over Wu Lu-yi, while the others joined in, creating a chaotic yet joyous scene. At that moment, they suddenly heard footsteps from outside, prompting them to halt their antics. With knowing glances, they all instinctively lifted their basins and pretended to sing. "Today, we're not resting. No resting. Resting will have to wait." Just then, a figure passed by the water room, and the soldiers, each holding their basins, suddenly lunged toward him, drenching him completely. Once the splashing subsided, they realized they had soaked their company commander, Gao Cheng, and immediately stood at attention, exclaiming, "Company commander!" Gao Cheng wiped the water from his face, glanced at the soldiers in the water room, and cleared his throat. "Well, it seems everyone's in good spirits. Keep it up." With that, the drenched Gao Cheng turned and went inside to change clothes. Once they heard the door close in the hallway, confirming the commander had returned to his room, the soldiers burst into laughter. The joy of men can often be quite simple, especially when a group of them is together. Meanwhile, Chen Kai, also from Steel 7th Company, was in the dormitory boasting with his comrades about his 85 sniper rifle. At that moment, an old soldier inquired, "Chen Kai, you and Lu Qing from the 3rd Squad trained together as recruits and were in the same class. Are you familiar with him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Kai's initially excited expression shifted slightly before he smiled and replied, "We're somewhat familiar. We sleep in the same room every day and have had our share of conversations. When will you invite him to our class? I have heard that Lu Qing has become quite formidable, surpassing us veterans in training achievements. And it could be said that he is now the top performer of the year." Chen Kai felt somewhat awkward. "Well, I'll take a trip to Class 3 later." In truth, as a fellow recruit, Chen Kai had always been in competition with Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing's rapid advancement left Chen Kai feeling overlooked and unwilling to engage with him, perceiving Lu Qing, a college student, as someone who overshadowed him. Of course, Lu Qing remained indifferent to this. He and Chen Kai were not on the same playing field. One was a college graduate with boundless prospects, while the other, though commendable, was merely an ordinary conscript. Moreover, Chen Kai's inherently selfish nature meant that, had it not been for the influence of Su Sanduo and the enlightenment from Yuan Lang, it would have been challenging for someone like him to endure in the military for long. Both Su Sanduo and Chen Kai still had a considerable journey ahead on their paths to success. Lu Qing consistently sought to enrich himself through the fulfilling life in the barracks. Just over a month after meeting the regiment commander, Company Commander Gao Cheng came to find Lu Qing again. "Lu Qing, you need to go to the regiment headquarters. This time, they specifically sent a vehicle for you. You've got quite the standing." Lu Qing chuckled. "That's the reputation of our Steel Company 7. When did you learn to flatter? Hurry along. This isn't for you." When Lu Qing boarded the jeep to the regiment headquarters and arrived at the commander's office, he discovered several officers in uniform already present. He promptly saluted. "Report." Commander Wang Qingrui smiled warmly. "Lu Qing has arrived. Come in. Let me introduce you. These gentlemen are from the Military Region General Hospital. After I submitted your report, the higher-ups took it very seriously and immediately instructed the hospital to implement rehabilitation treatments for several veterans based on your methods. The results over the past month have been remarkably impressive. The General Hospital is quite interested in you, and they have sent a few leaders to meet this exceptional soldier." At this moment, the officers in the office were also scrutinizing Lu Qing, evidently surprised by his youthful competence. "Hello, Comrade Lu Qing. I am Xiao Ran from the Military Region Hospital. It is a pleasure to meet you. We have reviewed your previous report and conducted experiments with great success. We would like to invite you to the Military Region General Hospital to guide our work. Would that be convenient for you?" "Good day, sir. You are too kind. This is merely an opportunity for me to exchange and learn. As long as the commander gives the order, I am ready at any time." Commander Wang laughed heartily. This is indeed good news. I will certainly give you the order. Off you go. In the following time, the representatives from the military region hospital engaged Lu Cheng in further discussions before escorting him to the hospital. In the military, aside from the conventional branches such as the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Rocket Forces, there are also civilian and technical support roles. Military doctors, as part of the technical corps, also hold ranks. The representative from the military region hospital, Major Xiao Ran, was one such military doctor. Accompanying him were a lieutenant and a second lieutenant, both of whom also served as medical officers. In the military, rank determines status. Thus, as a private, Lu Cheng must greet even a second lieutenant respectfully and salute when encountering them. During the ride to the military region hospital, Major Xiao Ran engaged Lu Cheng in conversation. Lu Cheng, I hear your family has a tradition in traditional Chinese medicine, and you have enrolled in a university for it. Why did you choose to join a grassroots unit? I believe that grassroots units may benefit more from my medical skills. Moreover, I genuinely enjoy life in the current unit. In fact, having a talented and capable practitioner of traditional medicine like you is also greatly needed in our field hospitals. Every year, many outstanding soldiers in our army suffer serious physical injuries due to overtraining. Although our hospital strives to provide rehabilitation, the results have not been particularly favorable. Each year, a considerable number of veterans are forced to retire due to health reasons. If your rehabilitation program could be widely implemented, it would help retain a large number of veterans, especially for reconnaissance units with heavier training burdens, where talents like you are even more crucial. I heard from Commander Wang that you have independently completed all undergraduate and Master S courses. Is that true? Lu Cheng nodded. I have been learning traditional Chinese medicine from my father since childhood, which laid a solid foundation. The courses at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine are not particularly difficult, as most of the content I studied in elementary school. Rather than remain in school, it is better to come out early. That is a commendable mindset, but obtaining your diploma would mean you could start as a lieutenant in the military, which would greatly benefit your future development. Lu Cheng smiled. To graduate early, I would need to wait until my third year. I do not wish to waste so much time. Major Xiao Ran nodded in understanding, realizing that even for someone as exceptional as Lu Cheng, acquiring a university diploma within a year would not be an easy feat. Furthermore, despite being born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Cheng had lost his parents at an early age, had no relatives, and lacked any background, relying solely on his own efforts.